Welcome to the chaotic life of our girl, Rowan, who is currently stuck in traffic while the entire world loses its mind over her husband's latest secret relationship. At the Zhou Media headquarters, the PR team is absolutely losing their marbles, crying about how their boss has gotten into yet another mess. These poor guys are trembling, staring at their phones like they're holding a live grenade. But then a presence enters the room that makes everyone freeze, and they nervously whisper, "Sister Jiang Ying." Rowan doesn't even blink as she locks her phone, her expression icy as she tells them she'll handle this disaster personally. Outside the hotel, the lead assistant is practically hyperventilating because the security guards are losing control of the ravenous crowd of reporters. Suddenly, he spots a pair of savage black boots and a silhouette that screams, "Boss lady." It's our poor heroine, Rowan, who is technically the PR manager of Zhou Media and the secret wife of the man inside. The assistant can only stutter out a well as Rowan marches toward the lion's den. She reaches the hotel suite and gives the door a sharp knock, ready to face whatever nightmare is waiting on the other side. The door is opened by a young idol who has been trying to get popular by riding the wave of fake dating rumors. Rowan steps inside, her eyes scanning the room for the real culprit of this headache. And there he is, her husband Zhou Yi, stepping out of the shower with nothing but a towel and a smug grin. He looks at his wife and has the audacity to ask, "How come it's you?" As if he wasn't caught in a hotel with a starlet. Rowan doesn't swoon, she just snaps that no one else wanted to handle his tricky, scandalous news. The assistant in the background is literally praying for his life, while Rowan stares down the man she married. You see, these two tied the knot 3 months ago, but the atmosphere between them is more business rivals than newlyweds. He dismisses the tension, telling Rowan to just let someone else handle the PR cleanup. Rowan turns her attention to the girl in the pink sweater, telling her to turn around with a voice like glass. Our heroine remembers that this little nugget was already warned by a director's wife to stay in her lane, but clearly, she hasn't learned her lesson. Zhou Yi just watches the drama unfold, blowing smoke and mocking the situation by saying, "You certainly welcome anyone." The idol girl thinks this is a rare opportunity to stir up enough rumors to make her career take a new leap. She clenches her hands, deciding it's a do-or-die moment to claim a relationship with the CEO. She starts to stammer about admitting her relationship to the reporters, but Rowan cuts her off mid-sentence. Rowan informs the girl that she's already been in touch with her agent, and the relationship is dead on arrival. Instead of a scandal, Rowan has landed the girl a lipstick ad filming nearby, effectively kicking her out of the room. "Any other questions?" Rowan asks, looking every bit the savage manager she is. Zhou Yi keeps sneaking glances at his wife, clearly amused by how easily she dismantled the girl's schemes. The idol can only shake her head in defeat, realized she's been completely outplayed. She hastily leaves the room, leaving the happy couple alone at last. Rowan turns back to her husband, her face a mask of professional exhaustion. "Mr. Zhou," she says, her tone trembling with suppressed annoyance. She reaches out and takes the cigarette right out of his hand, crushing it into the ashtray. She demands that he move to the next room immediately because his board members are waiting for a meeting. She gives him a final warning. You only have 5 minutes at most before she lets the reporters up to see him. Zhou Yi just stares at her, his eyes dark and unreadable as he lingers on her face. He seems to be enjoying her frustration, a tiny icy smirk playing on his lips. Finally, he relents, murmuring, "Okay, see you soon." As Rowan walks away, the assistant looks like he's about to pass out from the sheer tension. Suddenly, Rowan's phone starts ringing, breaking the silence of the hallway. She checks the caller ID and her heart probably sinks. It's the one person she can't ignore. "Grandpa," she answers, and the old man's voice is stern as he orders her to bring Zhou Yi back to the family estate in half an hour. Rowan can only sigh and agree, knowing her day just got 10 times worse. She heads back toward the elevator, leaving the hotel behind for now. While driving through the snowy city, she's busy typing away, trying to coordinate the next move. She knows Grandpa Zhou's tone means he's fully aware of the insane stunts Zhou Yi pulled today, and she's the one who's going to have to answer for them. "Grandpa wants us both to return to the ancestral home," the message from Zhou Yi reads, immediately setting our girl on edge. As she drives, she scrolls through the latest celebrity gossip, relieved to see the earlier incident hasn't made any headlines yet. Zhou Yi, lounging in the passenger seat, notices her distraction and asks, "Ying, what are you looking at?" Rowan remains silent, her expression guarded. She can't help but flash back to a moment of intense heat between them, his voice whispering her name as the tension reached a breaking point. "Yes, that's it, be good," he had whispered in her memory, a moment so spicy it still makes her heart race as she tries to focus on the road. Rowan stares out at the city lights, her expression unreadable. Zhou Yi breaks the silence, suggesting, "If you don't have any other plans, we can go back to the ancestral home for a bit." As they drive through the falling snow, Zhou Yi's phone suddenly vibrates with a scandalous notification. It's a message from her friend Zai, asking if Zhou Yi can actually satisfy her at home or if they should find her a new hottie. Zhou Yi catches a glimpse of the text and looks absolutely stunned. Rowan quickly pulls the phone away, her face flushing as the atmosphere in the car becomes thick with unspoken tension. They drive on in a heavy, awkward, leaving Zhou Yi behind to let out a smug little chuckle. As they reach the grand entrance, Rowan pauses and turns to him. "Hang on, we are newlyweds," she reminds him firmly. "At the very least, we should put on a united front even if deep down there's no true respect." They step inside together, looking every bit the perfect couple. But the warm welcome ends instantly when a teacup comes flying through the air. Zhou Yi reacts in a flash, pulling Rowan behind him as the cup smashes against his chest. The porcelain shatters at their feet, and Zhou Yi stands there, his expensive shirt soaked in tea. Rowan looks up at him, worried he might be burned, but he just reaches down and takes her hand, whispering, "Hold on tight." "You bastard," Grandpa Joe bellows from the sofa. "What else can you do besides fooling around all day long?" The old man is shaking with rage, listing off all the rumors about Zhou Yi's supposed affairs with fashion models and starlets. Zhou Yi just casually unbuttons his collar, asking, "How come I can't put your mind at ease?" Grandpa sighs, his anger softening slightly as he tells Zhou Yi to come closer so he can check the injury. He warns him that he's not a child anymore and needs to show some maturity. Grandpa Joe looks at the two of them, his gaze lingering on Rowan. "Today's affairs were handled pretty well," Grandpa admits, and Rowan gives him a respectful smile. "Thank you, Grandpa," she replies softly. But then the old man drops a bombshell. "Ying, you and Zhou Yi aren't young anymore. You shouldn't be so consumed by work. Strive to have a great grandson next year." Rowan freezes, her polite smile turning a bit strained as she forces out an "okay." She quickly excuses herself to the kitchen, feeling Grandpa's eyes on her back as she leaves. Once she's gone, Grandpa turns his interrogation on his grandson. "Tell me, how do you really feel about Ying?" He warns Zhou Yi that if he isn't into her, he should just pay her off and let her go peacefully. Zhou Yi pops a grape into his mouth and deflects with a smirk. "Grandfather, do you like boys or girls?" Grandpa is momentarily stunned, but then a look of pure joy crosses his face as he realizes Zhou Yi is actually considering the idea. "Have you figured it out? Now you want to have a baby with Ying?" Zhou Yi just leans back on the sofa, a mysterious glint in his eyes. "Have a baby?" he muses, keeping his true thoughts to himself. "But don't let the apron fool you. This house is a battlefield, and the air is thick with the kind of tension you could cut with a butter knife." Everyone is gathered for a family dinner that looks fancy on the surface, but it's basically a Shark Tank in designer suits. The stepmother is busy playing the doting parent, leaning over to Zhou Yi with a plastic smile, telling him, "You should eat more." Of course, the youngest daughter, Zhou Qi, can't help but stir the pot, pouting as she complains, "Mom, you always favor second brother." The stepmother doesn't miss a beat, putting on a performance that would win an Oscar, claiming, "I don't favor your second brother. My love for you all is so strong that every part of me aches." Yeah, right, the only thing aching is our ears from that total lie. Zhou Yi just keeps eating, completely unbothered by the fake sentiment dripping off his stepmother. Sitting at the head of the table is the big boss himself, Zhou Hyun, Zhou Yi's father. He's got 3 kids, the eldest Zhou Yan, our boy Zhou Yi, and the bratty Zhou Qi. Here's the juicy tea, though. Zhou Yan and Zhou Qi are the children of the current wife, but Zhou Yi, he's the son of Hyun's first love and childhood sweetheart. In a family where there's only one successor to the massive Zhou group, you already know Zhou Yi has a giant target on his back. Suddenly, Zhou Yi does the unthinkable. He reaches out and drops some vegetables right into Rowan's bowl. Our girl is absolutely floored, staring at her food like it's a ticking time bomb. He just gives her this look and says, "You love to eat this," marking his territory in front of the whole family. Zhou Qi, being the entitled princess she is, barks at Rowan, "Jiang Ying, can you cut an orange for me in a bit?" Rowan keeps her cool, simply replying, "Sure." Zhou Yi stands up to take a business call, his presence still looming over the room. As he walks away, he glances back and the silence is deafening. Zhou Qi looks like she just realized she stepped on a landmine. She starts sweating bullets, realizing she shouldn't be treating her brother's woman like a common servant in front of him. She immediately switches gears, grabbing Rowan's arm and shaking it while whining, "I made a mistake, please don't be mad at me, second sister-in-law." Rowan just gives her a graceful, "No problem," even though it's games, and shoves him away, shouting, "Then you can do it yourself." She storms off toward the stairs, leaving him standing there in the dark. But the second she's out of earshot, Zhou Yi's playful expression vanishes. He turns to the head maid, his voice dropping to a deadly chill as he orders, "Make sure second miss has less housework from now on." He leans in, making it very clear, "If she does it again, you pack up and leave." With the warning delivered, he heads back into the main hall. But he's blocked by a new player, the eldest son Zhou Yan, holding 2 glasses of wine. He smiles, but those eyes are anything but friendly as he greets his brother. "Now that you're married to Ying, take better care of her. She's very fragile inside," the brother lectures while they clink glasses. He's trying to play the protective sibling card, explaining away the night's drama as a simple misunderstanding, because his sister apparently just can't hold her liquor. Our guy takes a long, slow sip of his wine, looking entirely unimpressed by the excuses. To their faces, he's all smiles, thinking that everyone in this family seems perfectly nice as long as he doesn't think too much about their true motives. "Are you worried that I'll compete with you for the CEO position?" he asks, setting his glass down with a chilling, blunt calm. He pats his big brother on the shoulder with a friendly rest assured. But his internal monologue is a completely different story. "I will definitely steal it from you," he vows. Talk about a snake in the grass, he gives a sharp, icy smirk, and tells his brother to do him a favor and drop the fake tone already. The brother is absolutely fuming, his hand practically crushing his wine glass as he realizes the pleasantries are over. Meanwhile, Rowan is seen wandering through the manor, completely unaware of the corporate power struggle happening downstairs, as our main man brushes bathroom. He shifts his gaze toward the frosted glass, his eyes narrowing. Inside, our girl Rowan is having a minor crisis of her own. Oops, I completely forgot to bring a change of clothes, she realizes, standing amidst the steam. She wraps herself in a white towel, looking absolutely flustered as she tries to figure out her next move. She knocks softly on the glass door. "Zhou Yi, are you outside?" she calls out tentatively. Silence, not a single word comes from the other side of the room. "I forgot my clothes, can you get them for me?" she asks again, her voice echoing in the quiet suite. When she still doesn't get an answer, she slowly peeks her head out to check the coast. She sees him sitting in the chair with his eyes closed, looking like he's passed out for the night. Our girl Rowan bites her lip, wondering if she should risk a dash for the wardrobe. She decides to make a break for it, her slippers padding softly across the carpet. As she tries to sneak past his sleeping figure, she reaches the closet area and starts rustling through the racks. Finally grabbing a thin purple nightgown, her heart nearly stops. He isn't sleeping at all, he's sitting there with his chin in his hand, watching her every move with a predatory, amused gaze. He's clearly been enjoying the show this entire time, looking like the cat that got the cream because he absolutely got his way. A sudden bang echoes through the room as the shower door swings open. Rowan steps out looking like a literal goddess, only to find her husband awake and waiting. "Aren't you asleep?" she asks, catching him off guard. She isn't letting him off the hook either, demanding to know why he ignored her when she called out to him just moments ago. He just sits there with that smug, unbothered look on his face, playing completely dumb. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife as the night drags on. Suddenly, the silence is shattered by the obnoxious ringing of a phone. Zhou Yi picks it up while Rowan is lying right there next to him, which is a level of boldness I almost have to respect. On the other end of the line, a voice chirps, "Aya, let's hang out, miss me. Are you coming or not?" He doesn't even flinch, coolly explaining that he's stuck at the ancestral home tonight. Then comes the ultimate power move. He adds, "with my wife," with a smirk that says he knows exactly what he's doing. He hangs up with a dismissive tusk, leaving the person on the other end fuming. But the drama is just getting started because now it's Rowan's phone that starts screaming for attention. It's Guanlei, Zhou Yi's mistress, and she is absolutely losing her mind. She's convinced Rowan did this on purpose, dragging him to the ancestral home right on her birthday. "Get him out here right now," she screams, sounding like a total brat. Our girl stays perfectly calm, simply replying, "Sorry, I can't do it." Guanlei looks like she's about to explode from pure jealousy. Before Rowan can say another word, a hand reaches out and snatches the phone away. Zhou Yi takes over the call, his voice dropping an octave as he warns, "Jiang Ying, don't go too far, okay?" He tells her to stop making a fuss, even as she desperately reminds him that it's her special day. Rowan watches the whole exchange, her expression unreadable as she exits the room. She heads down to the kitchen, seeking a moment of peace and a glass of water. But she isn't alone for long. "Big brother," she says, turning to see the eldest son of the family standing there. He looks at her with a soft, almost pitying expression and asks why she's still awake. They stand there in the dim light of the kitchen, a stark contrast to the chaos upstairs. He seems genuinely concerned. His eyes doesn't seem convinced, leaning in to tell her that if she's been wronged in any way, she can always talk to him. She gives him a polite thank you and tells him to get some rest, ending the conversation before it gets too personal. As she leaves him standing there alone, she reflects on the weight of this marriage and the boundaries she needs to set. She thinks back to a certain drunken plot, her eyes narrowing as the pieces start to fall into place. The world might think she's just a pretty face caught in a bad spot, but she's not a fool. Returning to the bedroom, she finds Zhou Yi still glued to his phone, the atmosphere cold as ice. She climbs back into bed, ignoring his gaze. He turns to look at her, his expression unreadable in the shadows. Rowan closes her eyes, pretending to sleep while her mind races with her next move. A sleek black car pulls up to the massive, ornate gates of the Zhou estate. Inside, Rowan, or Director Jiang as she's known at the office, looks absolutely unbothered, her mind already on the workday ahead. As she drives through the entrance, she has no idea she's the main topic of the morning gossip mill. Back at the office, the staff is buzzing about how she stepped in to save President Zhou from a pack of hungry journalists at a hotel the day before. Who in their right mind would actually marry a guy like that? One girl whispers while another adds, "He's just a player passing through." Suddenly, the gossiping trio freezes in sheer terror as a shadow looms over them. It's our girl, looking like a total boss in her trench coat. "Please continue," she says with a chillingly calm expression. The girls are practically clutching their hearts, watching her walk away in silence. "Every time I see Director Jiang, I am very scared," one of them gasps. It turns out the Zhou family sponsors countless students, but Rowan is the only one who actually stayed to work for them, which makes her a total enigma to the rest of the staff. Safe in her office, Rowan dives into the stacks of paperwork for the Zhou Media annual meeting plan. She picks up the phone to call Director Ko, noting there are some serious issues that need addressing. Ko sounds incredibly nervous on the other end, stammering that he's currently in a meeting with the president himself. But before Rowan can suggest meeting later in the afternoon, a deep, arrogant voice cuts through the line. "Just tell her to come over," President Zhou Yi commands, sporting a smug little smirk. "Can I just pretend I didn't hear that?" She mutters to herself, but she knows there's no escaping the big boss. The summons is official. "Director Jiang, President Zhou told you to come over." Rowan sighs, gives a curt okay, and makes her way toward the planning director's office. When she walks in, she finds Director Ko hovering nervously while Zhou Yi lounges on the sofa like he owns the place, which, to be fair, he does. After a polite knock, Rowan and director Ko exchange stiff, professional greetings. Zhou Yi just watches her with those sharp, calculating eyes, looking way too handsome for his own good. He casually puts out his cigarette. As Rowan steps forward to present the annual meeting plan. Just go about your business, ignore me, Zhou Yi says, leaning back with a bored expression. Rowan doesn't hesitate, slamming the folder down on the desk to get things moving. She turns her attention back to director Ko, while the president watches the interaction like it's his personal entertainment. Zhou Yi's gaze is heavy and intense, causing poor director Ko to let out a very awkward, sweaty laugh. Rowan leans over the desk, pointing out the errors with a sharp focus. She's so concentrated on the work that she doesn't notice Zhou Yi staring intently at her every move. Ko tries to push back, claiming it's a bit difficult to change the plan now. He's sweating bullets, knowing he can't look weak in front of the president. But Rowan isn't backing down. Don't just try, you must change them, she demands, her voice full of authority. The room goes silent as Ko realizes he's trapped between a rock and a hard place. He tries to explain that the parts she wants to change were specifically requested by Ms. Guan Lei, the event's VIP. Rowan doesn't care about titles. If Ms. Guan has a problem with that, replace her with someone else, she declares. Ko looks like he's about to have a heart attack. Everyone knows the rumors that Guan Lei is Zhou Yi's girlfriend and the future owner of Zhou Media. This is not an easy feast, Ko whimpers internally. Zhou Yi finally chimes in, his voice low and dangerous. Who do you plan to replace Guan Lei with? He asks. The tension between him and Rowan is thick enough to cut with a knife. Ko tries one last time to save his skin, insisting that Guan Lei is the most suitable guest for the meeting. Rowan just gives him a blank look. If she doesn't comply, she's not suitable, she retorts. Ko covers his mouth in panic, certain he's about to witness a bloodbath. But then the unthinkable happens. Zhou Yi speaks up and he's not angry. Director Ko, do as Director Jiang said, he commands. Rowan and Ko both freeze, their eyes wide with total shock. Rowan finishes up her meeting with a polite, President Zhou, if there's nothing else, I'll go first. Our cold-hearted male lead, President Zhou, doesn't even look up, giving her a dismissive, okay. As soon as she leaves, his assistant is practically vibrating with anxiety, wiping sweat from his forehead as he asks, President Zhou, what about the Ms. Guan Lei situation? Zhou Yi just takes a slow drag of his cigarette, looking utterly bored as he retorts, why are you asking me? Isn't it your planning department's job? The poor assistant is absolutely stunned by the lack of direction. Meanwhile, over at the public relations department, a phone starts buzzing with a call from Zhu Xian. Our girl Rowan picks up, and when asked where she is, she sighs, I'm at work, what's up? On the other end of the line, her bestie Zhu Xian is lounging in her bare pajamas, dropping some major tea. I heard your man caused another scandal. Zhu Xian, being the supportive friend she is, jokes that the frequency of his scandals is like southern crops, 3 harvests a year with no break. Rowan checks the news, but the headlines are surprisingly quiet, noting that there seems to be no scandal from Zhou Media today. She decides to change the topic, asking if Zhu Xian is back from her business trip. Zhu Xian groans about her jet lag, but insists she has to work hard to grow her small company, worrying aloud, what if I get fired? Rowan, never missing a chance for a little snark, deadpans, being unemployed may suit you, which naturally gets a JIANGYING, screamed back at her. Our heroine softens up, calling her a tycoon just accumulating experience. And Zhu Xian immediately perks up, asking, you want to hang out tonight? Rowan agrees, asking where the party is at. Cut to the nighttime vibes at DK Bar, where the drinks are flowing and the tab is being covered. A sleek black car pulls up to the curb, with Rowan sitting calmly inside. Suddenly crash. Our girl is startled as another car slams right into hers. There's a sharp knock-knock on her window. And who should it be but the top idol herself, Guan Lei, looking like she stepped off a runway and straight into a fit of rage. Rowan stares her down, thinking, so this is how you want to play it. Guan Lei isn't here for an insurance exchange. She screams, how dare you replace me? Rowan steps out, cool as ice, and tells her, Ms. Guan, I know you hold grudges against me, but I don't get work and private life mixed up. Guan Lei's jaw drops as she shrieks, are you saying I'm mixing up work and life? Rowan's response is a simple, legendary, apparently. Guan Lei is literally trembling with fury when a man steps in to intervene. Rowan peeks out from behind his shoulder and realizes it's Kang Bei. He's an actor and Rowan's other bestie, and he's got zero patience for Guan Lei's drama. Guan Lei tries to belittle him, saying he's been in showbiz for 3 years and hasn't found a way up. Kang Bei just smirks, retorting, still better than you. President Zhou is already married and you're still shamelessly third-wheeling. Guan Lei is losing her mind, screaming, what did you say? Kang Bei just points a finger and tells her to watch her damn mouth, asking if she's going to try and crash his car next. He dares her to touch him, eager for everyone to see how the graceful Guan Lei is actually a jealous, violent hag. Realizing she's losing this battle, Guan Lei points a shaky finger and yells, just wait, this isn't over yet. Kang Bei isn't letting her off that easy, calling out, don't forget to transfer me 10,000 yuan for my broken car. As she runs off, calling him a crazy BCH. Rowan finally asks, how come you're here first, where's Zhu Xian? Kang Bei adjusts his shades, noting that Zhu Xian is always late. Rowan teases him, saying he's always foolish enough to be early. Kang Bei laughs it off, asking, does Zhou Yi know you're this rude? Our girl doesn't skip a beat. Why let him know? Is he even worthy? As the two besties head into the bar, a figure lurks in the shadows. It's President Zhou Yi himself, and he's heard every single word. He stands there, cigarette in hand, a dangerous smirk playing on his lips as he repeats her words to himself. Yi, are you worthy? Ha ha ha. Oh, someone is in big trouble. Yi, are you even worthy? A mysterious man scoffs with a chilling smirk. He looks like the definition of a high-tier villain as he mutters, "Of course, nobody is more worthy than I am." Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a noisy bar where the atmosphere is anything but calm. Rowan is currently lounging in a private booth with a friend, trying to enjoy a quiet drink. Suddenly, the door flies open with a loud bang. It's their friend Zhu Xian, looking like she's had the worst day in human history. She doesn't even say hello before grabbing a drink and chugging it down. What a shit day, traffic sucks today, she complains, slamming the glass down. Their friend in the sunglasses, Kang Bei, sighs and mentions that things are messy on their end too, especially after a run-in with a woman named Guan Lei. Zhu Xian perks up immediately, asking Zhou Yi's old girlfriend. Kang Bei laughs sarcastically, wondering who else would have such a hideous name. Zhu Xian turns to our girl Rowan, worried that this woman is causing her problems. Rowan doesn't even flinch, casually drinking straight from a wine bottle like a total boss. Isn't she always trouble? She asks, her voice dripping with cool indifference. Zhu Xian, however, doesn't have Rowan's patience. She stands up, clutching a bottle like a weapon, and starts heading for the exit. "I'm going to beat Guan Lei to death," she screams, her face red with fury. She rants about how they can't let that woman mess with their dignity without hitting back. Kang Bei has to physically restrain her, begging her to just sit down and calm her nerves. Rowan just watches the chaos with an amused expression, telling Kang Bei to just let her go. The sudden lack of resistance catches Zhu Xian off guard. Rowan points out that Guan Lei only has 4 bodyguards, and since Zhu Xian took those martial arts classes, she should be fine. Kang Bei isn't so sure, mocking Zhu Xian's 3-legged cat martial arts moves. Realizing she's being called on her bluff, Zhu Xian meekly sits back down. "Not going anymore?" Rowan asks with a playful glint in her eyes. Zhu Xian tries to save face, claiming she's just giving it time to cool down because revenge is a dish best served cold. Kang Bei can't help but smirk at her sudden change of heart. As they joke about her unimaginable powers, the vibe is interrupted by the loud ringing of a phone. Rowan looks down to see a call coming in from the company. Her friends tell her to go ahead and take it, sensing the shift in her energy. Rowan, or should we say Director Jiang, steps into the hall to handle business. Her assistant informs her that a male artist under their media branch has caused a massive scandal. Apparently, his ex-girlfriend leaked private texts exposing him as a PUA who manipulates women. The artist is panicking and wants to post an immediate announcement to sue the girl. Rowan, ever the professional, shuts that idea down instantly. "Tell him not to do anything. Wait until tomorrow to handle it," she commands. She explains that PUA is a sensitive topic right now and the public will automatically flock to the woman's side regardless of the facts. She knows that instead of adding fuel to the fire, they need to wait for the initial rage to cool down first. The assistant agrees to follow her lead, knowing Rowan's instincts are never wrong. As she hangs up, Rowan prepares to head back to her friends. But before she can take 2 steps, a waiter comes sprinting down the hall toward her. "Excuse me, are you Ms. Jiang?" he asks breathlessly, and Rowan turns around, wondering what new drama is about to land in her lap. The situation is already going south as our girl gets word that her bestie has started a total brawl in President Zhou's suite. Our poor heroine rushes over only to find Zhu Xian absolutely losing it on some redhead, screaming about how she was successful while the other girl was still a nobody. Zhu Xian isn't holding back, calling the woman a shameless bitch for hiding behind someone else's husband in public. Of course, the husband in question is Zhou Yi, who's just standing there like a stone wall while the redhead clings to his arm. Zhu Xian is practically foaming at the mouth, and it takes everything for the guys there to hold her back. Our girl's bestie is literally seeing red. Zhou Yi finally speaks up, looking at Rowan and asking, "Ying Ying, is this your friend?" Rowan can only sigh and give a deadpan yes. The redhead doesn't miss a beat to throw shade, snarking that birds of a feather really do flock together. Rowan just stares her down with a look that says she's way too tired for this drama. Redhead keeps playing the victim, leaning into Zhou Yi and agreeing with his judgment. She's looking smug as heck, clearly thinking she's won this round. Zhou Yi just lets out a dark smirk, enjoying the chaos way too much. Zhu Xian is still fuming because, let's be real, she's defending Rowan's honor against the legal husband's side piece. Everyone is left wondering who Rowan is actually closer to in this mess. Finally, the guy in the sunglasses drags Zhu Xian away before she can catch a lawsuit. Rowan knows she has to clean up the mess, so she grabs a massive bottle of wine and tells the room, "I'm sorry for today. My friend got drunk and ruined your party." She looks at Zhou Yi and asks if she can make up for it on her friend's behalf. Without waiting for an answer, our girl starts chugging the entire bottle right there in front of everyone. She's drinking like her life depends on it, determined to end this confrontation on her own terms. Zhou Yi watches her with an intense, unreadable gaze. She finally pulls the bottle away, wipes her mouth, and gives one last sorry again before turning to leave. Zhou Yi just sits back on the couch, nursing his own drink while watching her walk away. One of his buddies asks if he's going to follow her, but he just scoffs, for what? His friend just laughs awkwardly and tells him, just don't regret it. A few minutes later, Rowan's name pops up on his phone. He picks up immediately asking, are you still in there? He suddenly stands up and tells the group he's leaving. When the voice on the other end asks if he wants to see her, he gets a yes that leaves him genuinely stunned. A smug grin spreads across his face. Our girl tells him to meet her at the Narcissus Palace in 30 minutes. Zhou Yi is out the door faster than you can say. Toxic relationship. He tells the redhead and his friends that he's going home because wifey wants me, leaving the redhead looking absolutely livid. She's left standing in the bar, completely abandoned. Meanwhile, Rowan arrives at the suite and punches in the door code. She walks into the dark room and reaches for the light switch. But before she can even blink, a hand grabs her wrist and slams her against the wall. It's Zhou Yi, and he's got her pinned in a total power move. Why the rush to see me? He whispers. You don't want me to cause your friend any trouble, do you? Rowan takes a deep breath, knowing he's exactly right. She's grown up with this man and knows his resentful personality all too well. She's terrified that if he's in a bad mood, he'll take it out on Zhu Xian. She tries to plead with him, saying Zhu Xian didn't mean any harm. Zhou Yi just leans in closer, breathing a soft huh against her skin. Rowan is hating how uncomfortable this position is, but she tries to explain that the whole day started with Guan Lei crashing into her car. Zhou Yi doesn't seem to care about the car at all as he stares at her with those heavy eyes. He pulls her even tighter against him. Our girl tries to struggle, but he's not letting her go anywhere. He pins her arms above her head, leaning down toward her neck. Call me Ah Ye, he demands, his voice dropping an octave. He can smell the alcohol on her breath and notes that she's definitely had a lot to drink. He looks at her with a mix of hunger and possessiveness. But the romantic atmosphere is immediately shattered when his phone rings, and he coldly demands the person on the other end to just speak. He doesn't even look at our girl as he lights up a cigarette, telling the caller to turn on the lights. Rowan takes a shaky breath, letting out a massive sigh of relief that he's finally moved away. She quickly moves to the wall, hitting the switch to flood the room with light while he stays glued to his business call. Honestly, the disrespect is real, but Rowan is just happy for the space as he stands there, looking like a dark, brooding model while puffing away. Our girl is exhausted, her face a mask of weariness as she watches him dominate the room. He smirks into the phone, asking the person on the line if they really want to discuss business with him at this hour. As they finally settle onto the couch, Rowan's phone starts blowing up with texts from her friends, Zhu Xian and Kang Bei, who are terrified that she's stuck at home with the famously crazy Zhou Yi. The man in question notices her distraction and looms over the back of her chair like a predator. Give you a hard time? He asks, his eyes scanning her screen with a terrifying level of confidence. He gets right into her personal bubble, whispering, wanna try? I guarantee I can please you. Rowan doesn't even blink, looking him dead in the eye with a flat, no, I don't. He seems genuinely amused by her rejection, leaning his head on his hand and asking how she'll know if she's interested if she doesn't try. But Rowan has the ultimate comeback ready to go. You've got poor skills, I still remember. The air in the room instantly turns sub-zero as his smirk vanishes. He stares at her, his voice dropping an octave as he notes that even after 3 months, he remembers the incident perfectly too. Rowan decides that silence is her best weapon right now, choosing to stay quiet rather than provoke the beast further. He breaks the stalemate with a command, telling her to go make him a bowl of noodles since the ingredients are in the fridge. Our girl doesn't argue, heading into the kitchen to start prepping while he watches her every move from the living room. While she's washing vegetables, he casually asks if she wants to talk about her friend Zhu Xian. He tells her not to worry, saying that no matter what, she is his wife and he'll give her that little bit of dignity. Rowan lets out another phew, relieved that a full-blown argument was avoided for now. A few minutes later, she serves up a perfectly glistening bowl of noodles. He looks at the single serving and asks, just one bowl? To which she dryly replies that there's plenty more in the pot. He's not eating alone though, ordering her to go get her own bowl and sit down with him. They sit across from each other in an awkward domestic silence. Suddenly, he drops a tactical nuke on the conversation. Are you still interested in Zhou Yan? Rowan immediately starts choking on her noodles, coughing violently as the question hits her like a freight train. He just watches her with a smug grin, asking why she's having such a strong reaction if it's not true. She denies it, of course, and asks what she ever did to annoy him so much. He lets out a dark laugh, telling her she really gets him, but she's not done. Give me 3 years, she says, her voice steady. She explains that her contract with Zhou Media lasts 3 more years, and after that, she wants a clean divorce without taking a single penny from him. He looks at her like she's lost her mind, asking if she really thinks that's a good deal for her. He's insulted, complaining that she has their entire marriage and divorce planned out back to back, leaving him wondering what he's actually getting out of the arrangement. Rowan rubs her temples, asking what else he could possibly have in mind. He stands up, his shadow falling over her as she tenses up, sensing the danger. He suddenly pins her against the table, his face inches from hers as he growls, Ying Yang, are you mistaking me for Zhou Yan? He's absolutely seething, accusing her of wanting an affair with his fake brother right under his nose. He flashes a smug, dangerous smile that says he's been 5 steps ahead of her from the start. Take it easy, he mocks, you don't have the guts for this. He even has the audacity to patronizingly pat her head like she's a misbehaving kitten. Rowan finally finds her voice, trembling as she asks exactly when he found out. His answer is enough to make her blood run cold. From the moment you crawled into my bed. Our heroine is reeling, realizing her flawless act was actually full of holes. Zhou Yi just casually lights a cigarette, looking completely unbothered while Rowan sits there in a state of pure shock. He tells her to relax because, surprisingly, he isn't actually interested in his family's shady business dealings. Rowan is skeptical. Why would he just let her walk away if she's planning to do something harmful to the Zhous? He just shrugs with total indifference, asking what his family's downfall has to do with him. It's a complete 180 from the refined young man she first met. Now, he's radiating a cold detachment that makes him feel like a total stranger. He looms over her again, his presence suffocating. Ying, I missed that night very much, he murmurs, his voice dripping with a fake honeyed sweetness. Then comes the real trap. He offers to keep her secrets, but only if she stays with him for another night. Rowan looks at him with pure disgust, thinking about how fake he is. You want to sleep with me? She scoffs, seeing right through his husband and wife relationship nonsense. She tells him to go ahead and tell his grandpa her secrets, betting that the old man won't even believe him. He just smirks, reminding her that he's very sharp. Fed up with the mind games, she pushes him away, reminding him that he promised not to pursue a certain matter involving Jushian. Rowan finally makes her escape, calling out his name one last time as she heads for the door. Zhou Yi just watches her leave, a mysterious question mark hanging over his head. As she speeds away in her car, Rowan's mind is a total mess. She's been so secretive, yet he knew everything. She can't figure out where she went wrong. She realizes that if she doesn't slow her investigation down, she's going to end up digging her own grave. Checking her phone with a grim expression, she sends out a voice message to her team, ordering them to stop the Zhou family investigation immediately. The next morning, Rowan is trying to sleep off the stress while she heads to the company. The city is already buzzing as she arrives at the office. Her staff is waiting for her in the lobby, desperate for a solution to the PR nightmare. Rowan's eyes flash with a sharp, calculating light as she decides it's time to divert the heat to a different target. To save her artist, she leaks a juicy bit of gossip. CEO Zhou had a secret meeting with a famous actress at a bar last night. Divert the heat, Kai Yuan asks, looking totally lost. Our girl Rowan doesn't even blink, telling him that with all the rumors already flying around President Zhou, one more won't hurt. Kai Yuan is relieved, but his manager reminds him he's caused director Jiang a lot of trouble. In this company, everyone knows that if Rowan says it's okay, you're safe. But the internet is currently losing its mind over a midnight date between Zhou Yi and a starlet. To make things messier, a passionate kiss photo of Kai Yuan is being used to spin a story about his faithfulness. Kai is blushing like a total tomato while scrolling through the comments. You better apologize to her, his manager warns, patting him on the shoulder. But Kai is busy asking the real questions. Does director Jiang have a boyfriend? His manager can only stare in disbelief at the kid's sudden crush. Meanwhile, the man of the hour, Zhou Yi, is staring at his tablet with a blank expression. He sees the headlines about his supposed date with actress Guan Lei. His assistant whispers that Rowan stepped in to shield the intern from the media circus. Zhou Yi lets out a dark smirk. Is she using me to save him? He muses, leaning back. His assistant is practically crying for him, thinking Rowan is tarnishing her own man for some random kid. But Zhou Yi doesn't look like a victim, he looks like he's enjoying the game. When a manager panics about Guan Lei being cut from the party guest list, Zhou Yi doesn't lift a finger. He just tells him to go deal with Rowan himself. The assistant is convinced this is some sort of personal revenge plot. Back in her office, Rowan is the definition of an ice-cold beauty. The manager tries to butter her up and praises her work ethic, but she shuts him down instantly. When you leave, remember to close the door for me, she says without even looking up. Her assistant, Zhou Kaio, is fuming that Rowan is taking on someone else's responsibility. But our girl is already planning her next move, finding a mysterious Mr. Lee. She orders Zhou Kaio to book a ticket to City immediately. Zhou Kaio groans about the trouble, but Rowan just sighs. There are matters we can do nothing about except deal with them. Cut to the airport. Zhou Yi is leaning back, looking dangerously handsome while smoking. His assistant rushes over with a Weibo post from Guan Lei confessing her secret love. Should I have them remove it before director Jiang sees? He asks, sweating buckets. Rowan is already there, eyes glued to her tablet as she gets a report on Mr. Lee. Zhou Yi watches her from across the terminal, looking like a total stalker. Cruel woman, I'm not interested, he claims, though he can't look away. The assistant is still losing sleep over why they got married in the first place. He can't help but remember a certain day involving a shirtless boss and a very close encounter. Zhou Kaio spots the CEO's party. Director Jiang, look over there, she whispers. Rowan looks over, her expression unreadable. They head toward the VIP check-in, keeping their distance. Zhou Kaio is busy rambling about secluded hotels and suburb life. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife as the two of them walk right past each other without saying a single word. Our journey continues high above the clouds. On the plane, a staff member tries to cater to our girl's every whim, asking if she'd like to upgrade her seat. Rowan isn't interested in the special treatment, though. No need, thanks, she replies, keeping it professional. He doesn't give up that easily, offering her a blanket for the long flight. She finally relents with a simple, okay, thanks. But the peace doesn't last long because Zhou Kaio is ready to spill the tea. Manager Jiang, are Mr. Zhou and Guan Lei in a relationship? She whispers. She pulls up a phone screen showing Guan Lei's latest post. I love you, it's a secret that can't be told. Rowan stares at the screen, her expression unreadable. Tusk tusk, she scoffs, clearly unimpressed by the public display of secret affection. Once they touch down and the cars pull up, Zio Kaio spots the boss's crew. Should we go over and say hi? She asks eagerly. Rowan is in full avoidance mode though. Can't spot it, we're off, get a taxi to the hotel, she commands. Zio Kaio sees right through those lying eyes, knowing it's definitely not Zio Kaio, it's Mr. Zhou, looking way too handsome for Rowan's peace of mind. Not inviting me in to sit? He asks with a smirk. Rowan is momentarily stunned. Your assistant didn't come with you, did he? She asks, trying to regain her composure. He steps inside, declining a drink as he makes himself at home. He leans over, peering at her tablet. What are you looking at? He asks. Mr. Lee's documents, she replies, ever the professional. He's intrigued by her ambition to bring the legend back. It's a good idea, he admits, his voice dropping an octave. He asks if she's been bored lately. But Rowan shifts the topic to family politics. She's heard that Zhou Yan negotiated 2 major projects, making the old man very happy. Mr. Zhou leans back, his eyes searching hers. Are you worried that I won't be loved anymore? He teases. Rowan looks him dead in the eye. We're husband and wife, for better or for worse, we share the glory and the falls together. That answer earns her a genuine, lingering smile. But then he drops a bombshell. I purposely gave Zhou Yan those projects, he reveals, his tone chilling. He leans in close, their faces inches apart. Did you feel heartbroken when you heard that? No, she says firmly, not giving him the satisfaction. He isn't done poking the bear though. He asks her point blank why she likes Zhou Yan and Guan Lei. The tension in the room is electric as they stare each other down. Narrator commentary, our girl is just too blunt and honest for her own safety. She explains that she respects Zhou Yan. He scoffs, what else is there? Rowan sighs and thinks back to her college days when the family's financial support was non-existent. She reveals that back then, Zhou Yan used to secretly stuff money into her pockets to make sure she survived. Mr. Zhou lets out a heavy sigh. So that's why you like him. He looks at her with a complicated expression. What if the person who gave you the money wasn't him? Rowan doesn't even hesitate. Besides him, there will be no one in the Zhou family who would do such a thing. He looks down, a shadow crossing his face. It's also true, he mutters, leaving us wondering what secrets he's hiding behind that smug exterior as the night draws to a close. Our girl slams her tablet down with a frustrated thud, the weight of her current predicament finally sinking in. She's stuck on a couch with a man who seems to find her every move fascinating, and he wastes no time asking, why did you come to Ascot? He leans back with a smug yeah when she tries to claim it's just to visit a friend, but his eyes say he knows she's lying. Rowan stares at him, her mind racing with whether or not she should actually ask this playboy for help. But she knows the rules. Mixing business with personal drama is a recipe for disaster, so she keeps her guard up. I wasn't trying to get back at you with Lee, she clarifies, trying to maintain some shred of dignity. He offers a soft, almost believable, I know you're not like that, as he adjusts his shirt. But don't let that sweet face fool you, because he immediately follows it up with a threat. But I am, you mess with me and I'll get back at you. Suddenly, a sharp knock at the door sends Rowan into a total panic. She doesn't have time to explain a random man in her suite, so she points a finger and commands, bedroom, go. He's not going down without a fight though, whining, why can't I stay? As she literally shoves him into the shadows. She slams the door shut just as her heart threatens to leap out of her chest. Her assistant Nora chirps as she walks in, Miss Jiang, what shall we have for dinner? Completely oblivious to the secret guest. Rowan tries to play it cool, but her eyes go wide when she realizes the door didn't actually latch, and the man is standing right there on his phone. He's totally unbothered, telling whoever is on the line, all right, wait for me downstairs. Rowan's internal monologue is just a scream at this point, realizing she absolutely cannot trust this man. He just flashes her a charming, devious smile before leaving. Before he disappears, he brushes a strand of hair from her face and drops a bombshell. Emmett invited me for dinner tonight. She knows Emmett Lee plays golf in the afternoon, so she arrives early to get into position. Our heroine steps up to the tee and sends a ball flying with a perfect professional swing. The ball rolls across the green, heading straight for the objective. Nice shot, ma'am, a voice calls out and Rowan turns to see her target. It's Emmett Lee himself, looking every bit the distinguished gentleman. He's impressed, laughing as he says, you're better. Would you like to play a few rounds with this old man? This is exactly the opening Rowan needed, and she puts on her best innocent face. Please go easy on me, she chirps, hiding her killer instinct. After a grueling match, the results are in, it's a draw. Rowan takes a sip of water, trying to act disappointed. I've never cried since 7, that's not fair, Mr. Lee, she teases. But her victory lap is cut short by a familiar, annoying voice. You could have called me earlier to let me know there's a pretty face here, he drawls. He's standing there in a black shirt, rolling up his sleeves like he owns the place. Emmett is delighted by the chance encounter, but Rowan is fuming. The man looks at her with a smug, knowing gaze that makes her blood boil. She clenches her golf club so hard her knuckles turn white. She knows she has to stay professional, but this guy is testing every last nerve she has left. He leans in close, his breath hot against her ear as he whispers, focus. Then comes the bribe, beat me and I'll talk to Emmett for you. Rowan can't help but ask, really? He laughs, when have I ever lied to you? She just stares at him, her expression saying literally every time. He even has the audacity to bring up their time in bed, teasing her until she snaps, I'm leaving. But he doesn't let her go, stepping behind her to correct her form. It's been a while, but you never improved, he mocks. Rowan stiffens as he presses against her, knowing she can't cause a scene with Emmett watching. Predictably, with him distracting her, she misses the shot. You lost, he says simply. Rowan sighs, a bet's a bet, I guess. Real asks Lee, she wouldn't sabotage us, would she? Rowan and her assistant immediately turn away, Nora looking like she's about to have a heart attack. Rowan's face turns to ice as she watches her rival move in. She would, she says, her voice dripping with venom. She's really good at golf, just a hair below Rowan's level, someone whispers as the group strolls through the greenery. This immediately catches the attention of Miss Guan, the red-haired snake in the grass, who looks absolutely baffled by the comparison. With a venomous smirk, she leans in and sneers at our girl. You're really working hard to replace me, Miss Jiang. Rowan doesn't even flinch as she's introduced to the group as the sharp-witted PR manager of Zhou Media. Mr. Lee, a seasoned big shot in the industry, turns to the male led with a raised brow, asking, you don't recognize your own employee. Our leading man just gives a cool, nonchalant nope while adjusting his cuffs. Rowan isn't here for the petty drama, though. She simply hands a bag to her assistant, keeping her eyes on the prize. She steps up to Mr. Lee with professional grace, introducing herself as Yvonne Jiang and extending an invitation to the media's upcoming annual bash. Mr. Lee looks at her hand but doesn't take the bait just yet, his expression unreadable. He brushes her off with a tired sigh, claiming, I'm too old for that, get someone younger. As the group walks away, the assistant nervously asks, what should we do, Miss Jiang? Rowan's gaze hardens with pure determination as she commands, follow him. She knows this isn't going to be easy, telling her assistant that she can head back to the hotel if the pressure of the hustle is too much. Night falls over the city, and the snow begins to pile up outside a luxury building where the elite are gathering. Inside, the big shots are warm and fed, while Rowan stands out in the freezing cold, her dedication leaving even her rivals impressed by her grit. Mr. Lee, watching the scene from the window, asks the male late again if he really doesn't know her. Rowan is shivering, her cheeks flushed from the biting wind as she refuses to move an inch. The male lead watches her from the warmth of the restaurant, his eyes flickering with a complex hidden emotion. Her assistant is finally losing it, complaining that they've been freezing for over 2 hours while the VIPs take their sweet time with dessert. Suddenly, Rowan reaches out and wraps a scarf around her assistant, who can only stare in shock at the gesture. We're the ones with a request, Rowan explains calmly despite the cold. It's normal for them to raise the cost. Just then, a server appears from the restaurant with a tray of steaming ginger soup. Rowan is genuinely confused, asking from who, only to be told it's from the gentleman over there. Thinking she's finally cracked Mr. Lee's tough exterior, she smiles and tells her assistant that where there's a will, there's a way. As Mr. Lee finally exits the building, Rowan is right there waiting to intercept him. Thank you for the soup, Mr. Lee, she says with a bright, respectful smile. He chuckles, admitting he couldn't just stand by and watch a couple of ladies freeze to death while he watched. He apologizes for being intrusive earlier but asks for her name again, clearly won over by her persistence. Rowan confirms her identity, standing her ground with confidence. Mr. Lee admits she's a rare find, someone who can actually handle criticism without throwing a fit, much to Miss Guan's visible annoyance in the background. Miss Guan looks like she's about to explode from the sheer audacity of Rowan's success. Later, inside the car, the real truth comes out as Mr. Lee nudges the male lad, whispering, you gave them the soup, didn't you? The man remains silent, looking out at the city lights with a stoic, handsome face. Mr. Lee gives him a playful smack, warning him that the lady is a tough nut to crack and he might just choke trying to win her over. The male lead simply replies, I already had a taste, leaving Mr. Lee absolutely stunned. In a hilarious chibai moment, Mr. Lee mocks him, saying his approach is superficial and it's obvious Rowan isn't even into him. That's why you have no friends in showbiz, he teases relentlessly. He doubles down on the burn, yelling that none of the man's ladies actually liked him for his personality. The male lead finally snaps back, no longer friends are we. Mr. Lee doesn't care, shouting, so be it, who would want to be friends with you, as he storms off. The driver breaks the tension, asking for their next stop, and the male lead coldly orders him to take Miss Guan straight to the airport. Miss Guan is trembling with rage and shock, realizing she's being discarded like trash. He turns to her with a chilling, predatory smile, asking if she really enjoys trailing after a married man. She screams that she's not leaving and begs him to divorce his wife, but he shuts her down with a final, crushing no. Inside the luxury suite, things are just as chilly as Rowan's assistant shivers under the covers, complaining that they've definitely both caught a nasty cold. Rowan is huddled in her own blanket fortress, desperately nursing a glass of warm water. Our poor heroine lets out a massive sneeze, looking like a miserable red-nosed chibai. Her friend notes that Rowan actually seems approachable for once, since everyone else at the company thinks she's an untouchable ice queen, but Rowan reveals the truth. She just has crippling social anxiety. Suddenly, a sharp knock at the door makes them both jump, and the assistant assumes the ginger soup she ordered has finally arrived. She flings the door open with a smile, only to have her jaw hit the floor. Standing there in all his brooding, high-fashion glory is the one and only Mr. Zhou. The assistant can barely breathe, let alone speak, as she stammers out his name in pure terror. He doesn't even look at her, immediately demanding to know where Vaughn is. Trembling, the assistant points a finger toward the living room, confirming our girl is right inside. Rowan looks up, her eyes wide with shock as the man she's been avoiding walks right into her sanctuary. He doesn't say hello, he just walks up and places places a hand on her forehead to check her fever, asking if she's managed to eat dinner yet. Rowan isn't in the mood for his brand of care and dodges his touch, claiming she isn't hungry, but he coolly informs her that his man Zachary is bringing food anyway. Then he drops the ultimate bombshell. He's staying the night because he supposedly doesn't have a room. Rowan is so shocked she nearly drowns on her own water, letting out a series of violent coughs. In the background, the assistant's brain has officially short-circuited as she realizes the CEO is basically moving in. Rowan tries to be the voice of reason, offering to book him another room, but he shuts her down with a single, icy stare, declaring that he's staying right here. The silence that follows is so thick you could cut it with a knife as they engage in a high-stakes stare-down. Realizing she's a third wheel to a literal explosion, the assistant decides to dash for the exit, eager to go gossip about this sensational development. Now that they're finally alone, Rowan turns to him, her voice trembling as she asks what he really wants. Mr. Zhou doesn't answer with words. Instead, he starts unbuttoning his heavy coat with agonizing slowness. He tosses the garment onto the sofa like he owns the place. He settles in, fixing her with a gaze that could melt the polar ice caps, and asks if they can finally talk about this. Rowan tries to keep her distance, but his eyes are locked onto her like a predator. With a sudden firm pull, he catches her off guard. Before she can even gasp, he's hauled her right onto his lap, whispering a smug sure when she tries to resist. Rowan's inner investigator kicks in, and she asks if he's only doing this to stop her from hurting his family. He doesn't back off. Instead, his hand wanders to her waist as he asks why she'd even say something so ridiculous. She reminds him that he's been stalking her ever since he caught her digging into his family's dirty laundry. He lets out a soft leaning in to tell her that whatever she plans to do to them is absolutely none of his business. Rowan is completely floored, stammering out a "then you're," as she tries to find a reason for his behavior. That's when he says the line that probably broke the internet, "I just want to sleep with you, babe." He pulls her into a crushing embrace, his intentions finally laid bare. As Rowan looks at him with pure wariness, he doesn't blink, repeating that he wants to sleep with her. "Are you crazy?" she demands, her heart hammering against her ribs. He gives her a devastatingly handsome smile and asks, "Shall we go crazy together?" Looking back on that night, Rowan has to admit to herself that he didn't actually hurt her. In fact, as his hands began to slide over her, she found the whole thing surprisingly enjoyable. She clutches his shirt, her voice a mere whisper as she tells him she doesn't want things to get complicated. He promises her it won't, his touch becoming a lot more fondle-y as he draws her closer. Our girl Rowan is shocked to find the assistant standing at her door. They've brought enough ginger soup and takeout to feed a small army. Ever the gracious hostess, Rowan invites them in, though they seem a bit hesitant about the boss's reaction. As they set the table with a mouth-watering spread, the assistant nervously announces that dinner is ready. But Mr. Zhou isn't exactly feeling the group dinner vibe, shooting them a look that says, "Are you really that hungry right now?" Poor Zachary is sweating bullets, silently screaming, "Miss Jiang, help," as he tries to survive the boss's death stare. They all sit down for the world's most uncomfortable family-style meal. Rowan tries to keep things moving by sliding a bowl over, but Mr. Zhou simply tells the assistant to go grab another one. The silence is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Suddenly, our poor heroine starts coughing up a storm. Mr. Zhou immediately goes into protector mode, asking if she has cold medicine, and while she tries to brush it off, he insists Zachary goes to get some. Rowan is worried she'll pass her germs to him and suggests he get a separate room. But please, this man is built different. "It's fine, I'm in peak form," he declares with total confidence. Sensing the romantic tension is about to explode, the assistants decide it's high time to make like a tree and leave before they sabotage the boss's big move. Once the coast is clear, Mr. Zhou finds Rowan in her robe and asks if she's finally taking that bath. Just then, a knock at the door ruins the moment. It's Zachary, finally back with the medicine and looking absolutely sparkling. But as he looks at his boss, his eyes go wide. "Do you need band-aids for your neck, sir?" he asks, trying to be helpful while clearly dying of embarrassment. Mr. Zhou just touches the marks Rowan left behind with a smug, victorious grin. "Nope," he replies, completely unbothered. Rowan is back at her place, trying to reclaim some sanity after a chaotic night. She's fresh out of the shower, but as she dries her hair, she can't ignore the glaring evidence of her extracurricular activities. Bright red hickeys are painted all over her neck. Suddenly, her assistant bursts into the room like a human tornado. "Miss Jiang, Mr. Li accepted our invitation," she squeals, her face practically glowing with excitement. Rowan tries to keep a straight face, asking when, only to find out Zachary called just moments ago. The workday doesn't wait for scandals, so they head out immediately. On the commute, the assistant is staring a hole into Rowan's collar. "How intense was last night? Are you and Mr. Zhou finally in a relationship?" she probes, her eyes wide with curiosity. Rowan doesn't even blink as she delivers a cold, hard truth. "Nope." The assistant, confused, asks if this is some kind of casting couch arrangement, but Rowan shuts that down even faster. "Nope, I only desire his body," she says casually. Our heroine is a total savage, leaving her poor assistant's soul basically exiting her body in shock. They arrive at the Zhou Media headquarters where the real work begins. Rowan heads straight for the water cooler, needing a cold drink to deal with the impending headache of her job. She looks like a total boss in her black outfit, but her mind is strictly on business. Her staff informs her that 3 of their top talents signed up for a reality dating show, But the producers are throwing a curveball by bringing in amateurs to boost the ratings. Amateurs, Rowan repeats, her eyes narrowing as she processes the risk. She knows that if things get heated between pros and civilians, it could turn into a public relations nightmare. You can go now, I'll come up with something, she tells her team, dismissing them so she can think. She instructs her assistant to find 2 fresh faces, one male and one female, who have never had any public exposure to fill those slots. Just as she's settling into her desk, her phone buzzes. It's a text from the man of the hour, Emmett Joe, saying, "Let's have dinner." Rowan doesn't even hesitate. With one swift motion, she swipes and hits delete. Her assistant is absolutely horrified in the background, screaming she deleted it. Rowan slams the phone down, trying to ignore the bang in her chest. She knows Emmett is out there somewhere, likely sporting the same marks she is. She momentarily loses herself in the memory of his touch, her face flushing a deep crimson. But her peace is short-lived when she sees the latest gossip from Big Pup Entertainment. The hashtag Rowan Zhou dating is already trending, and everyone is talking about the hickeys spotted on the CEO's neck. Determined to face the music, she heads to the Greenland Club that evening while the snow falls softly outside. Rowan walks into the exclusive venue, looking every bit the high-powered executive. She stops in her tracks when she spots her target. Emmett is already there, looking smug and handsome while chatting with an older business associate. "Nice to see you again, Miss Jiang," the older man says, welcoming her to the table. The mood is surprisingly light as the men start joking about ping pong. Emmett leans back, a playful glint in his eyes as he warns the other man to take it easy, or Rowan might just make him cry with her skills. He looks at her with a look that says he knows exactly why she deleted that text. "Go on, take a seat. Why are you standing?" he asks, his voice dripping with smooth confidence. The waiter brings the menus, and the associate tells Rowan to pick whatever she likes. But Emmett doesn't even need to look at his menu to take charge. "I'll have these, and remember no cilantro," he orders firmly. He looks back at Rowan, looking like the cat that got the canary. Rowan is internally reeling. She can't believe he remembered that cilantro gives her hives. The spread of food arrives, looking absolutely mouth-watering. Rowan starts to eat, trying to keep her composure. She's trying to be professional, but she's clearly feeling the heat. She looks up, stunned by the intensity of his gaze. Emmett catches her staring and lets out a low, teasing chuckle. "Go on, eat, or would you feel full just staring at me?" he asks. The older man, Mr. Lee, smiles warmly, noting how surprisingly well Rowan treats her subordinates. But the man across from them, the infamous Mr. Joe, can't help but drop a snarky comment, leaning back as he claims that the prettier someone is, the nicer he becomes. Rowan ignores the jab, gracefully using her chopsticks to place food on her plate. "This is good, it clears the lungs," she says, trying to keep the conversation light as the group digs into the meal. Our girl looks elegant as ever, but she's clearly just trying to get through this professional dinner without a scene. They clink glasses and a toast, and Rowan expresses her genuine gratitude, admitting, "I'm really grateful, Mr. Lee. I'd be writing my resignation letter right now if not for you." Mr. Lee laughs it off, assuring her that Mr. Joe wouldn't actually hurt her as she takes a long, cautious sip of water. When the topic of alcohol comes up, she quickly claims she doesn't drink, though the look on the men's faces is incredibly suspicious. Mr. Joe chimes in with a smirk, saying, "I only saw her drink once," and then he trails off with a knowing hess, causing our poor heroine to flush a deep crimson as she remembers whatever drunken disaster happened that night. Desperate for an escape from the embarrassment, she stands up and says, "Excuse me, I'm taking the check." But before she can make her getaway, the door bursts open to reveal a flashy redhead. It's Lee, a dramatic actress who seems shocked to find the group dining together. She gushes to Mr. Joe, explaining that her film set happened to be nearby and the production team is eating next door. Mr. Joe doesn't look the least bit impressed as he smokes, coldly telling her, "Don't keep them waiting." Lee looks stunned by his icy dismissal. He doubles down on the professional critique, advising her to delete her vague tweets for her own sake, leaving the actress pouting like a spoiled child. Rowan watches the awkward drama unfold, feeling totally uncomfortable being stuck in the middle of their tension. Lee finally takes the hint and heads back to her own party. Rowan seizes the chance to breathe, letting out a relieved phew and announcing that she's stepping out too. The door thuds shut behind her. Left alone with the boss, Mr. Lee admits, "To be frank, I've always thought you were into Lee." Mr. Joe just stares at his cigarette, asking with a bored expression, "Whoever said I am?" Rowan stands by the door, catching the tail end of their conversation. She maintains a calm, collected mask. Lee's assistant lingers for a moment, huffing in annoyance, before apologizing to Rowan and admitting that Lee always has a chip on her shoulder. Rowan confirms she's still handling the check, ready to end the night. Mr. Lee offers to drive her back to the hotel, but she politely declines, mentioning she has plans to meet a friend. "Huh, you have friends," Mr. Joe teases, prompting an offended "what?" from the assistant. Mr. Lee scoffs at the Playboy, calling his behavior abstinence compared to Mr. Joe's wild reputation. Rowan's expression remains unreadable as the men continue to bicker. She finally looks Mr. Lee in the eye and delivers a legendary burn. "Of course I'd marry you, Mr. Lee. no woman would willingly marry a playboy. Mr. Zhou can only puff on his cigarette, muttering, ganging up on me, huh? Mr. Li just beams, deciding then and there that he's going to find our fine lady a nice boyfriend to protect her from guys like Zhou. Rowan doesn't give a damn about the playboy's ego as she makes her final exit. The snowy night outside sets a cold mood, but the tension between these two is burning hot. As they stand by the car, he doesn't waste any time asking the golden question, your place or mine? Our girl tries to play it professional, reminding him she has a high-stakes meeting tomorrow. But he's got an answer for everything, smirking that her place is the better choice because it saves her travel time. Even when she flat out tells him she's not in the mood, he doesn't flinch. He leans in close, his voice a dangerous velvet as he whispers, then you don't have to move. Rowan is caught in her own head, staring at him with a mix of frustration and desire. She realizes she was completely sober when this all started, and rejecting him now would just come off as insincere. They hop in the back of the car, leaving the poor driver absolutely losing his mind in the front seat. The man is practically vibrating, wondering when did they hit it off, and they hit it so well. As they pull up to the destination, the driver asks what time he should return for Mr. Zhou. He casually replies 11 a.m. before dropping a total bombshell, and bring the Mrs. car over from the hotel. The driver is shook. He knows exactly who the Mrs. is. Yvonne Jiang. Rowan isn't exactly thrilled with the sudden title, giving him a major frown as they walk toward the entrance. Once they finally step inside the apartment, she tries to set some boundaries, pointing out that she doesn't exactly have a wardrobe full of men's clothes for him to change into. But let's be real, he's not there for a fashion show. He wraps his arms around her from behind, his voice low and possessive as he asks, you wouldn't have come if it wasn't for Emmett, would you? Rowan's heart is racing as she wonders if she's just another one-night stand to a man like him. She tries to catch her breath, telling him she needs a bath to clear her head. He just smirks, suggesting they go in together or even try out the hot tub. But he leans over her, purring into her ear, that's my phone, Vaughn. She looks at the screen and realizes it's Caleb Zhao on the line. Talk about a total social death moment. She bolts for the bathroom to hide her face while he stays in bed, cool as a cucumber. He takes the call like it's just another business meeting, even having the nerve to ask her to fetch him a drink while he's sitting there shirtless and unbothered. While she's getting ready, Rowan asks why Caleb was calling so early. Apparently, the man redid a proposal and wants it checked at the office. Rowan stands there in her red slip, hickeys on full display, wondering what his endgame is. Did you do that on purpose? She demands, looking at the marks. She doesn't see any benefit in the company finding out about their situationship. He argues that if they knew, other men would finally stay away from her. Our girl isn't backing down though. She hits him with the ultimate reality check, and what about you? She reminds him that he's the subject of a new scandal every other day, and she's the one who has to clean up the mess. He looks at her with those intense eyes, asking if she wants him to cut ties with everyone else for her. But Rowan has her pride. I'm not you, she says, crossing her arms. I won't meddle with my partner's affairs. Fast forward 1 month later, and we are at the glitzy Zhou Media annual bash. The crowd is absolutely losing it because the legendary Emmett Lee has finally graced them with his presence. Everyone is acting like they've seen a god, whispering, amazing, what an honor. Apparently, this man has turned down every single invite for years. But today he's actually here, though he plays it cool by saying he's not the one who deserves the credit. Just look at that smug, charming face. He knows exactly the kind of power he holds over this room, while the high society elites mingle under the massive chandeliers. Our girl Rowan, looking like an absolute queen in a backless black dress and pearls, is busy minding her own business with a glass of wine. It's a major media event, which usually means boring small talk with various bigwigs and company talents, and the ML is already looking majorly annoyed by the whole thing. He tries to make a break for it, but his assistant has to play gatekeeper, waving people off and telling them, sorry, but Mr. Zhou is busy. He stalks off toward the stairs, probably looking for a quiet place to plot his next move. Back on the floor, a guy named Fergus Jing approaches our poor heroine. He's laying it on thick, saying, thank you again for last time, Miss Jiang. He even has the audacity to ask, may I treat you to a private dinner to properly show my gratitude? Our girl isn't falling for the charm offensive, giving him a dismissive, sure if I have the time, while looking completely over it in her chibai form. Little does she know, her husband is watching the whole exchange from the balcony like a jealous hawk. His assistant explains that Fergus is a talent at the company and quite popular with the new recruits. The boss's eyes narrow as he's reminded that his own wife actually belayed this guy out by stoking a scandal between himself and Li Guan. He retreats into the lounge to handle some actual business. The assistant reports that the projects stolen by his rival, Yannick, proved to be total duds, and the grandfather is absolutely furious. Everything is going exactly as he predicted, and now the old-timers are begging the grandfather to return and take charge. He calls them sly old foxes, plotting to keep them distracted with a couple more well-placed scandals. He even throws in a jab, telling the assistant not to get Yvonne involved next time. Then he demands, now go downstairs, see if that brat has done her yapping, tell her I'm asking for her. The assistant is understandably nervous, wondering what will happen if she refuses. Suddenly a phone starts buzzing on the table. It's a call from Yannick Zhou. The ML picks up, looking a little tipsy and definitely dangerous. He starts the call with a sharp warning not to get Yvonne involved. There's a heavy silence on the other end of the line. He looks moody and bitter, complaining that his wife can go months without even talking to him. Right on cue, our girl Rowan, the one and only Mrs. Zhou, enters the room. The assistant tries to keep it professional, telling her, "Mr. Zhou is asking for you, it's about work." She approaches the door, wondering what Yannick is up to now. She overhears the ML on the phone discussing a way to make someone give up. Her eyes widen as she hears the words, "You're getting married, that's your idea." Rowan freezes in her tracks, the betrayal stinging as the door creaks open. He looks up at her, phone still pressed to his ear. He doesn't even try to hide it, smirking as he tells the caller she heard, well, so be it. The voice on the speaker taunts him, saying, "You know that she loves me, Rowan." The man on the phone offers a deal, "Talk to Grandpa and he'll get married right away." The ML laughs it off, saying, "Sure, I'll play along if you're so willing to get married." He ends the call with a satisfied heh. Rowan is literally shaking with anger, her face pale as she processes the cold conversation. He steps toward her, his voice dripping with ice as he asks the million-dollar question, "Still in love with him?" Rowan Zhou leans in, his breath hot against her skin as he teases, "Or are you still obsessed?" He's playing dangerous games, but she isn't backing down an inch. "Is this a joke to you?" he whispers, his eyes searching hers for any sign of weakness. She smirks right back, flipping the script on him. "No, are you into me?" she counters. That definitely hit a nerve because the Playboy visibly stiffens. She doesn't stop there, pushing his buttons by asking if he actually considers himself worthy compared to her ex. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. "Watch it, it's the annual bash. You better not push me," he warns, his voice low and dangerous. Rowan just scoffs, "So what if I do? Are you going to hit me?" Instead of getting angry, he pulls her flush against him. "Why would I do that? You're my wife," he purrs, his grip tightening possessively on her waist. He leans in closer, his voice dropping to a seductive octave. "I'll punish you some other way." Before she can protest, he crashes his lips onto hers. Our girl isn't just a victim here. She bites him hard enough to draw blood. They're practically devouring each other in a heated, chaotic smooch. Rowan finally manages to gasp out a stop. He pulls back just an inch, tracing his bitten lip with a wicked grin. "Biting, really?" he asks, looking more amused than hurt. She's fuming now, her face flushed with a mix of anger and adrenaline. "Have you gone crazy?" she demands. He just laughs it off, claiming he thought she was just venting her misery. "She's done with the games for tonight. What if I refuse to play along? Then don't come on to me ever again," she snaps, turning to leave. But he's not letting her go that easily. With a loud slam, he pins her against the wall, trapping her. He pulls her back into his arms, refusing to let her escape his orbit. Rowan, caught in the heat of the moment, whispers that it's still not enough. He sweeps her off her feet, carrying her bridal style across the room. She's completely breathless, admitting, "You're so hot." He sets her down on his lap, looking way too pleased with the effect he has on her. "Like it? You can touch wherever you like," he offers with a smug grin. She tries to regain her composure, telling him not to drag her into his messy feud with Yannick. "Hurts your feelings a little?" he asks, mocking her supposed concern for her ex. He takes her hand, his voice softening just a fraction. "I told you, sticking with me is better than sticking with him." Their private moment is interrupted by a sharp knock at the door. His assistant informs him it's time for his big speech. He adjusts his glasses, the professional mask sliding back into place. "Let Yvonne rest, don't let anyone bother her," he commands. Of course, our girl isn't the type to just sit and wait like a good little wife. Chibai right through her. "I'm heading down too," she insists, her eyes full of determination. Downstairs, the ballroom is glowing under the massive, expensive chandeliers. She slips into the crowd, trying her best to stay unnoticed. Up on stage, Rowan Zhou scans the room, wondering exactly what she's planning. The spotlight hits him, making him look like the absolute main character he is. He spots her in the crowd and pauses, his expression unreadable. He starts his speech with a dry joke, asking who told the gaffer to flash the lights on him. Meanwhile, the local gossip queens are already hard at work. They're whispering about his new girl and the hickeys they spotted on his neck. They try to guess who the mystery woman is, but they have no idea the girl in question is standing right behind them. Someone from the crowd eventually shouts out a question, "Do you have a type?" He doesn't even hesitate. He stares straight at Rowan, his gaze intense enough to melt lead. "Yes, the serious type," he declares, claiming her in front of the entire high society without saying a single name. Our girl watches the guests with a practiced eye, making sure the event goes off without a hitch. Spotting one of the big shots heading for the exit, she quickly moves to assist him. "Are you leaving now, Mr. Lee? I'll get the car," she offers, her professionalism never wavering for a second. As they reach the curb, Mr. Lee turns to her with a knowing look and asks, "If you're really grateful, then be honest. What's the relationship between you and that brat?" He's genuinely curious because while Rowan is practically a magnet for scandals, he's never seen a single one involving her. Our heroine stays silent, but she knows the truth. Rowan's usual ladies are always desperate for the spotlight, unlike her. Mr. Lee just pats her shoulder and drops a bombshell. "Anyway, he likes you." She stands frozen on the red carpet, watching his car disappear into the snowy night. Her brain is stuck on a loop. Rowan likes her. Meanwhile, the brat in question is dealing with his own drama outside. Rowan looks completely bored as he orders the guards to drag a sobbing Li Guan to her car, while she screams that she isn't leaving. Our girl just sighs, looking at the mess on her phone screen with a look of pure I'm over it. Nora checks in, asking if they can finally get out of here. Honestly, Nora is all of us right now, just wanting to go home and crawl into bed. As they head to their own ride, the snow continues to fall. Nora can't help but gossip, mentioning she saw Rowan with Lee outside the hotel and asking, doesn't it hurt? Our heroine just gives a cold, beautiful smirk. Why would it hurt? She scoffs, leaning back into the seat. To her, this isn't a fairy tale, and ignoring him entirely. She scrolls past the latest viral trash showing Rowan and Lee in what the media calls a hot embrace, though it looked more like a forced eviction to her. I'm tired, I should get some sleep, she mutters, tossing the phone aside. The peace doesn't last long, though. The next morning, her phone screams at her with a call from Nora. Miss Jiang, they are suddenly airing that reality dating show ahead of schedule, Nora yells through the speaker. Our girl is barely awake, demanding to know why the plan changed. It turns out the lead actress had some work done on her face and won't be camera ready for weeks. Nora's voice goes small as she asks the impossible, can you stand in? Emmy, you're kidding, I definitely can't. She stammers, rubbing her temples as she thinks about the inevitable headache this will cause. She looks at the news of Rowan's latest scandal and feels the pressure mounting. Fine, she agrees to head to the location, but only to find a valid reason to pull out of the mess later. She arrives at the studio in a low-key hoodie, looking more like a staff member than a star. Mr. Liu spots her and assumes she's there to babysit her talents, but she corrects him immediately. No, I'm one of the rookies, she says with a straight face. Mr. Liu's jaw practically hits the floor. You're the rookie, he gasps, while the other staff members start whispering behind their hands. He looks like he's having a mini stroke, asking if Zhou Media is pulling a prank on him. Our girl just stands there, totally unbothered by the chaos she's causing. But then Mr. Liu drops the real kicker. It's just a reality show, but first you and now Rowan Zhou is coming too. Her heart stops. She turns around just as a silver-haired god in sunglasses strolls in like he owns the place. The producer leans in, clutching the production script for the new show, Let's Talk About Love. He mentions that Mr. Zhou is the other rookie guest and asks our girl point-blank if she's actually his secret love interest. Rowan, playing it cool as always, just scoffs and tells him, not that I know of, Mr. Liu. We cut to the gorgeous production set where the magic is supposed to happen. Inside, the guests are already gathering, and the live chat is going wild over how hot everyone looks. Our girl finally makes her entrance, introducing herself as Yvonne Jiang, the PR manager of Zhou Media. The comments are losing their minds because our heroine is outshining the actual celebrities. One of the guys immediately calls her over to join the group. But the real tension starts when someone asks if she knows who the second rookie guest is. Suddenly, a man with killer sunglasses and an even deadlier jawline turns around. The room goes dead silent before everyone erupts in total shock. Mr. Zhou, someone stammers, realizing they're in the presence of greatness. It's Rowan Zhou himself, the freaking CEO of Zhou Media. Hannah from C-Star Media looks like she's about to faint from pure excitement. Rowan Zhou, being the ultimate peacock, just smirks at the group and asks, I don't deserve love. Our girl just stares at him, probably wondering what kind of annoying game he's playing now. She's definitely not falling for his flirtatious act. He decides to sit right next to her, leaning in way too close to ask, so, what next? Rowan isn't having any of it and immediately scoots away to avoid his touch. The group tries to get things back on track by discussing house chores for their 2-week stay. Most of the girls quickly claim they can't cook so they can stick to dish duty and avoid real work. Their chibi faces say it all, they just want to look cute for the cameras. Rowan steps up, offering to cook with Brenda's help. But then she whispers the hilarious truth to Brenda, it's all right, me neither. The two of them share a secret laugh, leaving the viewers wondering if they're about to burn the kitchen down. Of course, Rowan Zhou has to insert himself, asking, what about me? He suggests cooking with the ladies, making Brenda turn beet red with a single look. Seeing the attention he's giving them, Hannah suddenly changes her tune and loudly claims she just remembered she can cook a few dishes too. Our girl just smiles at the desperate move and says, good, then you three are in charge of cooking and I'll do the dishes. Rowan Zhou gives her a look that could melt steel. In the kitchen, he tells the others to just stay out if they don't know how to cook because the space is too cramped. Hannah tries to show off her non-existent skills, but immediately causes a massive grease fire. She screams Kaya and clings to Rowan Zhou like a damsel in distress. He literally tells her, don't touch me, while looking completely disgusted. He's more worried about her creating a scandal than her actually being on fire. Hannah is totally smitten, even though he just rejected her in front of everyone. Our girl finally marches into the kitchen with a loud bang. She doesn't panic, she just slams a lid on the pan to kill the flames instantly. She looks Hannah dead in the eye and demands, can you really cook? Hannah can only mumble a little, while blushing in total shame. Rowan Zhou asks how he can help and our heroine doesn't miss a beat, wash the pan. She looks so serious and badass that even the CEO is intimidated. He just gives a soft okay and actually gets to work scrubbing. The viewers are obsessed, saying they look like a long married couple already. Rowan Zhou struggles to even skin an onion, looking totally out of his element. Finally, our girl feeds him a taste of the meal to shut him up. Rowan shows her sweet side by offering a bowl of soup to a colleague who's clearly struggling with a sensitive stomach. When asked how she possibly knew, our girl reveals she's been paying close attention, having spotted a manager fetching antacids during a previous shoot. This tiny act of consideration has the entire room touched, with fans and crew alike declaring that they absolutely stan this literal angel. But while everyone else is busy worshipping her, Mr. Zhou is sitting back and burning a hole through her with an incredibly intense stare. Rowan eventually feels the heat and looks back, wondering what on earth his problem is. She gives him a sharp, warning glare that tells him to back off, which only makes him laugh as he realizes the angel has a much spicier second face. Later that evening, Rowan is finally winding down in her bedroom, probably scrolling through the latest gossip on her phone. Her peace is shattered by a sudden knock at the door that leaves her looking completely startled. She opens it to find Mr. Zhou standing there with a smirk, claiming he needs a toothbrush because he forgot his own. Our girl is way too smart for this and calls him out immediately, demanding to check his bathroom to prove he's lying. The comments are already flooding in about how fishy this whole situation is, with everyone sensing a scandal in the making. Rowan steps inside, looking like she's ready to bust him for his little scheme. She sighs and reminds him that there are absolutely no cameras in the bathroom, finally giving them a moment away from prying eyes. Mr. Zhou takes that as his cue to drop the act and his robe, flexing his muscles and telling her to come in and look if she's so curious. Rowan is left totally speechless by the view, and honestly, we can't blame her for staring. Outside, the production staff is panicking, asking if they should cut the feed before things get way too hot for TV. Inside the bathroom, the air is thick with tension as Mr. Zhou grabs her wrist and whispers her name. "You missed me?" he asks, and though Rowan calls him absolutely crazy, she isn't pulling away. Rowan tries to keep her cool by making a snarky remark about all the other women he's supposedly crazy for. He just lets out a dark, satisfied chuckle, knowing he's finally got her where he wants her. He leans in and pinches her cheek, noting that she only seems to act this cold and clever when it's just the two of them. Before she can get another word out, he pulls her into a deep, breathtaking kiss. He pulls back just enough to brag about his recent workouts, shamelessly asking for her opinion on his progress. Back at the other villa, things are buzzing with production energy. Our girl, Miss Jiang, pulls a staff member aside to double-check the footage. "Mr. Liu, were the cameras still rolling after Mr. Zhou and I got in the bathroom?" she asks, her professional mask firmly in place. He reassures her that they cut to the other cameras immediately, but her phone is already blowing up with fresh drama. She looks down to see a text from Nora with a massive headline, "Rowan and Lee house hunting together." Nora's panicked, asking if the agency needs to get involved, but our girl just sighs at the mess. She shoots a message straight to Rowan Zhou himself, asking, "Do you need PR for this one?" Honestly, she's over the games, walking away while telling herself it's none of her business anyway. She's soon called over to join the rest of the cast. As she sits down, she catches the tail end of the gossip. Apparently, Mr. Zhou was just asking the room if anyone had any love interests. He turns his gaze right to her, his eyes practically smoldering as he asks, "Do you, Yvonne?" With the calmest face she can muster, our girl just deadpans, "Nope." That response gets a very evil smirk from our resident Playboy. The screen text says it all. All the ladies love a bad boy, and he knows exactly how to play the part. Needing a break from the tension, our girl offers to go grab some fruit for the group. Her assistant quickly follows, happy to escape the heavy atmosphere. In the kitchen, the assistant is full of praise for how our girl handled the recent PR crisis. He leans in close, whispering into her ear, "I'd like some oranges, Yvonne." They start prepping the fruit together, and the fans watching the live feed are absolutely losing their minds. "Why do I feel like Rowan is into Yvonne?" One comment screams, while others call him a walking bag of pheromones. While he looks cold and distant to the world, he's clearly marking his territory in front of thousands of viewers. The assistant can feel the heat radiating off them and decides it's time to tiptoe away before she gets caught in the crossfire. Left alone with the fruit bowl, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Mr. Zhou eventually heads back out, leaving our girl to finish up. When the assistant asks if they had a fight, our girl just scoffs. "He's my boss, I'd never dare," she claims, though her eyes say something very different. She tries to redirect the conversation, telling the girl she has potential and to make sure her manager takes good care of her. Back in the main room, the group settles back onto the couches for more screen time. Another guy tries to shoot his shot, offering our girl a rose with a hopeful look. He even offers to help her cook dinner since he actually knows his way around a kitchen. She agrees, telling him he can join her at the market later, and you can practically see the steam coming off Mr. Zhou in the background. Suddenly, a phone starts ringing, breaking the awkward vibe. It's a call from Li Guan, and the timing couldn't be worse for a live broadcast. The girl holding the phone hesitates as the ringing fills the room. She nervously asks Mr. Zhou if he's busy with work. Li's voice comes through the speaker, demanding to know if Rowan is right beside her. The girl tries to pass him the phone, but the live comments are already on fire. Li has the guts to call during a live stream. The fans ask, wondering if this confirms the house hunting scandal. But Rowan doesn't even reach for the device. "Tell her to talk to her manager if it's about work," he says, his voice dripping with ice. He looks directly at the camera with a dark, knowing smirk. Rowan is leaning against the railing, looking like he's plotting his next 10 moves in this high-stakes game of hearts. He suddenly pulls our girl Yvonne into a corner, hovering over her in a strategic camera blind spot. Before she can even protest, his thumb is on her lip, rubbing it with a possessive intensity that has her brain short-circuiting. "Yvonne knows I'm single," he says with a smug tilt of his head, making sure she remembers exactly where they stand. Yvonne is left completely speechless, her heart hammering against her ribs as he just casually strolls away. Is he really single? Her friend Brenda asks, leaning in with all the gossip-hungry energy of a fan account. They start whispering about whether he's actually been seeing Li Guan, but Yvonne can only hide her face, her thoughts a total mess. Finally, she announces she needs to get changed and hit the grocery store just to escape the awkwardness. But Rowan isn't done with her yet. He calls her over, standing there in a black robe that should be illegal. Yvonne fixes him with a sharp, suspicious glare, wondering what kind of trap he's setting now. He smirks, leaning back and asking if she's really that afraid of the cameras catching them together. I told Mr. Liu to cut the feed, he whispers, his voice dripping with dark intent. Yvonne tries to brush past him, but Rowan isn't moving an inch, staring her down with eyes that say she's not going anywhere. He suddenly pins her against the stairs, his jealousy finally leaking out as he demands, "Is Fergus Jiang into you?" Yvonne doesn't back down, turning her face away and snapping, "What's it to you? Are you an animal?" she gasps, her face flushed with a mix of anger and shock. He just leans in closer, completely unfazed, and suggests they go get groceries together later like he didn't just mark her. A loud bang echoes through the hall as Yvonne slams the door on him, leaving Rowan standing alone in the corridor. Our girl is fuming, frantically trying to fix her makeup while cursing him out for being such a beast. Meanwhile, Rowan checks his phone only to see a text from Pei calling him absolute trash for not giving up on Yvonne after all these years. Later that day, Yvonne makes her grand entrance downstairs, and let me tell you, she is serving looks. She's traded the nightgown for a high-fashion ensemble that screams main character energy. Brenda is practically falling over herself, simping for Yvonne's impeccable style and begging for a fashion lesson. Despite looking like a queen, Yvonne still has those heavy, tired eyes from the morning's drama. She spots Rowan in the background, busy on a call and acting like he didn't cause a scene earlier. Another friend leans in close to her, trying to snag her attention. She gives a soft yeah, while Rowan's eyes are practically burning holes in the back of the other guy's head from the balcony. They eventually make it to the wet market, where Yvonne starts picking out vegetables with expert precision. She admits that she actually loves cooking for herself because she can't stand having strangers roaming around her house. As they browse the stalls, the guy's phone starts blowing up. It's his manager, screaming through the text for him to stop being a coward and actually flirt with her for the ratings. Back at the market, the cameras are rolling as our girl and Fergus try to play off their accidental chemistry. Their fingers brush against each other while reaching for the same bag. Fergus immediately turns into a stuttering, blushing mess, waving his hands around. I wasn't going to touch you, he squeaks, while our heroine just keeps it cool with a simple, "It's fine." Meanwhile, back at the villa, Rowan is definitely not having a good time. He's standing by the window, nursing a glass of water and looking like a dark cloud is following him. "She's not back yet," he mutters, his patience wearing thinner than a plot armor thread. His assistant is sitting on the sofa nearby, absolutely losing her mind over her tablet. "Kaya, is that our first ship? Puppy love, girl boss? These are the best keywords," she squeals, completely oblivious to the murder in Rowan's eyes. Rowan looms over her, his voice dripping with icy curiosity as he asks what's going on. He takes one look at the screen and sees the viral video of our girl and Fergus looking way too cozy at the market, complete with fan comments asking if they can smell the love. The jealousy hits him like a freight train. Crack, Rowan's grip tightens so hard that the glass literally shatters in his bare hand. Blood is dripping, but he just tosses the shards into the trash like a total psycho. "Not an issue," he growls. "It's just cheap glass." He tries to play it off with a smirk while dabbing at the wound. But his assistant is genuinely terrified. "Are you really fine?" she asks, sweating bullets. He doesn't even answer, just turns his back and stalks away. It's obvious he's totally upset because of our girl, but he'd rather bleed out than admit he's jealous. Later that night, the tension at the dinner table is high enough to cut with a steak knife. Everyone else is busy stuffing their faces, claiming the food is worthy of a Michelin star. Our girl is trying to eat in peace, but she can't help but notice the mood. Finally, someone notices the carnage on the boss's hand. When asked what happened, he just lies through his teeth. "Broke a glass when I filled it with hot water," he says calmly. He spends the rest of the meal staring a hole into the side of our girl's head. She can feel his gaze, but she refuses to give him the satisfaction of looking back. She stays completely indifferent, even when another girl, Lee, jumps up to play the worried nurse role. "I'll get the first aid kit," Lee offers, clearly trying to score points. Fergus tries to be sweet, offering our heroine some food, which earns a cold from the head of the table. Rowan just watches with a blank stare as Lee starts fussing over his hand. Our girl, she couldn't care less. She's officially labeled this not my business. But Lee is being extra devious, blowing on his hand and leaning in way too close. She even has the audacity to try and get his number. "Why don't you add me on WhatsApp? You can call me anytime you need a change," she purrs before dropping the big question. Leaves the room without a word. A few minutes later, our girl's phone dings with a message from him, "Come to my room." She stares at it for a second before her inner savage takes over. She hits delete message without a second thought. "None of my business," she thinks, sliding her phone away and heading for the shower. After a long soak, she's drying her hair in her robe. When her phone starts ringing off the hook, it's her manager and the news is explosive. "Miss Jiang Li Guan, she?" The voice on the other end trails off in a panic. Our heroine's eyes widen. "What did she do?" she asks. The tea is piping hot. Apparently, Lee threw a massive fit on set and slapped a crew member, and the paparazzi caught the whole thing on camera. While the scandal is blowing up online, Rowan is back in his own room, looking out at the night sky. He's staring at his phone, trying to call our girl, but the line is busy because she's occupied with the drama. Looks like his "come to my room" command just got sent to voicemail, and honestly, we love that for her. Night falls over the city skyline as the drama behind closed doors begins to boil over. Rowan is standing outside a hotel suite with her team, but the person inside is playing hard to get. Her assistant nervously reports that no matter how many times they knock, there's zero response from the starlet inside. Our girl isn't about to stand in a hallway all night, though. She coldly orders the staff to find some guys to break the door down, declaring that the company will cover every cent of the damages. As the door is forced open, a red-haired woman, Li Guan, is caught completely off guard, huddled on the bed in her slip. She rushes over in a total panic, screaming, "Hey, who said you could break down my door?" Rowan doesn't even blink, staring her down with ice in her veins. "I did," she says flatly, "now go apologize." Lee is throwing a total tantrum, but Rowan just ignores the noise and tells the manager to get her back inside the room. Lee starts kicking and screaming at her manager, Ken Wang, demanding to know whose side he's even on. It's a total mess, and Rowan eventually has to physically push the girl back into the room, reminding her that Mr. Zhou is busy filming and isn't coming to save her from this scandal. Rowan stares out the window, her voice dripping with disappointment. "You're destroying your own future, did you know that?" she asks. She warns Lee that she'll definitely regret ruining a promising career over a man. Lee snaps back with tears in her eyes. "What about you? Could you be so calm if it were Yannick Zhou?" Rowan just scoffs at the comparison. "I'd never sacrifice my life for a moment," she replies, looking absolutely regal. Meanwhile, the man in question, Yannick, is lounging in bed looking absolutely bored out of his mind. Suddenly, his phone starts ringing with a call from Yvonne Jiang, Rowan's alias. He answers with a smug, "What is it?" only for Rowan to drop a bomb. "Li Guan wants to talk to you." He listens intently, his expression unreadable as the situation unfolds. Lee grabs the phone, desperate for his attention, while Rowan just sits on the edge of the bed, looking like she'd rather be anywhere else. Lee is practically sobbing into the receiver, shouting, "Don't you dare lie to me." Once she finally gets the reassurance she was fishing for, Lee's mood flips, and she tells Rowan she'll apologize later as she leads her out. Rowan finally exits the room, ready to put this headache behind her. But as she walks through the hallway, she stops dead in her tracks, sensing someone nearby. There, slumped against the wall and looking like a total wreck, is the other Zhou. She asks if he's drunk, but he just reaches out for her, a gesture she immediately avoids. He mumbles that he wouldn't have come if he knew she was back, stumbling over his own feet as he wobbles in the hallway. Rowan is ruthless, though. She looks him in the eye and drops a truth bomb. "I'm getting married." She follows it up with a cold, "Congratulations." The guy looks like his entire world just imploded, asking with a broken voice, "Don't you have anything to say?" Rowan's answer is a simple, brutal no. He mumbles about how everyone in the family thinks she's still in love with him, before apologizing for the trouble. Then he hands her a red envelope, a wedding invitation. "I'm getting married next week," he says. "You and Ro should come." Rowan is stunned into silence by the sudden turn of events. Just then, the real Yannick Zhou bursts onto the scene, panting as if he ran all the way there. He's clearly not happy to find his wife alone with this guy. He takes the invitation, declaring, "Got it, we'll be there." He pulls Rowan close, his hand possessively on her shoulder, telling the other man that it's getting late. Rowan is trying to play it cool, but he's totally stumped when our girl brings up his childhood friend, Lee. He decides that actions speak louder than words, and pulls her in for a kiss that definitely wasn't in the job description. He's all up in her space, whispering a low hum, as the atmosphere gets heavy with tension. It's a tender, lingering moment that has the air practically sparking between them. He finally pulls back just enough to look her in the eyes, asking, "Why are you suddenly so calm?" His hand lingers on her neck, pausing as if he's trying to read her every thought. He lets out a smug little heth, clearly thinking he's still the one in control here. But our girl isn't playing his games today. He asks if she's tired of this, and she immediately pulls away, leaving his ego bruised. Rowan visibly stiffens, his Playboy confidence taking a direct hit. He tries to mask his frustration with another smirk, tousling her hair while warning her, "Nice thought, baby, just don't think it again." Hannah's completely over the drama and announces she's going to bed, but Rowan follows her like a lost puppy, demanding to know why she's so tired of him. It's as if he's worried he's just not exciting enough to keep her interest anymore. He gives a final, arrogant heth, but she just throws back a cold whatever and keeps walking. The night ends with a literal bang as she slams the door right in his face. But sleep doesn't bring our poor heroine any peace. Hannah is plunged into a dark nightmare where a voice cries out, "Vaughn, your father's leaving us." In her dream, she's forced to relive the agony of her father finding another woman and abandoning them. The memory turns violent, filled with the sounds of smacks and screams from a broken home. A young, terrified Hannah cowers as she's told, "It's all your fault." The trauma is a blinding, white-hot pain that she can't escape. She feels utterly helpless as the voice wails about being left behind. She wakes up gasping for air, drenched in a cold sweat and trembling. She lets out a heavy, shaky sigh, trying to shake off the ghosts of a past that refuses to stay buried. She starts her morning the only way she can, by taking her antidepressants. A text from Dr. Yu reminds her that she needs to do her best to recover, but the memory of both her parents dying right in front of her eyes is a scar that just won't heal. She eventually drags herself out of the house, looking exhausted and pale. Suddenly, Rowan sneaks up behind her, planting a smooch on her neck and asking if she's heading back to the villa. She ignores the flirtation and heads to the production set, pushing open the door with a weary creak. The staff is shocked to see her arrive so early. One of the guys asks if she was out late and kindly offers her some slippers. She silently slides into them, preparing to mask her pain and face another day in the spotlight. Fergus is totally hard-ties for Yvonne, and the rest of the table isn't letting him live it down. He's even whipped up some special seafood porridge just for her, though he's acting all shy and nervous about whether she'll actually enjoy his cooking. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room shifts as Rowan strolls in, looking like $1,000,000 and catching the attention of every girl present. When asked if he's eaten, he casually admits he hasn't had breakfast yet. Yvonne notices his attire and asks if he just got back from a morning run, receiving an intense look in return. Fergus is still playing the part of the attentive puppy, making sure Yvonne is taken care of. But Rowan is the one truly commanding the room. He asks Yvonne if she'd like to join him for a run next time, and our girl is actually excited about the idea. But Rowan immediately shuts her down with a cold nope. Talk about a mixed signal king. Fast forward to later that night where Yvonne is trying to unwind in her room with a book. Her phone dings with a message from Rowan that sends a chill down her spine. Your room cameras are off, sleep. Before she can even react, she hears the mechanical whir of the security camera actually shutting down. Then comes the follow-up text that changes everything. I'm joining you soon. Panicked and not in the mood for his games, Yvonne rushes to lock her door. But another beep stops her in her tracks. Rowan texts, don't lock the door, I'd rather not let anyone know. The man moves like a shadow, and before she knows it, he's already in her bed, pulling her into a tight embrace. They're tangled up under the covers, and Rowan is making it very clear that he didn't come here just to talk. You're up, he whispers into the dark. Rowan looks absolutely wrecked and intense, clearly wanting more, but Yvonne has reached her limit. She literally kicks him away, groaning, get off, I'm tired. Rowan, looking like a discarded toy, asks what he's supposed to do about his own situation. Yvonne just huffs and pulls the blankets over her head. She gives him a final ultimatum, leave or you're not getting more of this. Realizing he's lost this round, Rowan sighs and starts putting his shirt back on. He asks if she's planning on taking a bath, and Yvonne snarkily replies, what are you going to help? Rowan gives her a long, predatory stare, before suddenly sweeping her off the bed and picking her up. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife as he leans in close, trapping her against the wall. Can you hear it? He whispers, his voice smooth as silk as he grabs her hand and presses it firmly against his chest. Our girl Rowan can feel his heart thundering beneath her palm, and he doesn't hold back, declaring, my heart beats for you. Rowan is absolutely floored, her face turning a shade of red that would put a beat to shame as they share a charged, silent moment. Finally, the playboy stops talking and starts acting, pulling her into a deep, breath-stealing kiss. By the time lunch rolls around, the alpha is already up and getting dressed while our poor heroine is still buried under the covers. He casually mentions that he told everyone she was sick, just so she could get some extra sleep, but Rowan isn't buying the gentleman act for a second. Are you that caring to all your ladies? She asks, her voice dripping with skepticism. He just flashes a smug grin, adjusting his collar to reveal some very obvious marks on his neck and asks, perfect, aren't I? Rowan is totally over his ego and snaps, aren't you going to leave? He just chuckles, looking far too satisfied with himself as he prepares to head out. Outside, the sun is bright and warm, but the atmosphere in the house is about to get chaotic. While Rowan tries to catch a few more minutes of rest, the man of the hour steps out into the hallway and is immediately spotted by one of the staff. The girl, Summer Shao, takes one look at the bright red hickeys on his neck and her jaw hits the floor. Her mind is absolutely blown as she realizes he just walked out of Rowan's room. She stammers, why yes, your neck is red. He doesn't even blink, casually asking, is there still food in the kitchen? He tells Summer to heat some up for him and, more importantly, to bring a tray to Rowan as well. Summer is left sighing, clearly overwhelmed by the scandal unfolding right in front of her. He notices her reaction and adds, Yvonne thinks well of you, referring to Rowan by her alias. He then drops a bombshell, ordering Summer to play a couple with a guy named Keith Zhu for an upcoming project. Summer is over the moon, thanking Mr. Zhou profusely as he walks away. Meanwhile, back in bed, Rowan is scrolling through her phone. She's getting blown up with messages about a class reunion, but she's not in the mood for social climbing, bluntly telling her friend she's busy. Eventually, she forces herself to get up and heads downstairs. She immediately runs into a gossiping Summer, who is dying to tell her that Keith and Summer are officially getting together. Summer then turns the tables and asks, who do you have your eye on? Summer admits she's actually interested in the boss himself, wondering if a sexy type like him would ever go for someone like her. Suddenly, the man himself appears right behind them, asking with a smirk, what were you talking about? Rowan doesn't even flinch, taking a calm sip of her drink before looking him dead in the eye and saying, your scandals. Summer tries to pull a disappearing act while he asks Rowan if she's going out. He offers her a ride, but Rowan shuts him down with a cold nope. Of course, he isn't the type to take no for an answer and starts following her anyway. Summer is left standing there in total shock, watching the two of them bicker like an old married couple. One of the classmates is so shocked by the real-life GIF version of a guy she hasn't seen in years that she literally spits out her drink. Was that even him on his social page, photoshopping at his age? She shrieks while our girl just deadpans that these things happen. Suddenly, a guy slides up to Yvonne, trying to turn on the charm. "You're as beautiful as you ever were," he purrs, immediately sliding his business card across the table. He plays the old friend card perfectly, saying, "If you need any help, just ask. We were classmates after all." Our girl gives him a dry okay, while her friend whispers that Yvonne is the only one in this room not currently running a scheme. Across the room, the guys are being absolute trash, gossiping about how beautiful she still is. "If I remember correctly, the Prez was wooing her back then," one of them snickers. They start making disgusting comments, claiming he just needs to lift a finger and she'll jump into his bed. Little do they know, Rowan is standing right behind them and he looks like he's ready to commit a felony. "Tell me, how do you want to die?" he growls, his eyes dark with rage. He immediately signals a server, pointing toward the reunion. "Send 2 bottles of the best wine you have to that room," he commands. When the server asks for the recipient's name, Rowan doesn't stutter. "Yvonne Jiang, tell her it's from her husband." His friend nearly loses it, laughing. "Husband? But does she even acknowledge you?" Rowan just looks at him with a stone-cold expression, joking that he's looking for a nice piece of land specifically to bury his friend in. Back in the private room, the server knocks and enters. "Compliments of Mr. Zhou for everyone here," he announces, causing the entire table to freeze. He then turns to our girl with a deep bow. "Also, just call for us if there's anything you need, Mrs. Zhou." The room absolutely explodes. "Why didn't you invite us to your wedding?" the classmates demand, their fake smiles turning into masks of pure shock. As they whisper about the legendary Rowan Zhou being in the building, Yvonne's phone starts buzzing on the table. It's a text from her husband asking, "Is the wine good, darling?" Then comes the follow-up command, "Come out." Meanwhile, Rowan tells his own group he's stepping out for a second. Oh, Rowan, trouble keeping it in? His friends howl with laughter, but he just smirks. "Nah, I'm good," and she approves. Looking a little tipsy and a whole lot of smug, he waits for her in the hallway. When Yvonne finally emerges, the air between them is thick with tension. He doesn't say a word, just signals for her to follow him. She sighs a resigned fine and follows him down the quiet corridor. They duck into an empty room to escape the noise. "What are you doing here?" she demands, but he just pulls her into his space, saying he just arrived. She asks if he really sent the wine, but he admits his assistant James did it after overhearing the classmates bad-mouthing her. Our girl isn't buying the knight in shining armor act for a second, telling him, "I doubt it." Rowan leans in, his face inches from hers. "You really don't trust me, huh?" he asks. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife as he leans in close, his breath hitching as he asks if the afternoon didn't feel good. Our girl Rowan isn't falling for his charms that easily and gives him a firm shove back. "It's a real waste you're not a gigolo," she scoffs, rolling her eyes. He doesn't miss a beat, smirking as he counters, "Well, if I'm a gigolo, will you be my patron?" Rowan agrees, but only at a reasonable price, making him lean in even further to ask exactly how much he should charge. The man is clearly testing her limits, noting that her recent behavior makes him think she's actually into him. "Then take a guess. Am I, aren't I?" he whispers, his hands lingering as the air between them practically crackles. He warns her not to insult their pure, casual sexual relationship, reminding her that someone once mentioned she lusts for him. Rowan just wants to move on and declines his invite to play cards later with a blunt note. But he has an ace up his sleeve, mentioning that it's James' birthday, knowing exactly which buttons to press to get a reaction. Later that night, Rowan finds herself at a restaurant with her bestie, Sylvie, who is currently trying to drown her sorrows. Sylvie is a hot mess, glugging down drinks and yelling about how she should just become a hostess since everyone kept bugging her about who Rowan's husband was as soon as she left the table. Rowan tries to play it cool, but Sylvie is on a mission, leaning in to ask, "So, were you seeing Rowan?" She's clearly had one too many, demanding to know what's really going on between the two of them. Sylvie laments that if it wasn't for Rowan's Aunt Evelyn, she never would have married a playboy like him in the first place. Rowan quickly tells her to stop mentioning it, her expression softening as the conversation shifts to her aunt's health. It's a heavy topic. Her aunt has regained consciousness but is still being kept in the ICU. Once they stumble out into the snowy night, Sylvie's inner drama queen fully takes over, as she screams at the city skyline that there are plenty of fish in the city, so where is hers? The cold air doesn't help the alcohol, and Sylvie ends up doubled over, losing her dinner right there on the sidewalk. Rowan panics, promising to run and get her some mineral water to settle her stomach. 5 minutes later, she returns to find a clingy Sylvie rubbing against her and professing her love for Vaughn. Rowan just sighs, reminding her drunk friend that she isn't interested in women or men for that matter. "I'll correct myself," she mutters. "I'm not interested in a serious relationship." Suddenly, the screech of tires cuts through the quiet night as a sleek black car pulls up beside them. The window rolls down to reveal her husband, looking as unimpressed as ever as he commands, "Get in." Rowan tries to tell him to go on without her so she can get Sylvie home, but he's not taking no for an answer. He tells her to get in and that his man, Zachary, will handle the drunkard. Sylvie doesn't need to be told twice and begins clumsily climbing into the car. Rowan is hesitant, asking what happened to James Pay, only to find out he's the one stuck behind the wheel. As Rowan settles into the seat, her husband wastes no time getting into her personal space. "It's till death do us part, but you can't trust me at all?" he asks, his voice low and dangerous. Meanwhile, Sylvie is still rambling in the back, babbling about how the hosts at the bar were total hunks with amazing faces. She even pulls out her phone to show Rowan a video of a hottie they saw earlier, reminding her that she even commented on how nice his abs looked. Rowan freezes, feeling the icy glare of her husband as he processes this new information. The atmosphere in the car is suffocating as they drive through the snow. Once they finally get the drunkard home, Rowan feels absolutely weary from the night's antics. Zachary, sensing the impending explosion, wisely decides to go for a stroll to give the couple some privacy. Rowan turns to the car, seeing her husband waiting for her with a look that says she's in big trouble. Before she can even say a word, he reaches out and grabs her wrist in a vice grip. He pulls her onto his lap, his eyes flashing with possessive jealousy as he growls, "You like abs, isn't it?" Rowan tries to deflect, calling him nosy, but he just tightens his hold. "Really? Isn't it normal to be nosy since we're married?" he demands. Rowan can't help but let a small smirk play on her lips at the mention of being married, enjoying the fact that she finally got under his skin. Just as things are getting interesting, his phone starts blowing up with a call from someone named James. He doesn't hesitate to tap that answer button, but he keeps his eyes locked on our girl. "Yeah," he says, his voice low and dangerous. He tells the person on the other end that he'll be right there, all while Rowan is literally sitting on his lap. Honestly, the audacity of this man. He even has the nerve to tease her, whispering, "If you want to look at abs, look at mine," leaving our poor heroine thinking he's absolutely lost his mind. He finally tells her she can get off now because he needs to make a call to Zachary. But before they can even catch their breath, there's a sudden knock at the window, forcing them to straighten up and act like they weren't just inches away from a scandal. The car speeds off through the falling snow, the city lights blurring past. Rowan's phone dings and the jealousy is instant. "Who is it?" he demands, his eyes narrowing. Our girl isn't about to give him the satisfaction, coolly replying that it's none of his business. He's not taking no for an answer though. "Well, if you're not telling, let me guess," he muses. He leans in close, asking if it's a notification about her aunt waking up, which sends a visible shiver through Rowan. Then he drops the ultimate bombshell. "So Julian had a hand in your parents' death, or was it his current wife?" Rowan freezes, her heart hammering against her ribs. "What do you know?" she whispers, but he just smirks, claiming he knows far more than she does. He reaches out, covering her hand with his in a rare moment of gravity. "I might be able to help you," he offers. But Rowan is a queen of independence, snapping back that she doesn't need his help. He just smiles that devastating smile and tells her she can come to him anytime. They arrive at a massive, glowing estate in the middle of the winter chill. Inside, a high-end party is in full swing, but the real drama is happening outside in the cold. As they walk together, he tries to play the hero again, mentioning that James' uncle is a world-class doctor who could take her aunt's case. Rowan stares him down, trying to find the catch. "What, worried that it's a trap?" he asks with a tilt of his head. She finally mutters a thanks, but the moment is ruined when a high-pitched voice shrieks Rowan from across the street. Enter the drama. A red-headed girl is stumbling toward them, looking absolutely wasted. Mr. Zhou looks like he's about to lose his patience. "Were you drinking?" he asks, his voice dripping with disapproval. She pouts, claiming she was just working with a director, but he's not buying it. He warns her that the paparazzi will have a field day, but she just clings to him, whining, "Why, I have you, don't I?" He shuts that down real quick, telling her he can't take care of her forever and her career is her own problem. The redhead finally notices Rowan standing there like a goddess and demands to know what she's doing there. Rowan doesn't even blink, giving her a smug smirk and saying she's just passing by before telling Mr. Zhou she's out of there. He watches her go with a frustrated furrow in his brow, clearly wishing he was following her instead of dealing with this mess. Once he's back in the car, the gloves come off. He asks his assistant exactly when Lee's contract expires. "Terminate it," he orders coldly, telling them to ship her off to some other company because he's officially done with her nonsense. He leans back, his mind already drifting back to our heroine. He pulls out his phone and sends a quick text, "Your code is with me." Rowan replies almost instantly, saying she'll drop by to get it. Fresh out of the bath, Rowan is just trying to dry off in peace. But of course, the Playboy has to ruin the moment, asking with a smirk, "Are you taking a bath?" Our girl decides to poke the bear, teasingly asking if he's about to suggest they hop in together. He doesn't miss a beat, basically telling her he won't say no if she asks, leaving her totally speechless as he walks away. She tries to focus on family matters, texting Aunt Evelyn to see how she's feeling and promising to bring a doctor. But the mystery of this man weighs on her. She can't help but wonder what he's really after and just how much he actually knows about her. She slaps her cheeks to snap out of it, refusing to dwell on it any longer. Exhaustion finally wins, and she's out like a light the moment she hits the bed. Once he's out of the bath, he finds her sleeping and can't help but linger in the doorway. He reaches out, his hand gently caressing her face in a rare moment of tenderness. He lets out a long sigh, looking at her with an intensity that's honestly a little heart-wrenching. Rowan, meanwhile, is having the weirdest dream about being hounded and licked by a persistent puppy. She gasps awake, her heart thumping in her chest, and who is staring staring at her from the pillow. Yep, he's right there. Before she can even process the situation, a large hand grabs her. Morning kiss, he whispers, leaning in for a smooth move that leaves her fuming. You're nuts, she screams, practically vibrating with rage as she stomps away. He just rolls with the punches, casually mentioning they have an appointment at the hospital at 8:30 a.m. When she doesn't immediately fall at his feet, he pouts, you're not gonna thank me. Soon after, they arrive at the inpatient ward. Rowan stops him at the door, tugging his arm and pleading with him to be accommodating if her aunt starts throwing shade. She doesn't like your family, she warns him bluntly. They finally head inside the room. Aunt Evelyn is propped up in bed, looking every bit the graceful lady. But the second she sees who Rowan brought with her, her eyes go wide in total shock. But the second Evelyn hears the name Zhou, her eyes fill with pure terror, her voice trembling as she realizes who stands before her. She can't even look at him without gasping, demanding that anyone from that cursed family be removed from her sight immediately. In the chaos of Evelyn's panic, a kettle is knocked over, sending boiling water flying across the room. Rowan moves like a flash, shielding our heroine and pulling her out of the splash zone just in time. The kettle hisses on the floor as Evelyn continues to scream for him to get out, her trauma triggered by his very presence. Our girl tries to explain that he came to help, but Evelyn is too hysterical to listen. Rowan, ever the stoic gentleman, keeps his cool and tells her it's all right, offering to wait outside so he doesn't upset her further. He even gives a respectful bow before exiting, though the air left behind is heavy with unspoken tension. The door clicks shut and Evelyn immediately breaks down in tears, crying out, have you forgotten what the Zhou family did to your parents? Our heroine looks away, her heart heavy as she sighs no. Evelyn is terrified that being married to the man has made our girl fall for the enemy, but our heroine's internal monologue is cold as ice. She admits to herself that she only used the marriage as a shield to protect her aunt, pretending to be oblivious to Rowan's power. She assumes Rowan is just an illegitimate son who was kept in the dark about the Zhou's dark history. She never expected him to be so perceptive or to know as much as he does, but she's determined to keep her secrets locked away. She reassures her aunt that Rowan won't suspect anything, claiming she'll just blame the outburst on the pain in Evelyn's leg. Clutching her aunt's hand tightly, she makes a silent, deadly vow, I will make the Zhou family pay. The two share a tearful embrace, bound by a past filled with shadows and a future fueled by vengeance. Later, our girl tracks down Dr. Walter Pei to get the cold, hard truth about her aunt's recovery. The doctor, a medical savant, delivers a grim report. Evelyn's leg injury doesn't look like a simple fall, it looks like someone did this to her on purpose. Despite the risks, our heroine insists on surgery, refusing to let her only family suffer any longer. As the doctor walks away, she's left alone in the hallway, her mind racing as she stares at her buzzing phone. It's Rowan, and he isn't asking. He's demanding she meet him at the car park immediately. She finds him waiting by the car, his presence as suffocating as ever as he asks how her aunt is doing. He looks her dead in the eye and commands, be honest with me. But our girl just plays dumb, asking what he could possibly want from her. She stares back with a defiant look, claiming she has no idea what he's talking about. Rowan's gaze turns uncharacteristically intense as he asks if she really wants an answer no matter what. Then he drops a bombshell that nearly shatters her composure. What if I told you that I'm in love with you? For a moment, his expression is incredibly tender, a side of him she's never seen before. But our girl isn't a fool. She scoffs at the confession, asking if he even believes his own lies. The two stand in a tense standoff in the middle of the parking lot, the air crackling with distrust. Rowan simply tells her to get in the car, promising that she'll get all the answers she's looking for once they're alone. Inside the car, Yvonne decides to go for the jugular, asking Rowan the one question everyone has been whispering. Do you know about my mother? She follows it up with a real spicy one, asking if in his opinion his mother was a homewrecker. Rowan doesn't even flinch, peeking over his sunglasses to say he has absolutely no reason to lie to her. Yeah, I never considered her a mistress either, he says, but the world hasn't been as kind, labeling her as one for half her life. Determined to show Yvonne the truth, Rowan tells her to come along because he's taking her straight to the source. As they drive, Yvonne's mind is racing through the family lore. She's heard the rumors that his mother was Julian Zhou's first love, but he married someone else to save his career, leaving Rowan to be treated like a bastard and his mother like a pariah. They finally pull up to a secluded traditional temple. Rowan reveals that his mother has been living here in isolation for 28 years. Our girl Yvonne looks at him with pure heartbreak, asking, are you okay, Rowan? He just gives her a small smile and tousles her hair, telling her, don't give me that sympathetic look. It hurts. They step out of the car, the weight of the moment pressing down on them. They follow the path toward the inner sanctum. A monk sweeping the grounds recognizes him immediately, noting it's been a while since his last visit. Rowan offers a respectful greeting and asks if Sister Serenity is in. Even in a little chibai moment, you can see Rowan is on a mission while Yvonne is just trying to process the madness. Rowan approaches the sliding doors and gives a firm knock. The door creaks open slowly, revealing a woman who has clearly traded the high life for a life of prayer. Sister Serenity, Rowan's mother. She looks at him with a gentle, weary smile. But Rowan is about to drop the biggest bombshell of the day. He pulls Yvonne close and announces, she's my wife, Yvonne, I'm married now. Yvonne completely freezes, probably wondering why he's introducing her to his monk mother like this. The mother takes it in stride, calmly asking if they'd like a cup of tea. They sit down and Yvonne thanks her as she's handed a cup. However, the meet the parent vibes are ruined by a deafening, awkward silence. Rowan looks disheartened, making the excuse that they were just passing by and have to get back to work soon. Yvonne can't take her eyes off him, realizing the deep scars this man is hiding behind his Playboy persona. Once they're back on the road, the talk turns even darker. Rowan asks if she's satisfied now, and Yvonne admits she thought his grandfather actually liked him. Rowan scoffed, the old man likes anyone who gets him the numbers. It hits Yvonne like a ton of bricks. Rowan isn't a beloved heir, he's just a pawn to Henry Joe. Suddenly, the weather decides to match the mood as the first snowflakes begin to fall. Realizing the roads might get dangerous, Yvonne asks if there are any hotels nearby. As they pop up and knowing this night just got a whole lot more complicated. But the romantic atmosphere is cut short as the elevator doors slide open. Rowan isn't even trying to hide his intentions, coolly stating, "2 rooms are a waste of money." Our girl Yvonne isn't falling for the budget-friendly excuse and snaps back that she'll just wire him the money later. Rowan leans in close, his voice dropping an octave as he whispers, "Thank you for helping my aunt." Yvonne freezes, her heart hammering against her ribs as he looms over her. She tries to regain her composure, staring into his eyes to find any hint of a lie. "I want to know, are you really going against the Joe family?" she demands. Rowan just gives her a maddening smirk. Guess, he challenges. He leans back, crossing his arms with a confident air. "If the answer is yes, I'll be your partner, otherwise pretend I said nothing." Yvonne isn't one to sign a contract without reading the fine print. "And what perks would I get?" she asks, testing the waters. Rowan stares her down, his gaze intense. "Take a chance, it'll be better than you think." He holds her gaze for a long, silent moment. Finally, Yvonne decides to dive into the deep end. "All right, let's shake on it." Their hands meet in a firm grip, sealing a deal that feels more like a trap. As they reach the suite, Yvonne quickly tries to set some boundaries. "I don't need dinner, you can eat on your own," she says, rushing inside. Rowan just gives a simple okay as the door clicks shut. But the second she's alone, the bravado vanishes. Yvonne clutches her chest, her face flushed with a mix of panic and heat. This strange, uncontrollable sensation, it's so uncomfortable. She groans, clenching her shirt. "Girl, that's not indigestion. That's the sound of your common sense leaving the building." Meanwhile, Rowan is already on the phone, leaning against the door with a scheming look on his face. His friend on the other end is shocked to hear where he's been. "The temple?" his friend asks. Rowan just chuckles, looking far too pleased with himself. Apparently, it's been years since he's visited his mother, Sister Serenity, on his own. "Nope, Vaughn was with me," Rowan admits, causing his friend to nearly choke. His buddy sees right through him, shouting, "Row, you dog." Rowan doesn't even deny it. He used his mother's holiness just to buy Yvonne's loyalty against his own family. His friend gets serious for a second, advising him, "I think she'll feel more for you if you show her the truth." He reminds Rowan that his life hasn't exactly been a fairy tale. His dad uses him like a tool, and his own mother literally tried to kill him when he was a child. Rowan pauses, actually considering playing the pity card to manipulate her even further. "Wait, would it work? Make her feel for me, I mean?" he asks, sounding like a true villain. But his internal monologue is even more obsessed. "Sympathy? No, I want you to love me too, Vaughn," he thinks to himself. A notification pings on his phone, a message from Sister Serenity herself. She tells him that Yvonne is a good girl and that she earnestly wishes for him to be happy. Rowan stares at the screen in genuine shock. He can't help but let out a soft hech as he realizes his mother might actually be serious. "I guess scriptures and a vegetarian diet mellows a person," he muses, finally looking a bit human. Back in her own room, Yvonne is trying to distract herself with work, scrolling through a chaotic group chat. She scoffs at the messages, trying to convince herself that she's only in this for the business perks. "We're not that close," she mutters to the empty room, looking at Rowan's contact info. She finally tucks herself into bed, but sleep doesn't bring peace. Instead, she's pulled back into a memory of when Rowan was first brought home as a boy. He was a withdrawn, starving child who looked like he'd been kicked by the world. He'd sit at the table, trembling and saying he was full even when his stomach was growling. The adults just thought he was a picky eater or withdrawn. But Yvonne saw the truth even back then. The dream shifts to a younger her finding him hiding in the garden. She didn't say a word, just sat down beside him and held out a warm bowl of food. "Here," she whispered. She can't help but wonder if she was the one who pushed him away after learning the Zhou family was involved in her parents' death, or if he was the one who decided to become a stranger. After a night of deep, heavy sleep, the morning light reveals a very shirtless CEO asking when she plans on making her exit. Our girl is not amused by the view, glaring at him as she tells him to be more modest. He just smirks, asking such a what, to which she flatly replies, "A SLT." He lets out a soft "Udu," finding her attitude hilarious. "Was that funny?" she snaps, but before she can argue further, he pulls her into his arms. He silences her with a deep, lingering kiss that definitely wasn't on the morning schedule. The romantic moment is shattered by a ringing phone. He's already moved on to thinking about breakfast, but Rowan knows work is calling. While she tries to hydrate, her own phone starts screaming. It's Nora, and she sounds like she's having a heart attack because Summer Shao and Keith Zhu were just caught in the same room. Rowan's professional mask slides on instantly, Was it streamed live? She demands. Nora confirms it's already trending and the paid commenters are losing the war. Our heroine takes total control, ordering the director to cut the stream and keep everyone on site. To add to the chaos, Hannah Luo is faking a stomach ache to call an ambulance and escape the heat. Rowan isn't playing games today, telling Nora if she insists, tell her I will cancel her. Even the CEO has heard the news by now, noting the situation at the studio. He seems more curious about why they haven't been exposed yet. He coolly mentions that he has the power to gag the media if they ever get caught. He pokes her cheek playfully, teasing her that there are plenty of messier celebrities in the city to keep the tabloids busy. Rowan just gives him a long, deadpan stare. He smirks, leaning in to whisper, "Sugar me more, mommy," earning himself a swift smack on the shoulder. The scene transitions through a flurry of blossoms. As they hop into the car, he's only got one portion of food and claims he can't eat because he needs to keep his eyes on the road. Rowan sighs, telling him, "I'll feed you because someone has to be the adult here." They have a cute moment of him munching while she holds the food. But then he goes full-on flirt and licks her finger. Rowan's heart starts racing, and she's genuinely annoyed that he still has this much effect on her. They finally pull up to the studio villa. Rowan steps out and immediately notices her assistant's red, swollen cheek. "Who did it?" she asks, her voice dropping an octave. The answer is exactly who she expected, Hannah Luo. The director rushes over, begging Miss Jiang to calm down and focus on the main scandal. But Rowan is done being nice. She commands everyone to get downstairs immediately because she has a lot of questions and zero patience left. She knows that if these bullies aren't made to pay now, they'll just keep hunting for their next victim. "I don't have much time," our girl says firmly, stepping into the center of the storm to handle the resolution herself. Nora, the poor girl who was slapped earlier, takes a deep, shaky breath to steady her nerves. Suddenly, smack, Nora delivers a thunderous slap right back, leaving the mean girl in the headband clutching her burning cheek in pure shock. Rowan watches coolly as the bully screams about her rights, asking the girl exactly what gave her the right to hit Nora first. The mean girl just smirks, doubling down on her venom by calling everyone from the rival agency indecent and deserving of the fall. Rowan has to step in to stop the two from tearing each other's hair out right then and there. That's when the big boss, Mr. Zhou, decides to drop a total bombshell. He's had security cameras installed on every single floor since the very first day. The directors start sweating bullets, immediately bowing and scraping as they realize their careers are on the line. Mr. Zhou just settles into his seat with a smooth, dangerous smile, telling them all to carry on and pretend he's not even watching. Rowan turns away from the groveling men, making it clear she doesn't believe for a second that this scandal was just some misunderstanding. She addresses the entire room, demanding the responsible party step forward now if they want even a tiny chance at making amends. A suffocating silence falls over the group as the tension cranks up to an 11. When no one moves, Rowan lets out a dark little heh and calls for the security footage to be brought out immediately. Panic finally hits the mean girl as she lunges forward, desperately trying to stop Nora from handing over the evidence. "Who allowed you to set up cameras in the stairway? That's illegal," she shrieks, her face contorting in pure terror. Rowan doesn't even blink at the outburst, calmly asking for a laptop so everyone can see the truth. The girl tries one last pathetic defense, screaming that she was in her nightgown, but Rowan just offers to call the police to handle the footage instead. Our girl's eyes go sharp as ice as she warns the bully that her patience has reached its absolute limit. Mr. Zhou just sits back, rhythmically tapping his fingers as he enjoys the sight of the villainous squirming. Finally, the pressure is too much, and the girl screams out her confession, demanding the footage be handed over now that she's admitted it. Rowan looks at her with nothing but pity, asking if she feels even a shred of guilt for what she's done. The girl just sneers, she has herself to blame for being stupid, showing she hasn't learned a single thing. That was the last straw. Smack. Another slap rings out, silencing the room once again. Nora finally breaks down, sobbing about her ruined public image and demanding to know what she ever did to deserve such cruelty. While some are literally sobbing in the corner, our girl Rowan is busy making power moves on her phone. She's handling business with that icy composure we absolutely live for, all while Vaughn watches her every move with that dangerous, handsome smirk. "I need a breather," she says, finally trying to escape his suffocatingly intense gaze. But Vaughn isn't about to let her slip away so easily, staring her down as she tries to walk away. Of course, the second she's alone, some random guy tries to swoop in with a drink, calling out Miss Jiang. Vaughn's eyes narrow in the background. He is clearly not a fan of this guy's hustle. Rowan tries to be the voice of reason, telling the guy, "People will talk if you're with me right now." She takes a sip of her water, looking completely unbothered by the social pressure or the jealous eyes on her back. Suddenly, the party's over because the authorities have arrived. Hannah Luo is getting hauled away in handcuffs, and girl is absolutely losing her mind. Rowan calmly steps up to the officer, handing over the final nail in the coffin. "Evidence," she says coolly. "We had a small camera recording Hannah Luo's confession." Hannah screams at the top of her lungs, "You tricked me. There were no cameras in the stairway." Our girl just stays cold as ice, completely ignoring the screaming trash as it finally gets taken out. Back in the kitchen, things are heating up in a totally different way. Vaughn corners Rowan while she's prepping a meal, whispering, "You should come up with an excuse to leave the show soon." Rowan isn't about to let him dictate her life. From a business perspective, you're my boss and I'd prefer you didn't get involved, she retorts, reminding him of his grandfather's expectations. But Vaughn gets even closer, his voice dropping an octave. Is that concern I hear? We're partners right now. He looks her dead in the eyes and warns, I'm hooked, don't you dare run. Rowan gives in with a frustrated fine. She presses her hand against his chest, asking, do you have a heart, Vaughn? He just smirks, suggesting that since the show is about hooking up, she should just hook up with him, but she shuts that down instantly. I refuse, she says, your reputation. He gets petty, asking if Fergus Jing is any better, but Rowan just tells him she'd get sick if she actually fell for him. She even gives him a little chibai shove to get some personal space. Just then, Yvonne bursts in, shocked to see Mr. Zhou hanging out in the kitchen. She's blushing like crazy, thanking goodness that Rowan took charge of the chaotic day. You're really amazing, she gushes, whether at work or in the kitchen. She even goes as far as to say that whoever marries Rowan will definitely be happy. Vaughn stands there looking smugly judgmental, thinking about how miserable someone would be marrying an overbearing career woman. He walks up to Yvonne, snarkily commenting about Rowan flirting with other men. He finishes with a total low blow. Isn't that how it goes for sleazebags? Leaving our girl Rowan absolutely fuming. Back at the table, Rowan's friend is buffering like a bad internet connection, completely unable to comprehend the high-level drama unfolding right in front of her. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhou just lets out a smug heh, looking way too pleased with the chaos he's about to cause. The vibe at this dinner is officially rancid, with tension thick enough to cut with a chopstick. Rowan's friend nervously asks if Summer's career is going to be affected by this latest scandal, but our girl just gives her a cold, I can't say. The friend keeps pushing, saying it's a total pity because Summer is so diligent, but Rowan just stares off into the distance with a look that says she's already 3 steps ahead. Suddenly, a phone starts ringing, cutting through the awkward silence like a knife. It's Mr. Zhou, and he's already making moves, telling the person on the other end that Hannah is just a friend before asking for a very specific favor. He hangs up and looks at the group with a chilling gaze, asking, are you done? One of the guests starts tapping their hand nervously, begging Ro to help her best friend Li Guan, but Mr. Zhou isn't in a charitable mood. He snaps, you've been in this business for a while, can't you grow a brain? The entire room goes dead silent, absolutely stunned by his sudden burst of savagery. While they're all busy gasping, Mr. Zhou is already on his phone, typing out a message to terminate Li Guan's contract immediately. Talk about a cold-blooded CEO move, he doesn't even blink as he ruins a career. Rowan just stares at him, probably realizing her husband is even more of a menace than she initially thought. He catches her looking and gives her a cheeky, flirtatious, staring at me. Rowan immediately does a 180 and heads for the stairs, clearly done with his games for the night. But of course he follows her right up, his footsteps echoing with intent. She stops on the landing and confronts him, asking point blank if he's actually going to help Hannah Luo. He leans in way too close for comfort, his voice dropping to a whisper as he asks, who would you like me to help? Would you do what I tell you? He tells her she can have anything her heart desires as long as she calls him darling, but our girl isn't falling for the husband trap today. She shoves him back and tells him to take his flirting elsewhere. He finally gets serious, admitting he isn't helping Hannah but Summer instead. He explains that Summer and Keith Zhu are his company's talents, and their issues could lead to a massive PR crisis that he needs to squash. He promises to handle it to minimize the damage, and Rowan just gives him a skeptical look, replying, I'm sure you can. Cut to the police department, where the villains are finally facing the music. A red-haired woman is screaming at Li Guan, how could you be so stupid? Trying to frame another person on a reality show. The woman looks like she's about to go nuclear. Li is a sobbing mess, crying that she only did it for her because Rowan is obviously trying to seduce Mr. Zhou. But karma comes knocking faster than a delivery driver when Li's phone starts ringing. Her manager screams through the line that the company is canceling her contract, and they've already paid the termination fee. Li's face goes pale as she realizes her career just went up in smoke, and she immediately blames our heroine Yvonne, vowing to make her pay. Back at the house, Rowan is lounging in her pajamas when her assistant calls with the latest tea. She explains that Li is blaming everything on Rowan now that her contract has been terminated. The assistant is worried sick because Li is starting rumors that Rowan seduced Mr. Zhou to get her way. But Rowan stays legendary and unbothered. She tells her assistant to ignore the rumors and not to suppress them. Instead, she should just tell the journalists that Rowan is officially sponsored by the Zhou family. Rowan and her assistant are cooking up a storm, and I don't mean dinner. Our girl is playing 4D chess, deciding it's worth using her own scandal to drown out the mess Keith and Summer made. Meanwhile, in a luxury car, the boss's assistant is spilling the tea, telling him that Miss Guan is now targeting Rowan, claiming she's putting the moves on him in that reality show. The boss just smirks, unbothered as ever, asking what the PR team is doing about it. Apparently, Rowan already took care of it, going public about the sponsorship and hiring an army of keyboard warriors to back her up. As long as the news is about the two of them together, she won't argue against it. Our CEO daddy loosens his tie, absolutely loving that his wife is finally playing for keeps. His assistant is just happy the boss is in a good mood for once, giving a nervous thumbs up. Later that night, the boss arrives home looking like a whole snack. The house seems deserted at first, but then he hears some rustling coming from the kitchen. He finds Rowan busy cleaning up, looking adorable in her loungewear. As she bends over to handle the trash, his eyes definitely start to wander. She notices him and tiredly tells him he should get some rest since she's finished up. But instead of going to bed, he sneaks up and pulls her into a spicy back hug. "Nice hips," he whispers, sending her heart into a total meltdown. His hands are definitely wandering now, and the tension is getting dangerously high. Rowan looks back at him, totally flustered by the sudden heat. But just as things are getting good, bang. Brenda bursts in and catches them red-handed, looking like she's seen a ghost. Rowan immediately shoves him away, acting like a guilty teenager. Brenda is absolutely losing it, screaming for everyone to stop. She's in total disbelief, asking Rowan if she knew about this the whole time. The rest of the crew is peeking in, equally stunned by the sight of the cold CEO getting cozy. The boss doesn't even blink, calmly saying, "Let's talk outside." They all walk out in a line, the air thick with the most awkward vibes imaginable. Everyone sits down in a heavy, suffocating silence. The confused trio in the back looks like they've lost their last two brain cells trying to process this. Our boss is already on his phone, tapping away. He casually orders someone to bring over his marriage certificate immediately. He drops the phone on the table with a thud, asking, "What do you want to know?" He leans in with a dangerous glint in his eye. "Or maybe I should ask, what would you like to hear?" Brenda is actually tearing up from the pure shock of it all. She looks so embarrassed she might just evaporate on the spot. Rowan just stares, her mind racing. She tries to ease the pressure by taking a sip of her drink, but Brenda blurts out, "You're married? But in the kitchen you were." Rowan's man casually accepts it, looking far too calm for the chaos he's about to unleash. Rowan's eyes go wide with absolute horror as she realizes what's inside, while a hand slams the document onto the table. "Here, take a good look," he commands, making sure everyone sees the truth. The surrounding artists can only stare in stunned silence, their chibi faces perfectly capturing the "what on earth is happening" vibe of the room. There it is in black and white, a official marriage certificate for everyone to see. He leans back with a smug, satisfied grin, letting the news sink in. "Yes, she's my wife," he declares, officially claiming our girl in front of the world. The sheer audacity of the reveal is framed by elegant flowers, but Rowan is anything but peaceful. She is absolutely fuming, practically vibrating with rage as her chibi self lets out a mental growl. The peanut gallery is left whispering in the background, thinking, if they're married, what are they even doing here? Even her glasses-wearing friend can't help but laugh at the absurdity. "You really deserve each other," he chuckles, clearly enjoying the drama. With the evidence out in the open, the man looks around and coolly asks, "Any other questions?" That's the cue for everyone to scramble out of the room, leaving the two of them in a heavy, suffocating silence. Rowan slams her coffee cup onto the table with a violent thump. "Was that funny?" she hisses, her patience finally snapping. But he doesn't back down. Instead, he gets dangerously close, his voice dropping an octave. "But we are married," he reminds her, his eyes locking onto hers. Rowan glares back, her expression dripping with skepticism and annoyance. Suddenly, he shifts gears, turning into a whiny, clingy puppy. "Darling," he moans, begging for a scrap of affection. Rowan isn't having any of it and literally shoves his face away. "Rowan Joe, don't touch me," she snaps, trying to maintain some dignity. She rubs her temples, feeling a massive headache coming on. "Do you know what will happen because we revealed our marriage to those artists?" she groans. He completely ignores her PR concerns and grabs her waist. "I want to kiss you," he murmurs, his intentions crystal clear. He calls her a little ingrate right before pulling her into a deep, bruising kiss. They stumble back against the door, the passion finally exploding after all that bickering. Rowan can't even fight it anymore, her face flushing a deep red as they lose themselves in each other. He hovers over her, whispering, "Your room," while Rowan tries to keep her cool. "It's a shame you're not a gigolo," she quips, trying to hide how much he's actually affecting her. He just smirks, retorting that getting him for free is a much better deal, though Rowan insists free stuff is never high quality. The night blurs into a haze of soft lights and lingering touches. In the heat of the moment, she tells him to stop, but her heart clearly isn't in the protest. By the next morning, the scandal is already blowing up social media. Rowan is already up and on the phone, her boss mode fully engaged. She's just digging a deeper hole for herself. "I'll deal with it myself," she says, referring to the snake Li Guan. She doesn't waste a single second, quickly gathering her things and preparing for war. Her husband wakes up looking like a literal dream, stretching out shirtless. "Good morning, dear," he purrs, clearly in a great mood. Rowan doesn't even give him a second glance as she heads for the door. "Not interested," she tosses back, leaving him smiling in bed. She arrives at Li Guan's home where a panicked man begs her to show mercy. "Can't you let her off this one time?" he pleads. Hannah steps into the room, ready to confront the woman who tried to sabotage her. Inside, Li Guan is looking like a hot mess, huddled under her sheets while the weight of her failures sinks in. Our girl doesn't waste a second and walks right in, her presence alone demanding attention. Li immediately gets defensive, snapping, "Did you come to laugh at me?" Hannah just stares her down with ice in her veins. asking if there's even anything worth laughing at in this pathetic scene. Lee starts making empty threats, but Hannah just scoffs. You still don't understand, do you? She drops the ultimate reality check. Rowan and I are married. I only looked the other way because you were his childhood friend. Lee looks like she's seen a ghost as Hannah leans over the bed. You should know your place, she warns, making it clear that she's the one in charge here. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife as Hannah towers over her rival. Delete your posts and I'll try to fix this mess, Hannah says, leaving Lee absolutely trembling with shock. She checks her watch with total boss energy, telling the girl she has exactly 10 minutes to decide her future. Lee, still trying to grasp the situation, asks if she's really with Rowan now. Hannah just sighs. They're married, so obviously they're together. Lee, desperate for proof, dares her to call him right in front of her. Our girl is more than happy to oblige. She pulls out her phone and puts Rowan Zhou on speaker for everyone to hear. Rowan answers with a smooth, "Missed me, dear?" And poor Lee looks like she's literally crumbling into stone from the rejection. Rowan is clearly feeling himself, asking what she wants for breakfast and getting way too flirty. How about some milk? How much do you like it, He purrs. Hannah is totally done with his shamelessness and hangs up immediately. She turns back to a devastated Lee and asks, will that do? Lee is a total wreck, but Hannah gives her one last warning to worry about herself before leaving. Back at the office, her team is looking lost, so Hannah takes the lead. Her plan is cold and calculated. Find a scapegoat of no importance to take the fall for hacking Lee's accounts. She warns them to be extremely careful with who they pick, because Lee's career and theirs is on the line. Over at Zhou Media, the plan is in full motion. Hannah marches through the office, ordering the staff to use the company account to release the official statement. She hands over the files to her assistant, making sure everything is settled. A formal legal document is drafted to make the hacking story look airtight. Later, while walking through the car parks, Hannah gets another call from Rowan. She spots him waving at her from his spot. Even his belt is a designer flex. Hannah can't help but think that even the freezing weather won't stop this man from acting like a total show-off. He's leaning against a luxury ride, looking like he's waiting for a photo shoot. Get in, he says, flashing that Playboy charm. He mentions that Grandpa is calling them for a family dinner. As they drive off, Rowan gives her a little praise, saying she handled the Li Guan drama perfectly. Our guy leans back with a smug grin, telling Rowan he actually expected her to overcompensate and completely destroy the girl. Rowan keeps her eyes on the road, telling him to just worry about his seatbelt and her own heart. He scoffs, laughing that he'd think she was actually jealous if he didn't know her better. Our girl doesn't even flinch, but deep down, that jealous comment hits a nerve. The conversation shifts to the main event. Why on earth is Grandpa suddenly calling them for dinner? Turns out, Yannick is bringing his new fiancé, and the whole family is expected to play nice. Rowan realizes with a jolt that she completely forgot Yannick was even engaged, and she hasn't even prepared a gift. A heavy silence fills the car as she processes the awkwardness of the night ahead. He glances over at her, his voice dropping low as he asks, "Are you sad?" Rowan just fires back with a "What do you think?" But he isn't letting it go. He leans into her personal space, demanding to know what is so amazing about Yannick that she can't seem to forget him. He dismisses the whole thing, saying nothing would ever come of her feelings anyway. "I'm just not as fickle as you are," Rowan snaps back, making sure he knows she's not some toy he can tease. She adjusts her elegant outfit, ready to face the music. Finally, they pull up to the massive Zhou family mansion. They step out of the car, looking like the ultimate power couple, though we know it's mostly for show. As they walk toward the entrance, he suddenly reaches out and grabs her waist. "Let's show some affection," he whispers, "and set an example for the happy new couple." Rowan stares at him, realizing he's already switching into his doting husband mode. They stand at the door, taking one last breath before the drama begins. Inside, the atmosphere is thick enough to cut with a knife. Grandpa is already seated with Yannick and his new bride-to-be. We're introduced to Ruth Meng, Yannick's secretary who managed to snag the fiancé title, though she looks incredibly sheepish being there. As a maid brings over slippers, our leading man decides to turn the charm up to 11. "I'll help you," he says, leaning down. Rowan pauses, completely caught off guard by the sudden attention. He literally takes her foot in his hand to slide the slipper on, telling her that heels strain her feet too much. Then comes the kicker. He looks up and says that while it's a strain for her, seeing her in pain would break his heart. It's so over the top that even the maid is speechless. Rowan leans in and whispers, "You sure can put up an act," but he just gives her a look that says, "Do you feel the bliss?" He knows Grandpa is watching every single move they make. Grandpa, being the impatient patriarch he is, yells at them to quit dragging their feet and save the chit-chat for when they get home. He starts the formal introductions, acknowledging Rowan as the younger brother's wife. Ruth looks like she's about to vibrate out of her skin from nerves as she greets her sister-in-law. Yannick and Ruth sit together, but the vibes are definitely off. Yannick is staring daggers at the pair, his expression cold and unreadable. Grandpa tells Rowan to come sit by him, and the group finally settles onto the couch for a dinner that is guaranteed to be a total disaster. The younger guy is getting way too cozy, playing with her hand while the old man watches with a satisfied grin. The old man reminds him that they're family now and he needs to take good care of her, but this guy has a total one-track mind. "That's Yannick's job. Mine is to take good care of my wife," he says, giving her a look that's way too intense for a casual dinner. He leans in close, whispering, "Right, dear," but our girl Rowan just gives him the silent treatment. Even in their chibai forms, He's tugging on her arm like a needy puppy while she looks like she's 5 seconds away from a mental breakdown. The whole family is gathered for a fancy dinner, but the atmosphere is thick with tension. He's playing the role of the doting husband perfectly, dropping food into her bowl with a simple "here." The old man looks absolutely pleased with how well they're getting along. But then he drops the ultimate awkward question, "So when can I expect a grandchild?" Rowan's spoon stops midair, and she looks like she wants the floor to swallow her whole. To save her from the interrogation, the guy mentions that Rowan recently reunited with a long-lost relative. He starts rubbing her head like she's a prize poodle, claiming that with family, she can finally be a child with loved ones again. Rowan's eyes twitch in annoyance as she tries to figure out what his game is. Rowan eventually leans her head on his shoulder to keep up the act as the old man asks for more details. He's genuinely shocked by the news. "Wasn't she orphaned?" he asks, his eyebrows hitting his hairline. The guy doesn't miss a beat, launching into a full explanation to keep the elder satisfied. He claims he met this relative himself and even ran a DNA test to prove there's no faking it. He turns to Rowan with a look that says, "You owe me big time." Leaning in until they're practically touching, he whispers into her ear, "Now how are you going to repay me?" After the dinner performance finally ends, they head out to the car. Rowan takes the driver's seat, letting out a breath she didn't know she was holding. "Thanks for mentioning Aunt Evelyn," she says, trying to be civil. But this man is a shark who doesn't do favors for free. "And how are you going to repay me?" he asks again, looking way too smug in the passenger seat. Rowan's chibi self deadpans money, but he just laughs, asking if he looks like a man who's short on cash. "Then forget it, let's get you home," she snaps, putting the car in gear. The drive is filled with a heavy silence while he just stares at her profile, probably planning his next move. Suddenly, his phone starts ringing off the hook. It's James Pei, probably calling to drag him out to some late-night party. He answers with a boastful smirk, "This late at night? Do you think that I'm a lifelong bachelor like you?" James asks if Rowan knows how much of a douche he actually is, and the guy just laughs. He tries to pass the phone to her, saying James wants to talk, but our girl isn't having it. "Nope, I'm driving," she says, focusing strictly on the road. He laughs into the phone, heading home now, can't talk, while James calls him a total show-off. After hanging up, he pouts like a child, telling her, "He was calling me names, Vaughn." Finally, they pull up to their destination and Rowan puts the car in park. "We're here," she announces, ready to kick him out. But before she can reach for the door, she's startled by a sudden F-whip as her seatbelt unbuckles. He's already leaning over her, trapping her against the seat with a predatory look in his eyes. His hand is firmly on the seat switch, and it looks like our girl isn't going anywhere until he gets exactly what he wants. The tension is thick enough to suffocate as he looms over our girl, his hand gripping the seat as he pins her down. He starts talking some absolute nonsense, mocking the inability of certain people to control anything from the waist down. "Aren't you a modern woman?" he asks with a devastating smirk, questioning if she's considered that maybe the world just misinterprets the passion of a poodle. Rowan is breathless, her heart hammering against her ribs as he leans in even closer, whispering that the time for debate is officially over. The talking stops and the action starts as they lose themselves in a heavy embrace, the car windows definitely starting to fog up. Fast forward an hour later, and the spice level hasn't dropped a single degree as they remain tangled together in the dark. "Are you tired?" he murmurs against her skin, but Rowan has finally found her voice, weakly snapping, "Get off." He doesn't seem to mind the rejection, gently caressing her face and suggesting she just stay the night since it's already so late. But the romantic mood is shattered instantly by a loud knock-knock on the glass that nearly sends them both through the roof. Outside the car stands James, who clearly missed the memo on how to not be a total third-wheel buzzkill. Our guy panics for a split second, whispering, "Can he see?" while Rowan frantically tries to fix her hair. She's absolutely mortified, sitting up and clutching her clothes as she realizes how compromising this looks. It's a mad scramble in the backseat as he tries to button his shirt with shaky hands while James just keeps on knocking. James is just standing there with a blank expression, having no clue that he's currently the most hated man on the planet. The male lead finally loses his patience and swings the door open so hard it bashes James right in the face. Honestly, he deserved it. "Are you trying to disfigure me?" James screams, holding his forehead, but the boss just deadpans that for a guy like him, it would be considered cosmetic surgery. James ignores the bite in his voice, pointing straight into the car because he's determined to talk to Rowan. The boss is not in the mood to share his woman, pulling out a lighter and asking with ice in his voice, "So where'd you like me to bury you?" James is either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid, because he just chirps back that he'll just ask Rowan to join them. The boss looks back at Rowan and asks, "Are you coming?" But our girl gives a very firm nope from the shadows. He leans back in one last time, telling Rowan that since James is already here, she needs to do him a favor and play along. Rowan puts her face in her hands, mourning the fact that her reputation is officially in shambles. "Are you taking him for a fool or me?" she hisses while the man just laughs, saying James might be dull but he's still a childhood friend. Rowan side-eyes the situation, wondering if James has any idea how much his friend badmouths him the second he turns his back. They finally step out of the car to face the music, the night air doing nothing to cool down the awkwardness. James starts rambling about family and asks Rowan to tell her uncle to free up some time so he can buy him dinner. He starts getting way too comfortable, acting like he's the only person Rowan can truly count on when she's in trouble. The boss has reached his limit with this guy's ego, leaning in with a truly menacing look and asking, "Are you done talking?" James finally catches the hint, waving a cheerful yep as he prepares to make his exit. But of course, he can't leave without mentioning that he heard there was some nice wine stored at the apartment. The three of them walk toward the building, though the boss looks like he's one comment away from actually following through on that burial threat. Once inside, we see Rowan's wine fridge, which is honestly a work of art and filled with top-tier bottles. The boss starts grabbing the good stuff, telling Rowan he's confiscating these specifically so she won't get horny again tonight. He literally kicks James out of the apartment, who is thrilled with his rewarding trip and his stolen wine. Finally, the boss closes the door, leaning against it as he stares at Rowan, the silence in the room suddenly feeling a lot more dangerous than it did in the car. He's sneaking up on our girl like a shadow in the night, trying to catch her off guard while she's busy on her phone. But just as he's about to make his move, his own phone starts screaming for attention. It's his godmother on the line, and she sounds like she's having a total meltdown. He tells her to take deep breaths and explain what's going on while Rowan watches the drama from the sidelines. Realizing this family mess is going to take a while, our girl decides she's had enough of him for one night and slips away. By the time he turns around, she's already gone, leaving him alone with nothing but his ringing phone. He realizes Lee is at the center of this disaster and tells his godmother he's coming over to settle things face to face. 1 hour later, the scene shifts to a much more tense environment. Lee's mother, Mrs. Guan, is laying the guilt on thick, apologizing for all the trouble her daughter has caused. She even tries to use their family bond to beg for mercy, asking, "Can't you spare her for my sake?" But Rowan Zhou isn't in the mood for sentimentality and gives Lee a choice: talk in front of her mother or get roasted in private. Lee chooses the private execution and shoves her mom out the door, thinking she can still fix this. Lee, clearly grasping at straws, asks with a trembling voice, "Are you really upset?" She goes for the jugular, accusing him of falling for Yvonne Jiang. He puts out his cigarette with a chilling finality that says her time is up. He looks her dead in the eye and drops the ultimate truth bomb: "I'm not interested in you as a woman. I only ever considered you a sibling." Lee goes full-blown hysterical, screaming that she's been by his side for years and he must feel something. But he shuts her down hard, revealing their agreement was just a business deal to distract his family while he kept her career secure. He walks out without a second glance, leaving her to sob on the couch while he checks his phone for the only person he actually cares about. He stares at his call logs to Yvonne, the weight of his choices finally starting to sink in. Another hour passes as he drives through the quiet city streets. His car eventually screeches to a halt in front of her building. He sends a simple sleeping text hoping for any kind of bite. He waits and waits but gets absolutely nothing but radio silence. He scoffs at his own desperation, lighting up another cigarette to mask the rejection. Meanwhile, things are a lot more relaxed over at Yvonne's house. Our girl is just stepping out of the shower, looking like a total dream while she dries her hair. She finally catches the news notification about Lee's retirement and his text, looking completely puzzled by the sudden 180. Suddenly, a loud knock echoes through her apartment. She opens the door and finds the man himself standing there, looking like trouble in a suit. He leans in close, his voice a low growl as he says, "I'd like a drink." But Rowan isn't making it easy for him, firing back with, "Are you sure you only want a drink?" Vaughn leans in with that smoldering, dangerous gaze, asking her what else she expected him to do in a situation like this. Our girl Rowan looks at him with pure, unadulterated suspicion, flat out asking, "Do you think I'm that energetic?" He just gives her a cheeky, half-lidded grin, telling her she flatters him before casually heading toward the door. Rowan tries to play it cool, heading straight for the fridge to grab some water and hopefully lower the rising temperature in the room. She finally snags a cold bottle, just wanting a single second of peace to process everything. But nope, Vaughn is a professional at being clingy, wrapping his arms around her from behind and whispering, "I'm feeling the blues, Vaughn." Rowan tries to keep her composure, handing him the bottle and telling him, "Have a drink. Cool yourself." He doesn't let go though, taking a long, dramatic gulp of water while practically glued to her back. He starts getting surprisingly deep, mentioning how he feels he owes Li Guan's mother for letting him stay with her in the past. Rowan is just trying to survive the proximity, nuzzling into her shoulder as she awkwardly asks if he wants another drink. He ignores the water and asks if she wants to hear about his day, but our girl has had enough of the back hug and tells him, "Sure, but can you let me go? Let's talk elsewhere." After a little chibai-style shove to finally regain her personal space, they end up sitting on opposite sides of the room like they're in the middle of a high-stakes divorce hearing. Rowan gets right to the point, asking the question everyone's dying to know: why did the superstar Li Guan suddenly vanish from showbiz? And he's not done. He claims that every scandal he's ever had with supermodels or celebrities was fake. Rowan literally chokes on her drink, because how is the industry's biggest playboy actually a total fraud? Vaughn just smirks and hands her a tissue, asking if she really has to be that shocked by the truth. She's staring at him with tears in her eyes, trying to process the fact that his bad boy reputation is built on lies. He leans forward, his voice dropping an octave as he asks, Am I that much of a scumbag in your eyes? He tells her to be totally honest with him for once. Rowan isn't buying it yet, reminding him that he literally admitted to loving Lee before, but he just scoffs and says that was a lie too. Then the ultimate realization hits her and she looks at him with pure skepticism. Don't tell me I was your first, she asks. There's a long, heavy silence as Vaughn actually pauses, his hand freezing on his knee. Then he looks her dead in the eye with a proud expression and confirms it. Rowan is absolutely losing her mind now, screaming, "What, you're worried I demand you take responsibility?" He just sighs and tells her not to worry about it, acting like he didn't just break her brain. He calls out her name softly, Rowan Zhou, but she's way too stunned to be handled. She demands to know why he's telling her all of this after droning on for so long. She asks if he's just throwing shade or actually talking about his feelings. Chibai Rowan starts throwing a tantrum, accusing him of insulting her intelligence and wiping the floor with it. Vaughn just leans in close, his voice like velvet as he tells her that she looks much better when she's not angry. That one line sends Rowan's heart into a total tailspin, leaving her blushing and breathless. Mr. Zhou looks at his watch and casually mentions that it's getting late. He smirks, suggesting they should finally head to bed like a proper husband and wife, but our girl isn't falling for it. "Yes, and you're sleeping on the couch," she retorts, leaving him standing there with a shocked, sweating expression. Once she's safe behind her bedroom door, Rowan can't help but overthink everything. She stares at her drink, wondering if the rumors were all lies. Could it be that the infamous Playboy was actually a virgin and she was his first? She lets out a heavy sigh, trying to wrap her head around the craziness of her situation. To get some answers, she grabs her phone and starts texting a friend. She asks the burning question, "Would you feel differently for the first woman you're with?" Her friend is clearly a drama addict because she immediately asks which type Rowan thinks her husband is. Suddenly, the phone starts ringing, startling our poor heroine. Her friend screams through the speaker, "You were Rowan Zhou's first." The girl on the other end won't stop yapping about how well he must have hidden it. She starts gushing about how they are basically childhood friends who got married, calling it the perfect love story. Childhood friends, Rowan thinks, as a forgotten memory begins to splash back into her mind. She remembers a time back at the mansion when a young Mr. Zhou was shivering in bed with a fever. He was coughing and raspy, desperately calling out for water. Rowan was the one who creaked open his door, bringing him a glass. She sat by his side, handing him his medicine and telling him he needed to get better. She looked at his flushed face and promised she'd drop by tomorrow, asking if there was anything special he wanted to eat. In his vulnerable state, he looked up at her with teary eyes and asked, "Yvonne, can you hug me?" She leaned down to comfort him, but the boy suddenly pulled her into a desperate embrace. He clenched his arms around her tightly, refusing to let go. "Please don't move," he whispered, his voice trembling. He was actually crying into her shoulder, revealing a hidden pain that the rest of the world never saw behind his pampered exterior. Back in the present, Rowan shakes her head to clear the cobwebs. "I should stop thinking about that," she mutters to herself. She reaches over and clicks off the light, finally ready for sleep. But of course, the ML has other plans, opening the door to announce he's using her bathroom. When she tells him there's a guest bathroom, he just turns his back and says he's not used to it. Rowan can only lie there and sigh at his persistent antics. The sound of footsteps returns. He casually mentions that he borrowed her towel, even though it was a bit small for him. He stands there, shamelessly flaunting his muscular build while she tries to ignore him. Suddenly, her phone starts buzzing on the bedspread. Her friend is back on the line, shouting at the top of her lungs that she heard he popped his cherry with her. Rowan freezes as the ultra-loud gossip fills the room. She's trying to handle business on the phone, shouting, "No, we need to do this now." But someone is making it very hard to concentrate. Her husband is currently hovering over her with zero personal space, asking if his skills finally passed the test. He's got her by the chin, basically daring her to look away while his eyes drip with mischief. Rowan isn't having his games today, though. "Shut up, I'm busy, I'm hanging up," she snaps, but he just keeps teasing her about falling in love. Suddenly, the mood shifts as a nagging question comes up. Why did he choose Rowan's room of all places when he was drugged by Mrs. Zhou? Our girl looks him dead in the eye and asks the million-dollar question, that night, why me? She knows deep down she didn't have much of a choice in the matter, but she needs to hear it from his own lips. He stops the playful act for a second, leaning in close to ask if she really thought he'd just let her go. It's 2 a.m., and while he promises he's just there to sleep, his hands are definitely wandering. Rowan is clearly overwhelmed, but he whispers that just being able to stare at her is enough for now. "You'd better," she warns, "or there won't be a next time," before they finally settle in for the night. But let's talk about that fateful night. He admits that he could only choose Rowan because the people behind his parents' death were none other than Julian and Henry Zhou. Flashback to Rowan bursting through the door looking absolutely wrecked and flushed. She stumbles into the dark room, gasping, "Who is it?" as she tries to keep her balance. When she realizes it's him, she barely manages to get her name out through the haze. He's startled seeing her tremble like a leaf and asks if she's sick. It doesn't take long for him to realize she touched something she shouldn't have, meaning she's been drugged to the gills. Rowan is panting, her vision probably swimming as she begs him not to leave to get a doctor. She starts losing control, her hands moving to unbutton her clothes as the heat takes over. "Help me," she pleads, looking completely lost in her own desire. He doesn't need to be told twice, sweeping her up and placing her gently on the bed. He hovers over her, his voice voice a low rumble as he promises to be gentle. Fast forward to the morning, and Rowan wakes up looking like she just saw a ghost. He's lying there looking smug as ever, asking what she was dreaming about. A poodle, she deadpans, trying to play it cool. He can't help but laugh, asking, and it pushed you down. He leans in, reminding her that he heard her calling his name all night long. He even teases her about how she was sobbing that it hurt. Rowan tries to act tough, but she's clearly flustered as he keeps playing with her hair. She eventually makes a run for it, heading toward the bathroom to hide her blushing face. Meanwhile, this man is literally sniffing her pillow like a total obsessed weirdo while she's gone. He's fully submerged in her scent, looking way too satisfied with himself, while Rowan tries to wash away the memories in the shower. She can't help but let out a heavy sigh at the mess her life has become. Back in the room, the reality of their situation hits. He tells her she needs to find an excuse to leave the reality show immediately. Then the jealousy peaks. "Are you going to keep flirting with Fergus Jing?" he demands, his tone turning possessive. Rowan looks at him like he's lost his mind, but he just smirks, asking if she's upset. He nuzzles into her shoulder, complaining that she's so clingy they might as well be dating. Our girl just gives him a cold nope, even though her heart is probably doing backflips. She's realizing that if he had made his moves before last night, she would have just laughed it off as a joke. But now, every touch feels heavy with a different meaning. Mr. Zhou, being his usual smug and observant self, catches the look on her face and tells her not to worry. He's not going to force her to take responsibility for what happened between them. They head to the dressing room where he's all business, checking his watch and telling her that he's arranging his departure, and she should do the same instead of wasting energy on trivial things. But then he drops a bombshell that proves he's been paying way more attention than he lets on, asking if her aunt is being discharged from the hospital today. He gives her a cheeky wink in his chibai form, insisting that he's coming along to help fetch her. Our girl is left standing there completely baffled, wondering how he even knows her family's schedule. They pull up to the hospital shortly after. Inside the car, he plays the part of the doting husband to perfection, telling her to stay put while he goes to get Aunt Evelyn. He steps out of the car looking dead serious, shifting instantly from charming spouse to man on a mission. The second he's alone, he's on the phone with his assistant, Zachary, demanding to know why the missus has been feeling sick lately. He's not taking "I don't know" for an answer, even telling Zachary to go pressure Rowan's best friend, Sylvie, if he has to. "Just come up with something," he snaps, clearly losing his patience because he wants answers yesterday. In the parking lot, Rowan is already pushing Aunt Evelyn out in a wheelchair when Mr. Zhou appears, acting like the most respectful son-in-law on the planet. He smoothly slides in to take over the wheelchair, calling her dear with a smile that would fool anyone. He carefully helps the aunt into the car, showing a level of gentleness that Rowan didn't think he possessed. Watching him, Rowan can't help but feel a pang in her heart, thinking about how they actually look like a real, loving couple right now. But the perfect husband act hits a little snag when he demands the car keys so he can drive, leading to an adorable and awkward chibai standoff. As their hands touch during the handoff, he leans in with a smirk, asking if he's doing well in his new role. Rowan just huffs, calling him incredibly thick-skinned, while he whispers that they should definitely relax tonight. Once they're on the road, Aunt Evelyn doesn't miss a beat, immediately asking why Rowan is hiding in the backseat and if the two of them are having a lover's quarrel. The aunt leans over to whisper that even though Rowan is acting cold, it's obvious that Mr. Zhou is completely fawning over her. And just like that, the ML has officially won over the family. He continues the charm offensive, turning back to ask Aunt Evelyn exactly what she'd like to have for lunch. He mentions that a friend of his just opened a restaurant that serves Carthage cuisine, the very place they were living before all this drama started. Aunt Evelyn is delighted to try it, while Rowan sits there in silence, realizing he's investigated her life so thoroughly that he knows things she never even told him. They arrive at a high-end spot called The Class, where the valet is already waiting. He's even remembered that Rowan can't handle spicy food, warning her that if she tries to be brave, her stomach will be killing her all night. As they enter, the staff greets them with a bow, and he tells them to take the missus to their usual table while he makes a quick detour to the kitchen. The staff leads the way, addressing her as Mrs. Zhou, which only adds to Rowan's internal identity crisis. Behind the scenes, he's still focused on his investigation, asking his assistant for any new leads. Zachary explains that Sylvie is being difficult and insists that if he wants information, he has to come talk to her personally because sending an assistant is insincere. Fair enough, he mutters, tossing his jacket to his stunned assistant. He rolls up his sleeves and marches into the kitchen, shocking the staff by announcing that he's going to personally cook a couple of dishes for his family. Back in the private room, the real interrogation begins when Aunt Evelyn asks Rowan to be honest about whether she's actually in love with the man. Rowan tries to maintain her guard, claiming she isn't, but the aunt isn't buying it for a second, noting that his love for her is written all over his face. Rowan sighs, mentioning that Julian Zhou has had a rough childhood and a complicated relationship with his own family. Aunt Evelyn goes quiet, clearly sensing the deep trauma and the even deeper feelings involved in this contract relationship. Just then, the door creaks open and the man of the hour walks in with a pitcher, warmly asking if they're ready to eat. Mr. Zhou starts chugging water like he's been in a desert for a week, before turning his attention to some fresh passion fruit juice. He slides a glass over to our girl Rowan, telling her, "Try it." Rowan takes a sip, unaware of the trap being laid. Suddenly, he leans in with a smirk and whispers, "I drank from that spot." Indirect kiss alert. Rowan's brain short circuits, but she tries to play it cool and admits it's actually not bad. The waiter arrives with the latest menu for Mr. Zhou, and Rowan is genuinely shocked that they were actually waiting for her to arrive before ordering. He just gives her that signature Playboy smile and teases, "It's rare for you to be so considerate." When the food finally hits the table, it looks absolutely scrumptious. Mr. Zhou is being surprisingly attentive, making sure Rowan gets the light-flavored dishes she prefers. He even leans in close enough to make her heart skip a beat, whispering, "You're not eating. I cooked it for you." He looks so sincere that it's almost illegal. Rowan takes a bite, feeling the pressure of his gaze, while he just watches her with a satisfied look. For a moment, they actually look like a happy, normal family while they eat and laugh. But the mood shifts as they get into the heavy stuff. Rowan opens up about her painful past, admitting, "To him, I'm just a burden. It's straining his marriage." Mr. Zhou isn't having it, though. He picks up his chopsticks and argues that a parent's mistake has nothing to do with the child. He even makes sure Aunt Evelyn is taken care of, earning him a "you're a good kid" from the older lady. As the night ends, Mr. Zhou sees them to the car but mentions he has some business to finish up. Rowan watches him as they drive away, leaving him standing alone in the quiet parking lot. We then cut to Sylvie's office, where things are a lot less romantic. Two girls are huddled in massive puffer jackets, eating ice cream in a freezing room. "Turn on the heater before we start," one of them shivers. Sylvie isn't interested in wasting electricity, so she just smacks a 24-hour heat pack onto her friend instead. Their gossip session about Rowan is cut short when the secretary pops in to announce that Mr. Zhou is there. He walks in looking cold, sharp, and totally intimidating. The girls are absolutely terrified, whispering, "He's already here." He doesn't waste any time, taking a seat and commanding them to do the same. Sylvie and Benji are having a total meltdown, trying to communicate through sheer telepathy as they face the music. The man of the hour, Mr. Zhou, casually lights a cigarette and leans back with a cold, piercing stare. "Have you decided, are you going to talk?" he asks, his voice dripping with authority. Benji and Sylvie look absolutely meek, feeling the weight of his gaze. Benji, trying to save his own skin, nudges Sylvie and tells her to go get Mr. Zhou a coffee while he handles the talk. As she scurries away, Benji decides to go for the jugular. "Mr. Zhou, if you don't mind me asking, do you love Vaughn?" he questions, bringing up our girl Rowan's nickname. Zhou doesn't even blink, simply staring him down and throwing the question back at him. Benji sighs, sitting back and realizing he's not getting a straight answer today. He tells the big boss that he's afraid he can't tell him what he wants to know. Zhou narrows his eyes, asking if he's sure, but Benji stands his ground. He tells Zhou he should be pleased that no one is spilling the beans, as it proves Rowan has loyal friends. Zhou actually cracks a smug smirk, looking completely unbothered. "You really know how to play me," he says, though it sounds more like a challenge than a compliment. Just then, Sylvie returns with the coffee, only to find the atmosphere has turned into a frozen tundra. Without another word, Mr. Zhou stands up and heads for the door, simply stating, "I'll be back." Sylvie is left blinking in confusion, demanding to know what Benji said to make him leave so fast. Benji just shrugs, joking that the room was probably too cold and she really needs to pay the electric bill already. Meanwhile, out in his car, the engine purrs as Mr. Zhou checks his phone. He's not letting our girl slip away that easily and tells his contact on the other end, "I need a tail." He's targeting Sylvie, knowing she's the key to finding Rowan. As he drives through the city lights, his mind is racing. He clenches the steering wheel, his knuckles turning white as he orders his man to keep an eye on them and make her talk. On the other end of the line, his contact realizes he's being used as a total honey trap. He can't help but ask one more time if Zhou actually loves her. The silence on the line is deafening as the ML stares into the night. "Heh, how romantic," the voice on the phone teases over a backdrop of moonlit flowers. Cut to Rowan's new sanctuary, which is absolutely massive. She's helping an elder woman in a wheelchair settle in, and the lady is overwhelmed by the size of the place, asking if she really lives here with Rowan. Our girl just gives a tired smile, closing the door and saying they'll get used to it over time. She's such a sweetheart, kneeling down to help with the woman's slippers while promising to get a job as soon as her leg is about a bold move. Rowan gives our girl that signature smirking look that usually means trouble. She immediately calls him out, telling him he's being incredibly childish for an adult. But this man has zero shame, leaning in to caress her chin while reminding her that since they've already kissed, sharing a glass of personal space. He pulls her into a tight hug, acting all sweet and asking, "How did I do? Did Aunt Evelyn change her opinion of me?" Rowan isn't falling for the act and tells him to get off, calling him a total liar while giving him a little chibai shove. This sends him into a full-blown pout, sitting there with his arms crossed like a giant toddler. While he's busy being dramatic in the background, Rowan gets back to work, but the peace doesn't last long. Her phone starts buzzing, interrupting her chores. It's Ruth Meng on the other end, acting all polite and calling her sister-in-law. Ruth is asking for a huge favor, saying, "I'm trying out bridal dresses tomorrow. Can you join me?" Rowan agrees to be there at 3 o'clock, and as the call ends with a beep, she can't help but feel a bit suspicious. She stares at her phone, wondering what Ruth is really up to. Her husband isn't convinced either, asking why on earth Ruth would pick her out of everyone else in the Zhou family. He mocks her a bit, saying she's clearly not very sharp if she hasn't realized why their wedding was kept a secret in the first place. His voice turns serious as he warns her to keep an eye out, because it's the dogs that don't bark that bite. Rowan knows he's right, but she has other priorities, like finding a maid for Aunt Evelyn. He's not a fan of having strangers in his house, but Rowan stands her ground, reminding him that her aunt can't take care of herself right now. He sighs, clarifying that he only said he dislikes the idea, not that he's saying no. On what condition, she asks, knowing there's always a catch with this man. He points right to his lips with a smug ahem, here, making his demands very clear. Rowan just stares at him for a long moment, probably questioning her life choices. As she gets closer, his heart starts doing a literal ba-dump, clearly not expecting her to actually follow through. But just as things get spicy, she pauses, whispering, "You got an inch and you want a mile." He laughs it off, pulling her into another hug and joking that his limit for her is 7 times a week. Rowan just rolls her eyes and tells him to take his meds instead of being so thirsty. The next day, the scene shifts under a clear blue sky. The doorbell jingles as our girl arrives at the high-end boutique. Ruth is already there, surrounded by staff and acting like the perfect, overwhelmed bride-to-be. Rowan starts flipping through the catalog, but she's not impressed. While out with her friend, Rowan decides to play the ultimate sugar mommy role at the boutique. She casually whips out a card and tells the clerk, "Box those up for me and use this for payment." Her friend is practically shaking, but Rowan just smiles and says to consider it a wedding present. However, the retail therapy is cut short when her phone lets out a sharp ding. She looks down to see a message that makes her heart stop. A lead on her parents' death is finally within reach. The target is right here in White City at a place called Giddy Automotive. Our girl doesn't waste a single second, pulling up to the gritty shop with her companion in tow. She steps out of the car with a look that says she's not here to play games, demanding to know exactly where the man she's looking for is hiding. The vibe inside is definitely not family-friendly as they enter the dark, oil-stained garage. The mechanics inside are total creeps, with one of them sneering, "Hey, beautiful, in need of repairs." Rowan ignores the catcall, her voice like ice as she states she's looking for Carl Wang. The guys just laugh her off, telling her that if she isn't there for a repair, she needs to beat it. Rowan lets out a heavy sigh, realizing that being polite is a total waste of breath with these thugs. She spots a massive, heavy-duty wrench sitting in a bin and grabs it. Before anyone can react, bang. She slams the wrench onto a car hood with enough force to wake the dead. "Are you crazy, woman?" the lead mechanic screams, his jaw on the floor. Rowan doesn't even blink, checking her watch and giving them a cold ultimatum. Carl shows up in 5 minutes or she starts dismantling every single car in the shop. That definitely did the trick, because a pair of boots starts clanging down the metal stairs immediately. Carl Wang finally shows his face, and Rowan greets him with a stare that could pierce armor. The old man looks absolutely miserable, his face pale as he realizes his past has finally caught up to him. Rowan hauls him into her car to get some real answers. She starts the interrogation by revealing her true identity: Yvonne Jiang, daughter of Simon Jiang. Carl tries to play dumb, but our girl just smirks and asks if she needs to refresh his memory. The pressure is too much, and Carl finally cracks, confessing that he was paid a lot of money to fix that car years ago. "Who's he?" Rowan demands, leaning in close. Carl claims he doesn't know the mastermind's name, only that he needed the money for his own wedding at the time. As night falls over the city, the mystery only deepens. Rowan returns to the Skywater residence, her mind racing with the new information. Carl described the man who hired him as middle-aged and almost 50 at the time. The most chilling detail: the man was vulgar and had a creepy black eagle tattoo on his left shoulder. Rowan repeats the word vulgar to herself, trying to make the pieces fit. She thinks of Henry Zhou, who fits the age, but he's far too refined to be described as vulgar. As she heads inside, memories of her childhood when she was known as Vaughn start to surface. Back then, everyone said she was far too mature for her age, but she still remembers the sweeter times before the tragedy. Our girl is having a moment of pure chaos, trying to get Aunt Evelyn to hush up before she spills all the tea. After the frantic Chibai mode panic, Rowan finally makes it home where the atmosphere is thick enough to cut with a knife. She tries to keep it cool, but her husband is already tracking her every move with that "I know what you're up to" smirk. Auntie decides to play the ultimate wingman, announcing she'll just stay put and watch TV so the couple can have some quality time. As the bedroom door creaks shut, you just know things are about to get spicy and complicated. Joe doesn't waste a second, wrapping his arms around her and whispering, "Bad mood, huh?" He starts unbuttoning her coat with a predatory focus, but our girl isn't in the mood for games just yet. Suddenly, the mood is shattered by a ringtone that feels like a bucket of ice water. Rowan looks down to see Yannick Zhou's name flashing on the screen, and the tension in the room triples. "I need to take this," she insists, but Zhou isn't exactly the sharing type. "Is there something I shouldn't hear?" He growls, his jealousy flaring up as he refuses to let her go. He literally tightens his grip on her, forcing her to answer the call right there in his arms. Rowan reluctantly picks up, greeting Yannick while her husband lingers like a shadow over her shoulder. On the other end, Yannick is confused about her paying for a bridal dress, but Rowan shuts it down, telling him to consider it a wedding gift. Yannick tries to offer her the money back, but Zhou decides now is the perfect time to get handsy. He starts nuzzling her ear, shamelessly distracting her while she's trying to hold a professional conversation. He mocks her, asking, "Are you doing this to clear your debt to me?" He pins her against the furniture, leaning in with a look that says he's done playing nice. Rowan can only stare back, her heart racing as she tries to process his sudden shift. With a sudden whoosh of movement, the power dynamic shifts completely. Our poor heroine is left blushing and completely short-circuited. Zhou gives her that signature, "you're mine" look that makes us all scream at the screen. Meanwhile, poor Yannick is still on the phone asking, "Vaughn, are you listening?" Yannick is left thinking she's dealing with a monster, while the phone sits forgotten among the decor. After a quick aesthetic breather, we skip to later that night where Rowan emerges from the bath. She crawls into bed, but the workaholic husband is already there tapping away on his laptop. Just as she's settling in, her phone dings with a text from Ruth, apologizing for Yannick's drunk dialing. Zhou's typing stops instantly as he demands, "Why did Yannick call you?" In her head, she calls him out for being the ultimate jealous husband, while he jokes that he'll castrate anyone he catches in bed with her. Rowan hesitates, realizing she needs his help for something bigger than their marriage bickering. "Can I ask for a favor?" she finally whispers. Zhou is genuinely shocked because our girl rarely asks for anything, but she's serious. She's found the mechanic who worked on her father's car, and she needs Zhou's resources to dig into the truth. Mr. Zhou is showing a rare side of himself, looking at our girl with pure, unadulterated sympathy. He pulls her close, his hand resting protectively as he asks the question that cuts deep. "You were just a child, did it hurt?" Rowan can't help but tremble as he cups her face, his gaze softening as he whispers, "Yeah, I'm here." He doesn't push for secrets she isn't ready to share, simply leaning in to hold her close while promising he won't ask if she doesn't want to tell. Our heroine is a mess of emotions, feeling her heart flutter in a way that's both bittersweet and terrifyingly new as she clenches his shirt. Fast forward 10 minutes and the romantic mood has shifted to total chibai comedy. Rowan is trying her best to escape his grip, but this man is like superglue, insisting he's not done with her yet while casually making business calls. He's literally handling a deal while keeping her trapped in his lap. On the phone, he's all business, telling Charlie Chin that he'll get things done tomorrow without missing a beat. He even has the audacity to smirk at her while working, clearly enjoying her struggle to break free. Finally, she manages to pull away, looking absolutely exhausted by his clingy antics. He just gives her that signature smug look and asks, "Anyway, are we cohabiting now?" Our girl is totally unimpressed, giving him the ultimate "are you serious" side-eye. But he doubles down, calling their situation legally wed friends with benefits. Meanwhile, the reality show drama is peaking in the background as the couple act for the cameras is well received by the fans. Rowan meets with director Liu to confirm she's officially jumping ship, explaining that she and Mr. Zhou are leaving the program for good. At the farewell party, the rest of the cast is shocked by the sudden exit, but Rowan just plays it cool, claiming work got too busy. Back in her room, she's packing up her life while her assistant watches with a hesitant, worried expression. The girl asks if Rowan is upset about Rowan leaving, clearly feeling the weight of the separation. She looks like she's about to burst into tears, letting out a soft HNGH. Rowan, being the queen she is, comforts her, knowing the girl had a positive impression of Mr. Zhou and reminding her those feelings will fade. Honestly, our girl is glowing now that she's finally choosing her own path. The sun is shining on her brand new beginning. As she rolls her suitcase out of the villa, a young staffer jumps at the chance to help her out, eager to be in her presence. She tries to be polite, keeping in mind that it's a live stream and the audience is watching every move. The guy is being extra helpful, loading her heavy suitcase into the trunk of the car. She offers a kind, "keep up the good work," thinking it's a standard goodbye to a junior. But then the kid gets bold and asks for a hug, catching her completely off guard before lunging in for the embrace. He steps out of the shadows, scaring the living daylights out of the poor staffer who immediately releases her. Rowan is baffled, looking at him with a mix of confusion and annoyance as she asks, "What are you doing here?" Mr. Zhou looks absolutely menacing, looming over the terrified kid like a dark cloud of pure wrath. With a terrifyingly calm head, he smirks and asks, "And you have to hug her for that?" Without a second thought, her husband delivers a brutal kick that sends the creep flying. He doesn't stop there, immediately grabbing the man by his hair to make sure he got the message. Our girl is stunned, but her husband's voice cuts through the shock as he snaps, "Rowan, get in the car." Rowan stares at him, her heart racing as she tries to process the sudden explosion of violence. She looks back at the villa, which is currently being used for a high-stakes live stream, and worries that this little scene is going to make some very messy headlines. Her husband remains silent, his back turned to her, radiating a cold, dangerous energy. Rowan lets out a heavy sigh, trying to downplay the tension by complaining, "My foot was cramping." He doesn't buy the excuse for a second, simply commanding her to get in the car while he towers over the pathetic guy on the ground. He leans in close, his hand firmly holding hers as he decides, "We're taking your car. Zachary will drop by to get mine later." He pulls her toward the vehicle, his possessiveness on full display. The boy on the ground whimpers out, "Miss Jiang," but Rowan doesn't let him finish. She looks down at him with a mix of pity and sternness, telling him that while her husband shouldn't have hit him, he was ultimately at fault. "In fact," she adds, her voice steady, He's not out of line when you're assaulting his wife. She's not going to let this guy play the victim, so she tells him to have his manager take him to the hospital and that she'll foot the bill. The guy looks absolutely frustrated, realizing he's lost this round completely. He mutters that he's fine, and Rowan wastes no more time stepping into the car as her husband watches her every move. As she settles into the driver's seat, she glances at him and asks, "Where are we going?" They pull up to the quartz complex, the tires screeching as they come to a halt. Her husband sits there with his arms crossed, looking like a dark cloud is hanging over his head. Rowan senses the heavy atmosphere and asks, "Something you want to say?" Suddenly, he lunges across the seat, his hand snaking around the back of her neck to pull her close. His eyes are burning with jealousy as he growls, "If I see him hug you again, I'll break his hands." Our girl isn't intimidated and fires right back, "I'll break yours if you can't keep them to yourself." He lets out a dark smirk, whispering that she would never actually do it, which earns him a firm shove from a blushing Rowan. "Stop, shut it," she yells, but then her voice softens as she admits, "That was my fault." Her husband pauses, his internal monologue reeling because Rowan apologizing is a total first for them. To seal the truce, he leans in and plants a soft kiss on her cheek, promising that he'll show more restraint next time. Rowan can only manage a week. Yeah, as she tries to regain her composure. They sit in a momentary, heavy silence while she focuses on the steering wheel. Finally, he breaks the quiet by calling her name, his tone shifting back to business. He looks out the window and coldly reminds her, "Our marriage isn't real, nor is our relationship. We shouldn't interfere with each other too much, or it'll get awkward." The scene shifts to a moody pool hall where a young man is lining up a shot. Rowan's husband walks in, his presence described as nothing short of menacing. His friend looks him up and down, tisk-tisking as he asks, "What's gotten into you? You look terrible." The husband ignores the jab, looking absolutely sinister as he lights up a cigarette. The group gathers by the fireplace, the atmosphere thick with unspoken drama. Charlie Chin, Rowan's friend, tries to play it cool, telling the husband, "He's just a boy, don't worry about it." They're all clearly playing along with the husband's foul mood, but the tension is still through the roof. With a long, weary sigh, the husband exhales a cloud of smoke as someone finally asks the question on everyone's mind. "So how are things going with Sylvie?" The gossip mill is working overtime today as these two guys discuss our girl. Apparently the word on the street is that she isn't just a glutton but a total shopaholic too. We cut to a quiet tea room where Rowan is meeting with a friend. The friend mentions that Rowan approached her a few days ago to set things straight. But the friend is honestly underwhelmed by the scandalous info. "That's it? Yeah, that's all you have?" she asks, looking completely confused by the lack of juicy drama. Rowan remains perfectly calm, sipping her tea while her friend admits she would have spoken up sooner if she knew Rowan was going to be this chill about the rumors. Her friend leans in, staring intensely. "Don't you feel anything for Rowan?" she asks, trying to gauge her reaction. Our girl doesn't even blink, giving a blunt nope that could freeze a volcano. She's more focused on being a supportive bestie, squeezing her friend's hand and asking how her therapy session went, even offering to tag along next time. But the peace is shattered when a phone starts ringing off the hook. It's a code red crisis. "Miss Jiang, someone just leaked a video of Mr. Zhou assaulting our own talent." Rowan's face tightens as she tells them she'll be at the office in 30 minutes. We see the massive corporate building where the drama is about to go down. Rowan storms through the lobby like a queen going to war, ordering a conference room meeting in 5 minutes flat. She heads straight for the PR manager's office. Her assistant is tripping over her words, explaining that while the talent's manager will be there soon, they haven't been able to reach Mr. Zhou or his assistant, Zachary. Rowan just sighs, clutching her coffee as she tries to process the mess her husband has landed in. She knows exactly where that man is, hanging out at a bar at this hour. Sure enough, we find Mr. Zhou looking very tipsy and very red-faced at a club. He picks up the phone with a lazy Vaughn. Rowan isn't in the mood for his drunken charms. "Where are you? Tell Zachary to bring you in." "Someone leaked a video of you assaulting Fergus Jing," she demands, telling him to sit up straight and listen. She informs him that the PR team is making a statement right now. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he agrees to call Zachary and get moving. Back at the conference room, Rowan is hard at work on her laptop, her fingers flying across the keys, when her assistant knocks to announce that Fergus Jing's manager has arrived. Rowan tells them to have him wait in her private office. The manager walks in and immediately starts playing the victim card, begging Rowan to help Fergus because it hasn't been easy for him. Our girl isn't buying the act for a second. She takes a slow sip of her tea and asks, "Why don't you be honest and tell me who's behind this?" The manager breaks out into a nervous sweat, claiming he has no idea what she's talking about. Rowan stands up, her gaze turning icy. "I doubt either of you has the balls to launch a smear campaign against me," she declares, the clink of her teacup punctuating her authority. She knows someone paid them a pretty penny to stage this whole thing. Meanwhile, a car is tearing through the streets. Inside, the truth is finally coming out. It was Fergus's manager who leaked the video, and even Yannick Zhou's own assistant was spotted with him. Yannick sits in the back, looking absolutely murderous as he tells the driver to hurry. After a quick transition, Yannick arrives at the PR office. He pauses at the door, hearing the manager inside whining that while a scandal won't hurt Yannick's reputation much, it'll ruin the manager's career. Yannick walks in to find Rowan absolutely dismantling the guy. "Does his poor reputation mean you can slander him however you like?" she asks, her voice dripping with cold fury. She delivers the final blow without a hint of mercy. Make a statement and retire, you don't get to choose. The CEO isn't playing around, coldly telling his staff that a poor reputation doesn't give anyone the right to slander him. He orders his assistant to get the full video and post it on the official Zhou Media account immediately. The assistant is visibly shaking, worrying that the missus is going to be absolutely livid. But our guy just smirks, telling them to make it clear he's the one wooing her and that he simply lost control because of his jealousy. 10 minutes later, the office door is practically kicked off its hinges. Rowan's assistant is hyperventilating, screaming that the boss just made a massive public statement on the official channel. Our girl Rowan is absolutely floored, staring at her phone in pure disbelief. "Miss Jiang, don't you think he's been into you for a while now?" the assistant asks, while Rowan tries to process the chaos. Later that night, Rowan sneaks back into the house looking like she's seen a ghost. She finds Aunt Evelyn up late in her wheelchair, and the older woman tells her she needs to stop being so stubborn. Rowan looks totally exhausted, probably wondering how her life turned into a high-stakes drama. Evelyn pulls her clothes, asking her to be honest about the statement. She gently pats Rowan's hand, reminding her that even if the love isn't there yet, the man has been good to them and shouldn't be let down. Rowan stays silent, realizing the CEO has already charmed her entire family into his corner. Rowan marches toward the guest room, flipping on the lights with a loud creak. The room appears empty at first, but she quickly gets him on the phone to demand his location. He's actually just lounging right there, laughing that whatever worked on Aunt Evelyn definitely isn't going to work on her. Rowan is fuming, demanding to know what he wants from her this time. Heh, he chuckles, looking way too smug for someone who just set the internet on fire. Before she can even start her lecture, he pulls her toward him with zero warning. "Don't you understand how much trouble today has been?" She snaps, but she's not exactly running away. He leans in with a dangerous glint in his eye, whispering, "Let's have fun." Rowan lets out a sharp gasp as he pins her down. He promises he'll talk to the media with her tomorrow, before sealing her lips with a deep, passionate kiss. Back at the office building, the atmosphere is electric. Staff members are scrambling, asking if the boss has shown up to face the music yet. Rowan lets out a massive sigh, realizing he left her to deal with this entire media mess while he went on a business trip. "Fine, whatever," she snaps, deciding it's time for her own counterattack. She fires off a tweet claiming she's already in love with someone who's been by her side for years, sending the entire internet into a total meltdown and leaving everyone wondering who the real third wheel is. Poor Benji is currently having a total meltdown because the rumors of him and Rowan getting together have officially broken the internet. But his assistant ruins the vibe real quick, leaning in to whisper that the missus is currently trending. Mr. Zhou thinks it's old news, but the assistant clarifies that this new scandal involves her and Benji Chang. He hands over a tablet showing the two of them looking way too cozy in matching uniforms. Mr. Zhou stares at the screen, his blood pressure rising as he asks, "Is this photo real?" The assistant confirms it's definitely not photoshopped, and the sound of Mr. Zhou thumping the table makes everyone realize he's about to blow a fuse. His friends at the table don't help, mockingly asking if he actually fell for his own PR manager. He tries to act nonchalant, asking "Did I?" while they laugh it off as just a fling. Outside the club, Rowan and a heavily disguised Benji are trying to sneak in. Benji is sweating bullets, worried about the trending news, but Rowan just rolls her eyes and asks, "Do you have to be that worried?" They're just here to meet their friend, and Rowan figures if they get caught, she can just explain it away. But the universe has other plans, because they walk straight into the lobby right as Mr. Zhou is standing there. Benji's soul practically leaves his body as he realizes he's a dead man walking. Mr. Zhou just lets out a dark little heh, watching them with a look that says, "We need to talk." In a total power move, Rowan decides to completely ignore him, walking right past her husband without a word. She leads Benji away, leaving the CEO fuming in the hallway. His assistant points out the obvious, saying that was the missus and Benji, but Mr. Zhou snaps back, "I have eyes, don't I?" Even in chibi form, you can feel the tension as Rowan marches her scandal partner away. Once they're safe in a private room, their friend asks Rowan if she's really buying Benji dinner after all this chaos. Rowan just tries to stay calm and have a drink. The friend, being a total chaotic bestie, jokes about sending a few bottles of vintage wine to Mr. Zhou's room as a peace offering. Suddenly, Rowan's phone starts ringing on the table. The friend snatches it up with a mischievous tee-hee. She starts teasing Rowan, calling her husband a puppy, and asking if she wants to hear what he has to say. Rowan tells her to give it back, but she is already hitting the speaker button. The caller ID clearly says Rowan Zhou, and as soon as the call connects, the supposedly cold CEO's voice drips with honey as he says, "I miss you, dear." Rowan's hand clenches her glass so hard it might shatter from the sheer embarrassment. The friend is absolutely living for this, shocked that the man is such a simp in private. Rowan tells her to hang up already, while in the next room, Mr. Zhou is looking grumpy that he got cut off. Sylvie asks if he really loves her that much, but Rowan just shoves food in her mouth to shut her up. Benji, meanwhile, is just focused on eating his meal as fast as possible before the boss comes back for round 2. Benji is hyped for the next round of karaoke, ready to sing his heart out. But as the snow falls outside the club, our girl Rowan decides she's had enough and heads for the ladies' room. She's feeling a bit playful, purring, "Mr. Zhou, are you a good drinker?" But her smile vanishes the moment she sees what, or rather, who makes a good drinker. Mr. Zhou freezes mid-scandal, looking like a deer in headlights. Rowan doesn't even give him the satisfaction of a scene, her expression turning icy. She gives him the coldest shoulder in history, walking right past him while another girl tries to keep his attention, while the other guy, Zachary, is getting pushed away. Rowan makes a beeline for the WC, but Mr. Zhou is right on her heels, desperate to explain. It wasn't for real, it was just an act, he insists, claiming he only did it because Grandpa might get suspicious without a scandal. Rowan isn't buying his excuses for a second, snapping, "Please move aside, Mr. Zhou." The silence between them is deafening. Our ML looks absolutely depressed, so his assistant decides to play wingman and buy them some privacy. He grabs a cleaning in progress sign and blocks the door. Inside, Mr. Zhou finally corners her, asking, "Are you upset?" "About what?" she asks, playing it cool, but he leans in and whispers, "Everything." Rowan demands he let go, but he's not budging. "Did you miss me?" he asks before admitting, "I missed you to bits." Rowan finally softens, asking how long he's staying, which is enough to completely cheer up our dramatic ML. Rowan still insists on taking a taxi to avoid getting caught in a real scandal, and Mr. Zhou reluctantly nods. As they prepare to leave the club, the assistant drops a massive bombshell. Mr. Chin called and they found the tattooed man. Rowan's eyes go wide as she gasps, "What?" Suddenly, karaoke is the last thing on her mind. Mr. Zhou asks if she's going back to her friends or coming with him, and obviously she's coming along. As they drive through the snowy city and settle into the car, Mr. Zhou suggests, "Why don't you take a nap?" Rowan pouts, "I'm not sleepy." But Mr. Zhou isn't having it, reminding her, "We agreed before coming that you'd be a good girl." The audacity, he even has the nerve to ask, "Should I hug you while you sleep?" Rowan rolls her eyes, telling him she'd rather have some peace. Too bad for her, the drinks are finally hitting and she starts to drift off. Mr. Zhou wastes no time pulling her close, whispering that it's warmer this way. The driver catches the whole display in the mirror, and he's totally judging his boss. Apparently, Mr. Zhou hates the heat when he's alone, but suddenly loves the cold when it's an excuse to cuddle. Talk about a master manipulator. Traffic is a total nightmare, and the snow is only making things worse. Our girl Rowan wakes up to some seriously bad news. The driver tells her they're completely stuck and won't be moving until morning. Mr. Zhou leans in, confirming the grim reality that they're trapped in this winter wonderland for the night. Trying to be the ultimate gentleman, Zhou drapes his heavy jacket over her shoulders. "Until morning," she asks, her eyes wide with realization. He just gives her a simple, "Yeah," leaving her to stare out at the blizzard while clenching his coat tight. The roads are becoming impossible to navigate, and she knows they're in for a very long, very cold night. Zhou tells her to get some sleep, but she's way too wired. "I'm not sleepy," she insists. But then she notices something that makes her heart skip. This man is dressed way too lightly for a snowstorm. He's basically asking for hypothermia. She tries to shove the jacket back at him, telling him to put it on because it's freezing. He doesn't take the coat, instead he leans into her space with a teasing glint in his eyes. "Are you worried?" he asks. Rowan's face heats up instantly and she tries to play it off. "I'm just cold," she squeaks, clenching her hands. She sheepishly holds onto him for warmth. He pulls her even closer, his voice dropping to a low growl. "Is this enough?" he whispers. Then he decides to get even more personal. "I'm curious, Vaughn," he murmurs, using that intimate name. "Why are you usually so different when you're in bed?" Rowan is stunned into silence, her heart hammering against her ribs. She tries to set some boundaries, insisting, "There are no strings attached when we're in bed. We're friends now." Joe's smirk is absolutely lethal. "I'm just a friend," he challenges, leaning his face inches from hers. He lets out a soft laugh, pressing his hand against her as the tension in the car reaches a breaking point. He pulls her into a deep, dramatic embrace, whispering about being filled with memories of her, while the driver is probably dreaming of a massive bonus for dealing with this drama. The sun finally begins to rise. By 7:00 a.m., Rowan is ready to get moving. Zachary, the driver, warns her that the roads are still slippery, but he notes that Mr. Zhou really needs the rest since he's barely slept in 2 days. Rowan looks at the sleeping CEO and feels a rare pang of sympathy, gently draping a blanket over him. Once they finally arrive, she tells the driver, "Let him sleep, I'll go on my own." She heads inside and starts climbing the stairs to the 3rd floor. Suddenly, the silence is shattered by a heavy thud and the sound of clanging metal. She hears a violent scuffle and loud banging coming from behind a door. Rushing toward the noise, she finds a group of men standing around. One of them looks up in shock, demanding to know what's going on. "Are you Mrs. Zhou?" he asks, catching our girl completely off guard. Rowan is absolutely fuming after being told the Zhou family butler made off with her man. Meanwhile, these thugs are looking like they walked into a blender, and Zhou is not impressed with how Charlie Chin trains his subordinates. One of the goons tries to play the victim, whining that his friends got hurt and it's all our girl's fault. But his buddy is smart enough to tell him to apologize before things get worse. Zhou looms over them like a literal god of death, daring the brat to finish that sentence. When the guy doesn't move fast enough, Zhou grabs him by the hair to remind him who's in charge. "Apologize to my wife," he demands, and suddenly the thug finds his manners real quick. Protective husband mode activated. Zhou drapes his coat over Rowan's shoulders to keep her warm after the chaos. They walk out of that dingy alley hand in hand, looking like a power couple. Zhou isn't letting this go, vowing that as long as the target is breathing, he'll find him even if he has to dig 6 feet under. As they head down the stairs, they discuss the mysterious Stan Lee, the man who supposedly snatched their person. Rowan looks incredibly flustered, wondering what Zhou will do if the culprit turns out to be someone close to them. Zhou leans in close, his gaze intense enough to melt steel. He pulls her in and wraps her in a deep, protective hug. "I'll take your side no matter who we're up against," he whispers, giving us the ultimate swoon-worthy moment. The pair finally heads back, their car speeding through the dark mountain roads. The atmosphere inside is thick with awkward silence. Zhou tries to break the tension by asking for some music. He lets out a heavy sigh, asking for something relaxing to calm the nerves. But Rowan can't relax. Her mind is racing, thinking about the accident earlier. She's starting to realize that a car collision in such a remote place past midnight is way too convenient to be a coincidence. Suddenly screech, the driver slams on the brakes, sending Rowan flying forward. But Zhou's reflexes are top tier, and his hand shoots out to catch her before she hits the seat. "Rowan, are you hurt?" he asks, his voice dripping with worry. She's shaken but manages to gasp out a no. The driver cuts in, reporting that someone is intentionally blocking their way. Zhou doesn't hesitate, rolling up his sleeves as he prepares for a fight. He tells the driver to take Rowan and get out of there immediately, calling for backup from Charlie's men. He cups her face one last time, looking her dead in the eye. "Don't worry, I'm not going to die, it's all right." The door clicks open, and Zhou steps out into the night to face the ambush alone. Rowan looks back in pure terror as the car peels away, leaving her husband behind to deal with the mystery attackers. The car chase ends in a blur of motion and a sharp gasp as everything goes dark. Shadows of figures loom in the darkness as the adrenaline of the crash finally catches up with them. A hand reaches out in the chaos, a desperate gasp escaping as Rowan's consciousness begins to fade. She sees a vision of a peaceful drive, a life that feels worlds away from her current nightmare. But the dream shatters when a voice pulls her back to the waking world and she hears him ask, "You're up." She finds herself in a hospital bed, where our main man is busy playing nurse by unscrewing a bottle for her. But her eyes immediately lock onto the red marks on his arm, and she realizes he put himself in danger for her. "You're hurt?" she asks, her heart sinking. He just gives her a playful smirk, practically bragging that he left the wounds unbandaged just so she'd notice his heroics. He shows off the scratches like a badge of honor, clearly wanting some of her attention. Rowan looks like she's about to cry, asking, "Does it hurt?" as she takes the bottle from him. He just brushes it off, insisting it's nothing more than a few cuts and scrapes while he pulls up his sleeve. But the mood shifts as a dark recollection hits. He remembers her medication, paroxetine, and the weight of what she's been going through starts to sink in. Our poor girl clenches her hospital gown, the internal pain far worse than any physical wound. The truth is finally out. She's been suffering from manic depression for a long time, and she's been hiding it from everyone. The doctor confirms that this isn't a new struggle. She's been carrying this burden in silence for a while. He looks at her with such intensity, replaying the moment in the car over and over in his head as he realizes how much she's been hurting. Rowan lets out a heavy sigh, the exhaustion of her double life finally showing on her face. He decides he's done with the secrets and moves in close, his presence suddenly overwhelming as he whispers, "Never mind." He takes her hand and drops a total bombshell. "Yvonne, do you want to start a relationship?" Our girl is absolutely stunned, her brain short-circuiting at the sudden proposal. A dark silhouette of a memory flickers through her mind, a heavy shadow from her past. In the flashback, she sees herself looking devastated as she whispers, "No." Instead of running away this time, he leans his head against her, showing her he's not going anywhere. But of course, the drama never stops, and she sees a notification that Sylvie is out here toying with James Pay. He peeks over her shoulder, asking, "Is watching videos that fun?" These two turn into adorable chibis as he gets jealous of her screen time, asking if the phone is more fun than me. Rowan's heart goes bottom as she realizes she's been caught looking at something she shouldn't, her face turning bright red. The atmosphere gets thick enough to cut with a knife as he whispers that the lust in her eyes is showing, and she should just go along with it. He nuzzles against her, teasing her with a smirk as he says, "I prefer making love anyway." And before she can even think of an excuse, he pulls her into a deep, breathtaking kiss that seals the deal. Vaughn leans over the bed, his voice a low rumble as he asks if our girl is still feeling the pressure. The atmosphere in the room is heavy enough to suffocate. Our poor heroine is definitely over the drama and just wants some peace. Looking out at the cold city, Rowan makes it clear that she's done with this place and wants to be discharged immediately. Vaughn doesn't miss a beat, dropping off a stack of designer bags and telling her to get ready so they can finally leave. Rowan heads to the bathroom to wash the hospital's scent off her skin. Vaughn lingers by the door, acting as her protector and mentioning he's already moved Aunt Evelyn to a safe house. He admits that their bold move from yesterday has him looking over his shoulder, especially regarding the Zhou family. He gives her a look that says he's got everything under control, even if the world is burning around them. He pulls her into a sudden back hug, whispering, "What adult only shows gratitude with words?" Rowan's eyes go wide as she snarkily wonders if he expects her to just prostrate herself right there. Vaughn just smirks, telling her he simply wants her to remember his nice side for once. Rowan tilts her head, asking, "And then?" Vaughn leans in close to her ear and drops a suggestion so spicy it would make a villainous blush, telling her to stay on her knees for something else entirely. They finally leave the high-rises behind. Outside, the snow is coming down hard as they make their way to the luxury sedan. Once they're settled in the back, Vaughn's assistant hands over a bag of fresh clothes for him to change into. But the quiet moment is shattered when a call from Mandy Lou flashes on the screen, demanding he come home for lunch because she bought his favorite. Vaughn adjusts his tie, looking like a man ready for war rather than a family meal. "Don't you already know exactly where I am?" he asks, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Back at the estate, Mandy Lou is sitting pretty, putting on the act of the concerned mother. She insists it's been far too long since the family sat down for a proper dinner. Vaughn's fist clenches, a vein nearly popping as he listens to her manipulation, but Rowan calmly reaches out and tells him to let her handle the talking. Mandy doesn't care who's listening, demanding that both he and Rowan show up at the house immediately. Rowan takes the phone, her expression unreadable as Vaughn tells his mother he'll deal with her later. The call ends with a sharp beep. Vaughn lets out a dry laugh, calling his mother the perfect housewife, while Rowan asks if that was the Zhou family pulling the strings. She's trying to figure out what the woman could possibly want now. Vaughn's eyes go cold as he says they're probably just moping because he and Rowan are still breathing. He reminds her that no matter what anyone thinks, they are legally married in the eyes of the world. "They tried to kill you right under my nose," he growls. "How am I supposed to look past that?" He pulls her close, declaring, "You're my wife," as the car rolls up to the massive family mansion. They walk inside to find the elders waiting like vultures in the living room. His father doesn't even say hello before demanding to know what Vaughn was doing on the west side of town. Vaughn just clicks his lighter with total indifference, coolly stating he was just taking in the sights. His father explodes, screaming, "Watch your tone, boy, I'm your father." The old man is clutching his papers so hard they're practically shredded. The grandfather finally speaks up, snapping that neither of them is acting the way a father and son should. He tries to play the peacemaker, telling them that what's done is done and there's no use digging up the past. The tension is still thick enough to cut with a knife, but the arrival of a maid announcing lunch breaks the standoff, and Rowan leads the way, simply saying, "Let's eat." Rowan is done playing nice and decides it's time to go down swinging. At the dinner table, his mother tries to play the doting parent, urging him to try the food she supposedly cooked just for him. Our girl Yvonne sits silently across from him, looking like she'd rather be anywhere else as Rowan coldly replies that anything is fine. He senses the tension in the room and looks over at the servants with a sharp, calculating gaze. "Where Stanley?" he demands, his voice cutting through the fake atmosphere. "Tell him to bring Yvonne her soup." He leans in, his eyes narrowing as he challenges the room, asking if there's a problem with his request. Grandpa, sensing Rowan's boiling point, finally snaps and orders Stan to bring the soup immediately. The waiter scurries over, addressing him as Master Rowan while setting the bowl down. Rowan picks it up, a dark, handsome smirk playing on his lips. He asks if the soup is warm, but when the waiter insists it's fresh out of the pot, Rowan just whispers no. In a move that leaves the entire table breathless, he pours the soup directly onto the waiter's hands, claiming it must be cold. He stares the man down, telling him he'll do as he pleases. "Of course," he adds, making it clear that his patience has officially run out. Rowan stands up, the shadow of his presence looming over the entire family. "Eat your fill for now," he warns, his voice dripping with a hidden threat. He leans closer to the trembling staff, whispering that they won't be eating at all very soon. He turns his attention to our poor heroine, grabbing her hand and telling her to eat, though the air between them is thick with drama. Later that evening, Rowan is lounging in his quarters when a maid interrupts his peace. She informs him that Master Zhou is demanding his presence. As soon as Rowan enters the office, the old man starts lecturing him, asking if he's satisfied now that he's thrown his little tantrum. Rowan stands tall in the middle of the opulent room, completely unfazed by the elder's anger. He looks the old man in the eye and asks, "What do you think?" Sitting down as if he owns the place, he calls the old man grandpa, but there's no warmth in the title. He cuts straight to the chase, asking which is more important to the family patriarch, saving face or staying alive. Grandpa is taken aback, demanding to know exactly what Rowan is getting at. Rowan doesn't mince words, telling him that if he really wanted the family to appear peaceful, he should have never laid a finger on Yvonne. The old man tries to play innocent, claiming he never intervened in their affairs. Rowan just scoffs, calling himself a time bomb and accusing his grandfather of trying to tie him down using the woman he loves. He admits that while she could stop him from going too far, she's also the one who could drive him absolutely insane. He leans forward, putting the pressure back on the old man to see what he really thinks. Meanwhile, in the living room, the mother is busy trying to gaslight our girl. She claims she heard about the accident, and insists that it had absolutely nothing to do with the family's internal schemes. The two sit together, but the gap between them is wider than the sofa. The mother sighs, mentioning that Yannick and Rowan are rivals in their own way. She starts dabbing at her eyes, putting on a world-class performance of a worried mother. She blabbers about how blood is thicker than water and how kind Yannick is, insisting he'd never hurt his own brother. Our girl isn't buying it for a second, casually slurping her drink while the woman continues her fake sob story. She knows this family is a nest of vipers. Yannick himself enters the room, clearing his throat to break up the awkward conversation. The mother lets out one last dramatic sigh as she stands to leave. She tells Yvonne, or Vaughn as she calls her, that what happened truly wasn't her fault. Once they're alone, our girl turns to Yannick and asks if he actually believes his mother's lies. Yannick just stares at her, his glasses masking whatever schemes are running through his head. The man just stands there with a smug smirk despite the fresh cut on his lip. Our girl Rowan can't help but stare, probably wondering how he can look that good while bleeding. They're standing in the middle of a high-end room, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. "Come, let's go home," he says, finally breaking the silence. Rowan follows close behind, but as they walk, she notices the nasty bruise blooming on his arm. This man clearly went through it today. Looking up at him with concern, she asks, because of me?" He doesn't want her feeling guilty, so he just gives her a charming look and chuckles. "Maybe not, if I had to guess. He had enough of my nonsense for a while," he jokes, trying to lighten the mood. He repeats his request to leave, and the two of them head out into the night. As they drive through the city lights, the bustling streets of the urban jungle fade into the background. Rowan's mind is a total mess, spinning with a million questions. "Grandpa knows about my parents' accident?" she wonders, the realization hitting her like a ton of bricks. Sitting in the back of the car, the silence between them is heavy with secrets. He finally speaks up, dropping a massive truth bomb. "Wasn't him," he states firmly. He explains that while Grandpa might be acting shady, he's actually just protecting someone else. "And who are the prime suspects? Either Julian Zhou or Mandy Lu," he mutters. Rowan just offers a mysterious little smile, her internal gears already turning as she plans her next move. But the mood shifts instantly once they get back. With a sudden kyah, Rowan finds herself tossed onto the bed. He hovers over her, his shadow looming large as he demands, "Do you believe what he told you in the living room?" Rowan looks him dead in the eye and doesn't flinch. "I do," she replies simply. He leans in closer, his voice dropping an octave. "No hesitation, huh?" Even with a handsome man pinning her down, Rowan is still playing detective. She wonders how old Yannick was during her parents' accident. She realizes that the drama from the other day was just a calculated move to cover up the truth about that fatal day. "What should I be emotional?" he asks, his intensity reaching a boiling point. "I want the killer, so I'm not about to settle for a scapegoat." He can see right through her mask. He knows she doesn't believe a single word of the official story. Things get a little heated when his hand moves to her waist, and Rowan instinctively tries to pull away. But he's not letting her go that easily, grabbing her and pulling her back down. "Why are you running?" he whispers, his gaze locking onto hers. Rowan blinks, her heart probably doing backflips. Instead of letting things escalate, she reaches up and gently touches the cut on his lip. "You should get that disinfected," she says, expertly killing the mood with some medical common sense. She asks if he's actually going to help her out, then reaches for the first aid kit. Our heroine ends the night playing nurse, carefully tending to his wounds while he sits there looking like a tamed beast. Rowan finds herself sitting right on his lap, and the tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife. He leans in close, his voice a low, dangerous murmur. "Stay still, I've never done this before," he admits, his focus entirely on her. Our girl is caught completely off guard by this sudden display of gentleness. "Why are you being this nice?" she questions, her heart doing somersaults in her chest. He doesn't offer an explanation, instead carefully tending to the red mark on her arm. "Speak up if it hurts," he says softly as he applies the medicine. He looks up at her with a playful, almost predatory glint in his eyes. "It hurts?" he asks. When she gives a small nod, he actually has the nerve to smirk and say, "Yeah, blow on it." Talk about a bold move. Once the wound is finally tended to, Rowan quickly snaps the medical kit shut, trying to regain her composure. He watches her every move like a hawk before finally telling her, "Get some rest." She immediately turns to leave, lugging the heavy case away with a determined grip. But she suddenly pauses, her slippers coming to a grinding halt on the floor. She looks back at him, her expression hardening. "I keep forgetting to correct you," she begins firmly. "Don't call me dear when we're alone." In her head, she's screaming at herself to stay grounded and not get swept away by his charms. He just sits there on the bed, looking like a total snack, and replies with a lazy smirk, "Yes, dear." This man is absolutely impossible. Later that night, the flirtatious mood shifts into cold, hard business. "Where do you think they hid that man?" he asks, the air in the room getting heavy with suspicion. He's already narrowing down the list of potential traitors. "Who do you think is more suspicious, Julian Zhou or Mandy Lu?" he ponders. He's distracted by his phone, but it's clear his mind is 10 steps ahead of everyone else. Rowan admits that his sudden honesty is at least a slight improvement, but she makes sure to draw a hard line in the sand. "And I was honest when I said I see you as a friend," she retorts. Ouch, straight to the friend zone. He doesn't let the rejection faze him for a second, though. "If you think it's nice, I'll sculpt it into the shape of you," he teases, his eyes locked on hers. "And carry it around." Seriously, where does this man get these lines? Rowan just stares at him, her eyes wide with total disbelief at his audacity. She searches his gaze, trying to find even a hint of a lie or a joke. But he just stares back with total intensity, leaving her in a stunned silence as she finally pulls the covers up to hide. We then get a glimpse into a much darker conversation as a doctor delivers a grim diagnosis. She's depressed. The news seems to hit him hard, and he stands alone in the dim light, looking genuinely troubled for once. He realizes he can't afford to get ahead of himself when things are still this fragile. The scene shifts to the exterior of their high-rise apartment as the sun begins to set over the city. During a quiet dinner, a maid suddenly rushes into the room with a worried look. Stan Lee is here saying it's urgent, she announces. Rowan looks up from her meal, immediately sensing the shift in the atmosphere. Really? She asks, her fork pausing midair. Heavy, hurried footsteps echo through the hall as the butler approaches. Stan Lee looks like he's seen a ghost, his usual composure completely gone. There's trouble back at the mansion. Master Zhou is asking you both to return, he says breathlessly. Our guy isn't going to be ordered around so easily. What is it? He demands, his voice sharp and commanding. But the butler just hangs his head, unable to meet his eyes. I can't say, he whispers. The dining table creaks under the pressure as the man slams his hands down in pure frustration. Whatever is waiting for them back at the mansion, it's clear the honeymoon phase is officially over. The husband is currently in the middle of a very one-sided conversation with Stan Lee. Did you think you'd be safe just because Grandpa is protecting you? He asks with a terrifying calmness. Stan Lee can do nothing but tremble as he looks up at the man holding his life in his hands. Our girl's husband looks absolutely cold, like he's already written the man's obituary. I give it 2 months before you die, he sneers, leaning in close to add that he especially hates people who try to play mind games with him. Then he drops the ultimate truth bomb: Martin Yang is dead. Stan Lee's face pales as the husband explains that Martin was the very person he was desperately searching for on the west side of town. The scene shifts to a snowy night as they drive away from the confrontation. Inside the car, the husband glances over at our girl Rowan, noting that the trail has officially gone cold. Rowan doesn't look bothered at all, leaning back in her seat. I'm fine. Would you believe it if I told you I knew this would happen? She asks. She looks out at the falling snow with a grim expression. Death has always been the most effective way to destroy evidence, she muses, her voice filled with a dark wisdom. Her husband focuses on the road, his grip tightening on the steering wheel. Well, I'd like to see how many more they will kill, he mutters. He then turns the question back to her, asking if she feels any sympathy for the victims. Rowan's gaze is sharp and unforgiving. No, she replies flatly. She's done playing the role of the sympathetic bystander. Her husband reminds her that things are already incredibly hostile with the Zhou family after yesterday's events, so she needs to try and hold back for now. Our girl listens, but you can tell her patience is wearing thin. I promise to kill 'em all, her husband vows, his resolve as cold as the ice outside. They finally arrive at the grand estate, and a hand reaches out to open the car door. The butler bows as they step out into the freezing air. Master Rowan, Mrs. Zhou, welcome, he says. But the husband isn't interested in a warm welcome. He immediately corners the servant. Come to me before noon tomorrow, you're smart, he threatens. The servant tries to play it safe, mentioning that Master Zhou has both eyes on him. The husband leans in, his voice dropping to a whisper that promises violence. If you can't even do that, then you have no reason to be alive. As they walk toward the manor, the husband remarks that he's sure the rest of the family is far more worried than he is. The backyard is currently a chaotic crime scene, crawling with police and investigators. Inside, the atmosphere is just as tense, with the authorities questioning the family members under the light of a massive chandelier. Grandpa is sitting there, looking every bit the weary patriarch as he clutches his cane. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoes through the hall. An officer turns his head, noticing the new arrivals. These people are, he begins, but the butler cuts him off, introducing them as the other grandson and his wife. Rowan stands tall beside her husband, the two of them looking like a true power couple. The officer watches them closely as they enter the fray. The husband doesn't waste a second before confronting his own father. Are you satisfied now? He asks with a smug grin. Dad, why are you putting it as if I was the one who killed Martin York? The father looks like he's about to blow a fuse. This ends here. Don't bring further trouble to the family, he demands. The husband just scoffs at the command. What, do you regret not killing me in my crib? He fires back. He looks down at his father with pure disdain, even letting out a dark, mocking laugh. In his mind, he's already won this round. Shame, you won't have the chance now, he thinks to himself. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and grabs Rowan's arm. It's her annoying sister-in-law who seems way too excited about the tragedy. Sister-in-law, don't you want to check out the backyard? That man died so horribly he's barely recognizable, she chirps. She starts pulling on our girl, trying to drag her toward the gore. Rowan's eyes widen as the trauma begins to resurface. She flashes back to a police report from years ago, where the deceased were barely recognizable in a car wreck. The report states that the only survivor was a little girl named Yvonne Jiang. Our poor heroine remembers huddling in a corner, surrounded by blood. The sister-in-law's words were the final straw. Smack, Rowan delivers a lightning-fast slap that echoes through the room. The sister-in-law stumbles back, clutching her face in absolute disbelief. Why you hit me? She shrieks. Rowan just stares her down, looking like she's ready to do it again if the girl doesn't shut her mouth. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife as the mother figure tries to play off the drama as a simple mistake. Kelly is just a child, she cries, desperately trying to excuse whatever scheme just blew up in their faces. But Vaughn isn't buying the innocent child act for a single second. Well, since she's so curious, I'll talk to the cops for you, he says, his voice dripping with a dangerous edge. He pulls Rowan close, making his stance crystal clear to the entire room. Remember, Rowan is my wife. If you mess with her, you're messing with me, he warns, and honestly, the protective grip he has on her is giving us all the main character energy we need. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoes through the hall as the head of the family slams his cane down. Are you done? The old man roars, effectively silencing the bickering. Our girl Rowan clenches her fists, forced to swallow her anger while this patriarch asserts his dominance. She purses her lips, the snarky comeback she wants to spit out dying in her throat. She knows the game they're playing and reminds herself now's not the time. The heavy thud of boots announces the arrival of the authorities. Mr. Zhou, are you missing any valuables? The officer asks, turning toward the old man. The officer looks like he's ready to conduct a real investigation. He's got his report folder in hand, waiting for a statement. But Mr. Zhou just plays the part of the detached, wealthy elite. To be honest, I don't always keep count, he says with a chillingly calm face. Outside, the real story is being carried away under a white sheet. The official story: a man named Martin York tried to sneak out the back, fell into the pool, and drowned because he couldn't swim. What a convenient accident, right? Mr. Zhou puts on a masterclass in fake grief, sighing about how tragic it is for someone to die over a theft. He acts like the weight of the world is on his shoulders. The officer, completely played, tells him, "You're too kind, sir." Rowan and Vaughn watch this circus act from the sidelines, and our girl is not fooled for a second. She stares at the grieving patriarch with pure suspicion. She lets out a tiny bitter heh, seeing right through the cover-up. As the tea is prepared, the message is sent loud and clear. Martin York is dead, and the family is making sure every secret he held dies with him. Mr. Zhou declares that no one is allowed to investigate further, then has the nerve to offer Vaughn sympathies for his parents' deaths. The old man stares Vaughn down, basically telling him to stay in line. My family has treated you well, you should be grateful, he says, which is basically code for shut up or else. He dismissively tells Rowan to sit, treating her like a chess piece. Vaughn pulls her arm as she sits, his knuckles white from the tension. Rowan looks absolutely disgusted by the hypocrisy, but for now, all they can do is wait as the tea is served and the truth is buried. Steaming tea is poured into a delicate cup, but the atmosphere is anything but cozy. This is fresh Earl Grey tea, try some, the young man says, his voice smooth as silk as he plays the perfect host. The older man across from him just smiles, though you can tell there's a lot being left unsaid behind those eyes. As the meeting ends, Rowan and her companion head out into the freezing night, leaving the massive mansion behind. Our girl isn't falling for his charms though, thinking to herself that this is just the carrot after the stick. She sees right through him, knowing these are just sweet words meant to invoke feelings that simply don't exist. A car door clicks open with a sharp sound. Let's go, he says, beckoning her into the vehicle while the snow continues to blanket the driveway. Inside, he restlessly taps his fingers against the steering wheel. They drive through the winding, snow-covered roads of the estate, the silence in the car becoming deafening. Eventually, they stop, sitting together on a set of cold stone steps. Tell me about yourself, Rowan. I suddenly feel like listening, he says, catching her completely off guard. Rowan looks up, her expression a mix of surprise and skepticism. There's not much to tell, she replies, trying to keep her guard up. He doesn't buy it for a second, pointing out that she's been treading on thin ice for years, just like he has. He suddenly snaps open a can, the metallic sound ringing out in the quiet night. He takes a long drink, looking out into the darkness. Which memory hurts you the most? Which can't you get out of your mind? He asks, his voice dropping to a serious tone. When she bites back with a sharp remark, he just smirks. That was savage, very well, he concedes. He jokes that talking about things that kill the mood while sitting with a babe by the river might be a bad idea. Then tell me about your childhood, he suggests, and the wall Rowan built around her past starts to crack. Her mind drifts back to a lonely monastery, where the scent of incense always filled the air. When I was a kid, I lived at the monastery with my mother, she begins, her voice trailing off. But the memory turns violent as a hand strikes out and a voice screams, "You don't have a mother, how many times do I have to tell you?" In the flashback, a harsh woman stands over a small, trembling child, demanding to know how she should be addressed. Sobbing and terrified, the child chokes out, "Moth, no, Sister Serenity." The woman looks down at Rowan with utter contempt, her face a mask of cold fury. "If you can't measure up to Yannick Joe at all, why live?" she demands to know. Without another word, the woman turns her back and walks away, leaving the child completely alone. The monastery walls felt like they were closing in. Even the giant, golden Buddha statue seemed to stare down at her with an unfeeling expression. There she was, a tiny, broken soul kneeling in the vast hall, begging for a scrap of affection she would never receive. Back in the present, the snow continues to fall against the black sky. The city skyline glows in the distance, looking beautiful and indifferent to her pain. The man beside her watches her closely, his eyes reflecting the cold light. He pulls out a cigarette, the smoke curling up into the freezing air. Rowan just stares ahead, a simple yeah escaping her lips as the weight of the past settles over them. They sit there in the cold, two people haunted by memories that refuse to stay buried. Rowan and this mysterious man are sitting together as the snow falls around them, creating a scene straight out of a tragic K-drama. He watches her silently, his gaze heavy with unspoken thoughts as the cold wind bites. Our girl reaches out, her hand trembling slightly in the air as if trying to grasp onto something solid. Suddenly, she leans in, pulling him into a surprise embrace that catches him completely off guard. It's the first time, he murmurs, his voice a low rumble. Rowan blinks up at him, her eyes wide as she asks, "What?" He looks down at her with a gaze that could melt the winter frost. "The first time you offered me a hug," he clarifies, and honestly the tension is high enough to snap a guitar string. Rowan's expression softens as she looks at him, her heart practically on her sleeve. "Thank you for helping Aunt Evelyn," she whispers, truly touched by his unexpected kindness. Her mind drifts back to the chaos on the west side of town and the moments they shared when everything felt like it was going to hell. She hasn't forgotten how he stood by her side, even when it meant going up against the powerful and terrifying Zhou family. "So you remembered, that's good," he says, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips as he realizes he's made an impression. "I almost thought you were an ingrate," he teases, though his eyes are far too soft for his words to be mean. Rowan looks away, her voice filled with a quiet, hollow sadness. "There aren't many people who gave me warmth," she admits, "and my heart is breaking for our poor heroine. That's why I'll always remember the people who were good to me," she promises, her resolve hardening even through the pain. He seems to understand her better than anyone, admitting that he also remembers every detail and every word of those who spoke to him when he felt alone. Rowan takes a long, desperate swig from her drink, trying to drown out the echoes of her past. The snow continues to pile up on her coat as she sits there, a lonely figure lost in her own thoughts. She grips the can tightly, her knuckles turning white as the alcohol finally starts to hit her system. Our girl is definitely feeling the buzz now, her cheeks flushed a bright, drunken pink. "I remember them so vividly," she slurs, her head starting to spin from the weight of it all. He realizes she's reached her limit and sighs, "You're drunk." They sit together on the cold stone steps, a tiny island of drama in the middle of a silent, frozen night. Rowan grabs his shirt, her grip desperate and shaky. "Everything fell apart," she groans, the agony of her reality finally bubbling over. She stares at him with an intensity that's both terrifying and beautiful, her eyes searching for something he might not be able to give. He meets her gaze, his expression unreadable as he studies every inch of her face. The city lights flicker in the distance, but the only thing that matters is the electric tension between these two. He finally stands up, deciding it's time to end this little pity party. "Are you done drinking? I'll take you home, Rowan Zhou," he says, using her full name as if to ground her. But Rowan isn't moving an inch. Instead, she pulls him down, her face inches from his in a move that's as bold as it is reckless. "Do you?" she starts, her breath hitching in her throat. Their lips are so close they're practically sharing the same air, and you can practically hear the will they, won't they music swelling. Her eyes are glassy and filled with unshed tears as she searches his face for a single sign of affection. He remains frozen, his heart likely thudding against his ribs as he waits for her next move. "Doesn't matter," she whispers, her voice a mix of defiance and pure desperation. She grabs his collar, refusing to let him retreat into his shell. "What?" he asks, his composure finally cracking under her gaze. She looks him dead in the eye and drops the ultimate bombshell, "Do you love me?" Rowan is blushing like a tomato, and when she presses him for an answer, he simply hits her with a blunt, "I don't know." Our girl is completely dazed, mumbling about how he really doesn't know anything before she finally loses the battle with the booze and flops forward. He catches her with a smirk, teasing her about falling asleep immediately after swearing she wasn't drunk. He lets out a soft, heavy sigh, pulling her into a protective embrace as the snow continues to fall around them. Eventually, they make it back to the apartments. He carries her inside and lays her down, but he doesn't seem ready to leave her side just yet. Rowan is still heavily flushed, her eyes wandering as she nervously grips the sheets. He watches her with an intensity that could melt iron, a small, dangerous smile playing on his lips as he lingers. He stands over her, looking every bit the dominant CEO in the dim light. "What, are you feeling sick?" he asks, his voice dropping an octave. He squats down to her level, locking eyes with her as he drops a total bombshell. "Would you cheat on me, Rowan?" He takes her hand, his fingers interlacing firmly with hers in a silent, heavy vow. Rowan looks up at him, her heart doing backflips as she asks the only thing that matters. "Would you be loyal for the rest of your life?" Without a single second of hesitation, he gives her a simple, soul-piercing yeah. Our heroine completely melts, her guard finally dropping as she thinks that being his wife might actually be a happy life after all. He leans in close, his breath warm against her skin as he asks her to consider the proposal, promising to never cheat and to always have her back. "You can fall back anytime you feel weary and I'll always be there," he whispers, leaving her absolutely stunned. "Why don't you consider?" he begins, but the rest of the night fades into a warm, hazy blur. The next morning, harsh light filters through the curtains, signaling the end of the late-night magic. Rowan wakes up holding her head in her hands, convinced the whole romantic encounter was just a ridiculous, alcohol-induced dream. She shakes off the lingering warmth of the memory and reaches for her phone to face reality. She's sitting up in bed, looking like a mess as she checks her messages. Someone is suggesting she take the day off, but our girl is a professional. She promises to be in within 30 minutes. However, a frantic message from Zachary Chen pops up, warning her that there's a serious situation with Mr. Zhou. She taps through the alerts, her morning peace officially ruined. Meanwhile, over at the corporate headquarters, the atmosphere is thick enough to cut with a knife. The project was on the verge of being a massive success, But it seems a rival has caught wind of it and moved to sabotage everything. Yannick is fuming, knowing he's being watched closely. In fact, he's been under a microscope for over 20 years. But he's not backing down. This project is too important to give up. His associate suggests playing the sympathy card, appeal to her soft side, get her to get a good word in. But Yannick shuts that down instantly. No chance, he snaps, sitting back in his chair with an air of absolute icy coldness. The assistant is busy teasing the boss about his sudden change in attitude, but Mr. Zhou is clearly preoccupied. His mind drifts back to a much more intimate moment, his gaze softening as he remembers the heat between them. However, reality sets in quickly, and he admits that if he'd known Yvonne was struggling with depression, he wouldn't have let himself get tangled up with other women, no matter the cost. Outside the office door, Rowan pauses, her hand hovering over the handle as she tries to steady her racing heart. She takes a breath and gives a firm knock, ready to face whatever drama is waiting inside. "Sir, your wife is here," the assistant announces, and Mr. Zhou looks up immediately as our girl steps into the lion's den. He leans back in his chair, his eyes tracking her every move. "When did you arrive?" he asks, his voice low and steady. Rowan keeps it professional, lying through her teeth as she claims she just got there. But then her eyes catch something that definitely wasn't in the memo. A bright red mark right on his neck. She stares at it, her brain short-circuiting as she realizes what it looks like. Mr. Zhou, being the ultimate tease, just asks if she's had breakfast yet while he casually adjusts his collar. Rowan's face turns a deep shade of crimson, her internal monologue screaming as she tries to maintain her composure. "Why did you ask for me, Mr. Zhou?" she finally managed to ask, desperately trying to pivot back to business. Her eyes can't help but drift back to his shirt, which is looking suspiciously rumpled for a man of his stature. The assistant chimes in, breaking the tension by explaining that the company's PR project is under fire because Yannick is using paid keyboard warriors to label Rowan as an ungrateful brat. Mr. Zhou's protective instincts flare up instantly. "If you don't want to clash directly against Yannick, I can handle it," he offers, looking ready to crush anyone who dares speak her name. Rowan decides it's time to take the lid. She turns away, her expression hardening into the boss girl we know and love. She pulls out her phone and makes a call. "Brock Jin, I need you to look into 2 people for me," she commands, her voice dripping with authority. She paces the floor, completely ignoring the men in the room as she lays down the law. "Find any scandals linked to the CEO of Dynasty magazine, and I need Li Guan's current address right now." Mr. Zhou watches her with a mixture of pride and pure infatuation. Even the assistant can't help but laugh, joking that she only agreed to handle a small matter while she's actually out here preparing for a full-scale war. "You don't get it," Zhou mutters, a smirk playing on his lips. He starts readjusting his tie, looking way too satisfied with the chaos unfolding. The assistant is genuinely baffled by his boss's behavior. "Why are you unbuttoning your shirt one moment and buttoning it the next?" he asks, totally lost. Mr. Zhou just gives him a look that could melt steel and says one word: seduction. He stands there on the plush rug, the ultimate mastermind at work. He knows the old man won't let things slide easily. He wonders how the family would react if they realized Rowan isn't just competing for the fortune she's planning to burn the whole dynasty to the ground, but to bring down his family. He muses to himself. He takes a slow drag of his cigarette, his eyes cold and calculating. "Not so fast, my wife hasn't had her revenge yet." Later, Rowan is standing under the bright lights of the hallway, her mind still buzzing. She checks her phone one last time, her silhouette reflecting her determination. A message finally flashes across the screen. Li Guan's address is confirmed, and she's staying in the exact same apartment block. Our girl wastes no time and heads straight for the parking garage. "Ruth," she calls out, spotting a figure lurking in the shadows. Ruth looks like she's seen a ghost, peeking out from behind a pillar with wide, terrified eyes. "See, can we talk in the car?" Ruth stammers, clearly afraid of being overheard in the open garage. They both slide into the car, the doors clicking shut as the real secrets are finally about to come out. Rowan sits in the back of the car, the air thick with a tension you could cut with a knife. The girl beside her is absolutely losing it, sobbing as she recounts a horrific scene. That man, he was beaten to death and they carved his face. Through her tears, she looks at Rowan with pure desperation and gasps out, "Who was he to you?" Rowan doesn't even flinch, instead asking the only question that matters: who else has she told about this? The girl swears she hasn't told a soul, not even Yannick. Our girl Rowan narrows her eyes, her gaze cold and calculating as she processes this information. "Listen closely," Rowan says, her voice a low, dangerous velvet. "I'll pretend you never told me anything and keep it a secret until you die." Talk about a terrifying promise. The girl hides her face in her hands, trembling like a leaf in a storm. "I just want to live," she wails, finally admitting the truth. "I didn't want to marry Yannick at all." Rowan offers a tissue, but it feels less like comfort and more like a warning. She points out the obvious flaws in the girl's plan. She has no allies in White City, and taking a day off right after a murder in the Zhou mansion. That's basically begging Yannick to suspect her. The girl's eyes go wide with a new level of fear as the reality of her situation sinks in. Rowan lets out a soft, chilling heh, knowing she has this girl exactly where she wants her. In her monologue time, Rowan claims she'll always be grateful to the Zhou family for raising her. Her eyes glint with a loyalty that might just be a cover for something far more complex. Therefore, she thinks to herself, I'd never betray them. Suddenly, the car's quiet is shattered by the insistent buzzing of a phone. The two women lock eyes, a silent conversation passing between them in a split second. Rowan quickly types out a message to her contact, claiming she just ran into an acquaintance and will be there soon. She turns to her shaking companion and coldly dismisses her, stating she has work to do soon. As Rowan watches the girl leave, she reflects on the harsh rules of her world. There are only two types of people who survive in this society. If you can't be wise, she muses, you should just play the fool. She stands alone in the shadows, watching the car speed away into the night. The girl looks back from the window, likely wondering if she just made a deal with the devil herself. Cut to a snowy apartment complex where the winter chill is biting. Rowan pulls up and honks, startling a boy who's been shivering in the cold. I would have turned into a popsicle if you were another minute late, he grumbles, trying to regain some dignity. Rowan isn't here for small talk. She immediately asks if Li Guan is inside. The boy reports that Li was outside just 30 minutes ago to meet with a mysterious visitor. He huffs into his hands, trying to get some warmth back into his frozen fingers. Rowan asks who the meeting was with, and the answer sends a shockwave through her. Kelly Joe. Really? Rowan asks, her mind already racing through a dozen new schemes. Without wasting another second, the duo heads inside and gives the door a firm knock-knock. The drama is just getting started. Rowan drops a massive bombshell right out of the gate, introducing herself as Yvonne Jiang, the PR manager of Zhou Media and, more importantly, Rowan Zhou's wife. The godmother is absolutely floored, repeating the title back as if she's seen a ghost. Our girl doesn't miss a beat, calmly asking if they can take this conversation inside where things are a bit more private. As she enters, she's greeted by a room thick with tension and a sea of red roses that seem to mock the chaos about to unfold. Everyone is shuffling around in their slippers, trying to process the arrival of the woman who just claimed the throne. Li, our resident red-headed troublemaker, is already looking like she's ready to throw hands. She glares at our heroine, her mouth hanging open in sheer disbelief. I came here to talk to you, Rowan says, standing tall and looking every bit the powerful wife she claims to be. She offers the flowers as a hollow gesture of peace, but we all know those thorns are sharp. She makes it clear that she's only playing nice for the sake of Li's mother, not wanting to make things awkward for the older woman. She leans in, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper as she tells Li not to test her patience. Li's mother, completely oblivious to the daggers being thrown, tries to play the perfect hostess by inviting everyone for tea. Once they're settled, Rowan plays her role to perfection, mentioning how her husband always spoke fondly of his childhood with them. The mother gushes about what a good, grateful kid he was. Li, meanwhile, looks like she's about to have a literal aneurysm from the faking. Rowan finally cuts through the fluff, demanding a private word with Li immediately. The second they're alone, Li snaps, barking at Rowan to just say what she wants already. Rowan's eyes turn to ice as she retorts, I played nice, Li Guan, you're the one who refused to stop. Li scoffs, asking if Rowan honestly expected her to be grateful just because her name was cleared. Our girl just stands there with her arms crossed, looking completely unimpressed by the tantrum. I only helped you because of Rowan, she states flatly, making it clear where her loyalties lie. Li sneers, demanding to know who Rowan thinks she is to be cleaning up his messes. Rowan delivers the ultimate shut-up line, isn't being Mrs. Zhou enough? She then goes straight for the kill, asking if Li was the secret source for Dynasty magazine. How much did Kelly Zhou pay you? She demands, pinning Li to the wall with the truth. Li's face goes pale as she starts sweating bullets, realizing she's been caught red-handed. Rowan leans in for the final threat, informing Li that her people will be watching her every move from now on. How dare you? Li screams, but her power is completely gone. Rowan just stands her ground, a literal wall of don't mess with me. Later, Rowan regrouped with her man to discuss the fallout. She notes that while Li is doing fine, she clearly feels like she owes Rowan, which is exactly where she wants her. He looks at her with total heart eyes, calling her a good person despite her ruthless methods. She smiles back, telling him that he's the one who truly understands the meaning of gratitude. He can't help but smirk, clearly proud of his wife's savage side. As they share a quiet moment amidst the roses, it's clear that our girl has everything and everyone exactly where she wants them. Rowan finds herself trapped in Master Zhou's lap, looking absolutely flustered while he plays his dangerous games. He leans in, his voice a low crawl as he whispers that she seems pretty resistant to being alone with him right now. Our girl tries to play it cool, snapping back that she isn't bothered at all. He just smirks, reminding her how good last night felt and making it clear he wants to keep this momentum going. He leans his head against hers, practically purring with confidence. Tell me anytime you want anything, he offers, I'll do whatever you like. But Rowan isn't falling for the charm offensive and shoves him away with zero hesitation. Zhou just settles back into his chair, looking like a predator who's thoroughly thoroughly enjoying the hunt. She stands her ground, asking with a sharp tongue if she can at least insult him before she leaves. Without waiting for an answer, she turns her back on him and heads for the door, done with his nonsense for the day. Zhou just watches her retreating figure, his eyes dark and calculating. Sure, he muses to himself, I really like that side of you. After a brief moment of quiet tension, Zhou's business face comes back on. He taps a number into his phone and gives a cold final command, bring him in. The heavy office doors creak open, and the sound of heavy synchronized footsteps fills the room as the guards arrive. They're hauling in a guest who definitely didn't RSVP for this meeting. The guards march him right to the center of the office. It's a middle-aged man, and he looks like he's about to pass out from pure terror. Zhou lights up a cigarette, casually noting that he's a really reluctant guest. The man starts groveling immediately, claiming he only wants to repay Master Zhou's grace. He looks like a broken man on the verge of total collapse. I really don't want to get involved in your feud with Master Yannick, he pleads, hoping for a way out. Zhou isn't buying the grateful man act for a second, asking just how long he actually plans on serving this family. He takes a slow, menacing drag of his cigarette, waiting for the man's lies to crumble. The man claims he'll stay until the old Master Zhou shuffles off his mortal coil in a few decades. But Zhou's subordinate drops a chilling bombshell, then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Grandpa will be gone much sooner than that. Zhou flips a stack of documents onto the desk with a sharp F-whip. The man's eyes bulge as he reads the incriminating text. It's a medical report revealing that Al Henry has been secretly fed valsartan to destroy his kidneys and kill him slowly. Zhou explains the trap. Someone has been funneling money into the man's account to make it look like he was the one being bribed to poison the family patriarch. Zhou sits there looking like the devil himself in a pinstripe suit. That bank account isn't mine, the man screams, finally realizing he's been framed from the start. Zhou just smiles through the smoke. Oh, but it's yours. It's all there in black and white. You just haven't used the money yet. Realizing he's trapped between a murder charge and a very scary boss, the man finally breaks. What do you need me to do? He whispers, defeated. Zhou crushes his cigarette out in the ashtray. First, tell the old man about Yannick and Mandy's conspiracy. He stands up, looming over the traitor with an intimidating presence. And second, how well do you know Yvonne Jiang's father? The man stammers, trying to claim he isn't that familiar with the situation. Zhou's voice turns to pure ice as he delivers the ultimatum. Anyone can do that job. If you can't, then you have zero value to me. The plot thickens as we learn that Simon Jiang wasn't just anyone. He used to be the family butler. His companion urges him to keep going, needing every detail of the past. Apparently, the man had served the family faithfully for almost 10 years. He was a staple of the household, having started his service when he was only 20 years old. But the loyalty ended abruptly when he was accused of stealing from the family. Our guy looks skeptical, wondering if simple theft was really enough to make the old man turn murderous. He leans in, suggesting a much darker theory. Maybe the thing he stole wasn't a physical object at all, but a person. We flash back to the drama, remembering that Simon was a total jerk who demanded a divorce, telling Rowan's mother she didn't measure up to his mistress. In his twisted mind, that other woman was the definition of pure and beautiful, leaving our poor heroine's mother in the dust. Back in the present, Rowan isn't playing games as she confronts a sleazy executive, telling him his magazine published a malicious and untrue article. I hope you will print a retraction and apologize publicly to Mr. Zhou, she demands with ice in her veins. The man, Kenny-san, tries to act like his company is just a small, humble operation. He scoffs, claiming they would never dream of going up against a power player like Mr. Zhou. But Rowan has the ultimate trump card, casually mentioning she's sorry she didn't congratulate him on the birth of his son. She drops the photos on the table like a boss, noting that his wife wouldn't be happy to learn he has an illegitimate child. Kenny freezes as she explains she only took photos of the school, not the kid itself. She plays it off perfectly, claiming she doesn't even know what the boy looks like and that her car was only there for 10 seconds. Impressive, Miss Jiang, he snarls, his face contorting with rage as she tells him to just consider this part of her job. When he asks what happens if he refuses to understand her position, she doesn't flinch. She stands up, declaring that she'll side with his wife, who worked hard her whole life only to be used like a tool. Kenny looks like he's about to have a heart attack from the sheer pressure. He knows he's trapped because he's only rich because he married into money, and he can't afford an exposure right now. You have 3 hours, Rowan says, looming over him with absolute authority. She repeats her demand. Retract the article on Rowan Zhou within that time frame or else. Remember, it's your last chance, she warns before turning on her heel. As she struts out of the room, Kenny is left fuming in her wake. The moment the door closes, he loses it and smashes his teacup against the wall in a violent outburst. He frantically grabs his phone to make a call. He warns the person on the other end that the PR manager is absolutely ruthless and is threatening to expose everything. Our girl isn't about to let him wallow in the dark and immediately flips the light switch. The sudden brightness reveals her worried expression as she looks down at him. She settles onto the edge of the couch with the medicine tray, determined to get him through this. Up close, his face is flushed a deep red from the fever. Realizing she's actually there and not just a figment of his sick imagination, he breathes out, "So I wasn't hallucinating." Rowan tries to soothe him with the best news possible. Kenny's son has retracted his articles, meaning their project is finally back on track. He looks at the medicine on the tray and gives a faint thanks. The atmosphere between them is heavy with unspoken words as she prepares the dosage. The vulnerability is real as he eventually rests his head right in Rowan's lap. He sighs, claiming that his father would never dare to act so recklessly, but our girl knows better. She looks down at him, her heart heavy, and tells him it's called love. She's not backing down from the hard questions, bringing up the person his father abducted. He simply responds with a weary yeah. Rowan's eyes fill with a mix of pain and relief as she admits, I've been waiting for that answer for years. He looks up at her, the mask finally slipping away in his weakened state, while she pours him some water to help him recover. The rest of the high society world is absolutely buzzing with the latest scandal. The gossips are tisk-tisking, realizing that Kenny's son's wife was the real power player all along. As Rowan walks through the halls, she hears the whispers about how it was supposedly the secretary who spilled the beans to the wife about Kenny's illegitimate son. Little do they know our heroine was pulling the strings. Her assistant catches up to her, giving an enthusiastic thumbs up while exclaiming, "You're amazing, Miss Jiang." A loud slam echoes through the room as an uninvited guest barges in, screaming for Yvonne Jiang. This lady, dripping in pearls and audacity, demands to know which of them is the one she's looking for. Rowan just stares her down as the woman sneers, "Did you think they could stop me?" She's clearly feeling bold because she thinks the Zhou family is backing her play. Our girl isn't even blinking as she watches this theatrical performance, wondering what this woman's angle is. This intruder is clearly on a mission to cause a scene, her face twisted in a permanent scowl. It turns out this lady was hired to give Rowan hell for a massive payday. She's smirking, thinking that with so many people watching, she can make this scandal blow up and ruin our girl's reputation. Suddenly, a purse hits the floor with a heavy thud. In a move straight out of a C-list drama, the woman faints right in front of Rowan's desk, but our girl just watches the flop with zero sympathy. Rowan pulls out her phone, looking down at the dramatic mess on her floor. "In fact, I'll call her right now," Rowan says, referring to the woman's employer. She reveals she knows all about the money Kenny funneled to this woman after she had his son, allowing her to afford houses and cars. Before the woman can react, Rowan snatches her phone right out of her hand to stop any more schemes. The woman stammers, I had a son with him, don't I deserve the money he gave me?" Rowan looks at the woman's expensive pearl necklace, completely unimpressed by the excuses. She calmly explains the law to the mistress, noting that shared assets are split between husband and wife. However, Rowan adds with a sharp glint in her eye, Kenny's extramarital affair forfeits his claim. That's not all. Mrs. Sun can actually appeal to the courts to reclaim every single cent Kenny ever gave her. Rowan leans in close, watching the color drain from the woman's face. The mistress realizes she's not getting a payday, she's about to lose everything. Rowan whispers, "So who sent you? Kelly Joe, right?" Later, Rowan heads to a high-rise office to discuss the fallout, wondering if Mandy Lou is just probing or actually wants her dead. She stands before the man behind the desk, looking exhausted from the day's drama. He looks up at her with soft eyes and asks, "Aren't you cold, Rowan?" He admits he's been doing everything just to get her to finally notice him. He's realized it's 3 strikes and he's out if he doesn't seize the chance to be with her now. Rowan rubs her temples, feeling the weight of the world on her shoulders. He realizes she's burning up, saying, "So that's why you have a fever." His hand reaches out gently, wanting to comfort her. He tells her how grateful he is that she entered his room by accident and that he actually got to marry her. He pulls her into a warm embrace, finally letting his walls down. "What would I do if you ended up with Yannick instead?" he whispers, his voice filled with jealousy. He looks at her with such vulnerability, asking if she'd believe him if he said his heart would break. Finally, he drops the ultimate question, "You still love him, don't you? Have you considered sharing some of that love with me?" Rowan decides it's time to drop a bombshell that leaves him speechless. "Who told you I love Yannick?" she asks, catching him completely off guard. Our guy's brain literally short-circuits into Chibai mode because he can't believe his ears. "You don't?" he whispers, leaning in close, to which our girl just scoffs, "Why would I?" He's still suspicious, asking if she really never loved that loser, but Rowan is firm with her no. He teases her, reminding her that she claimed to love Li Guan once too. He smirks, asking if she's been lying to him this whole time. Instead of answering with words, they lock lips in a passionate kiss that's been a long time coming. It's a deep, protective embrace that proves where her heart really lies. He runs his fingers through his hair, looking like a total snack while he processes the win. He gives her that devastating "your mind" smile. But the romance has to wait because there's drama afoot. "I suspect Mandy Lou knows what's up," Rowan says, immediately getting back to business. They head to the office, where he stares out at the city like the powerful CEO he is, noting that Yannick is just a selfish brat who doesn't deserve her. Rowan adds that Kelly Joe was the one who actually contacted the enemies. He knows exactly what's happening. Mandy is just using her own daughter as a human shield to keep her hands clean. Rowan watches him carefully, thinking to herself that the old man in their lives is definitely playing dumb to the whole situation. He takes her hand, his voice dropping an octave as he promises he has 100 ways to toy with their enemies. "Naturally, I'm not going to kill them, you will have your revenge personally," he declares. Rowan takes a moment to process his chilling intensity. Thanks, she says softly, feeling the weight of his protection. As they move to the next phase of their plan, he can't stop thinking about the revelation that she never actually loved Yannick. He adjusts his sleeve, looking ready for war. Suddenly, his phone starts buzzing on the desk, interrupting the moment. He picks it up, his face turning cold as he asks his contact if they've gathered all the evidence yet. Rowan tries to play it cool, telling him, "I'm fine coming back alone," but he isn't letting her out of his sight. He knows dealing with a snake like Mandy is going to be a nightmare, and he needs to be there. They walk into the dining room where the family is gathered for a tense meal. "Grandpa," she greets the family patriarch. Grandpa isn't exactly welcoming, grumbling and asking why they aren't at work. Our guy just brushes it off with a sharp edge to his voice, telling him to take his time because they'll talk later. He leans over the table, exerting his dominance over the entire room. He turns his icy gaze toward Kelly, telling her pointedly, "Make sure you have seconds, Kelly." Kelly practically chokes on her food, sweating bullets under his stare. He gives her a smirk that says he knows every single one of her secrets. Poor Kelly can only stammer out a yes, of course, while shaking like a leaf. "Good," he says with a chillingly polite smile, "now enjoy your breakfast." He isn't even bothered by his injuries, casually mentioning that his back is bleeding a little just to turn up the drama. With a smug look, he tells Zachary to bring in the final nail for their coffins. It's a mountain of receipts, bank transfers, secret meeting photos, and call logs that prove a massive betrayal. Grandpa is absolutely floored, staring at the pile and demanding to know where they even found this level of dirt. The man doesn't miss a beat, listing off every secret call Yannick had with their enemies. He even drops the receipts for the massive amounts of money Kelly wired to her co-conspirators. Grandpa tries to tell our girl Rowan that she should know when to quit, but she's not backing down an inch. Finally reaching his limit, Grandpa roars for the guards to drag Yannick and Kelly into the room immediately. Our girl and her man just sit back and watch the chaos unfold, a satisfied heh escaping his lips as they wait. The two traitors walk in looking like kicked puppies, nervously calling out to Grandpa while sweating bullets. They stand there trembling under his icy gaze, realizing the jig is up. "Explain yourselves," he demands, his voice dripping with pure fury. Yannick tries to play the honest mistake card, hoping for a bit of mercy from the old man. Grandpa isn't buying the act for a second, asking if he's really going to claim Kelly did all this without his knowledge. Yannick leans into the lie, pathetically claiming he only helped because he's such a devoted brother. That was the absolute wrong move, because Grandpa loses it, calling him a piece of trash and delivering a satisfying blow to his face. Kelly immediately turns on the waterworks, sobbing about how it pains her to see Yannick losing his status. Grandpa is completely over the drama and turns to Rowan, asking our girl what she thinks their fate should be. The two of them are literally down on their knees now, begging for their lives in the middle of the room. Grandpa worries that punishing both might actually give their mother a heart attack, so he decides to pick just one victim. Our man stands up, looking like the ultimate shadow ruler ready to end this game. He plays the family card, saying they shouldn't go too far or they'll become a laughingstock. He suggests that the guilty party should be sent to the old house to tend to Grandma's grave. Rowan knows this is basically a slap on the wrist since Grandma has been gone for over a decade, but she stays silent. Grandpa finally makes the call. Kelly is banished to the old house, and Yannick is officially kicked off the project. Our man smiles like a shark, thanking Grandpa and talking about how family should always make peace. But as he leans in close to Yannick, he whispers the ultimate threat. "Watch your back, because without Kelly, you're going to lose everything." The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife as the family drama hits a boiling point. Meanwhile, Kelly is having the worst night of her life, complaining about being hauled away in a literal piece of junk. She's shivering in the back seat, wondering why on earth there's a random straw mat back there with her. As she fumbles with the interior, she can't shake the feeling that something is very wrong. She tries to maintain her typical bratty attitude, thinking her brother Yannick will come to her rescue in no time. But then her disgust takes over. "Erg, what's this? It looks so disgusting," she shrieks, kicking at the straw mat. Suddenly, the reality of her situation sets in and her face goes pale. She demands the driver stop the car immediately, but he just gives her a chilling, knowing smirk. "You're working for Rowan since when?" she gasps, finally realizing she's been played by our girl's secret allies. The driver doesn't even flinch, telling her to shut her mouth because she's going to love the corpse he's got waiting for her. Talk about a one-way trip to Karma City. Back at the main house, things are getting spicy between Rowan and her man. He pulls her close, kissing her hand with a protective intensity. "As long as Mandy is focused on me, she won't bother you," he murmurs, though he warns her that Yannick isn't going to let his sister's disappearance go. Our girl Rowan isn't even breaking a sweat, though. She coldly declares that she has zero intention of helping that man. It's like a scene straight out of a high-stakes melodrama, and even the staff are probably eating popcorn in the wings. Master Zhou takes a slow drag of his cigarette, looking like a total boss as he admits he'd prefer a direct confrontation anyway. The peace is shattered when a maid rushes in to announce that Yannick has finally arrived. He walks in trying to act casual, even offering an orange to his companion, but the air is freezing. "Let's talk in private, Ro," he demands, his eyes darting around suspiciously as he asks where Kelly is. Rowan plays it perfectly, blinking innocently. "Didn't Stan take her to the old house?" she asks, acting like she hasn't a care in the world. Yannick is sweating bullets now, checking his phone and finding nothing but silence. He turns on Master Zhou, hissing, "Are you threatening me?" but the Duke of Drama just leans back looking bored. I knew you always had a problem with me, Zhou says before dropping the ultimate threat. You're next. Yannick loses his mind, lunging forward to grab Zhou by the collar. So you're admitting to it? He screams, but Zhou just stares him down, asking, admitting to what? Before a punch can be thrown, Yannick's phone starts screaming. He answers it with a trembling hand, admitting he's currently at Rowan's place. On the other end of the line, a voice thunders, get back here this instant. Yannick tries to argue, stuttering out a but grandfather. But the old man isn't having it. Don't make me repeat myself, he bellows through the speaker. Back at the Zhou mansion, the grandfather is absolutely losing his marbles over his family's stupidity. He reveals that Stan Lee called to report that Kelly is safe with him, effectively blowing Yannick's kidnapping theory out of the water. He lets out one final earth-shattering scream. I told you not to mess with Rowan, come home right now. Looks like Yannick just learned the hard way. Don't come for our girl unless you want the whole family tree to fall on your head. While the drama unfolds elsewhere, a secret phone call is taking place. Vaughn listens intently as his subordinate reports that the mission is finally complete. It's done, Master Rowan, the voice confirms, though it seems Vaughn is the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. He wonders if his grandfather suspects anything yet. The subordinate assures him that Kelly was absolutely petrified and passed out after their little chat. To make sure their tracks are completely covered, every single servant in the old house has been replaced. Outside the mansion, the assistant stands over the unconscious girl, confirming that no one will ever know what really happened tonight. Back inside, Vaughn looks deceptively calm, focusing on a piece of wood he's carving. He's a man of many talents, but his focus is sharp as a razor. You shouldn't break the law, Rowan, he says, his voice low and dangerous. The Zhou family isn't worth it. Our girl Rowan stands behind him in her robe, watching him work with a mix of curiosity and caution. He remains seated, carving away as if he doesn't have a care in the world. Finally, he stands up and approaches her, holding out the wood carving and noting that it's still warm. He looks down at her with those smoldering eyes that usually mean trouble. Vaughn, she whispers, feeling the heavy atmosphere between them. The air is thick with tension, blooming like the flowers in the garden. He tells her he's going to go dry his hair, but then he drops a total red flag line. Maybe I should buy you an anklet? With a bell, he suggests, basically telling her he wants to know where she is every second. Rowan immediately tries to back away, but she's trapped. He pins her against the wall, towering over her as she stiffens in surprise. Why are you hiding? He asks, enjoying the way she's blushing. In his mind, he's already imagining her bound to him by a red thread, the sound of bells following her every move. It's a possessive fantasy that would make anyone else run for the hills. But for Vaughn, it's just another Tuesday. The next morning, the aftermath of their intense night is clear. Rowan is buried under the covers, complaining that her hips are sore. Ever the attentive, if slightly terrifying partner, Vaughn starts massaging her leg, asking if it feels good. Rowan takes a sip of water, eyeing him suspiciously. What's that grin for? She demands. He just leans in and kisses her forehead, telling her he likes her exactly the way she is now. In a moment of rare honesty, he admits that he's been dreaming about this since he was 18. Rowan is stunned. Has he really been obsessed with her for over 10 years? It's way longer, he confesses, looming over her with a look of pure devotion, but I'd never tell you how long or it'd bother you. It turns out, back in the day, he was actually trying to stay away from her because even the slightest touch made him lose his mind. Our girl is lying in bed, but her mind is clearly running a marathon. Her man notices she's restless and asks if she's still awake, but she just mumbles that she's about to drift off. He pulls her into a tight embrace, his voice dropping as he asks if she needs proof that he's loved her since the very beginning. Rowan blushes, stubbornly denying it with a quick, "No, I was." Meanwhile, the drama in the boardroom is just as spicy. A man in a sharp suit is being questioned about a rival who already lost a major project. It turns out this guy is so desperate he's falling into every trap set for him, even bidding hundreds of millions on a shell company. Our handsome strategist can't help but smirk at the total lack of self-preservation. That's ruthless, his companion exclaims, realizing just how deep the trap actually goes. But business isn't the only thing on this guy's mind. He starts imagining a future where he wins Rowan over the old-fashioned way by making a bunch of Rowan Juniors. He literally thinks a house full of crying babies will make our girl finally relent and accept his heart. Talk about a delusional master plan. He looks down, his voice softening as he admits he just can't bear to cause her any more trouble. He looks genuinely pained, realizing how much he's already put her through. We get a heartbreaking glimpse into the past, back when Rowan was still in school. She was starving herself and working multiple part-time jobs just to support him, and the kicker is that she still doesn't even know the truth about those days. Rowan looks absolutely devastated in the memory, her heart breaking for the girl she used to be. Back in reality, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. You have way too much free time, don't you? The man in the suit snarks. His companion just takes a casual sip of his drink, looking totally unbothered by the jab. Even his chibai self is judging the situation, wondering if there's literally anything better for them to be doing. Rowan is standing right outside the door, clutching a plate of apples and freezing in her tracks as she hears them talking. Her mind drifts back to university, remembering how they used to be total strangers who wouldn't even say hello when they passed in the halls. She'd watch him walk away, feeling like there was an ocean between them. They stood in the glow of the sunset, two people who shared a space but never a single word. She remembers the moment it all changed, when she held a red book and nervously asked, "Did you put this in my bag?" He stared at her through his glasses, his gaze intense and completely unreadable. He leaned in close, his breath ghosting over her skin as he whispered, "Girls should always take good care of themselves." Our girl was left completely stunned, her heart doing backflips at the sudden attention. But back in the present, the door creaks open and the secret meeting is totally exposed. Rowan looks like a deer in headlights as both men stare her down, caught red-handed with her apples. The man's eyes narrow as he asks the million-dollar question, "How long have you been standing there?" He kneels before her, looking up with an expression that could melt the coldest villainous heart. "Don't feel burdened by this," he says, admitting he never actually wanted her to find out the truth this way. Our girl Rowan is absolutely overwhelmed, her eyes filling with tears as the weight of his devotion finally sinks in. She can barely hold back a sob, her lips trembling as she tries to find the words to respond to such a raw confession. Our guy looks completely drained, staring at the floor as if he's just laid his entire soul bare for her to judge. He reaches out, gently taking her hands in his while his gaze intensifies. "Would you take my heart if I gave it to you?" he asks, and honestly, the drama is peaking right now. Rowan's heart is doing backflips, her tears shimmering in the light as she looks back at him, completely lost in the moment. She looks down at the wooden carving in her hands, reading the inscription, "My love through it all, come what may." "How long have you loved me?" she whispers, her voice barely audible. He doesn't hesitate for a second, replying, 11 years, 3 months, and 7 days. Girl, he's been counting the literal days. He tells her that there's no such thing as affection that happens without a reason, proving his feelings are rooted deep in their shared past. Rowan clenches a small wooden doll of herself, her mind racing as she asks him, "Then what about you?" He looks away, his inner monologue showing just how conflicted he is. He's terrified that she might be touched by his words, but he's even more afraid that she wouldn't care at all. "I'm sorry, Rowan," he murmurs, the weight of his long-held secret finally out in the open. The tension finally breaks as they end up lying on the floor together, the atmosphere thick with unspoken emotions. He looks at her, his voice soft but firm. "You don't have to apologize because I did all of that willingly," he says, refusing to let her feel like she owes him for his love. He pulls her into a protective embrace, lying there in the sunlight. He tells her he's ready to reach out to her in a million ways, but he refuses to use her old debts to force her hand. "I don't want my kindness to be a burden to you," he insists, showing he's a top-tier male lead for a reason. He looks at her one last time with those puppy dog eyes and tells her to be good. But then he switches back to his charming, slightly snarky self, warning her not to get too emotional over little details. "Men these days are quite cunning," he teases, giving us a bit of that playful energy we love. Rowan finally sits up, wiping the last of her tears away as she tries to regain her composure. In a totally adorable chibai moment, he reminds her that he isn't just any man. He's the man who literally grew up by her side. He takes her hand again, his touch warm and steady. "Never think that you owe me anything," he says, reinforcing that his heart was a gift, not a loan. He leans in close, his eyes darkening with a hint of that possessive streak we crave. The whole point of an obsession is to always have something to fall back on. They sit there together amidst the yellow flowers, two souls finally beginning to understand the depth of a love that's lasted over a decade. Mr. Zhou leans in over a spread of eggs and sausages, sporting a smirk that says he's expecting a standing ovation. "How was last night?" he asks, clearly fishing for a compliment while our girl tries to enjoy her breakfast in peace. He reaches out, perhaps hoping for a little morning affection. But Rowan just stares him down, cold as ice, and drops a total bombshell, 5 out of 10. Ouch, talk about a blow to the ego. He tries to play it off, noting that he's pretty sure she rated him even lower last time. The awkward tension is cut short by a phone ringing on the table. On the other end of the line, his associate Niner is handling business, but he can't help but be curious about the woman in the room. Mr. Zhou plays it cool though. "Why wouldn't I be worried?" he muses into the phone. "I'm fine if I was backstabbed elsewhere, but not my kidneys." Apparently his love and his health are high stakes. The caller gets back to business, informing him that they've caught a mole and are sending him over right now. The housekeeper enters the room with a grim look. "We have guests, sir," she announces, just as a group of suited guards hauls in a disheveled man. They slam the captive onto the floor with a heavy thud. This is Hector Feng, the director of finance for Zhou Media, and he looks like he's having the worst day of his life. Mr. Zhou immediately turns to Rowan, his voice dropping into that protective alpha tone. "Go back to your room," he commands. But our girl, she's not some damsel who hides when things get messy. She looks the housekeeper dead in the eye and says, "Tell Aunt Evelyn to stay in her room and bring me a coffee." She's staying exactly where she is. She stares down at the shivering mole on the floor. "Still alive?" she asks, her voice dripping with sarcasm. The man can barely wheeze out a response, confirming he's still breathing. As the coffee arrives, Mr. Zhou decides to play the attentive husband again. "Allow me," he says, taking the cup. He gently blows on the hot liquid to cool it down for her, a small gesture of intimacy in the middle of a literal interrogation. He hands it back, assuring her it's clean and ready, but Rowan isn't exactly swooning. "I can drink on my own," she snaps, taking the cup back. The captive Hector sees a glimmer of hope in her presence and starts wailing. "Miss Jiang, I was framed, I don't know what happened." He begs her to make Mr. Zhou see reason since they're colleagues, but Mr. Zhou's eyes turn terrifyingly dark. He isn't interested in excuses. "Do it," he says, his voice cold enough to freeze the room. Hector's face is already a map of bruises, and he knows there's no mercy coming. Mr. Zhou turns to Niner and gives the final order, send him back to Charlie's. But then he does something that catches everyone off guard. He looks at his men and points right at Rowan. "She's the boss," he declares, leaving our girl looking absolutely stunned by the sudden promotion. Without another word, Rowan turns to leave the room, and Mr. Zhou follows her like a loyal shadow. He gives one last glance back at his guards, shouting, "Take him away," as he focuses all his attention back on our heroine. Rowan finds herself trapped in a tense standoff with Yannick, who is looming over her with an intensity that would make anyone's heart skip a beat. He leans in close, his voice a low murmur as he claims that whatever is happening between them is simply the rational choice. But our girl doesn't have time to dwell on her husband's mixed signals, because she has a much more dangerous game to play at a nearby cafe. She's meeting with her brother-in-law, Vaughn, and she knows she has to be careful. If she rejects him too openly, Yannick's possessive streak will turn into full-blown suspicion. Meanwhile, Yannick is back at the office, looking smug as he talks to his associates about how well he understands Rowan's every thought. He's practically beaming with overconfidence, convinced that our heroine is falling for him more than a little. Back at the cafe, Rowan is putting on her best bored socialite face while Vaughn tries to work his charm. He slides a decadent slice of strawberry cake across the table, acting like he's the ultimate gentleman. "I remember you like this, try it," he says, flashing a smile that's a bit too perfect to be trusted. He leans in, telling her that girls should always be good to themselves, but Rowan isn't buying what he's selling. She takes a slow, deliberate sip of her tea, looking him dead in the eye as he asks why it's so hard to get her to go out with him. Rowan doesn't sugarcoat it, reminding him that she's only here during working hours because she had to make time for this little chat. She looks completely exhausted by his persistence. Suddenly, her phone buzzes with a message from Yannick asking if her coffee is good. Our girl doesn't hesitate to keep her husband on the hook, quickly typing back that she'll bring him a cup later. Vaughn, sensing he's losing her attention, tries to pivot back to her marriage, asking if things are actually going well with Rowan and her husband. He reaches out to touch her hand, but she pulls back, complaining that everything is fine except for the fact that Yannick has become incredibly clingy. Vaughn's expression sours instantly. "Did you ask me out just to talk about that?" he demands, his ego clearly bruised. He finally drops the flirtation and gets down to business, asking if she knows that Hector Feng is in major trouble. Rowan doesn't blink, dropping an even bigger bombshell. That's not all he's missing. She tells him bluntly that since they're family, they need to be realistic. Grandpa arranged for Hector to work at Zhou Media, and his disappearance is going to cause a massive scandal. Vaughn looks away, his brow furrowed as he realizes the gravity of the situation, noting that the company will have to cooperate with the police. Rowan takes one last sip of her drink, having gathered all the info she needs. "I finished my coffee, I'm going back to work now," she announces, shutting down the meeting. She stands up, insisting on getting the check herself and leaving Vaughn sitting there with his half-eaten cake. As she walks toward the exit, her mind is already on her next move, and that promised coffee for Yannick. She glances back one last time, looking every bit the elegant strategist as she leaves the cafe behind. Our girl Rowan isn't just a pretty face. She's a woman with a plan, handing over the PR proposal for next month with a look that says she means business. But the man across from her, looking like a whole snack in that suit, is more interested in a different kind of business. He barely glances at the paperwork, his eyes locked onto hers as he leans back with a smug grin. Before we can even process the tension, Rowan decides to skip the formalities and climbs right into his lap. "Honestly, we stand a queen who knows what she wants." He smirks, his hand finding its place as he teases her, asking if she shouldn't be a bit more reserved and play hard to get. Rowan just blushes, her heart racing as he whispers, "I was worried you'd get tired standing. Keep going." They're clearly in the middle of a very private chat when the atmosphere reaches a boiling point. He pulls her even closer, ready to ignore the rest of the world. But of course, the universe has other plans because a phone starts buzzing on the desk. It's Charlie Chin calling to ruin the vibe. The mood is officially killed as he takes the call, looking completely unbothered while Rowan tries to regain her composure. He looks her dead in the eye and asks, "Are you ready to burn bridges?" Our girl doesn't blink, simply responding with a cool, "As you command," because she knows exactly what's at stake. Even in their little chibified moments, it's clear these two are totally in sync, their hearts linked in a way that spells trouble for everyone else. He promises her right then and there that if things ever go south, he'll prioritize her choice above everything else. Fast forward to the mission at hand. They pull up to a massive estate where Yannick Zhou and Stan Lee are reportedly hiding out. Rowan isn't here for games, demanding to know where Hector Feng is being kept. The guards point them toward the backyard basement, and her partner offers to keep Yannick busy while she handles the rest. "You have a 1-hour window tops," he warns as they walk toward the danger hand in hand. Rowan just gives a sharp nod. This is exactly what she expected. As they reach the stairs, they split up to cover more ground. Inside, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife as someone pleads for things not to get difficult because grandfather is waiting. A man in glasses, likely a lawyer, looks nervous as he's grilled about Hector Feng's whereabouts. He looks at Rowan, surprised to see her there, asking if she has business with legal counsel. Rowan just plays it cool, looking down with a mysterious air. She brushes it off as trouble with a talent, her hand tightening on her bag. She claims she just wanted to see a leading legal figure like Mr. Chin in action, but we all know she's hunting for blood. Meanwhile, down in the dark, damp basement, the real interrogation is beginning. A cold voice echoes through the room. "Dear Hector, how long have you worked for me?" The man standing over the traitor looks absolutely terrifying, noting that even a dog would wag its tail and recognize its master after being fed for so long. Poor Hector is a complete mess, beaten within an inch of his life and sobbing for mercy. "Please, Mr. Zhou, I made a mistake," he screams, but in this world, mistakes are usually fatal. "But you had the guts to screw me over and right under my nose," Julian growls, his boot pressing firmly into the man's chest. He isn't finished playing with his food yet, offering the pathetic worm a single chance at survival by returning to Zhou Media. He reaches down and yanks the man up by his hair, his eyes flashing with a dangerous glint as he issues his final ultimatum. Terrified and broken, the man whimpers, "Yes, Mr. Zhou, I promise." Julian strides away from the filth, his suit sharp and his presence even sharper as he enters the main hall. He immediately seeks out our girl, calling out Master Rowan to get her attention. The room is thick with tension, especially with Stan and Yannick lurking nearby. Yannick adjusts his glasses, looking like he's trying to calculate exactly how much Julian knows. Julian doesn't give him the satisfaction of a long conversation, moving to Rowan's side and claiming his space. "Consultation's over, should we?" he asks, his voice smooth as silk. He leads her away with a dismissive glance over his shoulder, telling the others to take their time. Left behind, Yannick tries to maintain his composure. "If you doubt me, why don't you have your men search the premises?" he challenges, throwing out a bluff. He leans back, looking entirely too relaxed for a man whose plans are crumbling. "I really have nothing to hide. Feel free to search," he adds with a smirk. He sits there, the picture of a cold, calculating villain who thinks he's 3 steps ahead. He even turns down the offer of dinner, claiming he has much more important business to attend to. As he exits the building, Yannick's mask starts to slip. "Stan, did you see from which door Rowan entered?" he asks, his paranoia finally bubbling to the surface. He has a sinking feeling that Julian has been playing him for a while. Stan, ever the loyal shadow, insists he hasn't seen a thing and has been by Yannick's side the entire time. Suddenly, Yannick's phone rings, and it's the one person he didn't want to hear from. "Yannick, you really can't wait to replace me, can you?" Julian's voice drips with icy sarcasm through the receiver. Julian reveals he knows all about Yannick's dirty laundry, including the kidnapping of an executive and the unfortunate breaking of a leg. Yannick stops in his tracks, his face paling as Julian abruptly cuts the call. Panic setting in, Yannick immediately dials his mother. "Mom, Hector betrayed us," he says, his voice tight with fear. On the other end of the line, his mother is the picture of calm, casually pruning her flowers with a sharp pair of shears. "Yeah, got it?" she replies, her tone chillingly indifferent to her son's crisis. Meanwhile, our girl Rowan is trying to get back to business, reaching for a change of clothes. But she isn't alone. Julian is watching her every move, his gaze heavy and intense. It's not a woman," she remarks, noticing his phone buzzing again. Julian ignores the call, leaning in close until he's practically whispering in her ear. "Don't worry about it," he says, his hand resting possessively on her waist. He tells her to do as she pleases while he steps away to call Sylvie. But the news he receives on the other end stops his heart. His eyes widen in genuine shock as he repeats the words, "Hector's dead." Mandy Lou definitely knows how to scrub a crime scene, because after only an hour, there isn't a shred of evidence left at the hospital. Well, except for this guy, who's been beaten so badly he looks more like a purple grape than a human being. The men standing over him aren't exactly offering a get-well-soon card, though. They realize they can't afford to let Hector die right now, or Yannick becomes the only suspect in this mess. Since Julian Zhou values his authority above everything else, the fact that Yannick corrupted an executive is going to send him into a total spiral. This is getting messy, and our guys know they're in for a real show. With a cold command, the plan is set in motion. "Roger," comes the reply as the scene shifts to the dark of night. Back at the estate, a sharp knock echoes against the library doors. Suddenly, thud. Niner drags a struggling man across the floor, claiming he caught this corporate spy snooping around outside. The man in black calmly looks through the intruder's camera and quips, "Nice angles." "Let him go," he says, sounding way too relaxed for a guy with a prisoner. He claims he's a proper businessman who avoids violence whenever Rowan is around, because he doesn't want to give his missus any more headaches. Of course, his version of not resorting to violence still involves yanking the reporter up by his hair to make a point. This guy is a total double-edged sword, and it's no wonder Charlie was so eager to get rid of him. Later that evening, he finds Rowan relaxing in her bathrobe. He casually mentions that Niner caught a reporter, and then has the audacity to ask if he should print the photos to frame in her office. He starts leaning in close, and you can practically feel the tension rising. The atmosphere gets heavy as he moves in on our girl. He wraps his arms around Rowan, catching her completely off guard with this sudden display of affection. "You don't mind our colleagues seeing?" he teases, his voice low. "Do you? I want nothing less," he declares, showing off his possessive side. He starts nuzzling her neck, and Rowan's heart starts going absolutely haywire. She's totally stunned, thinking, "You're suddenly being nice, Vaughn." He whispers that it's all right, his lips inches from hers. He looks at her with an intensity that's hard to read. Rowan is left blushing and breathless, wondering if this is just another move in his game, or if it's actually love. But the life she leads is never simple. Later, she sits alone, looking pensive as she wonders if someone like her can ever actually have a normal relationship. She eventually checks in with Dr. Yu, who notes that she's finally taking steps she's refused to take for years. Rowan's heart weighs heavy as she realizes that if anyone is going to fix this mess, it'll have to be her. Inside the clinic, her doctor is busy scribbling notes, his expression unreadable. "Yvonne, as a doctor, my only wish for you is to have a happy, fulfilling life," he says softly. But as her friend, he can't hide his concern, reminding her that she's been in therapy for years and he doesn't want that progress to go to waste. He suggests trying a combination of physiotherapy and desensitization, which clearly sends a chill down our girl's spine. He knows the side effects of the physical therapy are already painful enough. As for desensitization, that would mean diving back into the dark abyss of her memories. We see a glimpse of our poor heroine's childhood, curled in a ball while being kicked. "I'm sorry, Mommy, it won't happen again," she cries, while her mother screams that it's all her father's fault. The doctor explains that this process involves reliving every trauma, from the minor ones to the absolute worst. He stops himself, adjusting his glasses and admitting that such a method would be far too barbaric for her right now. "You should sleep on it first," he advises as Rowan prepares to leave. She walks out of the office, looking drained from the session. Seeing her go, a curious nurse turns to Dr. Yu and asks, "Has Miss Jiang fallen in love?" The doctor looks away, his voice dropping as he admits he never thought it would actually happen. The nurse blushes, thinking that if Rowan fell for him, he must be a truly good man. But the doctor's mood flips in an instant. He glares at her with ice in his eyes and snaps, "Pack your things, you're fired." Talk about zero chill. Outside the clinic, the cherry blossoms are in full bloom, but Rowan doesn't have time to enjoy the view. She reaches her car, her phone buzzing incessantly. It's Sylvie, and the news is bad. Rowan's eyes widen in shock as the gravity of the situation hits her. Benji is in major trouble, and he's been completely cornered. Over at the Werner Hotel, a swarm of reporters is already gathered, cameras flashing like crazy. They're shouting for Benji Chang to show himself, accusing him of harassing an actress. Rowan meets up with Sylvie, demanding to know what's going on. Sylvie explains that during an after-party last night, a famous director named Hansel Zhao molested a starlet, and Benji, being the hero he is, didn't like it and hit the guy. Sylvie looks absolutely frantic. She explains that the director enforced a media gag so no one would know the truth, but then the girl involved took to social media to hint that Benji was the one who attacked her. Rowan listens, her face hardening into a mask of pure fury. To make matters worse, Benji's own management is refusing to take the heat and has basically abandoned him. "He'll be dead meat if you don't help," Sylvie cries, but our girl is already steps ahead, deciding they need to sneak in through the back. They navigate the hotel's quiet corridors, heading toward the eye of the storm. Inside one of the suites, a spineless manager is trying to pressure Benji. "Just apologize," he urges. "I'm not telling you to admit you molested her, just tell the press it was a joke that led to a misunderstanding." Benji isn't having any of it, standing his ground with a fierce glare. "Why should I apologize? I didn't do anything wrong," he barks back. The manager scoffs, warning him that unless he has better connections than Director Zhao, he's just going to end up eating dirt. Rowan and Sylvie listen from the doorway, taking in the disgusting display of corporate cowardice. Rowan realizes that the manager is right about one thing: this is the harsh reality of the industry. But her eyes burn with a new determination. There is no way she's letting these vultures browbeat her man. The plan is officially set in motion, but the tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife as the mysterious man insists he must stay in the shadows while the girls do the dirty work. But things go south fast when he checks his phone and nearly has a heart attack, gasping that some snake just tweeted that Vaughn is his girlfriend. Rowan and her friend look absolutely livid, realizing the enemy is moving way faster than they anticipated. Our poor boy is sweating bullets, looking like his entire career is about to go up in flames right before his eyes. But Rowan isn't backing down. She looks up with fire in her eyes and declares that it's finally time to stop hiding. "Text her, tell her everything you want to say," she commands, pushing him to finally stand up for himself. While he fumbles with his phone, Rowan is already 3 steps ahead, staring down her own screen like a predator stalking its prey. Seeing the antagonist, Vivian Chen, typing away so calmly sends a chill through her. This newbie is either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid to challenge our girl. Rowan's lips curl into a cold smile as she whispers, "Since words won't work, there's no reason to hold back." She immediately calls up the CEO, James, who wastes no time bringing up the spicy scandal involving her and Benji. "It's fake," Rowan snaps, and James casually replies that he already knows, proving he's been keeping a very close eye on his favorite lady. He starts teasing her like a total brat, making our girl break out in a frustrated sweat while he clearly enjoys her misery. She asks if she should make a public announcement to clear the air, but James is skeptical, making Rowan finally realize the absolute hell he went through cleaning up after her all these years. Rowan rubs her temples, feeling the weight of the world on her shoulders as the drama reaches a boiling point. Standing by the window and looking out at the city she's about to conquer, she drops the ultimate bombshell. "Can I ask you for a favor? Why don't we go public?" The silence on the other end is deafening as James processes the fact that his dream might actually be coming true. He tries to laugh it off at first, thinking she's just playing with his heart like she always does. "I was just joking, did I scare you?" he asks, trying to play it cool despite his heart probably beating out of his chest. But Rowan is dead serious, and James' gaze softens as he finally gives in, whispering a simple "sure." He double-checks to make sure this is what she really wants, asking, "Would going public please you?" When she gives him the green light, James' smirk returns as he tells her to just do it. Rowan promises to retweet his announcement once she finishes mopping up the floor with the rest of this mess. The crowd is losing their minds over the unrequited love of 10 years storyline, wondering how they missed this epic romance for a whole decade. Every girl on the street is green with envy, staring at the screen and cursing their own bad luck. As Rowan's car glides past the giant display of her own face, the scale of her victory finally sinks in. The billboard towers over the city, a permanent reminder that Rowan is the undisputed queen of this game. Her friend is cheering in the passenger seat, shouting that it was a total masterstroke, and she finally understands why Rowan fell for a man like James. The conversation in the car is getting heavy as Rowan's friend gushes over the news, claiming that a 10-year unrequited love finally becoming real is the stuff of legends. She's absolutely convinced that the big boss has finally melted our heroine's cold heart. Rowan, however, looks like she's processing a system error rather than a romance. "No," she insists, "I'm just trying desensitization." Her friend isn't buying it, reminding her that just 2 days ago, the mere thought of him had her turning pale and literally throwing up. Despite the physical rejection, our girl stares out the window with a look of pure determination, whispering that she wants to try again. The next morning, Rowan pulls up to the Zhou Media building, ready to face the music. The atmosphere has shifted completely, and she's immediately swarmed by staff members bowing and greeting her as Mrs. Zhou. An assistant chirps a huge "thank you" for the candy our girl supposedly sent out. Rowan plays it cool, looking every bit the elegant lady boss. But she's internally screaming when she hears that Mr. Zhou had his right-hand man distribute these love bags to everyone to make up for their lack of a wedding ceremony. As she walks toward her office, she notices something new on the desk that makes her stop in her tracks. It's a framed photo of her and Mr. Zhou looking incredibly intimate. The assistant lanes in, revealing that the CEO himself was the one who placed the photo there. Rowan stares at the image, her eyes softening as she hears that the staff has never seen the boss look this happy in all his years of working there. Once she's alone, Rowan hops on the phone, admitting that she hasn't even had a chance to see what all the fuss is about regarding the candy. She eyes the tray of treats on her desk, wondering if they really are as sweet as everyone says. On the other end of the line, Mr. Zhou's voice drops to a low, suggestive growl as he tells her, "Come over here, I'll feed you." She finds herself wandering into his office, where he's waiting with a smug grin, asking if she's finally here for her sugar fix. He holds up a pink candy, teasing her by asking if she'd like a taste. Our girl watches as he slowly begins to unwrap the treat. But instead of handing it over like a normal person, he leans across the desk and feeds it to her directly through a deep, heart-stopping kiss. Rowan's eyes fly open in total shock at the bold move. As they finally break apart, our heroine is blushing a furious shade of red while he just looks at her with a satisfied smirk, asking, "What do you think?" Our girl is practically glowing with a blush she can't hide. Mr. Zhou looks as smug as ever, explaining that once Benji's mess is handled, the director and actress will step up to defend him. He leans in, his voice dropping an octave as he asks, "Do you think that I'm that insecure?" He looks every bit the cold, calculated CEO. But Rowan just sighs, admitting that with him, it's honestly hard to tell. Softening his tone, he calls her Mrs. Zhou. Reaching out to firmly take her hand, "I wasn't worried even when we weren't official," he reminds her, "and we are official now. What do I have to worry about?" Our girl's hand trembles as she grips his suit jacket, but her mind is miles away, flashing back to a heavy text from Dr. Yu. The doctor's warning was grim. The therapy might be too much for her and it might not even work. Rowan stands there, the weight of her secrets feeling heavier than ever. She slowly withdraws her hand from his, her eyes shimmering with a sudden, heartbreaking vulnerability. "How long can you wait?" she asks, her voice barely a whisper. "A year, 3 years, a decade." Mr. Zhou's gaze intensifies, his eyes locked onto hers. He looks down at his phone for a split second, before promising her with total conviction, "I'll always be waiting." But while they're having this deep moment, the rest of the world is losing its collective mind over Rowan's leaked diary entries. Rowan tries to brush it off, asking why she'd have a problem waiting that long anyway, when a frantic knock-knock shatters the mood. The assistant bursts in, sweating bullets because news of their marriage is spreading like a literal wildfire. Rowan and Mr. Zhou stand frozen as they're told reporters are already swarming the building. Outside, the paparazzi are in a frenzy, shouting about how Rowan is constantly bogged down by scandals. They're digging for dirt, asking if Mr. Zhou is already seeing another woman. But the script is flipping fast, Top-class celebs like Li Guan are posting public statements that they were only ever friends. The truth finally comes out. All those scandals with other women were just for show, and the ladies were all paid off with designer handbags just to help Mr. Zhou get Rowan's attention. The assistant drops the ultimate bombshell. Mr. Chin posted your diary. Mr. Zhou's soul practically leaves his body. Photos, diary, he gasps, realizing his private thoughts are now public property. His so-called friends are having the time of their lives hitting that send button. Suddenly, a sweet photo of Rowan and Mr. Zhou back in their school days is trending, paired with his poetic, cringy sweet entries about yearning to wrap her in his arms. Rowan and the assistant stare at the screen in disbelief, while our poor exposed CEO covers his face, dying of pure, unadulterated embarrassment. Those pieces of SHT, he bellows, pacing the room in a total frenzy. His poor assistant tries to be the voice of reason, pointing out that throwing a tantrum isn't exactly helping the situation. And honestly, the internet is being absolutely ruthless right now, with every netizen saying he's set the bar for unrequited love and calling him a real dog. The man literally looks like he's grown ears and a tail from the sheer humiliation, demanding to know how any of that is supposed to be a compliment. Rowan is just over it, giving him a flat nope when he tries to argue. If you'll excuse me, I have other matters to attend to, she says, turning to leave him to his sulking. But then he drops the heavy stuff. Does it hurt loving another person in secret? He asks, his voice suddenly thick with emotion. Our girl freezes in her tracks, looking back at him with a mix of shock and confusion. She whispers that it wasn't for her, but he just gives her this heartbreakingly soft, blushing look. He tells her he personally hopes she never has to feel that kind of pain, though he's pretty sure she most likely won't. He steps into her space, promising that if she just takes one step forward now, they'll take every other step together, before his eyes land on something unexpected. Rowan, what are these photos? He asks, the mood shifting instantly. We jump back to a printer churning out memories. As a birthday present for me, the memory echoes. It turns out Charlie had been secretly snapping photos of Rowan back in her school days, giving them to him because he was clearly hurting himself over her. He even remembers Charlie telling him to only take them out when everyone else was asleep so he could pine in peace. We see him in a flashback, lying in bed with a photo over his face, completely pathetic and in love. Rowan is blushing like a tomato now as the secrets come spilling out. Why would Charlie have your diary? He asks, digging even deeper into the past. He confesses that he'd totally given up hope, thinking she was into Yannick and had thrown everything away. Charlie had literally fished his heart out of the trash to save it. You don't have to feel sad or guilty, he whispers, looking at her with total devotion. I love you willingly and humbly. He reaches out, tenderly taking her hand in his. Their shoes click together as the distance between them finally vanishes. He pulls her into a tight, desperate hug and Rowan finally melts against him. But you should have told me sooner, she sighs, her voice muffled against his chest. He just closes his eyes, knowing that while things usually go wrong in life, having her like this is a total blessing. We see a message from Dr. Yu on a phone, confirming that therapy starts tomorrow. The man is staring out at the snow, lost in thought when Rowan walks in. I'm done, are you sulking? She teases. He turns to her, his gaze intense and searching. You like me a little now, don't you? He asks, hope blooming in his eyes. Rowan, currently drying her hair in a bathrobe, just blinks at him, caught off guard. Why? She asks. He doesn't say a word, just looking at her with those intense, pining eyes. I'm taking a bath, she says, trying to maintain her composure as he steps toward her. But looking at him, she can't help but feel the weight of everything they've finally confessed. She stays silent, her heart doing all the talking as she gazes back at him. Rowan walks in on her husband, the air instantly turning thick with tension. You saw the text my shrink sent me? She asks, trying to play it cool while her heart hammers against her ribs. She thinks back to how she used to be, struggling in silence. You don't have to feel burdened now, she tells him, her face turning a bright, telltale shade of pink. Zhou stays silent, his back to her as he absorbs her words, his presence filling the room. Is it going to hurt? She whispers, her eyes searching his for any sign of what he's thinking. Deep down, she can't help but feel a pang of insecurity, wondering, is he pitying me? No, she insists, trying to stand her ground. But Zhou isn't buying her act for a single second. You're lying, he says, his voice low and vibrating with intensity. He steps closer, cornering her as he demands to know why she won't stick with the therapy if it truly doesn't hurt. Our girl looks away, sweating bullets as she mutters that she just thought the whole thing was unnecessary. Zhou stands by the shower, the atmosphere between them heavy with unspoken emotions. Suddenly, the talking stops as he pulls her into a sudden, breath-stealing kiss. Rowan's world completely tilts as she melts into his touch. Are you trying to make my heart bleed for you? She asks, her voice trembling. She's genuinely stunned. In all her life, no one has ever felt so bad for her that they were on the verge of tears. Zhou looks at her with a pained, raw expression that proves he's feeling every bit of her struggle. Totally flustered, Rowan blushes hard and tells him to just forget it. The mood shifts drastically as we move away from the romance and into the mystery of Zoran Yu. Zhou is meeting with a contact who starts spilling the tea on this mysterious figure. It turns out Zoran is the psychologist Yvonne has been consulting with for years. Zhou sips his wine, his eyes narrowed as he processes this new information. He's clearly in deep thought, calculating his next move to protect our girl. His contact doesn't hold back, calling Zoran a prodigy but warning that he's essentially a mad scientist. This guy has a creepy, specialized interest in chronic cases that have gone untreated. The final warning is the most chilling of all. He's not interested in the patient, but in their symptoms, the man says, making it clear that Rowan might be nothing more than a lab rat to this doctor. The scene shifts to a cold, imposing skyscraper where the stakes are about to get painfully high. Inside, Mr. Zhou meets with a specialist who has a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. Even Mr. Zhou can sense the unsettling vibe, thinking to himself that this doctor is absolutely unhinged. He's crazy and evil, he notes, watching the man's every move with suspicion. In the next room, our girl Yvonne is strapped into a treatment chair, looking small and vulnerable among the wires. Dr. Yu explains the setup, noting that while they can monitor her every breath, she's trapped in total isolation. Mr. Zhou can't take his eyes off her, his heart sinking as the reality of the procedure sets in. "You said shock therapy would hurt?" he asks, his voice trembling with a rare flash of concern. Dr. Yu doesn't offer any comfort, explaining that her case is unique and the side effects will be devastatingly clear. Yvonne lets out a low, pained groan as the machine hums to life, and the doctor warns that she has to endure the full 20 minutes or give up entirely. She's clearly suffering, her face tight with agony as she tries to breathe through the sensory assault. Her friend watches from the sidelines, sweating bullets and wondering, but what if Rowan wants that anyway? Suddenly, a sharp beep cuts through the room like a knife. Yvonne is caught in a whirlwind of flashing memories and images of Rowan, her mind a chaotic mess of love and pain. But through the fog, she finds a spark of defiance, whispering, "But I don't want that." She grits her teeth and looks toward the observation glass, declaring, "I'll continue, Dr. Yu." The physical toll hits her like a physical blow, and she begins to gag and choke as the machine pushes her limits. "What's wrong?" someone cries out, panic finally breaking through the professional facade. Mr. Zhou looks like he's about to jump out of his skin, his composure completely shattered by the sight of her suffering. He clutches his hands, helpless to stop the torture he's authorized. Dr. Yu calmly lists off the symptoms: nausea, headaches, and vomiting, as if he's reading a grocery list. He looks at Mr. Zhou and delivers the ultimate guilt trip. "She loves you. That's why she's brave enough to bear the anguish of her horrible past." It's a heavy realization for Mr. Zhou, who stares at her through the glass, secretly hoping she didn't love him so much if it meant sparing her this hell. Once the session is finally over, Yvonne stumbles to the bathroom, splashing cold water on her face to keep from fainting. Her friend rushes in with a bottle of water, asking, "Are you okay? Do you need a drink?" Yvonne greedily gulps down the water, her hands still shaking from the aftershocks of the therapy. Her friend tries to soothe her, insisting that Rowan would be hurting for her rather than judging her for being weak. But Yvonne isn't looking for a pity party. She stands up straight and announces she's going back to the office. Her friend is absolutely floored, shouting, "What in that state?" But our girl is on a mission, and despite the trauma she just endured, she marches out to face the world again. Back at the office building, things are getting way too intense for a workday. Our guy is acting like a total lovesick puppy, literally offering up sweets to get back in her good graces. "Would you like some candy? I'll buy you some," he offers before dropping the real reason for the call. "Well, I miss my wife. Can I see her?" he pleads, his voice full of desperation. Rowan sighs, finally relenting to his puppy dog energy. "Come over if you want, just don't draw attention to yourself," she warns. Of course, not drawing attention isn't in this man's vocabulary. He literally tiptoes into the office while everyone stares at him like he's lost his mind. Rowan can only watch in disbelief as he makes a scene anyway. Later, we see our girl hooked up to sensors for a therapy session, looking completely drained. She's just trying to exist. But he's not about to let her suffer in silence. He grabs her hands, his face twisted with guilt. "I broke my promise," he admits. He pulls her into a crushing hug, confessing that he couldn't help but peek at her session. "You were lying, it was painful," he whispers, his heart breaking for her. He looks deep into her eyes, his gaze heavy with a mix of love and command. "So stop," he tells her, wanting her to quit hiding her pain. Rowan is visibly shaken, her face flushing as she asks if he even knows what panic disorder really entails. She explains the ugly truth, that patients like her have problematic personalities. Clutching his suit with trembling hands, she warns him that people like her are insecure control freaks and dangerously codependent. But does that scare him? Not a chance. "Doesn't matter, I don't care," he says, shutting down her self-doubt instantly. Rowan tries one last time to push him away for his own sake. "Dealing with it for the rest of your life will wear you out," she says, her voice full of weary wisdom. He just holds her tighter, his face heating up as he makes a final vow. "I'm never ever letting go of you," he declares. Rowan looks absolutely devastated, the fear of failure still gripping her. "Try, I'm afraid to," she whispers. She finally confesses the one thing she's been fighting. "I admit that I've begun to care, to love you, but I don't believe in promises." Her mind drifts back to the trauma that started it all. A horrific car accident that continues to haunt her every waking moment. She feels trapped, unable to live with her past constantly looming over her like a dark cloud. The memory fades into static, leaving her in a world of gray. Switching gears, we see a new player enter the chat as someone picks up a call. The order is simple: "I need you to get to Zoran Yu." We're introduced to a blonde cutie who's currently busy being a dog dad. "Sure," he says, though he's got one very important concern. "Question though, is he straight?" he asks with a cheeky grin. He eventually makes his way to the clinic, waiting for his appointment with Dr. Yu. But don't let his cheerful exterior fool you. This kid has seen some things. He flashes back to his time disguised as a male model where he was cornered by predators. "Come, darling, let's have some fun," they sneered, leaving him with a massive case of PTSD that he's still struggling to overcome. Someone on the other end of the line insists that there probably won't be any trouble. Meanwhile, inside a private office, a doctor catches a rebellious kid trying to light up and warns him that there is absolutely no smoking allowed. The kid just scoffs, clearly not used to being told what to do. The doctor peers over his glasses, asking, "Are you here for a session? Are you sick?" They lock eyes in a tense standoff, until the kid finally snaps, shouting at the top of his lungs, "I'm sick." Trying to pivot the conversation, the kid starts to bring something else up. The doctor just stares blankly, letting out a flat huh. Our boy starts sweating bullets, laughing nervously to fill the silence. He holds up his hands defensively, blaring, "I mean, I'm straight. That's my privacy." The doctor doesn't even blink, simply adjusting his glasses as he waits for the real story. Seeing his bluff didn't work, the kid launches into a dramatic sob story about his father being jailed when he was a child and his mother promising to wait for him. "But she married another man in just 2 years, leaving me in my grandma's care," he laments, looking like the picture of misery. He goes on about how his classmates ostracized him because of his father's criminal past, claiming he was deeply depressed. It's a how tragic performance, but the doctor sees right through the nonsense. "Would you feel better if your grandma or classmates gave you a hug?" the doctor asks with a straight face. He begins scribbling notes in his folder, while the kid just stares at him, completely baffled. Without another word, the doctor stands up and pulls the boy into a sudden, firm embrace. The kid's brain completely short-circuits from the unexpected contact. It's the most awkward chibai hug you've ever seen. "Remember, you're sick," the doctor reminds him. He leans in and whispers that his condition is actually called skin hunger before asking if he feels any better. The kid can only stammer out a "why yeah," looking totally defeated. But the healing isn't free. The doctor sits back down and coldly demands his consultation fee of $2,000 per hour. The kid is left wondering if he just got played. Later, a phone screen reveals a much darker plot. Rao and Zhou has sent someone to investigate, and they need to meet before things go south. Our girl Hannah, looking absolutely lethal in a red dress and designer jewelry, checks her messages with a grim expression. She arrives at a restaurant where the doctor is already waiting, and he greets her by noting she's late. She doesn't waste time on pleasantries, immediately asking, "Who did Rowan send?" The doctor casually pours himself a drink, seemingly unbothered by the looming threat. Hannah sighs, looking at the intel and noting that Brock, the kid from the office, is clearly not great with people. Rowan sighs, thinking about how the secret alliance is her only real therapy lately. Her companion, the mysterious Zoran, watches her closely as she suggests they stop their plotting for the night. "Your dear husband couldn't bear to see you hurt?" he asks with a smirk, musing that love is such a curious thing. He takes a sharp jab at our heroine, saying it's a total shame someone like her will never actually experience real love. He's got some nerve. Zoran makes a snarky face as Rowan tries to pivot, asking about the brand of the drink they're sharing. She takes a sip, looking as elegant as ever despite the tension. He holds up the green bottle, revealing it has no label at all, just like their murky relationship. Our girl mentions that Mandy Lou is getting desperate, even forcing 2 nurses on her to act as spies. "Did she suspect you?" he asks, but Rowan is confident she's still playing her part perfectly. But then Zoran drops a bombshell. Apparently, his nurses are convinced he's actually in love with her, causing our girl to literally spit out her drink. She blushes hard, coughing as she asks if he's just that good of an actor or if his staff is completely blind. "Hasn't a third possibility crossed your mind?" he asks, his voice dropping to a low, suggestive tone. Rowan can only think about how hearts are given and thrown away like trash in this dangerous game of high society chess. It turns out Zoran is a much deeper player than Mandy realized. She used him to track Rowan, but he's been a traitor to the Liu family from day one. He has a dark personal vendetta because his childhood friend was the truck driver who was hired to ram Simon Jiang's car off the road. That friend was promised he'd get rich, but instead he was silenced and killed in broad daylight. The poor guy was found in a pool of blood, with the police conveniently claiming he owed money to loan sharks. Zoran never believed that lie for a second, and he stood over his friend's body in the morgue, vowing to find the truth. When he discovered the powerful Zhou family had a hand in the cover-up, his own father, Lawrence Yu, demanded he stop prying. His father literally screamed at him, warning that they could never win against the Zhous and that prying would get them all killed. But Zoran wasn't about to let it go. He played the ultimate long game, meeting Mandy Lou at a party and tricking the vain woman into investing in his clinic. He even let her cut the ribbon at the grand opening just to keep his enemies close. This led Mandy to trust him implicitly, eventually ordering him to watch Rowan's every move, unaware she was handing him the keys to her own destruction. Our girl remembers the chill she felt finding a warning hidden in her medication instructions. The note was blunt: "Be careful, the Zhou family is watching." Back at the table, Zoran warns her that she needs to tell her husband the truth soon, as he's genuinely concerned the ruthless Simon might kill him if he finds them together. "Yeah, I'll talk to him when I have a chance," she replies, before asking if there's any progress on destroying Mandy Lou. Zoran assures her he's setting the stage for the final act, and they clink glasses, both sick of waiting for their revenge. Rowan simply nods with a cold, determined look. The downfall of her enemies is finally within reach. The snow falls softly as a taxi pulls up to the curb. Inside, our girl Rowan stares out the window, lost in thought as the year comes to an end. Right, year after year going by so quickly. she sighs, tracing the frost on the glass with her finger as she reflects on how much has changed. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, a very disheveled Dr. Yu is practically falling out of a cab, his legs giving way beneath him. He's definitely seen better days, apologizing to the driver for the mess he probably left in the backseat after a long night. He manages to wobble his way to his apartment, looking like a total disaster as he fumbles with the keypad, just wanting to pass out. But just as he's about to escape into his sanctuary, a voice calls out, "Dr. Yu, what a coincidence." It's his neighbor Zoran, who looks way too energetic for this time of night. The doctor is stunned, his face turning a bright shade of red as he realizes this guy lives right across from him now. Zoran flashes a bright grin, explaining that he literally just moved in today. He starts teasing the poor doctor, asking if he always brings his work home. Then he gets dangerously close, his voice dropping as he suggests, "You can bring my file home and we can consult at your place for a discount." He flashes a cute peace sign, looking like a little puppy trying to score a date. 200, he asks, leaning in closer to test the doctor's patience. Dr. Yu has had absolutely enough of this shameless flirting. With a massive shove, he sends Zoran flying back and slams the door with a loud bang. Talk about a cold reception. Back on the streets, the snow is really starting to pile up, covering the city in a white blanket. Rowan is walking through the winter wonderland, looking stunning and regal in her bright red coat. Her elegant heels click against the frozen pavement as she makes her way through the flurry. Suddenly, a firm hand reaches out and grabs her shoulder, stopping her in her tracks. "What are you doing out here?" a deep, familiar voice demands. It's her man, and he's clearly not happy she's out in the cold. He pulls her in close, his nose twitching as he immediately detects the scent of alcohol. "Were you drinking?" he asks, his eyes narrowing. Rowan tries to play it cool, claiming she only had a little, but he's not buying it for a second. "You call that a little?" he retorts, leaning in to sniff her and catch the lie. After a bit more interrogation, she finally cracks. "Soju half a bottle," she admits sheepishly. He just sighs, his frustration melting into concern as he asks if he should take her home. They walk side by side through the quiet night, the tension between them finally softening into something much sweeter. "Rowan, do you find winter cold this year?" he asks softly, his gaze lingering on her. Our girl smirks, looking up at him with a playful glint in her eyes. "Are you being romantic with me, dear?" she teases. He doesn't miss a beat, stepping even closer. "Do you like that?" he asks, his voice barely a whisper. Rowan blushes, admitting that she does, and promises she'll do her best to learn how to be more romantic herself. The two of them stop, faces inches apart as the world disappears around them. He looks at her with such intensity it could melt the ice on the streets. "You don't have to," he whispers, a tender smile finally touching his lips. "Every word you say to me is romantic." Rowan is heading out with her man, looking like a total power couple. Suddenly, he stops her in her tracks, telling her to hold still. He reaches down and presents her with the most adorable pair of fuzzy rabbit slippers, casually mentioning that he just bought them for her. Our girl is absolutely floored by the random act of cuteness, her jaw practically hitting the floor. But the romantic vibes are killed instantly when she suddenly feels a wave of nausea, letting out a loud blurg. As she clutches her mouth, she bolts toward the bathroom, leaving him trailing behind in a panic. As he helps her through the struggle, he asks if this is the alcohol talking or just a nasty side effect of her recent therapy. He figures she made the classic mistake of drinking on an empty stomach and gently offers to carry her. Rowan leans into him, her red dress flowing as she admits she's putting her therapy on hold for a while. He stares into her eyes, telling her to relax, Ro, but the tension is already at a boiling point. "As a bottom, would you like to see?" she teases, and he doesn't hesitate for a second to say yeah. He reaches up to gently caress her face, watching her blush intensify as the reality of the situation sets in. "It's going to be wild," he warns, his eyes dark with a promise he fully intends to keep. Rowan looks him dead in the eye and tells him she definitely wants to see, even as he gives her one last warning that he won't stop for anything once they start. Vaughn just leans in with a smirk and a forehead kiss, teasingly asking, "Are you being cute?" But the domestic bliss doesn't last long, as her mind starts racing with the weight of her secrets. As she gets ready for the day, she stares at her reflection, wondering how on earth she's going to explain the situation with Zoran Yu. She doesn't want to keep things from him, but finding the right words is proving impossible. Suddenly, her phone starts vibrating. It's a call from Summer Shao. Rowan picks up and is immediately hit with a bombshell. "Miss Jiang, Keith Zhu went public about us without my approval." Summer is spiraling, frantically asking, "Were you with him last night?" Our girl doesn't waste a second, throwing on her coat and grabbing her bag to handle the mess. Outside, the city is being blanketed by a heavy snowfall. Rowan hops out of her taxi right into a freezing media circus. The reporters are already swarming, microphones at the ready, demanding to know if Keith and Summer were actually dating. "They weren't dating at the time, please let me through," she snaps, pushing through the vultures to get inside. She finally reaches Summer, who is sitting on the couch looking like her entire world just ended. Rowan skips the pleasantries and asks the most important question, "Did it show your face?" The photo in question is a total PR nightmare, showing Keith in bed with a girl whose identity is just barely obscured. "Call Keith," Rowan commands, her boss mode fully activated. Her manager is pacing the room in a rage, grumbling that the brat isn't even picking up his phone. Rowan asks for his schedule, and the manager sighs that he's stuck at the studio until 9 p.m. "Fine, then tell him I'll be waiting for him at his apartment," she says, her voice cold as ice. The manager is absolutely losing it, screaming about how her career is supposed to be on the rise and how all her new ad deals are going poof. He looks at her with pure exasperation and asks, "Honestly, will it kill you to stop dating for a moment?" In the middle of the lecture, Rowan's phone buzzes with a text from her darling Vaughn. He claims there's a sudden issue with a project and he has to leave on a business trip for a few days. An issue with a project? She muses, her suspicion meter hitting the red zone. She looks out at the snow, wondering what could possibly make a powerful man like him sound so worried. Her manager is still hovering, asking if they should just go ahead and make a statement. Rowan just gives him a sharp, knowing look and says, "Never shoot yourself in the foot." Keith and his lackey are sweating bullets outside the door, knowing they're about to face the music. Keith looks like he's walking to the gallows as the door finally creaks open. Inside, our girl Rowan is looking absolutely regal, radiating pure "Don't mess with me" energy as Keith stammers out her name. She doesn't even move an inch, just sits there like the queen of the industry she is. Keith tries to play the "we were just dating" card, acting like he's just some low-level employee who didn't know the rules. But Rowan isn't buying a single word of his pathetic excuse. "I'm not interested in whether you're dating," she snaps, shutting him down before he can even start a sob story. She stays perfectly composed, her silence doing more damage than a scream ever could. "You've wasted my whole day, Keith," she says, her voice dripping with pure ice. "So I'll be blunt." She points out exactly how low he's sunk, calling his little stunt with the leaked photo despicable. Keith's manager tries to jump in and save the sinking ship, apologizing to Summer on Keith's behalf. This clown actually tries to claim that Summer was the one who wanted to go public, and Keith was just trying to give her a surprise. Rowan looks him dead in the eye and asks with a sharp edge, "Well, do you feel surprised?" Summer is standing right there in her white dress, looking completely blindsided by the blatant lies. She looks incredibly hesitant, her heart breaking as she realizes the man she loves is a total fraud. When the pressure mounts, Summer can only whisper that it's fine, even though her face is a mask of pure misery. Rowan gives them one last look of disgust before Keith is basically told to get lost. Keith is fuming, while his manager tries to convince him that being an on-screen couple going public isn't a big deal. He tells Keith he needs to handle Rowan himself if he wants to keep his career. Keith looks like his world is crumbling, realizing he's lost his golden ticket and his reputation. He tries to bribe his manager with a credit card, begging for a solid to fix this mess. But even the manager has limits when it comes to a sinking ship. "Don't give me more trouble," he says, refusing to touch the bribe. Later, Keith tries to work his charms on Summer alone, but our poor heroine is finally growing a backbone. "I told you we weren't supposed to do that for the next 5 years," she cries out. She's absolutely devastated, asking if he really just used her and their relationship for the hype. She thought riding the wave of Rowan's support meant they could finally be happy, but it turns out Keith only cared about his own fame. Keith tries the classic manipulator move, hugging her tight and promising a great future once they both make it big. He's whispering sweet nothings about marriage and buying a huge house for her grandma just to keep her on the hook. Summer looks into his eyes while being hugged, seeing the hollow lie for the very first time. Suddenly, she finds her strength and gives him a massive shove, pushing him away. She realizes that while Rowan might have had a rough start, she's the lucky one because she isn't stuck with a snake like Keith. She remembers how he used to pretend to care, even asking if she was cooking just because he was worried Rowan might be hungry. He was supposed to be a playboy, but she was foolish enough to think he was actually affectionate. Summer stands up, finally done being his puppet. She takes a deep, shaky breath to steady her nerves. Looking Keith right in the eye, she finally says the words he deserves to hear. "Keith, let's break up." Rowan doesn't even look back as she coldly tells the girl to put on her shoes. The poor girl is shaking, looking at our girl with desperation as she asks, "Manager Jiang, what should I do now?" Rowan's advice is as sharp as a knife. Admit your relationship with Zhou Yi to the public. The news hits them both like a freight train, leaving them absolutely speechless. Rowan stares her down, her voice low and commanding as she asks, "Do you trust me?" She makes it crystal clear that if they want to survive this, they have to do exactly what she says. With that, she turns on her heel and struts away with total boss energy. Zhou Yi tries to play the "you still love me" card, telling Xiao Zia that he knows she still has feelings for him. But Xiao Zia is finally waking up from the nightmare, shouting that they are broken up and she has no other choice but to come clean. Zhou Yi's ego is bruised as he demands, "Are you really sure you want to break up with me?" Their curly-haired friend tries to play the "it's just a lover's spat" angle, begging them not to say things they'll regret. He frantically tells them both to just calm down. But Xiao Zia has never been more certain, stating firmly, "I'm very calm, Zhou Yi, we're finished." The friend keeps babbling about how they've always had such a good relationship. Rowan has zero patience for this nonsense, cutting him off by declaring she has absolutely no interest in their messy love life. A loud slam echoes through the room as the tension hits its breaking point. Internally, Zhou Yi is absolutely seething, thinking that if it weren't for the powerful Mr. Zhou, he'd never even consider Rowan's opinion. He's a total trash bag, admitting to himself that he only slept with Xiao Zia because she was decent looking. Rowan is already 10 steps ahead, handing off the rest of the dirty work to her team. She steps out into the falling snow, looking like a literal queen. She immediately gets on the phone to confirm some spicy gossip about Zhou Yi being seen at a hotel with a female investor. She's not playing games, ordering her contact to buy that evidence regardless of the cost. Later that night, our girl is finally winding down in a silky bathrobe. Her phone buzzes and it's her husband, Mr. Zhou, on the other end. "I was waiting for your call, my wife," he says, his voice probably sounding like pure velvet. Rowan plays a little vulnerable for a second, asking, "What if I can't pull this off?" But he doesn't hesitate, telling her he has total faith in her. She shifts the conversation to work, asking which project in the company is currently failing. He brushes it off as a minor issue, but she insists he can call her for help whenever he needs it. It's already 10 o'clock, and she's lounging across the bed, looking exhausted but beautiful. "It's late, are you ready for bed, wife?" he asks softly. Our girl whispers a quiet yes. As he calls her wife one more time, she can't hide the blush creeping onto her face. Rowan is trying to play hard to get, but this man is relentless. He's begging for just 5 minutes of her time, and before she can even process it, a video call request flashes across her screen. Our girl panics, trying to reject it as fast as her fingers can move. But fate or her clumsy thumbs has other plans, and she accidentally hits accept only to be greeted by a very shirtless, very smug Zhou Yi. She stares at the screen like a deer in headlights, completely caught off guard. "What on earth are you doing?" she screams, her face turning a shade of red that would put a tomato to shame. She scrambles to sit up and fix her robe, trying to maintain some level of dignity while her heart does backflips. But Zhou Yi isn't making it easy, deciding now is the perfect time to give her a front row seat to his sculpted abs. "Maybe I'm just trying to tempt you," he says with a playful, devious grin. He teases her, calling her his greedy little wife, but Rowan isn't caving that easily. Even with the soft mood of the room, she's not about to let him get away with this blatant fan service. He jokes about offering his fire for free, and our girl can't help but stare at the screen, caught between being annoyed and totally mesmerized. "Is there anything else you want to see for free?" he asks, his voice practically dripping with mischief. Exhausted by his non-stop teasing, Rowan collapses back onto the bed. "Zhou Yi, you're really noisy," she groans, but the charming smile on his face tells her he knows he's already won. "It's late, shouldn't you be resting?" she asks softly, her voice losing its edge. He suggests that real couples stay on the phone all night, and honestly, he's not ready to let her go just yet. Rowan finally gives in to the cozy vibes, whispering a sweet goodnight as she reaches to dim the lights. She eventually drifts off to sleep with the call still active, while the narrator can't help but comment that these two are playing a very dangerous, very dirty game. Sunlight eventually fills the room as she sleeps peacefully, the phone still clutched in her hand like a lifeline. But when she finally rouses from her slumber, she sees the call has ended and starts to wonder if that whole spicy encounter was just a vivid dream. She tries to call him back immediately, but a cold, automated voice tells her his phone is completely turned off. Panic starts to set in as she stares at her screen, wondering why he'd suddenly go dark on her like this. As the clock ticks away the minutes, Rowan stands by the window, the bright morning sun doing absolutely nothing to ease her growing suspicion. "Where exactly are you?" she demands when she finally manages to get him on the line. He tries to play it cool, claiming he just woke up, but Rowan's liar detector is going off full blast. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi is actually stuck in the back of a car, looking guilty as sin while he tries to explain he's just handling work outside. Rowan paces her room, her voice trembling as she demands to know what's really going on. It turns out Lao Pei got himself into a mess at the docks, and Rowan wants to know what this has to do with the Peiyao family. Apparently someone is trying to frame them for smuggling, and our girl knows this is bad news. "The other party set him up," she whispers, the weight of the conspiracy finally sinking in. Back in the car, things are a lot less serious as the guys bicker. Zhou Yan is playing it cool, telling his companion that someone has already been caught. He promises Rowan he'll have it handled in 2 days flat. Our girl isn't so sure, asking, "Are you sure you can handle this? Can you really do it all in 2 days?" she repeats. Zhou Yan leans back, his voice smooth as silk as he assures her he can definitely do it. Rowan sighs, finally relaxing just a tiny bit. "Watch your safety and call me if anything feels off," she warns him. Zhou Yan can't help but tease her, asking what she'll do if she can't sleep without him before wishing her a sweet good morning. He explains he turned off the video so he wouldn't wake her, even though his companion was listening to every word. Before hanging up, he gives her one last command. "From now on, don't you dare mute your phone." With a click, the call ends. The mood in the car shifts instantly as the guys go back to their petty drama. "Can't you move forward a bit?" Zhou Yan asks his grumpy passenger. His buddy isn't having it, snapping back, "Jealous? You think I'm jealous of you." He loses it when that innocent student is mentioned, screaming, "Don't you ever say her name to me again." He thinks the woman is a total nightmare and jokes that dead people are much easier to deal with. Maybe they should just get married in a graveyard instead. Outside, the snow begins to fall over a massive, cold mansion. A car pulls up, looking ominous against the gray sky. They pop the trunk, revealing a tied-up prisoner who looks absolutely terrified. They drag him inside the luxury estate like he's yesterday's trash. The white-suited enforcer looks at the drooling captive with pure disgust, asking if he can just rearrange the guy's jaw because the drooling is making him sick. Zhou Yan stares down the man, his eyes cold and calculating. "I just spoke with the boss," he says, demanding to know what the prisoner said. The enforcer isn't playing around, grabbing the man's head to make sure he's listening. They've been waiting for this guy to spill his guts about a call he's supposed to make at dawn. "I asked him how many more dogs he wanted in Suha," the enforcer reports, his voice dripping with malice. Zhou Yan gives a dark smirk, telling him good job. The enforcer bows slightly, basking in the praise. Suddenly, Zhou Yan's phone starts buzzing again. His expression softens the moment he sees the name on the screen. He picks up immediately, his voice changing entirely as he tells her, "Ai, please just call me by my name." It turns out there are times when even a mastermind can't keep up the act. While our main man stays cool on the phone, one of his victims is currently eating dirt on the floor. The poor guy was beaten half to death by the ML's goons, and now he's pathetically pretending to be seasick just to avoid another round of interrogation. But the boss isn't buying it, casually keeping his foot planted on the guy's back like he's just a piece of human furniture. "Don't kill him," the ML commands into the phone, while his driver, looking like he's just taking a grocery order, simply replies, "Understood." Our lead turns his attention back to the call, his voice dripping with mock concern. "Don't worry, brother. I won't kill anyone easily," he says, before demanding to know exactly what price it'll take to settle this. He's done playing games and decides to go straight for the jugular. "You already know something about Jiang Ying's parents, don't you?" he asks, his gaze sharpening. He knows this entire elaborate setup was just a ploy to help Rowan, our girl, uncover the truth behind her parents' tragic deaths. When the voice on the other end tries to deflect, the ML's patience snaps. "I'm the one asking the questions here," he growls. He leans in, his eyes cold as ice. "If I told you I didn't know, would you even believe me?" He gives the man exactly 60 seconds to spill the tea before things get messy. Finally, the truth comes out. The car accident from years ago was absolutely linked to the Zhou family, and the one who pulled the strings was none other than their own father. He knows he has his brother cornered, especially since the idiot just signed a new project and lost a massive fortune. His companion in the car is baffled. "Why let him off so easy? You could have locked him up for 10 years for smuggling," he argues. He thinks Zhou Yan is a total moron for not having a backup plan. But our ML knows better. Even if Zhou Yan had a plan B, he's the type who would gladly sacrifice a few profits if it meant keeping his skin intact. He isn't the type to gamble with his own life. Finally done with the drama, the ML puts out his cigarette, looking like a man who's had a very long day. "Let's go, it's time to head back," he sighs. "My wife is still waiting for me at home," but as they hit the highway, the peaceful trip home is cut short. The driver's eyes dart to the rearview mirror. "Mr. Zhou, we've got company. There's a car following us." It's a black van, big enough to hold at least 7 people. The atmosphere in the backseat turns heavy as the ML realizes they aren't out of the woods yet. He wonders if these thugs are bold enough to cause an accident right here in this area. One thing is for sure, if they don't deal with these guys now, they'll follow them all the way to Rowan's doorstep. The driver grips the wheel, his knuckles turning white as he preps for a high-speed chase. They swerve into a narrow, snow-covered alley to lose their tail. The driver looks back at his boss with a smirk. "I can take out 7 of them by myself. How many can you handle?" The ML doesn't even blink. 10, he says, his voice flat and full of deadly intent. The driver's confident facade cracks into a chibe-style panic. "Wait, no, I can only hit 1, specifically the guy right next to you." His companion can only groan at the vulgar display of bravado. But the jokes end when the black van slams to a halt, blocking their path. A group of masked thugs armed with bats and pipes steps out into the cold, looking like they're ready for a total massacre. It looks like our ML is going to have to prove he can handle those 10 guys after all. He's rolling up his sleeves in the freezing snow, and you just know someone is about to have a very bad day. His men charge into the alley, ready to clean house while he follows behind with terrifying calm. "I'm coming," he mutters, his voice low and full of a promise these thugs aren't going to like. He immediately starts handing out free samples of his fists, pitting a masked loser against the brick wall. It's a total one-sided beatdown as he delivers a brutal kick that sends another one flying. Our guy is moving like a literal action hero, not giving them a single second to breathe. Before they can even regroup, he's got the leader at gunpoint, his eyes cold enough to freeze the falling snow. "Do you want to die?" he demands, and by the look on his face, he's more than happy to help. The masked thug stammers, asking why the second young master is making things so difficult for them. But our guy just grabs him by the hair and tells him to shut up and get everyone out of the car. Realizing they're completely outmatched, the leader signals his buddies to stand down. A group of shadowy figures pile out of the van, looking like they've already accepted their fate. One of them hits the ground so hard it's almost embarrassing to watch. Our guy looks at the pathetic lineup and scoffs, wondering if Zhou Yan has gone completely bankrupt if he's reduced to hiring market gangsters. His companion warns him that this little stunt is going to make his relationship with the Zhou family turn absolutely toxic. But he doesn't give a single damn, telling his friend that it doesn't matter if the fallout happens now or later before sending Zioju to the car to rest. As they walk away, his friend asks why he's being so reckless and tearing his own family apart over a girl. "Jiang Ying is your life," his friend reminds him, trying to talk some sense into his head. But our guy just stares into the distance and drops the ultimate line. "She is more important than my life." Meanwhile, we cut to a luxury villa where the tension is just as thick. Rowan pulls up looking like a total boss in an all-black ensemble. Suddenly, a car speeds past and someone yells out, "Sister-in-law," leaving our girl completely stunned. She watches them drive away, her mind racing as she wonders why they were even there in the first place. She doesn't let it stop her though, heading straight inside and making her way up the stairs. She finds Zhou Yi lounging on the sofa, casually lighting a cigarette like he hasn't just started a war. He looks up at her, a smug glint in his eyes as he asks if she came straight to him after leaving the Zhou house. When she doesn't answer right away, he just smirks and asks, angry. Our girl has had enough of the riddles, grabbing his tie and pulling him close to demand what the hell is actually going on. Rowan's brain is working overtime as she pieces the puzzle together. There are only two reasons Jeju would be near Zhou Yan, she explains, looking sharp and calculating. He wouldn't do anything to hurt Jiang Ying, she concludes, standing tall as she faces her husband. So that only leaves the second option. But Zhou Yi isn't exactly in the mood for a strategy meeting right now. He looks at her with that smoldering, possessive gaze and purrs, "Mrs. Zhou." He leans in close, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. "It's been 2 days since you left, and I've handled everything just like you would have." He notes that Jeju doesn't have a scratch on him, proving a deal was made behind the scenes. He pulls her closer, their faces inches apart in the dimly lit room. "I thought what happened made you ready to break ties with the Zhou family for good," he whispers. Then his expression softens into a smirk. "Honey, why are you so smart? Did you miss me at all these past 2 days?" Our girl isn't letting him off that easy, even if he is being a total heartthrob. "When are you going to the old house?" she demands, looking like an adorable, angry chibai marshmallow. Zhou Yi just keeps flirting, leaning into her and complaining about how much he missed her. "Zhou Yi, stop trying to change the subject," she yells, pushing his face away with her tiny hands. But he just laughs it off, completely unfazed by her temper. "You know you're mine, so there's no point in me changing the subject anyway." The mood shifts back to high-stakes drama as the reality of their situation sets in. "I missed you so much," he says, looking deeply into her eyes with raw honesty. They share a lingering, passionate kiss, the weight of the upcoming family confrontation fading for just a moment. "I can't let you go to that house alone," he declares firmly. Rowan grabs his hands, her heart racing as she looks at their intertwined fingers. "What am I even afraid of?" she asks, feeling a surge of confidence from his presence. Soon they arrive at the massive, imposing Zhou family estate as the snow begins to fall. The guards bow as they step out of the car, their voices crisp in the cold air. "Hello, madam," they chime in unison. Zhou Yi and Rowan sit side by side in the back of the luxury vehicle, looking like a total power couple ready for war. "Let's go," he orders, their hands firmly gripped together as the car pulls up. They walk toward the grand mansion as the snow blankets the ground. One of the subordinates is practically shaking in his boots, begging them not to drag him into the line of fire. Inside, the atmosphere is thick enough to cut with a knife. Grandpa sits on the sofa, looking like the final boss of a high-stakes thriller. "Grandpa," Zhou Yi says, his voice steady and respectful as he and Rowan enter the lavish room. Grandpa looks up, his expression cold and unreadable. "I thought the drama with the Playboy was finally over," he sighs, sounding ancient and tired. He looks at the other brother standing nearby, who has a nasty, fresh red mark across his face. "Tell me what happened this time." Zhou Yi just smirks, looking completely unbothered by the accusation in the air. He approaches the old man, acting like the perfect, dutiful grandson while the tension spikes. "You should know who Jeju really is," he says, leaning down to serve Grandpa a fresh cup of tea. But then his eyes turn to ice. He glances back at his brother, who is standing there looking smug. Without warning, Zhou Yi delivers a swift, brutal kick to the back of the guy's leg. Thud, the brother collapses to his knees with a cry of pain right in front of Grandpa. Grandpa takes a calm sip of his tea, looking exhausted by his grandson's constant bickering. "It's only been a day or two and you brothers are already causing a massive scene," he grumbles. "Why can't you control yourselves today?" The brother looks up, his face twisted in fake agony and desperation. "Because today my brother was determined to kill me," he cries out, pointing an accusing finger. Zhou Yi doesn't even flinch at the lie. "I think you know exactly what's been going on between us for years, Grandpa," he says calmly. "The truth is, I set a trap for him and made him lose a fortune." He explains that the brother was so enraged that he tried to have Zhou Yi smuggled away from the docks to disappear. Grandpa looks skeptical, his eyes narrowing. "Are you sure he's not lying to me?" Zhou Yi just meets his gaze with total confidence. "You can send someone to check the docks right now if you don't believe me." Yannick looks like he just ran a marathon through a blender. "I'd be dead if I weren't the sole heir to my family," he gasps, loosening his tie as if his very life depends on that extra inch of oxygen. But Master Zhou isn't having any of his dramatics. He coldly commands him to sit and straighten up while our girl Rowan watches the train wreck from the safety of the couch. Yannick starts whining about his medical bills costing millions, but Zhou just smirks. "Trying to make money out of it? Guess it wasn't that bad," he retorts, basically calling out the grift in real time. Yannick looks absolutely done with life, pointing a finger and demanding to know why they even brought Vaughn into this mess. Ignoring the salt, Zhou turns to our girl, cupping her face with a look that says she's the only smart one in this room. He admits they couldn't stop her because she saw right through their little plan. Meanwhile, Chibai Yannick is over in the corner radiating pure, unadulterated jealousy. Someone needs to tell this bachelor that being disfigured by envy isn't a great look. Yannick finally snaps, standing up to face the family drama head-on. "If you really want me dead, hire someone more reliable next time," he spits out, his voice dripping with bitterness. The grandfather is losing his mind, shouting that he never sent anyone after him. "The air in the room is so thin you could cut it with a knife. Why would I send anyone after you at this time?" The old man roars, while Yannick stands there looking like a kicked puppy in a designer suit. The elder is disgusted that his own flesh and blood are fighting for the fortune before he's even kicked the bucket. Yannick desperately screams, "No, grandfather, I didn't do it." But the trap is set. Grandfather narrows his eyes and asks the million-dollar question, Are you saying Jackie G doesn't work for you? He grips his cane tight, confirming the kill. He does, he says, and you can practically hear the gavel falling. Yannick starts sweating bullets, pleading that he only sent Jackie to the port, but the damage is already done. Suddenly, we see the dogs in question, a couple of thugs tied up like holiday roasts, begging Master Yannick to save their hides. They quickly realize who actually holds the power and start groveling to Master Zhou instead, praying for even a shred of mercy. Grandfather points his cane like a weapon, his patience finally hitting zero. He lets out a heavy sigh, mocking Yannick for not even being able to recognize his own subordinates. Yannick looks like he wants the floor to swallow him whole. Master Zhou and Rowan exchange a silent look as Zhou's hand twitches. He's ready to end this farce. Yannick hits the floor with a heavy thud, prostrating himself. I see there's no arguing this, I accept my punishment, he mumbles, finally realizing he's been outplayed. But the drama isn't over for our girl. Our poor heroine Rowan stands there, heart pounding, as the internal family war shifts gears. Someone demands to know whose side she's really on in this twisted Game of Thrones. My mother or Julian's? The question hangs in the air, cold and accusatory. A man's voice softens with a hint of pity, saying, I'm sorry you have to sacrifice yourself for your cause. Tears stream down Rowan's face as she watches him walk away, the weight of the betrayal finally breaking her. But Master Zhou steps in with a promise. Ro, I will make sure your brother is punished for this. Don't worry, this won't ever happen again, he vows, his voice a lethal whisper. Later, Grandfather is back to his tea-sipping ways, telling Rowan to be honest if she finds this resolution unsatisfactory. Master Zhou steps forward, addressing the old man with a newfound edge in his voice. You're old now, Zhou says bluntly, and you know my dad is only capable of that much. He's officially done playing the respectful grandson. He leans in, a shark-like grin on his face. Instead of having me keep my feud against Yannick, why don't we fight in the open? He pours the old man a fresh cup of tea, the gesture more of a threat than a courtesy. Grandfather looks at him, finally realizing the cub has grown into a lion. When I thought you were just starting out, you'd already built up your own connections, he admits, his eyes narrowing. But he still has one last card to play, asking if Zhou really thinks James' pay alone is enough to take him down. James is an angel who will never hurt a fly, someone claims with a straight face. The old man, Master Zhou, just stares at his teapot, probably wondering if everyone in his family has officially lost their minds. He looks up, his eyes narrowing as he brings up a name that sends a shiver down everyone's spine. So Charlie Chin. Suddenly, the doors fly open with a massive bang as a guard bursts in, looking like he's seen a ghost. Master Zhou nearly jumps out of his skin as the heavy thump of the interruption echoes through the room. But our guy doesn't even flinch, calmly setting his cup down with a sharp click. He stands tall, looking his elder right in the eye and says, You know very well where I stand, grandfather. He shoves his hands into his pockets, acting like he doesn't have a care in the world while the mansion is basically under siege. Different positions mean different goals, he explains coolly, and the skill set you hone differs too. The old man is fuming, his face turning a lovely shade of red as he demands, Well, I'm curious. What if I refuse, what will you do? Ask Charlie to flatten this mansion, he spits out, clearly not realizing that's a very real possibility. Our guy just starts pouring more tea, the steam rising as he stays completely unbothered by the old man's tantrum. I wouldn't know, he murmurs, his voice dripping with mystery. He tilts his head with a smirk and adds, but why don't we wait and see what he will do? He takes a slow sip, looking like a total boss while the grandfather cedes across from him. The guard interrupts again, sounding even more panicked than before, and the old man snaps, What did he say? Master Zhou's face pales as the gravity of the situation finally starts to sink in. The guard stammers that the madman outside will keep taking people out, one every minute, until he sees Rowan and Mr. Pei. The poor guard looks like he's about to have a heart attack just delivering the message. Master Zhou slams his cane into the floor with a loud thump, screaming, the audacity. He can't believe someone would dare threaten his household so brazenly. Clutching his cane until his knuckles turn white, he rants that not even his own grandfather dared to talk to him like that back in the day. Our guy just gives a chilling little smile and says, That's only because he's not Charlie. An attendant rushes in with a phone, whispering, Call for you, sir. Master Zhou barks into the receiver, If he and Yannick go for each other's throats, just stay out of it. His eyes widen as he listens to the person on the other end, sweat starting to pour down his face. Don't you know what White City says about Charlie? The voice warns, leaving the old man completely breathless. Realizing the game is over, our guy turns to leave, telling the help to let the old man know he and Rowan will visit again whenever they have time. He takes Rowan by the hand, leading our girl out of that stifling mansion and into the cool night air. Outside, the scene is absolute carnage. Charlie Chin is leaning against a car, surrounded by the unconscious bodies of the guards. So you're alive? Charlie asks, looking bored despite the pile of men at his feet. All thanks to you, our guy replies, not even blinking at the violence. Charlie shrugs, noting that it's mostly because the guy decided to burn every bridge in Rixton Enterprise. They share a quick, respectful fist bump while their little companion, dressed like a clown, complains that he's the only one who actually got hurt in this mess. They hop into the car where their white-haired driver is already waiting to peel out of there. Leaning in close to Rowan, our guy whispers, When it gets too tough, I'll send you somewhere safe alone. He squeezes her hand tight, his eyes softening as he promises, When I'm done with the dirty work, I'll come to take you home. Rowan isn't playing hard to get anymore. She looks him dead in the eye and asks, "You're going to give me a ring, aren't you?" She's not just talking about any jewelry, she wants the real deal, specifically asking for a wedding ring. But being our practical queen, she adds that it shouldn't be anything too showy. Vaughn smirks, telling her that the one he picked out is perfectly subtle. He leans in close, his voice dropping an octave as he asks if this means their hearts are finally connected. Rowan doesn't pull away, her hand clenching his as the tension in the car reaches a breaking point. They finally make it back to the apartments, where Vaughn immediately gets clingy, wrapping his arms around her and noting how skinny she's gotten. Vaughn decides to shoot his shot, asking, "Why don't we get in together?" He offers to bathe her, but Rowan shuts that down with a quick nope. He doesn't give up though, teasing that she can bathe him instead. Our girl is clearly worried about where this is heading. Vaughn pulls her back into his space, telling her she needs to keep a low profile for a while. He kisses her neck, whispering that he always stays hidden except when it's time to flaunt their love. He asks one more time to share that bath, and Rowan's face turns a bright shade of red. She tries to act tough, telling him to be serious and go in by himself while she makes her escape. She practically sprints toward the bedroom. Rowan thinks she's safe, scrolling on her phone in bed until Vaughn appears and asks if she's done yet. Before she can answer, his hands are on her. He hovers over her with that look on his face. Rowan tries one last nope, but Vaughn just breathes her name, Rowan. He whispers for her to be quiet, before pulling her into a deep, soul-searing kiss. Rowan is still lost in dreamland when a sharp knock hits the door. Mrs. Zhang calls out that it's already 9 a.m., asking if our girl is planning on heading to the office today. Rowan finally stirs, staring at her phone while the morning sun floods the room. "I'm up, get me some warm milk, Mrs. Zhang," she sighs, still feeling the lingering exhaustion of the night before. She checks her messages and sees a text from her man. "Why didn't you wake me?" she asks, only for him to reply that he simply couldn't bring himself to disturb her rest. He even sends over a photo of a jewelry box containing 2 stunning rings. Rowan gazes at the screen, her eyes softening as she processes the gesture. He tells her the ring is waiting in his office desk drawer, teasing her about a certain memory in front of a glass wall. Rowan tries to play it off as whatever, but she can't hide the sparkle in her eyes. By the time she's dressed and ready to go, Mrs. Zhang is there with the requested drink. "Pregnancy cravings, you mean?" the maid asks with a knowing look. She hands over the bottle, reminding Rowan that she has to eat for 2 people now. Our heroine takes the milk, looking every bit the sophisticated lady even while snacking on the move. "Thanks, Mrs. Zhang, I'm going now," she says, heading out the door to face her responsibilities. The moment Rowan steps into the office, she's back in boss mode. She barely has a second to look over her documents before her assistant with the pigtails scurries over. The girl looks stressed, reporting that while the contact agreed to sell the information, the price tag is absolutely insane. Rowan takes a seat, her expression hardening. "How much?" she demands. The assistant nervously holds up 2 fingers. 200 grand, Rowan asks, thinking that's already pushing it. But the assistant shakes her head, "It's 2 million. Scalpers, Rowan hisses, realizing they're being shaken down. "More like treating us like suckers." She clasps her hands, her mind already racing to find a way around this blatant greed. The assistant then pivots, asking if Rowan is still planning to head out at noon. "Having lunch with Mr. Zhou?" she asks, her face turning bright red with second-hand excitement. She quickly makes an exit before she gets in trouble for being too curious. "Nosy," Rowan mutters, though she doesn't seem truly annoyed. Outside, the city skyline looms large as the midday sun hits the glass towers. Rowan makes her way to the private office and knocks, but realizes the room is strangely silent. She lets herself in, looking around the empty space. Suddenly, the heavy thud of footsteps approaches from the hallway, accompanied by a man's voice praising Mr. Zhou for his hospitality. The suits are finally shuffling out of the office after a long day of corporate backstabbing. Mr. Zhou looks like he's already finished with the drama, his profile set in a cold, hard line. But the sycophants aren't done kissing up just yet. One of the older directors leans in, whispering that while the old man is getting senile, the rest of them know exactly who's really in charge. They start dragging the other heirs through the mud, laughing that Julian isn't fit for business and even Yannick is a better choice than him. One guy nervously wonders if the younger staff will be upset by this sudden shift in the power hierarchy. Mr. Zhou just gives them a chilling stare, reminding them that everyone here carries rank from HQ, and if anyone argues, he'll have them kicked out immediately. He practically shoos the group out the door, clearly exhausted by their fake loyalty. Once the room is clear, only his nervous assistant remains, looking like he's seen a ghost. I mean board members," Mr. Zhou says, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he addresses the empty air. He turns to the assistant with a sharp warning. "Hide your fangs, don't ruin my plans, I'm keeping you for a glorious purpose." He instructs the man to talk to the department heads and create some useless authority positions just to keep those old geezers busy and out of his way. Stretching his arms, Mr. Zhou looks like a predator finally letting his guard down. He thinks back to how his grandfather raised those men for 30 years, only for them to jump ship before the old man even died. People like them, he muses, his eyes turning dark with contempt. Suddenly crash, a loud noise erupts from the lounge nearby. His assistant moves to check it, but Mr. Zhou stops him, "No, you can go," he commands, deciding to handle this himself. He steps into the lounge, his polished black boot crunching dangerously close to shattered porcelain. "Don't touch it," he shouts, seeing our girl Rowan on the floor, frantically trying to pick up the broken pieces of a vase. He grabs her by the shoulders and hauls her up, his eyes searching hers with a mix of fear and desperation. "Did you hear everything?" he demands. He kneels back down, clutching a sharp shard of the vase, his voice trembling as he asks if she finally saw how devious he can be. He looks completely vulnerable, whispering, "Don't you feel repulsed?" He tells her to put down the glass she's holding, terrified she'll cut herself. But Rowan isn't scared of him. She looks him right in the eye and says, "I've always known what type of person you are." She reaches out and firmly grabs his hand, reminding him that she's been watching him closely ever since he took over management. "Did you take me for a fool?" she asks, telling him that his cold reputation doesn't matter to her at all. She tells him to get up because she's hungry and they're supposed to be having lunch together. She stands over him, offering her hand like a lifeline in the dark. Mr. Zhou finally cracks a smile and pulls her toward him, whispering, "Darling." He leans in close, asking what she was so worried about while she blushes a deep, beautiful crimson. He pulls her into a tight, desperate hug, telling her to just wait for him until he's better. Then he finally closes the distance, pulling her into a deep, passionate kiss. "Let's start a proper relationship," he murmurs against her lips, "just the two of us." The sun sets over the city, casting a golden glow over the high-rise buildings. Zoran leans in close to Rowan, his voice a low hum as he remarks that her people are always full of surprises. He stays in her personal space, looking every bit the obsessed male lead we know and love. "Why do you have to be so naughty?" he murmurs, sending a stray blush across our girl's face. Rowan is caught off guard, blinking up at him with a confused "what?" That's when Zoran pulls out a small red box, his expression uncharacteristically soft. "I know you dislike the flashy stuff, so I kept the diamonds on the inside," he explains, revealing a pair of elegant, understated bands. Rowan's eyes go wide, her breath hitching as the weight of the gesture sinks in. "No, it just feels so unreal," she whispers, looking at the rings that represent a future she never expected. He doesn't let her pull away, calling her baby as he gently takes her hand. He slides the ring onto her left middle finger, explaining that it signifies passionate love, and that is exactly where they stand right now. Zoran gazes at her with an intensity that could melt steel, his usual cold exterior completely gone. A smug, satisfied smile plays on his lips as he admires his handiwork. Our girl tries to play it cool, teasingly noting, "You're really talkative today." The bravado doesn't last long before Zoran pulls her into a crushing embrace, burying his face in her neck. "I'm really worried that you won't like it, that you'd refuse to wear it," he confesses, showing a rare flash of vulnerability. Rowan leans back, searching his face and noting that he definitely wasn't this attentive in the past. She asks him if there's always a catch, still waiting for the other shoe to drop. Zoran's eyes cloud with genuine remorse as he admits, "I really regret it," pretending to be a flirt and a cheat. But of course, the universe won't let them have a moment of peace for long, because Zoran's phone starts buzzing with a call from Brock Jin. On the other end, Brock is absolutely losing his mind, screaming that he's had enough because Zoran is officially breaking his spirit. Zoran switches back to his boss persona instantly, asking, "What are you talking about?" with a hint of annoyance. Poor Brock is a total chibai mess on the other side of the line, probably wondering why he signed up for this job. Zoran doesn't even let the man finish his rant, before telling Rowan to just keep the ring on her middle finger for now while he commissions a new pair. Rowan looks a little downcast, the romantic high beginning to fade into the reality of their complicated lives. Seeing her expression, Zoran takes her hand again, closing his eyes as he presses a lingering kiss to her fingers. "And we're already married," he reminds her, his voice dripping with possessiveness. Rowan gives him a firm shove, reminding him that he's still technically in the middle of a phone call. "Brock is talking to you," she insists, though Zoran seems much more interested in tending to her bandaged leg. Brock is still wailing through the speaker, begging Zoran to get someone else to deal with the current disaster because he can't take it anymore. Zoran doesn't even blink at the hysterics, offering a dismissive "yeah, sure," while keeping his eyes locked firmly on his wife. "Our boy Joe is really pushing his luck today, isn't he?" He looks her dead in the eye and asks if he should force her to comply at gunpoint. Rowan isn't having any of it and quickly ends the call with a sharp beep. She tries to play it cool, explaining that she was just busy inscribing a ring all morning. But the atmosphere shifts instantly as he pins our girl against the desk, his hand gripping her leg in a way that is definitely not HR approved. "My birthday is coming up soon, darling," he whispers, his voice dropping an octave as he moves his hand toward her ankle. "Can you wear a bell on your ankle as my birthday gift?" Rowan is absolutely scarlet as he leans in closer than ever. "Don't push it," she warns, though her blushing face tells a different story. He doesn't back off, reminding her that they're both adults and the more spice they add, the better. "Are you coming on to me?" she asks, her heart clearly doing gymnastics. He just smirks, telling her she has a very rich imagination. He reaches out to stroke her face, asking if she's feeling hungry, but Rowan is too stressed about their surroundings. "Don't you know we're at the office?" she hisses, trying to stay professional. He lets out a soft, teasing chuckle, clarifying that he was only talking about her stomach being empty. "That does it," Rowan delivers a satisfying smack to his hand. "Disgusting," she snaps, leaving our CEO nursing his hand while she fumes in chibai mode. He looks a little stunned for a second, sweating as he realizes he might have gone too far. Our soft-hearted heroine immediately feels a pang of guilt, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Are you all right? She cries, rushing to check his bandaged hand. He seizes the opening to lean in for a sneaky smooch, but then breaks into a mischievous grin, revealing he was just kidding and is perfectly fine. Rowan is absolutely fuming as he tells her to go have lunch quickly because work is waiting. She heads for the door, and he has the audacity to tell her to keep up the good work. Of course, the office gossips are already on high alert, whispering about how Ms. Jiang was in there for a suspiciously long time. Rowan tries to ignore the chatter as she boards the elevator, letting out a long, exhausted sigh. Suddenly, her phone buzzes with pictures of the exact anklets he was talking about. This man is truly relentless, but duty calls for our girl. She picks up a call from Summer Shao, who's panicking because her manager said Rowan has proof of Keith's cheating. Rowan knows there's a fine line between being kind and being a doormat, and she's done playing nice. I'll send you the evidence later, she says firmly. You take it straight to Keith's manager. Summer is hesitant, wondering if they can really pull this off without exposing Keith's face to the world. Rowan assures her she doesn't have to do much at all. Just deliver the proof and write one post, she instructs as she steps out of the elevator. She tells Summer to just claim it's over and that they want to end things amicably. Rowan catches her reflection in the glass, looking like the absolute mastermind she is. Moments later, the post finally goes live. Thank you for everything, let's just be friends, it reads, and the internet is already losing its mind with over 1 million retweets. Our heroine watches the chaos unfold on her screen, ready for the next move. Rowan confirms the plan, but her subordinate is clearly on edge. Before they can dive deeper, her phone starts buzzing like crazy. It's a crisis call. Journalists and fans are swarming Summer's studio, demanding answers about the breakup. Our girl doesn't even blink, coldly stating, let her handle it herself. Her contact is losing his mind, asking, are you kidding, Ms. Jiang? Don't you know what she's like? Rowan just rubs her temples, already exhausted by the impending drama. Apparently, Summer is the type who'd rather take a hit than hurt someone else, which is a total nightmare for PR. But Rowan explains the genius move. The more Summer looks like a aggrieved victim now, the more the public will shower her with sympathy once Keith is finally exposed. Just keep both eyes on her, she warns, wanting zero surprises before the trap is sprung. Her contact promises that nothing will go wrong as long as he's around. The conversation shifts to the big press conference scheduled for next Saturday. The guy tries to push his luck, asking Rowan to use her connections to get his other boys some TV exposure. Rowan isn't having it and shuts him down instantly, saying, I'm sorry, but that's not my job. She dismisses him with a stack of papers, her boss lady energy at a maximum. As he leaves, she reflects on his smooth talk, remembering a weird tip about how a certain finger gesture actually means romantic love. She can't help but think he really has a way with the ladies, even if he is a handful to manage. Later that night, Rowan finds herself alone under the city lights. She pulls into a quiet parking lot, the silence of the car a sharp contrast to the digital storm outside. Checking her phone, she sees the fallout of the breakup is still the only thing anyone is talking about. Summer Shao and Keith Zhu are locked in the top 2 trending spots, and the internet is on fire. Suddenly, her phone rings, it's Summer sounding small and vulnerable as she asks, Ms. Jiang, can I ask you out for drinks? Summer admits she doesn't have a single friend in White City to turn to in her hour of need. Rowan sighs but reaches out to start the engine. She can't just leave our poor heroine hanging. She looks at the message on her screen, realizing Summer is truly reaching out for a lifeline. Rowan agrees to come by, but only on the condition that they don't wake up Summer's grandmother. She pulls up to the hospital, the Red Cross glowing ominously against the evening sky. Rowan walks in with a bag of supplies, looking like a literal guardian angel. Summer meets her at the door, whispering that her grandmother's hearing is poor, so they can talk freely. They step out to a balcony with a view to escape the heavy hospital atmosphere. Summer looks at Rowan, her curiosity finally bubbling to the surface. Why would you help me? She asks, her voice trembling as she searches for a motive. Summer takes a nervous sip of her drink, waiting for an answer that might change everything. Rowan just stares back with those piercing eyes, coolly asking, why do you think? Showbiz is a cutthroat world, and Rowan knows better than anyone that it takes more than just talent or hard work to survive. She looks at her companion, her voice low as she asks, is it because you pity me? Our girl isn't afraid to get snarky either, noting that while people think Mr. Zhou has balls for brains, they've labeled her as nothing more than a cold ice queen. Her friend just takes a relaxed swig from her can, essentially confirming the reputation. Rowan softens for a moment, admitting that regardless of the reasons, she's truly grateful for the support. She looks at the woman beside her with a bittersweet expression, whispering, maybe I saw myself in you. As the city lights flicker outside, a simple yes hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken history. We catch a glimpse of the trauma hiding behind Rowan's eyes, back when she was just a child begging for the world to stop hurting her. It turns out Yvonne's past was even more tragic than Summer's, with a fear of abandonment that was etched into her very soul after being passed around like an unwanted toy. I'm sorry, Teach, can you let me stay? She had begged as a little girl before eventually growing into the woman we see today. Even as a child, she was struck by beauty, wondering how a boy could be so handsome while her own world was so dark. She learned early on to lock her vulnerable self away in a prison inside her own heart to survive. Miss Jiang, she remembers being addressed back then. With tears in her eyes, she had made a vow to herself. I'll definitely become someone like you. She's certainly grown into a stunning powerhouse, carrying herself with an elegance that masks her scars. A voice from her memories seems to encourage her, promising that she will indeed reach those heights. Back in the present, the mission is still moving forward as someone asks, have you got it? Rowan is busy on the phone, sounding frustrated that Yannick has been spoiling Jackie way too much lately. She strides through the building with a determined look, her mind racing with her next move. The person on the other end warns her to be extra careful. Stepping out into the cool air of the parking lot, Rowan commands, don't let her know about me, wanting to keep her involvement in the shadows. She makes her way toward the vehicles, still deep in conversation. She's assured that as long as Yannick remains safe, the lady won't ruin the plan. Suddenly, Rowan realizes she's been drinking and worries her breath might be terrible, grumbling to herself about getting old. But she's startled out of her thoughts when she sees a figure waiting for her. It's him. He's standing there looking like a dream, telling her he came to pick her up because he knew she'd been out drinking. Rowan is completely caught off guard, demanding to know how he even found her location. He just gives her a knowing look, admitting he's been waiting there since the moment she first texted him. Why are you so sweaty? Get in or you'll catch a cold, he says, his protective side coming out in full force. Once they're settled in the car, the atmosphere shifts instantly, turning heavy with romantic tension. He leans in close, his eyes searching hers as he asks, what's that look for? Rowan tries to pull back, worried about her breath after the drinks, but he doesn't give her an inch of space. He pulls her into a passionate kiss, murmuring, don't worry, I don't mind, effectively silencing all her doubts. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a knife as Rowan and her man share a lingering, heated look. But don't let the romance fool you, because Zoran Yu is playing a dangerous game behind her back. He's secretly texting about resuming desensitization therapy and gives the strict order to keep the whole thing hidden from Rowan. Back in the car, our girl can't help but steal a peek at her husband. Noticing she's looking a bit drained, he reaches over to lower the volume on the radio. Take a nap, he says, his voice softening. I'll carry you out of the car if you're sleeping. Rowan tries to keep her head in the game, asking how his business meeting went. He scoffs, complaining that the greedy old geezers from HQ are trying to squeeze every last cent out of him. Rowan, always the strategist, tells him to play nice for now. Don't screw with them at least for this week, she advises. He looks at her with an intensity that could melt iron. He's not planning on playing nice forever, though. He's just waiting for them all to gather so he can wipe them all out in one go. Rowan leans back, closing her eyes as if she's falling asleep. But she's still 2 steps ahead. It's my plan, she murmurs. He can't help but smile at her boldness. A preemptive move, worried they'll go all out against me? He asks before adding, this love is so equal-footed, don't you think? Our heroine looks away, a shadow of a thought crossing her mind. She knows there's a barrier between them, mostly because he wasn't a part of the trauma that shaped her. The car finally pulls up to their luxury apartment. He notices she's actually sweating a bit because he had the heater on full blast the whole way. He leans in close, checking on her in the dim light. One sec, he whispers before gathering her into his arms to carry her inside. He gently tucks her into bed and she lets out a sleepy goodnight. He stands there for a moment, just watching her breathe. He can't resist reaching out to stroke her hair, eventually leaning down to plant a soft kiss on her forehead. Darling, he whispers, completely captivated. Before we know it, morning light is filtering through the room. The two of them are actually sharing a bed, looking like a real couple for once. He's the first one up, greeting her with a soft, good morning, darling. They share a sweet, domestic moment under the covers. When he suddenly suggests they go on a trip for the new year, Rowan is caught off guard. Why out of the blue, she asks. To have our honeymoon, he clarifies. He points out that it only makes sense, considering they were married long before they actually fell in love. Rowan thinks about it and realizes she can't exactly argue against that logic. But just as things are getting extra spicy, the ultimate mood killer strikes. The alarm clock hits 7:00 a.m. Rowan gives him one last kiss before teasing, time to go to work, Mr. Zhou. Poor Mr. Zhou is absolutely losing it internally, wondering how a piece of plastic dares to ruin his romantic morning. Our girl's assistant rushes in, holding out a tablet with a worried expression. Look, Miss Jiang, she urges. The assistant explains that the fallout is already starting, and Summer has been officially stripped of her role. But Rowan doesn't even blink, she just stares at the screen with ice in her veins. Good, she says calmly, let her rest for a couple of days. The assistant is still buzzing with questions. Miss Jiang, why do you think the informant never exposed Keith? She asks. She wonders if the person was just trying to avoid a legal headache. Rowan doesn't stop walking, already moving on to the next move. She sets a strict deadline for 9:30 a.m., leaving the assistant scrambling to keep up. Rowan knows exactly when to strike. That's the moment scandals get the most attention, she explains, looking every bit the cold, calculating villainous the industry fears. Right on schedule, the headlines explode. A certain male star was caught staying the night at a female patron's home, the news blares. And would you look at that? There's a grainy, scandalous photo of Keith caught in the act through a window. Rowan has zero patience left for this drama. Tell the new talents manager to keep them on a leash instead of causing trouble everywhere, she commands. She dismisses the lot of them, telling them to leave the rest to crisis management. The assistant tries to usher the men out, but Keith isn't about to go quietly. He storms over and slams his hand onto Rowan's desk with a violent bang. "Grow up and admit what you did," he screams, his face contorted with desperation and rage. Rowan doesn't even flinch at his outburst. She looks him dead in the eye and says 2 words, "Get out." Keith is practically vibrating with fury, looming over her desk. "I know you want Summer to succeed," he bellows, "but you don't get to make me her stepping stone." He thinks he's a player in this game, claiming he's willing to go to extremes. But our girl is the one holding all the cards. She leans in and delivers a burn that'll leave a scar. "You're too soft to be a stone," she sneers. She's done playing nice. "Let someone else deal with him," she sighs. "That's as fair as I will be." Keith's manager tries to play the sympathy card, babbling about how hard Keith worked and how he's just a little upset. Rowan shuts that down instantly. "Save it for crisis management," she snaps, looking exhausted by their incompetence. As the room finally clears, she takes a slow sip of water, the silence of the office a sharp contrast to the chaos outside. She knows better than anyone that nothing comes easy in this world. But Keith is still spiraling in the hallway. "Then can I still stay in Rixton Media?" he begs his manager. He starts turning on his own team, reminding the manager that riding Summer's popularity was his idea in the first place. In a fit of pure childish rage, Keith kicks a trash can across the floor with a loud clang. "You're the one who said that's how showbiz works?" he yells. His manager tries to hush him, reminding the idiot that he was the one who insisted they were a couple and that Summer couldn't live without him. But as Keith is led away, he's already plotting his revenge. "Rowan Jiang, just you wait," he seethes. Rowan grabs her keys from the valet, ready to put her master plan into high gear. Her assistant tells her to head home soon, but our girl has much more dangerous things on her mind. As she settles into the driver's seat, she thinks about how Yannick Zhou has been grounded and Mandy Lou is officially losing her grip on reality. Rowan knows her position in the social hierarchy was unshakable as long as Yannick was around to be her shield. She even remembers scapegoating Kelly just to bail him out in the past. That's just how crucial he was to her long game. "Well, the stage is set," she muses, her eyes narrowing as she spots a dark car tailing her in the rearview mirror. She admits to herself that she'd be a total fool to screw up now after planning this revenge for literal years. As she pulls up to a red light, her heart is cold. "So when do we start? I can't wait to see how it's going to blow up," she thinks, the city lights reflecting in her determined eyes. She wonders if the family would actually feel sad seeing their empire fall apart on a beautiful spring day, or if they're too rotten to care. They've screwed with her for so long that she doesn't even care if their reactions are fake anymore. "Come on, you're married now, just come clean with him," her internal monologue taunts, but the secrets are what keep her alive. To her, the Zhou family aren't even as valuable as house pets, they are way less than that. Suddenly, the sound of screeching tires cuts through her thoughts. "What happened over there?" she gasps, gripping the steering wheel as the car behind her makes its move. Her heart hammers against her ribs as she confirms the terrifying truths. "I'm being followed." Rowan stares ahead, trying to keep her cool while a masked man approaches her vehicle. A voice over her comms tells her to just wait and stay in the car, but we know our heroine is anything but a damsel in distress. The creep in the black mask and cap looms over her window, looking like a total nightmare. "Why don't we have a chat, Ms. Jiang?" he demands, his voice muffled and threatening. Rowan steps out of the car, her expression icy and her posture perfect. "You're really fearless," the man scoffs, surprised she didn't just lock the doors. "If I don't fear you, what do I have to fear?" she retorts, her snark levels reaching an all-time high. The stalker is taken aback, asking, "You're not scared?" He tries to regain control, sneering that he's dealt with plenty of suicidal types who think they're tough. He lunges forward, reaching out with a massive hand to grab her collar. The air is filled with tension as the struggle begins. But before he can even blink, Rowan uses his own momentum against him and flips him over her shoulder like a pro. "Did you mistake me for some delicate female?" she asks, delivering a brutal smack to his masked face while he's pinned to the pavement. She looks down at the trash with pure disdain. The man groans on the ground, muttering a defeated "DM it." Suddenly, a heavy boot slams down on him, POW. It's Rowan's ally, and he's not happy she put herself in danger. "I told you to stay in the car, why'd you have to do it yourself?" he asks, while Rowan just nonchalantly wipes her hands and says, "He started it." Her handsome protector gives her a look that's half exasperated and half impressed. But our girl is already moving on, pointing out the surveillance cameras and telling him to just call it in. Rowan is absolutely not having it, snapping that she couldn't care less about bail when her entire reputation is on the line. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the alley, Niner is trying to make a break for it, but he isn't exactly a master of stealth. A voice drips with sarcasm, mocking him with a "What a coincidence, Niner," as he's cornered. The officer doesn't miss a beat, demanding to know if he's the one who trashed the car, but Niner starts wailing that it wasn't him. Just as our girl's husband arrives, looking like a total boss as the police finish cuffing the suspect, Rowan nervously checks her phone, only to see the absolute nightmare of 19 missed calls from her man. He leans in close, his voice low as he asks if she's upset, but our girl puts on her best poker face and insists she's perfectly fine. He plays the part of the doting husband to perfection, thanking Captain Wang and making it clear he's taking his wife home immediately. He even plays it cool, telling her he won't ask where she was sneaking off to. Rowan can only stare at him, wondering what his angle is this time. Is it because you have secrets of your own? She wonders silently. Even as a chibai, our ML is a handful, especially when his phone starts blowing up with a call from James Pei. James is on the other end, sounding absolutely traumatized as he reports that Rowan gave Keith Zhu such a beating that the guy is currently in the hospital with a concussion. James can't believe his ears, asking, "Are you for real? You're actually happy your wife gave a man a concussion?" The ML just looks at Rowan with a smirk that says he's never been more attracted to her. In his mind, Keith got exactly what he deserved for even thinking about hurting their family. He looks her in the eye and tells her, "Yeah, you're good," basically giving her a gold star for violence. Finally dropping the tough girl act, Rowan admits she was actually terrified, thanking the stars that he's okay. She leans her head against his shoulder, letting the adrenaline fade. He holds her tight, coldly ordering his people to send Niner packing. Our girl clings to him like a lifeline, and the atmosphere in the back of the car turns heavy and electric as she climbs right into his lap. "So what's on your mind, Mrs. Zhou?" he asks, his voice low and teasing as he leans into her space. Our girl Rowan is clearly distracted, but he's not letting her off the hook that easily. He leans in even closer, practically purring as he asks if she needs her husband to put her mind at ease. Rowan, being the cool queen she is, doesn't even blink, simply stating that what she actually needs is a drink. But he's feeling especially spicy tonight, smirking as he suggests that maybe she needs a different kind of appetizer instead. Rowan calls him delusional, but the tension in that car is high enough to snap a piano wire. She asks if he's coming with her, and the intense look they share speaks volumes. He's ready to follow her anytime, and honestly, with that look, we can't even blame him. As the city lights blur past them, Rowan sits back in the passenger seat, looking out at the skyline while her husband takes the wheel. He seems focused on the road, but you can tell his mind is miles away. Meanwhile, back in the shadows, a report is being delivered. It turns out our missus has been visiting a certain location regularly, and someone is keeping a very close eye on her movements. When the news reaches him, he looks absolutely pensive, his expression darkening as he processes the report. Back in the car, Rowan senses the shift in the atmosphere and asks him point blank what he's getting at. He looks stressed, resting his head back as if he's trying to navigate a minefield of emotions while driving. Rowan just watches him, her own expression a mix of curiosity and caution. He finally breaks the silence, mentioning that a certain man already has someone he likes, insisting he means no insult by it. Rowan just sighs, dropping some truth bombs about how everyone assumes others share their same preferences. She looks him right in the eye and tells him he's only assuming everyone else likes her because he likes her so much. He doesn't even try to deny it, reaching over to firmly grasp her hand. "I see, so you do know I like you," he murmurs, the confession finally out in the open. To break the heavy vibe, he suggests they take a stroll by the river instead of heading to a bar. Soon enough, they're parked by the water and Rowan is already cracking open a can. She jokes that she has just enough supplies in the car to get properly drunk. They stand together by the railing, the city lights shimmering on the dark water as they find a rare moment of peace. But he has a serious question weighing on his heart. Rowan takes another sip of her drink, telling him to just ask already. He looks at her with an intensity that could melt lead, asking, "Can you call me right away when you're in trouble?" Rowan is momentarily stunned by the raw sincerity in his voice. She eventually gives in, saying she'll learn to get used to him helping her with everything from now on. He smirks, asking if she actually expected him to say no. Before she can fire back a snarky comment, he pulls her in for a kiss that's been a long time coming. Rowan's beer can slips from her fingers, clattering to the ground as the world around them fades away. In that moment, he knows the only answer he truly wants is for her to stay with him forever. He pulls her close, whispering that it feels surreal to find her by his side every single morning. Our girl Rowan keeps it cheeky though, teasing that she has to keep making that bread for him. But the mood shifts instantly as he leans in, his gaze burning with an intensity that could melt steel. "Promise me this is the last time you put yourself in harm's way," he begs, reminding her that she isn't alone anymore. Rowan looks into his eyes and solemnly gives him her word. Things get a little heated after that. He tells her not to hold back because he actually likes it when she lets go. Soon the windows are fogging up as he leaves a trail of fire down her neck, and Rowan can't help but let out a soft moan. From the outside, it looks like a scene straight out of a spicy novel, with the moonlight as their only witness. After the storm, Rowan is left breathless and flushed, leaning back and praising his excellent aftercare. She looks absolutely wrecked in the best way possible, but he isn't done teasing her yet, leaning back into whisper that he has to keep her yearning for more. He finally asks if she's hungry, but our girl is totally spent and just says nope. She rests her leg on his lap, making herself comfortable as they catch their breath. He asks if she's thirsty instead, but her mind is starting to wander to more serious topics. She suddenly asks if he ever gets tired of their constant, late-night activities. Do you find me annoying? He asks with a playful smirk. Rowan admits she's just worried she'll get way too used to this high-tension lifestyle. She calls him shameless as the chibi versions of our couple take over the screen to show just how flustered she really is. Suddenly, Rowan bolts upright in her seat like she just remembered a life-altering secret. He's completely caught off guard by her sudden movement, asking what that look is for. He starts to worry, asking if she's having some kind of health problem. What, me? He asks, totally confused by her sudden shift in energy. Rowan looks him dead in the eye and says, I think there's something wrong. Her face is a mask of pure shock as a realization hits her like a freight train. She explains that she hasn't used any protection ever since that variety show long ago. Yet despite all their strenuous exercise together, she hasn't managed to get pregnant once. Her eyes go wide as she voices the one terrifying thought she can't shake. Are you infertile? She asks, leaving him absolutely stunned by the accusation. The morning sun peeks through the curtains as a phone buzzes on the nightstand with an early call from Zachary. Our main man, Mr. Zhou, is already awake and taking the call while Rowan is still resting peacefully beside him. The news from the other end is juicy. Apparently, Jackie went on a blind date with Zoe Liang, the daughter of the infamous Holly Liang. Zhou's eyes narrow as he repeats the name Holly Liang. He's looking absolutely shredded this morning, but his mind is strictly on business as he processes the new threat. Who set up the date, Mandy or Julian? He demands, pacing the room with his back turned. He suspects Julian is the culprit, trying to buy loyalty as his list of allies continues to shrink. His assistant asks if they should intervene in the Liang family's business, but Zhou just scoffs, knowing Rowan wouldn't be interested in that mess anyway. He rubs his neck, looking a bit stressed by all the constant plotting. Rowan finally stirs, watching him from the bed with a curious gaze. Did I wake you? He asks, his voice softening the moment he realizes she's up. She gives a sleepy yeah, so he leans in close and asks if she slept well. Rowan gets up to grab a drink, but she can't escape his reach as he wraps a possessive hand around her waist. Not interested in chatting, he teases, pulling her closer. She brushes him off playfully, claiming she can't talk with toothpaste filling her mouth. He mentions that he'll have Charlie follow up on Keith, so she doesn't need to worry about that drama anymore. Suddenly, he pulls her into a tight, lifting embrace, whispering about a life sentence. Our heroine can only gasp as she's crushed against his chest, her face flushing. He mentions how some people get away with their mistakes and would surely do it again if the situation repeated. He gently twirls a lock of her hair, acting all sweet while he talks strategy. Rowan looks up at him, her voice dripping with sarcasm as she says, "How nice of you, Mr. Zhou." He ignores the sass and tells her he'll have Zachary send up breakfast. Send it before 9:30, she commands, clearly not in the mood for late meals. Roger, he replies with a satisfied smirk. His gaze remains intense, like he's hiding a massive secret behind those eyes. Rowan turns to leave the room, but he's not done with her yet. Darling, he calls out, stopping her in her tracks. They stand across from each other in the sun-drenched room, the tension thick. Then he drops the ultimate bombshell. She doesn't need to worry about contraceptives anymore, but she should tell him when she actually wants a child. Because if she doesn't say the word, he tells her it's simply not going to happen. Rowan's jaw practically hits the floor as she turns back. What did you do? She stammers, her heart racing. He looks her dead in the eye, completely calm and unbothered. He takes her hand and mentions that Walter Pay suggested surgery was the better option. Rowan's eyes go wide with pure, unadulterated shock. You had a vasectomy? She screams. He just shrugs it off, saying he likes doing it with her, but never wanted her to feel burdened by the fear of an unplanned pregnancy. Rowan gives him the deadliest, most confused glare in history. What? He asks, acting like he didn't just change the entire trajectory of their future. When did you do it? She demands, still reeling. He tries to play it cool, asking if he can plead the fifth, but she shuts that down with a nope, forcing him to admit he did it right after the very first time they were together. Talk about commitment, or just being a total romance madman. Our girl is caught in a moment of pure desperation, gulping down morning after pills while her husband watches from the shadows of his car. He can't help but flash back to their intimate moments, the feeling of her hair between his fingers. His eyes are filled with a mix of longing and suspicion as he watches her. That's why you waited 3 months, he thinks, noting the distance she keeps even when they're close. He remembers clenching her shoulder, trying to hold onto a woman who feels miles away. He had even told her, just tell me whenever you want a baby. I'll do a reversal, proving he's all in, even if she isn't. He feels the weight of their lopsided relationship, thinking, I'll just owe you even more, Rowan. Back in the present, Rowan looks absolutely exhausted as she pulls her robe tight. I'm going to work, she announces, her voice devoid of any warmth. She's already moving on to the next task, telling him, remind Zachary about my breakfast. I'm going to get changed. The scene shifts to the high-stakes world of entertainment, where the stage is set for a major event. Rowan arrives on the scene and the atmosphere immediately shifts. Backstage, a group of handsome trainees are waiting, looking like they're about to jump out of their skins. One of them, Mr. Ding, is looking especially nervous as the power players walk in. The introduction is formal and sharp. This is Ms. Jiang from PR. Rowan doesn't waste time with pleasantries, looking them dead in the eye and saying, we will be colleagues from now on. Let's have each other's backs. But the Mrs. Zhou side of her life follows her even here when a knock at the door interrupts the meeting with a delivery of breakfast. The staff is floored, whispering, "Mr. Chen, Mr. Zhou sent you to deliver Mrs. Zhou's breakfast." Mr. Chen stands there, the ultimate messenger of a doting yet terrifying husband. He delivers the CEO's decree: keep both eyes on the talents and don't add to her troubles. The colleague nearby can only offer a nervous, sweaty laugh at the blatant display of overprotectiveness. Rowan takes the meal, her expression unreadable as she handles the container. However, a man with glasses approaches her with a look that screams bad news. Ethan G is in trouble, he reveals, dropping a bombshell that threatens to ruin the day. Rowan's eyes widen in shock. The man continues, mentioning that the big boss himself will be picking her up after the press conference. Rowan looks like she's juggling a million problems at once. Got it, I'll contact him after I'm done here, she says, trying to maintain her composure. The office gossip mill is already spinning though. Mr. Zhou really spoils you, doesn't he? Her colleague asks with a smirk. He adds fuel to the fire, saying, everyone in the company says you're both made for each other. Rowan gives him the most skeptical look in history, asking, is that so? But the playtime is over when he delivers a chilling ultimatum. Then remember not to screw up here, or Zhou Media will be expecting your resignation. Our girl Rowan is checking her phone, wondering if the plan is finally in motion as she waits at the entrance. Her associate reassures her, telling her not to worry and to leave the dirty work to them. She heads toward the waiting car, but as she leans in, she's met with a smug, handsome face. It's our mystery man, and he's got the receipts ready on his tablet. Ethan is going to be fired after being caught taking and giving bribes, he reveals with a cold, calculating smile. Rowan leans in, asking if Julian suspected a thing, though she's already savoring the victory. Guess you did it flawlessly, she remarks, looking over the evidence of their successful sabotage. The man just smirks, looking like he stepped right out of a high-fashion magazine. He notes that it was actually Julian's own overcautiousness that made him the perfect target for this trap. Meanwhile, back at the office, the fallout is absolutely nuclear. I suspected Ethan from the start. You're the one who insisted he's fine, screams a voice echoing through the corporate halls. Mr. Zhou is livid, his face twisted in rage as he calculates the massive losses the company just took. He demands to know whose fault this disaster is, while his subordinates tremble under his gaze. Just then, Rowan walks in, looking like a total queen on the arm of her companion. Yannick and his mother are already on the scene, trying their best to look like concerned family members. Yannick and I are worried too, the mother lies through her teeth, claiming they couldn't just stay home while the company burned. She puts on a performance of a lifetime, acting like she's heartbroken over the scandal. Yannick looks like he's about to sweat through his expensive suit, while Rowan watches the circus with a sharp eye. She remains completely impassive, refusing to give the drama seekers even a hint of a reaction. Our girl's partner leans in close, making her blush as he enjoys the chaos they've unleashed on their enemies. Yannick can only watch from the sidelines, looking utterly defeated and pathetic. Finally, the man of the hour, Ethan, is escorted down the hall like a common criminal. He looks completely broken, his reputation and career in absolute tatters. Our mystery man watches him pass, his eyes cold and devoid of any pity. Ethan is brought before Mr. Zhou to face his final judgment. Ethan, can you prove your innocence? The boss asks, but the answer is a hollow, defeated no. Mr. Zhou informs him that the shareholders have voted for his dismissal, but he decides to waive the damages because of Ethan's past contributions. Ethan can only bow his head, agreeing to head to HR for the final paperwork. As the disgraced man leaves, our mystery man smirks, offering Ethan a new opportunity at a friend's startup, ensuring their new pawn stays exactly where they can use him. Rowan decides to play it cool, reminding Julian's lackey that she still remembers him attending her school meetings. The man looks like he's about to have a total meltdown from the sheer pressure of her gaze. You're too kind, Master Rowan. I'll be going now, he stammers, making a quick exit before he accidentally leaks any more secrets. Suddenly, the sharp buzz of a phone cuts through the silence. Our girl checks the screen, her expression turning unreadable as she processes the notification. Yes, she answers simply, keeping her voice steady. She dismisses the interruption with a casual, don't worry about it. But the peace doesn't last long, as Ethan's phone starts vibrating in his pocket next. He pulls it out, his eyes narrowing at the screen. The geezer was watching you, he reveals, showing her a photo of a woman who was clearly spying on them. We see a frantic message on the screen. Someone is begging Ethan for mercy, claiming they never touched the money Julian paid them and just want to stay out of the crossfire. Ethan's mother, Mandy, is clearly on the warpath, but he shuts her down fast. Calm down, Mom, we'd make ourselves look like clowns in front of Ro, he warns. He turns back to Rowan, asking if she's really naive enough to think Julian didn't have a hand in this mess. Come on, he says, guiding her away. The show is over anyway. The elevator dings as they step inside. Rowan is deep in thought, worried that Mandy and Yannick are now fully convinced she's the mastermind behind the recent drama. Ethan just smirks at her concern. Don't worry, they won't come after you even if they suspect it, he assures her. Our girl isn't exactly comforted by his confidence. Did you just imply that I'm stupid, dear? She asks, her chibi form looking absolutely ready to throw hands. Ethan ignores the sass, noting that everyone lives by their own principles and reminding her she has enough connections to fight them openly. Rowan looks at him skeptically, trying to figure out what he's really up to. Little does she know, Ethan is mentally gloating. That's why I have to be patient and slowly draw in my fishing net, he thinks, looking every bit the calculating male-led. Rowan reaches out and gives his sleeve a persistent tug. I'm curious, she says, who are your connections? Ethan just gives her a mysterious look. I can't tell you right now, he teases, clearly enjoying the mystery. They share a lingering look as they head toward the car, the tension between them higher than ever. Once they're settled, Ethan brings up the past, asking if she was actually close with Ethan G. What do you think, he asks, testing her reaction. Our girl admits she has no memory of that at all. She recalls that Julian arranged for Ethan G to attend her school meetings, but she's convinced it was just a business arrangement with zero sentiment attached. So what was that about? She wonders, her mind racing to connect the dots. Ethan knows the truth. Working for Julian for that long gave him more power and connections than anyone realizes. He adjusts his tie, looking like the ultimate boss. Rowan asks him which company he's planning to send him to. Oh, you know the owner, Ethan replies with a smirk. I do, she asks, her eyes widening in surprise. He tells her that if she wants to keep her own secrets, he won't pry, as long as she knows how many connections she can actually count on. Finally, he drops the name. It's Brock, would you like to check it out? Rowan sits back, realizing that the game has just changed in a very big way. Joe is definitely up to something, noting that Brock is the one behind this new energy company. Our girl Rowan walks by his side, looking every bit the elegant partner as they prepare for a high-stakes meeting. Once inside, a nervous executive asks for his opinion on a new proposal. The poor guy is practically vibrating with anxiety, his internal monologue screaming for help. Joe doesn't hold back his snark, dryly stating the plan is showy, impractical, and needs to be more realistic. The presenter rubs his temples, realizing he's just been shredded by the coldest man in the room. Joe turns his attention back to the main goal, and the executive asks if he's the real boss in this situation. Joe drops a massive bombshell, revealing that Rowan is actually the one in charge, and he'll be working for her once Rixton Enterprises goes bankrupt. Our girl's jaw practically hits the floor as she gasps out a confused what. Joe leans in, his gaze intense as he asks if she really thought he waited years just to take the company away from Yannick. Rowan is stunned, realizing his plan involves the total and utter destruction of Rixton. She watches him closely, trying to find the man she knows behind this ruthless businessman. Always go for their heart, he explains, his voice like ice. They sit together, the power dynamic in the room shifting entirely as they plot their next move. He admits that the more his family treasures Rixton, the more he feels the burning desire to tear it down. He looks at Rowan, a hint of vulnerability crossing his face as he asks if he's being too much. Our girl doesn't flinch, looking him in the eye and telling him his revenge is nothing compared to the pain they inflicted on him. Suddenly, the door swings open and the man acting as the face of the company appears. He tries to keep things professional, inviting them into his office to talk. But as soon as they're behind closed doors, Zoran has a total meltdown, begging them not to call him boss. He complains that being CEO is pure torture, even with the massive salary and the house Joe gave him. He buries his face in his hands, groaning that no human should ever have to deal with this much stress. He starts shouting about how he thought CEOs just goofed off all day until he actually became one. Rowan and Joe just sit there in dead silence, watching their CEO have a midlife crisis right in front of them. We see Zoran has been so stressed that he's constantly checking his weight. He cries that he used to be a solid 128 pounds, but now the scale shows he's dropped down to 127.5, and he's losing his mind over it. Joe is completely unsympathetic, telling him to keep working or he'll just get bloated and heavy again. They finally settle down for a quick tea break to calm Zoran's frayed nerves. Just then, Zoran's phone starts ringing and he looks like he's seen a ghost. A voice on the other end asks when he's coming back for another session, sounding way too casual. Zoran snaps at the caller, shouting that he's told them 1,000 times he isn't sick. He looks absolutely miserable, his fake CEO life catching up to him. But the drama isn't over as a mysterious figure looms over him and says, Zoran, you, I presume. Julian explains that the man they're dealing with is a corporate shark who can dig up dirt on anyone. He knows that even without a formal investigation, Ethan will eventually see through Brock's facade. But Julian isn't too worried, betting that the man isn't stupid enough to expose Brock just yet. Rowan sighs, rubbing her neck as she remarks that that fossil is still sharp as a tack and hasn't gone senile yet. Julian gives her a reassuring pat, telling her it's time to head out since there's still work to be done. As they head toward the elevator, Julian points out that if things get messy and Zoran is exposed, Mandy might snap and do something drastic. He pulls Rowan close, seemingly unbothered as he notes that if things take their natural course, Mandy will eventually move against him. Rowan realizes that while blood usually runs thicker than water, the family dynamics here are totally warped. It turns out the patriarch Henry actually prefers his daughter-in-law over his own son, Julian. Julian tells her to stop overthinking the politics and just sit back to enjoy the drama. Fine, Rowan relents as they step out into the chilly night. Once they're settled in the car, Julian admits that Henry is no fool and definitely saw all of this coming. He warns her that even if they are fully prepared, they still need a solid backup plan. Yes, darling, Rowan whispers before the two share a heated romantic moment in the backseat. The year winds down with a brief period of peace for our power couple. But the corporate world never sleeps, and soon enough, Mr. G is officially welcomed as the new general manager. The employees are buzzing with anxiety, cornering Julian to ask if this new guy is going to leak the company's secrets. Julian just gives them a cool, dismissive look and tells them not to worry before wishing everyone a happy new year. Over at Zhou Media, the office is supposed to be on holiday break, but the drama is still on the clock. Rowan walks in on a girl having a very suspicious, hushed phone conversation. The girl nearly jumps out of her skin when she realizes Rowan is standing right behind her. Shaken and caught in the act, she nervously asks if that was Aunt Evelyn on the line. Rowan just stands there looking like the absolute boss she is. Our girl doesn't say a word, her expression unreadable as she processes the girl's obvious lies. Later that evening at home, Rowan is surprised when Julian walks through the door. He looks absolutely gorgeous in his pinstripe suit. Darling, he says, his voice low and full of affection. Rowan notes that he's home early, but Julian is too busy taking her hands and admiring his wife to care about the office. He leans in close, his gaze intensifying as he reminds her that his birthday is only a week away. Rowan's heart flutters as she looks up at him. Guess I'll bake you a huge cake, she teases, finally letting the tension melt away. What present? He asks, his eyes sparkling with that teasing look he always gives our girl. Rowan doesn't skip a beat, mentioning that cufflinks would be a perfectly fine choice. He smirks, reminding her that they'd better be more than fine since they're custom made and cost a small fortune. As they settle in, he asks where she wants to go for their upcoming long break, and Rowan suggests bringing Aunt Evelyn over to join them. He's totally whipped, telling her it's her call, but reminds her to have Dr. Pei ready for the pickup later tonight. He can't help but probe a little more, asking what exactly she plans on doing with all that free time at home. Our girl just gives him a sassy look, basically asking, what do you think? Honestly, her silent judgment is top tier. They start wolfing down their meal like they're in a race. He confirms he'll handle the timing with Dr. Pei, and Rowan gives a simple nod of agreement. Suddenly, a call interrupts their dinner. It's for Ro. The person on the other end nervously asks if they're imposing on his time. Our ML is surprisingly chill about it, explaining that he worked the night shift and spent the whole morning catching up on sleep anyway. When asked if the visit should be tonight or tomorrow, the caller settles on tonight. While he's busy playing secretary, Rowan is focused on her food, completely unfazed by the business talk. He looks intense as he wraps up the conversation. Hanging up, he tells her they can head over now, but insists she finishes her soup first. Rowan tries to pull the oldest trick in the book, claiming I'm full, but he isn't buying it for a second. Do you think I can't tell if you're full? He asks, his voice dripping with playful arrogance. He stands up, closing the distance between them. He actually picks up the spoon himself. Rowan looks up, totally caught off guard by his sudden attention. Or should I feed you? He asks, leaning in with a look that would make anyone melt. He looks way too pleased with himself while holding that bowl. Our girl's chibai side comes out as she insists she's perfectly fine on her own, snatching the bowl back. She begrudgingly finishes her meal while he watches her every move. He gets all serious then, warning her not to push herself too hard, no matter where she is. Rowan just wipes her mouth unimpressed. Aren't you getting ahead of yourself? She asks. Even when she's being stubborn, she looks like a total queen. Am I? He counters, his gaze lingering on her. Obviously, she retorts, standing up to end the standoff. As they start to walk, he whispers that she just hasn't realized the truth of the situation yet. Rowan ignores the riddle and reaches for her coat. But of course, he's faster. Allow me, he says, playing the part of the doting husband to perfection. He holds the coat out for her, playfully rushing her because apparently they're now in a huge hurry. Or me, not even myself, he whispers, his voice dropping to a dangerous register as he pulls her closer. Our girl can't help but gasp at the sudden weight of his words, her heart doing backflips in her chest. The air between them is thick enough to cut with a knife as she lets out a shaky breath. He gives her a teasing, half-lidded smirk and asks, why do you like biting my neck so much? Rowan turns a shade of red that would put a beat to shame, huffing that it's just way too hot in the room. But our guy isn't letting her off the hook that easily, locking her into a protective back hug that says she isn't going anywhere. Let's go already, it's getting late, she stammers, desperately trying to find her dignity again. They finally arrive at their destination, where the evening air is filled with the scent of blooming flowers. Dr. Pei is already waiting at the door, greeting them with a polite smile and asking if Aunt Evelyn was a bother. Rowan and her man stand together, looking like the ultimate power couple while the doctor welcomes them inside. Actually, I was the bother, the Duke admits with a rare moment of humility. Dr. Pei just chuckles, mentioning that Evelyn has been an absolute angel, helping with the housework since her recovery. Rowan sneaks into the kitchen and finds Evelyn working over a steaming pot. It's really smoky in here, go wait in the living room, Evelyn says, looking a bit flustered to be caught doing chores. Our heroine just gives her a knowing look, her expression softening. I know Dr. Pei already told me you've been busy, she says, watching as Evelyn nervously wipes her hands on her apron. Evelyn bites her lip, looking toward the door before before asking, "Let me have a couple of minutes with him, then we can go." Rowan doesn't miss the hint of emotion in her voice and simply nods, "Sure, take your time." As they finally prepare to leave, Dr. Pei catches up to them in the hallway. He reaches out holding a small, elegant box toward Evelyn. "Here, just a little token of my appreciation," he says, his eyes warming behind his glasses. Evelyn looks like she's seen a ghost, her hands trembling as she tries to push it back. "You really don't have to do this," she insists, but the doctor won't take no for an answer. "It won't feel right if you don't take it," he says gently, and our girl watches as the exchange happens. Soon, the quiet hum of the engine fills the air as they drive through the glowing city lights. "Sorry we were so busy with work and couldn't check on you," Ro says, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Evelyn stares out the window at the passing buildings, her voice sounding small. "It's all right, I know you're both busy people," she replies, but there's a sadness in her eyes that's hard to ignore. He glances at her through the mirror, noticing her distant expression. "Aunt Evelyn," he calls out, his voice laced with concern. She slowly turns to face him, the weight of her thoughts etched onto her face. "I know what's on your mind, but it doesn't matter that much," he tells her, trying to ease her burden. He looks back at the road, adding one final piece of advice: "Don't let it come between you and Vaughn." Evelyn remains silent, her heart heavy with the choices she has to make. The atmosphere in the car is so thick you could cut it with a knife. As the city lights blur past, our poor heroine Rowan can only think about how the living are what really matter now. Her husband tries to break the heavy silence, suggesting they just go home and get some much-needed rest. He looks exhausted, his eyes fixed on the road ahead as he grips the steering wheel with a white-knuckled intensity. The phone won't stop vibrating, demanding attention. Zachary picks it up while heading up the stairs, his silhouette casting a long shadow. A voice on the other end starts calling out, "Ro." He doesn't even want to hear it, his jaw tightening. "What do you want?" he demands, his voice colder than the winter air outside. It's Sister Serenity on the line, acting all sweet and asking for a favor, but Zachary isn't buying her act for a second. When she pathetically begs to see him, he gives her a flat no and hangs up without another word. He steps into the bedroom, his movements heavy with a weight Rowan can't quite see yet. Our girl is just finishing up with her hair when she notices him standing there looking like he's been through a war. Even in chibai form, you can tell she's worried about what's going on in that head of his. "What's wrong? Trouble at work?" she asks softly, her heart aching for him. Zachary remains hesitant, his eyes shrouded in shadows and secrets. She wonders if it's the stress from the new energy company project that's been eating at him. She steps closer, telling him they can face whatever it is together. Suddenly, he pulls her into a tight embrace, surprising our heroine with his sudden need for contact. "Darling," he whispers, holding onto her like she's his only anchor in a stormy sea. He buries his face against her, seeking the warmth he's been missing all day. Rowan is touched by his vulnerability, wondering, "How are you so kind?" "What is it?" she asks again, her heart melting for him. He just sighs, claiming he's just feeling the blues while refusing to let her go. The moment is broken by a sudden ding-dong at the door. Rowan reaches for her phone, checking to see who could be bothering them at this hour. "Hello, who's this?" she asks, but there's only an eerie silence on the other end. Zachary watches her, his expression darkening with a protective urge. The call drops, leaving them staring at the dark screen in confusion. He pulls her close again, telling her to never ever hurt herself, no matter the time or place. Rowan looks up at him, her eyes wide with total confusion. He looks completely stunned, as if he's seeing a ghost from a past he tried to bury. Meanwhile, Rowan is still trying to get answers on the phone, but the person on the other end tells her to call them before calling her husband next time. "Thanks, Vaughn," she says, hanging up into a void of uncertainty. We cut to the old man and the mother, and let's just say they are definitely not getting along. He's furious, asking how she expects to convince Zachary to take their side. She snaps back, reminding him that he's the one who kept Rowan around for years without ever showing her an ounce of real affection. He scoffs, claiming he only cared to meet her because he promised to hand the company over to Rowan. He points out that Zachary clearly cares a lot about Yvonne, the girl he married. The mother is shocked, sarcastically asking if a scumbag like him could actually produce such a romantic son. She turns away, tapping furiously on her phone with trembling fingers. She sends a text to Ro saying they need to talk immediately, but the response she gets is a cold, hard nothing. The old man isn't worried, though, because he claims he has a secret weapon that will finally convince Zachary to fall in line. Julian is dropping bombs, revealing that to Yvonne, Mandy Lou was nothing but her parents' murderer. The drama levels are off the charts as Julian's wife explains she only moved out because she caught Mandy having an affair with the butler. And hold on to your hats, because that butler was none other than Simon Jiang, Yvonne's own father. Julian asks if Yvonne knows the truth, and his wife is certain she does. But it's not just her. She suspects our girl Rowan knows the truth too, and Julian is already calculating their next move. He doesn't care about their feelings, though coldly stating that the bottom line is they'd never side with a murderer like Mandy. When asked if they should target Yvonne first, the wife says no, claiming she's way tougher than Rowan and even mentions a new player, Evelyn Sue. Julian knows Evelyn is desperate to avenge her sister and wonders if he should start his games with her instead. The conversation shifts to Rowan's upcoming birthday. Julian suggests a celebration at the mansion, but his wife isn't having it. She gives him a hard no, but Julian just won't quit. He tries to needle her, saying it's been years and he's sure she misses her old flame. Her face says it all, she is absolutely immediately disgusted. "Don't test me," she hisses, her patience wearing paper thin. Julian, ever the snake, claims he isn't testing her. He just wants a divorce and needs her help to get it. She finally snaps, screaming, "Julian Joe, you disgust me." He just smirks, arguing that using their own son as a tool is the only way to ensure Rowan becomes the successor. Utterly repulsed, she storms out, declaring how glad she is that she left him all those years ago. After that heavy dose of toxicity, we cut to a ringing phone. A mysterious voice on the other end asks Evelyn Sue the ultimate question: "Do you still want to avenge Claudia Sue?" Evelyn is shaken, demanding to know who's calling, but the stranger says their identity doesn't matter. We only see the callers smirk as they deliver the bait. "If you want revenge, let's meet at the Westwood Cafe tomorrow," they command before hanging up. Evelyn is left staring at her phone, her world clearly spinning. Meanwhile, Rowan is trying to have a peaceful night, scrolling through social media in bed. She finally flops down, exhausted from the day's stress. But then she hears footsteps approaching. Her man appears, looking like a total snack with his robe hanging wide open, and tells her to come. Our girl isn't making it that easy though, giving him a flat nope. But he's not taking no for an answer, turning into a total chibai puppy and diving toward her, shouting, "Then I'm coming to you." He wraps her in a warm embrace from behind, the tension finally melting away. His hands find her waist, and things are starting to heat up. He leans in close, whispering a very suggestive question: "Would you prefer sitting or lying on your back?" Rowan doesn't hesitate for a second, choosing sitting as they settle in for some much-needed quality time. The man asks if there's another talent in trouble, specifically some B-list actress caught in a scandal. Rowan just softly replies, "Yeah," while his hand begins to wander, the tension in the room reaching a boiling point. He chuckles, asking her what she thinks she's doing. Since they've got nothing else to do, he decides it's time to get a little more comfortable. He calls out her name, Rowan. She gazes at him, admitting that he really is handsome, but he's not satisfied with just one simple compliment. "Just handsome," he pushes, wanting her to go deeper. Rowan looks him straight in the eyes and adds that he's definitely got a nice bod to go with that face. "Is that all?" he asks, his voice dripping with anticipation. She finally gives him a bit more credit, admitting that he's actually got some impressive skills. He leans in close, calling her darling as his thumb sensually brushes against her lip. "Are you sure you don't want it?" he whispers, testing her resolve one last time. Rowan leans back, softly saying yeah. But he's done waiting and pulls her into a passionate kiss, insisting that he does want her. She keeps up the act even now, playfully telling him, "No, you don't." He just grabs her cheeks, squishing her face while telling her to knock it off. In her head, she's just taking a page out of his own book, but he calls her a total bad girl. He offers to teach her something new tonight if she's feeling so bold. But our heroine finally reveals her ultimate shield: "Not tonight, I'm indisposed." He finally realizes she was just messing with him the whole time because she knew nothing could actually happen. He immediately softens, placing a hand on her stomach and gently asking if it hurts. She admits it's a little painful, and he tells her to wake him up if she needs anything. He pulls her into his chest, whispering for her to stay still. They eventually drift off to sleep, tangled together under the covers. Rowan wakes up the next morning as the sun streams into the room. Thinking about how attentive and sweet he was during the night actually brings a small tear to her eye. She looks around the empty, sunlit bedroom, feeling a strange sense of peace. Checking herself in the mirror, she's blushing like crazy, realizing she's being pampered and taken care of again. She heads downstairs where the man is already up and grabbing a glass of water. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Is that you, Vaughn?" Rowan freezes, her eyes widening as she's caught totally off guard. It's Aunt Evelyn, who gives her a warm smile and offers to get breakfast started for her. James reveals the tea. Aunt Evelyn received a mysterious phone call last night. The caller had a chilling offer, asking if she wanted to finally avenge her mother. Our girl is completely floored, repeating the word mother, as if she can't believe her ears. James continues, explaining that this shadow figure wants to meet her at the Westwood Cafe later today. Rowan is instantly on high alert, but James admits he already has a hunch about who's pulling the strings. Our heroine looks over at Evelyn working away in the kitchen, her mind racing with suspicion. James tries to play it cool, suggesting she just go hang out with Sylvie instead. "Are you really planning on confronting this mysterious caller all by yourself?" she demands, but he just smirks and asks her to be a little more gentle. Our girl puts on her best "I'm a pro" face and promises to do her absolute best. James can't help but tease her for bragging with such a straight face. "Well, if my life weren't such a chaotic mess, I wouldn't have to be this paranoid," she huffs, shrugging it off. James pulls her close, promising that things will eventually calm down, just as Evelyn's phone starts buzzing on the table. The screen lights up with a message for a meeting at 10:30 a.m. at the Westwood Cafe, room 309. "I'm coming with you," James declares, and Rowan knows there is no point in trying to stop him. He stands up, deciding it's time to fuel up before the drama begins. Aunt Evelyn brings out the dishes, completely oblivious to the fact that her secrets are already being picked apart. The trio sits down for a meal that is probably the most awkward breakfast in history. James breaks the silence, telling Evelyn to get changed because he and Rowan are personally escorting her to the cafe. Evelyn looks like she's seen a ghost, her face pale with sudden anxiety. She quickly claims she's finished and rushes off to change her clothes. James notes that Evelyn has been acting incredibly cautious lately, suspecting that Walter must have opened his mouth. James' uncle, Rowan asks, her eyes wide as she connects the dots. James explains that the man is far too clever and Evelyn stayed under his roof for way too long. He's done holding back and is ready to teach that woman a lesson she won't forget. Rowan goes silent, her expression unreadable as she processes the incoming storm. James wraps her in a protective embrace, telling her not to let any of this weigh on her conscience. But our girl is a realist. She knows Evelyn needs to face the cold, hard facts for her own good. Once they're all ready, Rowan gives the signal that it's time to move out. They stand in the foyer, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Suddenly, Evelyn hesitates, whispering a name under her breath as Rowan puts on her coat. Rowan turns back, asking to see what's bothering her. Yes, Aunt Evelyn, she asks again, trying to keep her voice steady. Evelyn looks like she's on the verge of a total breakdown, her eyes brimming with tears. Don't worry, I won't even think of betraying you, she cries out, sounding more desperate than ever. Our heroine is momentarily stunned by the sudden, frantic vow of loyalty. She takes a breath, simply nodding with a quiet yeah, as they finally head out to face the truth. Isn't she? Our girl mutters, her eyes narrowing as she spots a familiar figure through the window of a nearby shop. Through the side mirror of the car, the tension is already thick enough to cut with a knife as two women stand outside the cafe. Her husband drops a bombshell, revealing that the person who orchestrated this little meeting was none other than his own mother. Realizing that Julian Zhou is pulling the strings from the shadows, our girl decides she's had enough and tells her man to stay put while she handles the dirty work. He tries to act all protective, asking, "Do I look that fragile to you?" But she isn't in the mood for his macho games. She knows that if he goes in there, it'll only end in a messy heartbreak, and she refuses to let him get hurt. He looks absolutely stunned by her sudden assertiveness, a faint blush creeping onto his face as he realizes she's fully taking charge. "So stay in the car," she commands, following it up with a patronizing but effective "good boy." In her mind, she's basically patting him on the head like a loyal puppy who just needs to sit and stay while the adults talk. With her man safely tucked away, she struts toward the Westwood Cafe like she's walking onto a battlefield. Entering the shop, she confirms her suspicions. This was a calculated setup from the very beginning. It turns out her mother-in-law didn't want to see her son at all. She was waiting for a face-to-face with our girl instead. She takes a seat, coolly greeting the woman with a sharp mother-in-law. The older woman doesn't waste time with pleasantries, noting how much our girl has changed before dropping a massive question. "You've fallen for Roe, haven't you?" Our girl doesn't flinch, asking if it was that obvious she didn't love him before, and the mother-in-law gives a blunt, heartless yes. The sheer audacity of this woman is staggering, making our girl look down in pure, simmering frustration. "Do you think I'm unfit to be a mother?" the woman asks, her voice dripping with fake concern. Without a second of hesitation, our girl looks her dead in the eye and snaps, "Yes." The mother-in-law actually agrees, admitting there's no arguing that fact, before shifting the conversation to her son's childhood. "What is it you came to say? Out with it," our girl demands, clearly not interested in a trip down memory lane with a woman she despises. She takes a calm, deliberate sip of her tea, letting the silence hang heavy and suffocating between them. The mother-in-law realizes she's dealing with a real player here, thinking to herself that our girl is absolutely no pushover. We see a flashback of a man warning her that Vaughn, our girl's alias, is far more calculating than she looks. He claims she's cunning and secretive, a woman whose true thoughts are always hidden behind a perfect, unbreakable mask. Back in reality, the mother-in-law reaches out and grabs her hand, pleading, "Vaughn, I want to make amends with Roe." "And how do you plan to do that?" our girl asks, her skepticism reaching an all-time high. The woman begins to explain the corporate drama, mentioning Julian and Mandy's fight and a promise that her son could take over Rixton Enterprise if he picks a side. Our girl scoffingly asks if she actually believes a word that comes out of a liar's mouth. When the mother-in-law gets defensive, our girl just stares her down, basically calling her out on her dangerous gullibility. The older woman insists that the bargain will be kept, but she's clearly living in a fantasy world. Our girl can only think about how a decent man like Rowan could possibly come from a mother as toxic as this woman. She stands up, preparing to end this pathetic little tea party with one final, non-negotiable condition. "Don't drag Rowan into your own mess," she warns, her eyes glowing with a protective purple fury. She makes it crystal clear that since the mother never cared about him before, she doesn't have to start pretending now. The lady at the cafe is officially losing her mind, screaming at the top of her lungs, "Don't you want to avenge your parents?" But our girl isn't about to be a pawn in someone else's game, and luckily, her man is right there to back her up, declaring that he cares way more about Rowan's feelings than some ancient vendetta. Rowan stands her ground, her eyes flashing with fire as she tells the old hag to back off. "I won't let you manipulate me into exploiting him," she snaps, leaving the woman fuming in silence. Once they finally escape the drama and get into the car, Rowan finds out her man has been playing 4D chess this whole time. "He's been tailing us?" she asks, surprised by how much he's been watching over her. He doesn't even try to deny it, giving a cool yes as they drive away. He's over the drama for one night and suggests they just go home to celebrate the new year in peace. Back at the cafe, the villain light lady is having a total meltdown, smashing her cup onto the floor in a fit of rage. The waitress rushes over, terrified by the outburst, but the lady just coldly snaps that she'll pay for the damage later. She immediately hops on a call with her partner in crime, Julian, who is already yelling at her for not following the original plan. She argues back that Rowan was way more stubborn than they anticipated, admitting that Plan A was a total fail and it's time to move to Plan B. Before hanging up, she delivers a final, savage insult, calling Julian a pathetic stray that everyone has abandoned. The scene shifts to the apartment at night where the snow is falling softly. Aunt Evelyn is waiting up, looking incredibly anxious as she asks Rowan if that woman bothered her again. As they head inside and start shedding their heavy winter coats, you can practically feel the tension leaving the room. Aunt Evelyn is clearly worried the encounter affected our heroine badly, but Rowan gives her a soft smile. "I'm fine, Aunt Evelyn," she says, keeping her cool. Aunt Evelyn lets out a massive sigh of relief, her face finally relaxing. As Rowan and her man walk further into the house, he seems a little self-conscious about how he handled things earlier. "Was I that intimidating?" he asks, looking surprisingly vulnerable for a guy who just stared down a villain. Rowan can't help but tease him, pointing out that he definitely doesn't look like the most affable guy to strangers. He pulls her close, his voice turning husky as he asks what she thinks of him, and the mood goes from dramatic to spicy real quick as she settles in next to him. The phone is buzzing off the hook with a call from Sylvie. Rowan picks up, wanting to know if James has finally cleared out. "Were you still sober?" she asks, checking in on her friend's state of mind. Sylvie practically screams through the receiver, insisting that she absolutely was. Our girl turns to Ro, asking if that idiot James said anything he shouldn't have, but he just gives her a cool nope. Sylvie isn't convinced though, certain that James definitely tried to pull a fast one. "Won't you give him a chance?" Sylvie asks, playing matchmaker from afar. Rowan doesn't even hesitate with her answer. "Nope, I love money, but I love being alive way more," she says, shutting that door and locking it tight. She's exhausted and just wants to sleep, telling Sylvie to spare her the drama. Sylvie is offended, shouting, "Hey, aren't you going to hang out with me anymore?" Rowan just sighs, "We'll see," before tossing her phone onto the bed like it's radioactive. Finally, it's just the two of them. Rowan slides up behind Ro, hugging him tight as they discuss the mess. "So nothing happened between James and Sylvie," Ro notes. While Rowan muses that James probably just got a little ahead of himself, she looks up at Ro, her eyes narrowed with suspicion. "Do you think he has low EQ, or is he just pretending?" she asks. Ro turns to her with a smirk that says he knows exactly what she's doing. "Trying to loosen my tongue, are we?" he teases. Our heroine plays it coy, claiming she's just curious. Ro admits it's probably half and half, making Rowan wonder if James was really trying to pull a scheme. Ro laughs, telling her it's not fair to make him talk about his friend like this, but admits she's got the right idea. Rowan rolls her eyes, thinking it's a classic case of bros before hoes, and pouts while Ro plants a sweet kiss on her cheek. She's a bit of a vain one though, joking that while she wouldn't mind losing a limb, she'd prefer to keep her clothes on for now. Rowan reaches back for the phone, but the vibe has shifted. She calls him a scoundrel and tries to walk away, but Ro is way too smooth to let her go that easily. "Called it, all men are pigs," she mutters, tossing the phone aside again. But then her eyes land on a certain red dress hanging in the closet. Just looking at it makes her blush a deep crimson, knowing exactly where this night is headed. The lights go out with a soft click as they settle into bed. Ro pulls her close, whispering a soft happy birthday against her lips. Rowan melts into him, calling him darling as the world outside disappears. In the quiet of the night, she makes a silent wish. "I wish my dear Ro would live the rest of his life as he desires, free from worry and blessed with happiness." Ro gulps, clearly moved by her words as she repeats her heartfelt wish. "Enough," he whispers before pulling her into a deep, soul-searing kiss. "That's enough, darling," she breathes out, lost in the moment. Ro isn't done being a flirt though, whispering, "How about the office next time?" Rowan just smiles, leaning into his embrace. "Sure," she agrees, ready for whatever trouble they get into next. A knock at the door signals that breakfast is served, but our boy isn't ready to let go of Rowan just yet. He playfully teases her about being exhausted, and honestly, looking at her sleepy face, can we really blame her? Mrs. Jiang enters with a tray, wishing Mr. Zhou a happy birthday and letting him know she's brought up a special meal. He graciously takes the tray from her, ready to start his day on a high note. There's a delicious bowl of noodle soup waiting, but as the tray is set down with a thud, it's clear there's a more important gift on the menu. He gently lifts the covers to reveal Rowan's real surprise. A delicate red string bracelet with bells jingles softly, and he looks at it like it's the most precious thing in the world, calling it an unforgettable birthday gift. He slides it onto his wrist with a satisfied smile, calling her darling as he happily accepts the token of her affection. Rowan finally blinks her eyes open, looking a bit dazed from the morning light. He's right there asking if she's thirsty, but our girl tries to be independent, insisting the birthday boy shouldn't be at her beck and call. He's not having it though. "Why not? Can't I bring my wife a drink?" he asks, looking way too handsome for this early in the morning. He hands her the glass with a steady hand. As he mentions he even ordered a cake for the occasion, he leans in close, making sure she's comfortable. Rowan chugs the water like she's been wandering a desert, clearly needing the hydration. She peers over the glass and asks if they should invite their friends Charlie and James over to celebrate. But he's feeling a quiet lunch at home instead, suggesting they just head downstairs since the food is already being prepared. In the kitchen, they find Mrs. Jiang and thank her for the incredible spread. She's gone all out, making all of their absolute favorite dishes. fishes. Then Aunt Evelyn appears, offering her own happy birthday to the man of the hour. Mr. Zhou gives her a long, unreadable look, his eyes narrowing just a fraction. He eventually thanks her, keeping things polite but cool. He tells her that the past is the past, and that since she's technically family now, he won't mistreat her, though he doesn't miss the chance to warn her about his terrible temper. Rowan breaks the lingering tension by warmly inviting the woman to come and eat with them. The three of them sit down for a meal that feels just a little bit staged, despite the sunlight streaming in. Later, Rowan is on the phone dealing with James, who's been blowing up her line because Mr. Zhou's phone is supposedly broken. Our girl tells him to just call her if he needs to reach him, sounding a bit exhausted by the drama. In the background, her man is being a total pest, poking and prodding her while she tries to stay professional. James, being the chaotic bestie he is, claims he knows exactly what they're up to behind closed doors. Rowan can only facepalm at the sheer audacity. Your pals are so unserious, she sighs, feeling the second-hand embarrassment. But he just leans in closer, whispering that he's very serious about her. She rolls her eyes with a sassy as if, but we all know she loves the attention. She reminds him about their dinner plans at the Marriott and suggests a nap in the meantime. He doesn't need to be told twice, declaring he's already on his way to the bedroom. The two of them head off to relax, looking like the ultimate power couple even in their robes. As night falls and they head out, the conversation turns toward the absolute dumpster fire that is his family. Apparently, Julian is trying to divorce Mandy, but she's pulling out the usual trifecta of tears, tantrums, and suicide threats to stay a Joe. Rowan doesn't have a single ounce of pity left for the woman. Just rabid dogs mauling each other, she sneers, her expression cold and final, nothing to sympathize about. The snow falls gracefully over the Werner Hotel as a sleek black car pulls up to the entrance. Our girl Rowan is looking absolutely stunning, but her man can't seem to keep his eyes or his hands off her. The two are locked in their own world, completely ignoring the loners in the group who are practically begging for some mercy. Come on, Ro, can't you please be considerate to us loners? One of them whines, but honestly, can you blame the guy for being obsessed? He gently takes her hand, pressing a tender kiss to her knuckles as Rowan watches him with those sparkling eyes. He's totally playing with her, asking, "Are you jealous?" with that smug, handsome smirk. Their friends are just over it at this point, especially with how relentless Ro is being with the PDA. Inside the lavish dining room, the atmosphere is thick with dramatic tension and expensive wine. Rowan tries to be the voice of reason before the boys start flipping tables. "All right, he's going to flip the table over if we keep teasing him. Let's order," she teases, trying to keep the peace. Bang, the door flies open and in walks Owen Hugh, the sole heir of the White City's Hugh family, looking like he stepped off a runway. He's the good kid brother of the group, and he's clearly offended he wasn't invited to the birthday bash. When asked how he even found them, he casually mentions he's got connections at the reception desk. Rowan, being the sweetheart she is, immediately invites him to sit. Owen starts rambling about how his grandma was obsessed with getting her phone number after seeing her on a reality show, not knowing she was already his friend's wife. Ro's expression goes dark faster than a power outage. "Ro would have skinned you alive if you had really asked," his friend jokes while Ro takes a slow, menacing sip of his drink. Ro isn't taking it lightly, looking at Owen like he's a bug he's about to squash. The banter is top tier, with Rowan just trying to enjoy the chaos. Ro even goes as far as suggesting they fire the receptionist and feed Owen to the fishes for daring to look for his wife. "Here, darling, have some fish," Ro says, suddenly back to being the doting husband. But the gossip mill never stops, and someone mentions that Rowan's last birthday was, well, let's just say eventful. Rowan handles it like a pro, claiming she's not upset and that Owen is just an interesting character. Our girl decides she needs a quick break and heads for the ladies' room. On her way back, she stops by the reception desk, wanting to handle the bill herself. The receptionist is confused because Mr. Hugh already put everything on his tab, but Rowan just smiles, saying she'll handle the explanation later. She finds Ro waiting for her, looking like a total snack while leaning against the wall. "Darling," she calls out, and the look he gives her is enough to melt the snow outside. He pulls her close, his voice dropping an octave as he asks if she has other plans for the night. Rowan gets a little bold, whispering, "Wanna swing by the office?" He doesn't need to be told twice, pulling her into a massive glomp hug. This birthday will be unforgettable, he promises, and Rowan can feel her face heating up. He's definitely getting better at this teasing game, making her heart do backflips. "So are we going if you miss your chance?" she asks, not wanting to miss her opportunity for some private time. But of course, the universe hates a happy couple in these stories. Just as things are getting spicy, someone interrupts with a look of pure panic. It's a message about Henry, and apparently he's in really bad shape. The tea is piping hot. Allegedly, it's because Julian caught Mandy while she was secretly visiting her lover, and everything has gone to absolute chaos. Julian pulls Rowan close as they stand outside the massive mansion in the freezing snow. "Better prepare yourself, this might not end peacefully," he warns, but our girl is ready for whatever drama is waiting behind those doors. He leans in close, his voice dropping to a whisper as he tells her to stay quiet even if his own family turns on him. "What's wrong? Does the thought hurt?" he teases, wearing that signature smirk. Rowan just rolls her eyes and tells him not to screw up the plan. He kisses her hand like a true gentleman, though we all know these two are up to no good. They reach for the door together, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. "Come on, it's starting," Julian says as they step into the lion's den. Inside, it's absolute chaos. Rowan's parents are already at each other's throats over their impending divorce. "I'm having this divorce one way or the other," her mother screams, looking like she's about to breathe fire. Her father isn't backing down, accusing her of trying to steal his shares. He's pointing fingers and losing his mind while the staff tries to disappear into the wallpaper. The room goes silent the moment Rowan and Julian walk in. Julian casually asks the maid how long the World War has been going on, but the poor woman is too terrified to even answer. They walk over to the couch where another family member is lounging, looking totally unbothered. Rowan's father is shocked to see them, demanding to know who leaked their private drama. But Julian doesn't care about their feelings. He just sits down, pulls Rowan close, and drops a tactical nuke. "I'm planning to sell my shares. Anyone interested?" he asks coolly. The father's jaw hits the floor as Julian offers up 15% of Rixton Enterprise for a cool 300 million. Immediately, both parents scream, "I'll take it," at the exact same time. Julian just smiles, looking like the cat that got the cream, and tells them he isn't splitting the deal. Her father tries to play the family card, telling Julian that the shares shouldn't leave the inner circle. But the mother is done playing nice and immediately outbids him with 305 million. The father looks like he's about to have a stroke. Julian turns to the mother, asking if she's absolutely sure about the price. "I can wire the money immediately," she snaps, desperate to win this power struggle. Julian claps his hands together, ending the show right then and there. "Deal," he says while the father stands there fuming. Julian pulls out his phone to call his lawyer, not even glancing at the man he just outplayed. "Hey, she's the highest bidder," Julian scoffs. "I'm not interested in marital disputes, but I do know that money talks." The father tries one last desperate plea, offering 310 million. Julian just sighs and tells him it's business, and he needs to show some integrity for once. He turns to Rowan with a charming smile and asks if she's ready to go visit Grandpa upstairs. As they walk away from the wreckage of the living room, Julian confirms the transfer agreement will be ready in an hour. He throws a final bit of salt in the wound, turning back to the mother with a grin. "Congratulations, Madam CEO." Once they're alone on the stairs, Rowan notes that the timing of the grandfather's illness is suspicious, but Julian just scoffs. The old man spent his life scheming and just didn't plan for his own downfall. 2 months, that's what the doctor said, the butler whispers, delivering a death sentence to the man behind the door. Our girl Rowan stands by as her man notes that the butler, Stan, is the only one in the entire house who hasn't turned his back on the dying patriarch. They step into the room and the man leans over the bed with a chillingly calm smile, announcing, "Grandpa, Vaughn, and I are here to visit." The old man's eyes widen in terror as the realization hits him like a freight train, stammering out, "Why, you knew." Rowan's partner doesn't even blink, tilting his head as he mockingly asks what exactly the old man is referring to. Master Zhou looks defeated, admitting he spent years convinced the boy was a total loser, only to realize too late that his grandson was a predator in disguise. "By the time I caught on, you'd already drawn your blade," he wheezes out between violent, hacking coughs. The grandson doesn't offer a drop of sympathy, looming over the bed like a reaper as he demands to know what the old man plans to do now that he's cornered. Desperate to save his legacy, the old man tries to bargain, gasping that he'll finally allow the boy's parents to remarry. He asks if that isn't the ultimate goal, to make his mother a legally married wife, but the grandson just scoffs, "I'm just a kid. Can't tell my parents what to do." Weakly, the old man begs Stan to help him sit up. He stares at his grandson, asking what it is he actually wants if it isn't the family's approval. "Why not take a guess?" the man replies, sending a shiver down the old man's spine. The truth finally clicks and Master Zhou's face pales with horror as he gasps, Are you going to bring down Rixton?" The grandson's only response is a smug, satisfied look that confirms the old man's worst nightmare. In a fit of senile rage, the old man screams "WHY?" and hurls a cup of water at them, shouting that they won't survive a day in White City without the family name. But the grandson is faster, shielding Rowan and taking the splash himself while coldly promising, "Don't worry, I will only take down Rixton after you're gone." Our girl Rowan looks on, worried as she sees the wet stains on his expensive coat. They share a quiet moment of connection amidst the chaos of the sick room. He turns back to his grandfather one last time, throwing the equity papers onto the bed and reminding the old man of the time he called him a dog that was only kept alive out of pity. He instructs Stan to make sure the very old and very sick man isn't bothered by anyone else. The old man points a trembling finger at the butler, realizing the depth of the betrayal as he asks, "Why you're with him?" With a final icy "Take care, Gramps," the grandson turns to leave. Master Zhou is left fuming, sputtering "How dare you," as his world crumbles. But the real knife to the heart comes from Stan, who calmly states he was the only loyal servant who never gave the master grief. The old man is confused, noting that Stan is still acting against him now. Stan leans in close, his voice dropping to a terrifying whisper, "Have you never suspected anything about your illness?" The old man's face turns a ghostly shade of blue as the implication of slow poisoning sinks in. As the couple heads down the grand staircase, the weight of the confrontation lingers in the air. He notices her silence and asks what's on her mind. Rowan looks at him with deep sadness, finally asking, "What did they do to you in the past?" He's surprised she's digging into his trauma, but she simply tells him it's her intuition. They stop their descent, the tension between them thick. Rowan reaches out, touching his face as she tells him that if something happened, he can always tell her. He pulls her into a tight, protective seductive embrace, teasingly asking if she's going to help him with his revenge. He tries to brush it off as being in the past, but his eyes tell a different story. "If your heart hurts for me, just be good to me for the rest of our lives," he whispers, burying his face in her hair. He admits he doesn't care about the wealth or the success everyone else is chasing. He only wants her by his side forever. Rowan holds him back just as tightly, promising him, "I will." He gently pats her head, shifting back into business mode, mentioning that the lawyers should be arriving with the equity agreement any minute. The money is changing hands as Madame Lu takes the tablet from her assistant. With a steady hand, she signs off on the transaction, finalizing the deal. She looks up at our girl Rowan and coolly informs her that the money has already been wired to her account. Meanwhile, the mysterious hottie by her side is busy signing his own documents. "No, I trust you," he says, proving that while money talks, loyalty in this family screams. Madame Lu can't help but throw some shade at the present company, which is obviously aimed at the man sitting across from them. Julian Zhou, looking like a discarded villain from a historical drama, finally loses his cool and demands to know who this boy is. But Madame Lu isn't having it, snapping back that he's been fooling around with other women for years, so he can take his medieval attitude and shove it. Julian isn't backing down though, shouting that nobody is leaving this room until he gets an answer. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife as the younger man, Vaughn, watches a relative break down in tears. This guy is dabbing his eyes with a handkerchief. But Rowan is stuck in a loop of confusion, wondering why Vaughn resembles Jackie G so much. Madame Lu shuts Julian down once and for all, telling him to stop staring because the boy is with her. Vaughn just gives a smug, knowing look, completely unfazed by the family drama. Madame Lu then turns into the ultimate host, asking Rowan if she's hungry and offering her some supper. Rowan is totally weirded out, wondering why Jackie's clone is suddenly glued to her side and seemingly on their team. Vaughn isn't helping the confusion by being incredibly extra, insisting that Rowan eat the soup first so he can have some after her. He literally nuzzles into her shoulder while she's trying to eat, asking, "Well, how is it? Are you not afraid of catching my germs?" Rowan asks, clearly caught off guard by the sudden intimacy. Vaughn just smirks and whispers, "Wouldn't be the first time," which, okay sir, the audacity. Rowan tries to focus on her soup, which is apparently a nostalgic favorite in this house, while Vaughn watches her with eyes full of hidden meaning. She's surprised he remembered her favorite dish. But he just drops another bombshell. "Why do you think you were always given seconds?" He stands behind her like a protective shadow, reminding her that his man James is always on hand to help if things get messy. He pulls her into a tight hug from behind, and in that moment, Rowan realizes that she's only alive because of him. "Thank you, Rowan," he whispers softly. But the peace is shattered by the sound of a glass smashing. Madame Lu has reached her limit with Julian's nonsense. "After the festive season is over, I'm going to finalize our divorce," she announces to the entire room. The kids are absolutely losing it, begging the eldest son, Yannick, to talk some sense into their mother. But Madame Lu is done being a doormat and tells them all to go to bed or she'll send them packing to the old house. She tells Rowan and Vaughn to stay the night since it's late. Much to the annoyance of everyone else, Yannick looks like he's about to have a total meltdown. Vaughn ignores the glares and checks in on Rowan, asking if she's had her fill, before flashing a handsome, dangerous smile. He can feel Yannick's eyes burning a hole in the back of his head. Vaughn tells Rowan to head up and sleep if she's tired, promising he won't be long. The mansion falls into a heavy silence as the two men are left alone under the massive chandelier. Yannick finally speaks up, telling Vaughn to just spit it out already. He looks Vaughn dead in the eye, his voice dripping with suspicion as he realizes the truth. "You really planned this? Every step of the way," he accuses, knowing they've all been playing right into Vaughn's hand. Yannick has been waiting the whole night just to spew what this man calls nonsense. He's lounging on the sofa, looking entirely too unbothered while telling Yannick he's clearly lost his edge. Yannick tries to play the sympathy card, claiming his mom is a victim too, but our man just lights a cigarette, looking completely cold. "Even if she is a victim, how is that my business?" he asks, blowing a puff of smoke right in Yannick's face. He mocks the idea that being a victim gives someone a free pass to hurt others without consequences. He leans in close, his voice a dangerous whisper, telling Yannick that while he's no angel, he's not truly evil either. "Then what about you?" Yannick snaps back. "Do you think what you're doing is right?" The man doesn't even blink, simply stating he never claimed to be right, and asks Yannick if he's ever seen him hold back when it comes to his family. Yannick is desperate now, begging him to let his mother live and promising to do anything to make things right. But the man just scoffs, "Nope, you're not capable of that." He heads back into the room where Rowan is waiting, leaving Yannick fuming in the hallway. He doesn't stop the insults there, calling Yannick and his whole family nothing but boy toys. Yannick tries to bite back, but he's clearly outmatched by the man's sheer presence. The man then drops a bombshell. He knows all about Jackie G, and he's unimpressed by Yannick's lack of brains compared to his brother. Yannick realizes he's been read like an open book, warning Rowan that her husband is way too clever for comfort. Yannick finally decides to make his exit, claiming no one knows he was even there. Rowan tells him to watch out for the cameras anyway, as he literally hops out the window like a common thief. Once he's gone, the man turns to Rowan with a smirk, asking if she has any questions now that her boy toy left. She just nods, her eyes full of secrets. It turns out Jackie G is on her side too, and she's been hiding it well from everyone. She explains that Jackie is like a younger brother to her, and his cover is too precious to blow. The man realizes just how many brothers and sisters Rowan Rowan has stashed away from their days in the orphanage. She slams her book shut, looking every bit the mastermind. So it's not just brothers, I have sisters too, she reminds him, a chillingly calm expression on her face. He's practically in awe of our girl, realizing she has people everywhere, moving like little ants to topple a mountain. He pulls her close, whispering that his wife really is the best and apologizing for not being there for her for so long. Rowan gently tells him it wasn't his fault, but he's clearly haunted by the time she suffered while he was busy getting stronger. She insists she likes how things are now, but the pain in his eyes says he'll never truly forgive himself for her past. He looks at her with such intensity, it's clear he'd burn the world down for her. Suddenly, a loud knock shatters the romantic moment. Rowan jumps, asking if someone is at the door. The man goes to check, but finds the hallway empty, telling her to just go to bed because it's late. But wait, the scene shifts, and Yannick is actually being a total creep, grabbing a girl and growling about what she thinks she's doing. She's terrified, asking what their mom and grandpa did to Rowan and Yvonne in the past. Yannick looks like he's on the verge of a total breakdown. He reveals a horrific truth. Back when they were kids, their grandfather was going to sell Rowan off to a high-ranking official who was a monster. Even though the man was eventually arrested, Rowan was gone for months and the trauma changed everything. Yannick silences the girl, telling her not to speak of it because Rowan eventually came back to them. He stands there, looking absolutely miserable, telling her she should be grateful he's the one keeping her safe from their family's darkness. It's New Year's Eve at the mansion, but while the staff is busy with preparations, the atmosphere in the kitchen is anything but festive. Our girl Rowan is trying to focus until her sister-in-law, Kelly, creeps up behind her looking like she's about to faint. "Sister-in-law, can I talk to you?" she stammers, clearly desperate for a moment alone. Rowan leads her out onto the terrace into the biting cold, where the snow is coming down hard. Rowan isn't in the mood for games, shivering in her red dress as she snaps, "You have 10 minutes. He will call for a search if you take too long." Kelly is spiraling, terrified that Rowan and her husband are planning to kick her side of the family out of the house. Rowan just gives her a look of pure, snarky pity, sighing, "Oh, Kelly, you must be the simplest person in this entire house." Kelly starts crying, trying to play off her past insanity as a joke. "It was just a prank, I was just trying to tease you with Martin Yang's corpse," she wails, which, yikes girl, that is a terrible prank. She claims she just wanted Yannick to get the company and never wanted anyone to actually die. Rowan stares her down, seeing right through the tears. "You don't have to repent for anything," she says coldly. "Like I said, you're simple." Rowan leaves the girl trembling in the snow and heads back inside, but her peace is short-lived when her phone starts vibrating. It's a call from Zoran Yu, and you know a call from him means drama is coming. Rowan answers, and Zoran immediately gets clinical, asking when she's planning to resume her therapy sessions. He sounds on edge, asking, "Are you sure you're not going to tell him?" Zoran is clearly struggling himself, sitting alone in a dark room as he tells her she might not even need therapy because she's already married to a Zhou, and maybe a miracle will happen. Rowan's expression shifts to one of deep concern as she realizes Zoran might be having a breakdown. While she's distracted by the call, her husband watches her from across the party, his eyes narrowed. Zoran's voice drops to a whisper, telling her how fortunate she is to have found her husband. Rowan starts to panic when the line goes weird, shouting, "Hello, Zoran, hello," into the receiver. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and snatches the phone right out of her grasp. It's her man, and he's not happy about the interruption. "Relax, dear," he says, his voice like silk. "Zoran is fine, he's a doctor of sorts, he can take care of himself." Rowan looks at him, the weight of her trauma visible in her eyes. "Do you know why I'm so fixated on getting better?" she asks softly. She explains that while normal people just cry or get drunk after a breakup, people like them are different. "We would hurt ourselves, or others," she admits, the darkness of her past bubbling to the surface. She leans in, her voice a chilling whisper as she asks, "Do you know why the insanity plea works?" Her gaze is intense as she concludes that even the law knows that during an episode, they have no control over the monsters they become. Her husband doesn't flinch, instead grabbing her shoulders to ground her. "You can trust me, darling. Look at me and take a deep breath," he commands, trying to pull her back from the edge. He pulls her into a protective embrace, asking if being back in the Zhou mansion is what's making her feel sick again. But then he decides it's time for a change of pace. "Well, I have a surprise for you," he says with a mysterious glint in his eye. He takes her hand, leading her toward the balcony as the clock ticks closer to midnight. He stops her at the door, signaling for a maid to bring a wrap. "Put on your coat, it's cold," he insists, being the ultimate overprotective ML. They step out into the snowy night together, Rowan looking up at him expectantly. Acting all mysterious again, she teases, her dark mood finally starting to lift. Right on cue, the sky above the mansion explodes into a million glittering lights. Rowan's eyes go wide, the vibrant colors of the fireworks reflecting in her pupils as she gasps at the display. He pulls her flush against his chest, whispering into her ear, "Happy New Year, darling." Rowan leans into him, feeling a rare moment of genuine peace. "How fortunate I am to have met you in this lifetime," she thinks, finally feeling like she has an anchor. He looks down at her with a smirk, asking, "Are you a child?" when he sees her wonder. "Dunno," he chuckles, "but I can certainly spoil you like a child." Then his voice drops an octave as he adds, "By the way, I haven't received my birthday present yet. You're not going to back out now, are you?" Rowan's entire face turns bright red, her brain short-circuiting at the implication. What? She squeaks, looking completely flustered. But he doesn't give her a chance to argue, sweeping her up into a princess carry and marching back inside. Hey, she protests, but he's already heading straight for the office with a very specific gift in mind. Inside the car, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife as Mr. Zhou leans in, asking our girl if she's finally changed her mind. Rowan is blushing like a radiator, but she stands her ground, insisting that a promise is a promise. He gives her one last chance to escape before things get serious, but she shuts him down with a firm nope. When they pull up, the driver asks if they need a lift home, but Mr. Zhou is already on a mission. He scoops our poor heroine up in a bridal carry and heads straight for the entrance. The lobby staff tries to be polite, but he tells them to take a hike and enjoy a New Year's break. He marches her right into the elevator, telling the guard to pretend he never saw a thing. Even in the lift, he's still playing games, teasing her that it's not too late to back out. Rowan isn't having it though, doubling down on her decision. They hit the 28th floor and he carries her straight into his private sanctuary. As soon as the door creaks shut, the atmosphere completely changes. He pins her against the wall, his voice dropping an octave as he tells her she's officially out of chances to run. But then our girl throws a curveball, asking why they aren't doing this in front of the window like they discussed. He's actually stunned she's being this bold while she's clearly trembling. Deciding that's a challenge he's happy to accept, he lifts her up. He sweeps his desk clean, sending papers flying everywhere with a dramatic whoosh. He leans in, whispering that they should take baby steps. He teases her, asking if she should be reaching up or reaching down. Rowan can barely breathe, stammering out a wait as the heat rises. He's losing his patience, complaining that the appetizer is already lacking. He starts unbuttoning his shirt, accusing her of false advertising regarding his birthday gift. Then he pulls out a red string with bells and ties it around her ankle, claiming the chime is strangely melodious. Our girl finally finds her nerve and hooks her foot into his belt, pulling him closer. He dares her to be even bolder since it's his belated birthday gift after all. He smirks, realizing that a little teasing was all it took for her to find her courage. The flowers of passion finally bloom as they lose themselves in the moment. Every move she makes sends those bells chiming through the office. They are completely locked together, the world outside disappearing. But because we can't have nice things for long, a sudden knock-knock ruins the vibe. He tells Rowan to stay in bed while he goes to see which buzzkill is interrupting them. He walks out to find his assistant looking like the world is ending. Mr. Zhou is back in cold CEO mode instantly, demanding the man get to the point. But wait, there's more. The assistant looks absolutely terrified to deliver the next piece of bad news. Wait, 6 of them, Rowan exclaims, her mind already racing through the implications of this sudden crisis. She's convinced there's something fishy going on behind the scenes, and she isn't about to let a trap be set for her. No, don't you dare make a move until we have every single detail, she commands over the phone, playing the long game as always. After the call beeps shut, our girl immediately dials her contact face. She grills the person on the other end about the talent sent to the riverfront, but they seem completely stuck and clueless. Rowan isn't having any excuses, warning them that if they can't control their people, they'll be the first ones out the door when the ship starts to sink. If things go wrong, you're going down with them, she spits into the receiver, her voice cold as ice. Fed up with the incompetence, she tosses her phone onto the bed with a frustrated sigh. But she isn't alone for long as the door handle clicks and turns. In walks the man of the hour, Mr. Zhou, looking way too good shirtless as he offers her a glass of water and asks if she's heard about the snowstorm. He tells her to stop stressing over idiots, but Rowan is genuinely worried that the company will take the fall for their mess. He tries to soothe her, leaning in close and telling her everything is going to be just fine. If only every executive was as dutiful as you, Ms. Jiang, he whispers, his voice dripping with smooth charm. Rowan gives him a look that says she's definitely not convinced. She nervously clutches the sheets as the tension in the room starts to shift. As she moves, the little bells on her anklet chime softly, echoing through the quiet room. Your bells are ringing, dear, he teases with a smirk, while Rowan tries to regain her composure and asks if there are fresh toiletries. She quickly stands up, hoping to escape to the bathroom to freshen up her racing thoughts. But he's not letting her go that easily, reaching out and grabbing her shirt in a firm grip. He pulls her right back into his lap, admitting he finally understands why men love seeing their ladies wearing their oversized shirts. Rowan's face turns a bright, vivid red as she tells him to let go so she can actually wash up. He ignores the request and starts playing with her bell bracelet, saying it reminds him of her. Rowan notices the dead knot on the string and asks if he's even capable of untying it. He just smiles at her, holding his fist with the bells close. Yep, I'd rather not lose it anyway, he says playfully. Our girl is officially malfunctioning from the relentless flirting. She's left breathless and dazed by his sudden intensity, her heart doing somersaults. Har har, she mutters, finally managing to break away and make her escape into the shower. Half an hour later, she emerges looking like a literal goddess, though still a bit flustered. She drops the towel to get changed for the day ahead. Mr. Zhou tells her to get a move on because they're expected for lunch with Aunt Evelyn. Rowan is surprised, asking if they aren't heading back to the main Zhou family mansion instead. He brushes it off with a casual look. Nope, nothing to see there, he replies dismissively. He warns her to ignore any calls from the family and just make up an excuse to stay far away from them. As he steps up behind her to help zip up her dress, he leans in close to her neck. Why are you so calm now, dear? He whispers into her ear, sending shivers down her spine. Rowan just wants to get this day over with. Let's just go home already, I'm starving, she says, her cute chibi self finally coming out to play. She looks at him and gives a soft, genuine smile. Thank you, she whispers softly. Mr. Zhou is being the ultimate husband, kneeling down to swap our girl's heels for comfy slippers. He warns her that heels are a nightmare for her knees, but Rowan isn't letting him off that easy, asking since when he started caring so much about his employees. He doesn't skip a beat, telling her that flats are way better and asking her to take extra good care of his wife. Yeah, he's talking about her. Rowan looks absolutely stunned, her heart probably doing backflips. Mr. Zhou leans in, covering her eyes and whispering, "Don't give me that look, dear. You'd make me want to kiss you." Our girl decides she's had enough of the teasing and announces she's going to help Aunt Evelyn. But before she disappears into the kitchen, she pauses. "Turn around," she commands. He looks genuinely confused for a second. But then smooch, she plants a quick one right on his cheek. She sprints away like a track star, leaving a stunned husband behind as he warns her to slow down before she trips. Rowan bursts into the kitchen to help Evelyn, but her face is glowing like a literal tomato. Evelyn is genuinely worried, asking if she's caught a fever or something. She even checks our girl's forehead, wondering why her face is so hot. Mrs. Zhang just chuckles, calling it the benefit of being young. She has to explain the love-struck blush to a clueless Evelyn, who finally connects the dots. The romantic vibes are cut short when Rowan's phone starts buzzing like crazy. It's bad news from the PR front. Journalists are hounding the department because things at the Riverfront project have gone south. Apparently, a talent named Sharon Lee decided to play hero, ignoring the rescue team to save some animals on her own. Rowan immediately shifts into boss mode, ordering her team to shut down interviews and isolate the managers. She's fuming because Sharon basically risked her life just for some cheap positive PR. Mr. Zhou finds her looking like she's ready to fight the world and asks what's wrong. When she explains, Sharon's stunned. He agrees the girl is completely brainless and tells Rowan to brace for the damage control. He tries to lighten the mood, pulling her into a hug and joking, "Please save me, Ms. Jiang," before leading her away to eat. They finally sit down for a massive New Year's feast. Mr. Zhou raises a glass, suggesting they put the past behind them and toast to the future. Even Mrs. Zhang joins in, apologizing for her past attitude and reminding everyone they're family now. It's a rare moment of peace as they enjoy the meal. Rowan notices how well Evelyn and the housekeeper are getting along, and Evelyn even hands out red envelopes for good luck. However, Mrs. Zhang ends up celebrating a little too hard and gets absolutely wasted. The ladies have to practically carry her to the couch to sleep it off. Once she's tucked in, Rowan finally has a moment alone with her man, but the weight of the work crisis is still heavy on her mind. When he asks why she's so worried, she admits she has a sinking feeling that everything is going to blow up in just a few hours. The internet is absolutely losing its mind, and not in a good way. Fans are calling out Zhou Media's latest PR move, wondering if they're using animal rescues just to distract from the real drama. But back at home, our girl is having a much more peaceful morning. "Focus, brush your teeth," her husband tells her, but Rowan is already in work mode. "I need to go to the office," she insists, though she clearly doesn't mind the distraction when he leans in for a morning kiss. "Were you going to say you love me?" he teases. Our girl just smirks. "Nope." He pulls her into a tight embrace, whispering for her to take it slow. Rowan looks him in the eye and promises, "I won't keep you waiting forever." Outside, the snow is falling, but the heat is on at the office. An assistant rushes up to Rowan, panicking because Sharon Lee was dumb enough to have an assistant post fake photos of her saving animals to look like a saint. "Ms. Jiang, things are really getting out of hand," the girl cries. And it gets worse. Apparently, another talent tried to reach victims in a disaster zone before the actual rescuers could, and now they're trapped too. To top it off, a rescuer got hurt trying to save her and is now in the hospital. Rowan doesn't hesitate for a second. "Call her manager," she commands, her boss lady energy on full display. She marches straight into the PR department, where the atmosphere is pure chaos. Staff members are frantically on the phones, wondering how on earth they can keep this quiet. Rowan walks in like a cold breeze, telling them, "Too late, you can't." She hops on a call with a magazine chief editor who basically tells her they're completely screwed. Rowan keeps her cool, explaining that they aren't trying to suppress the news, but the company is going to get flamed if they don't intervene immediately. The assistant confirms they still can't reach the trapped talent, and Rowan's face hardens. "I'll go to Riverfront County myself," she declares. The assistant is horrified, but Rowan knows she has no choice. If this keeps going, the entire agency is going down in flames. She tells her assistant to stay behind and keep calling the manager. "Ms. Jiang, isn't this too dangerous?" the girl asks. Rowan just sighs. There's just no better options right now. She's even worried about her husband's upcoming charity project being ruined. "Don't tell him or anyone else that I'm going," she warns. "So you're really going behind my back?" A deep voice drops from the doorway. Rowan freezes. It's her husband, looking incredibly handsome and incredibly unamused in his winter coat. Our girl tries to play it off, insisting she can take care of herself and it's not that dangerous. He isn't buying it for a second. "Let someone else go or I'm coming too," he demands. He looks her dead in the eye and tells her she's crazy. Rowan just smiles. "Yeah, I am." Cut to the plane where the two of them are heading straight into the storm. He tells her to get some rest since there won't be a single break once they land. Rowan watches him, thinking to herself that you really can't judge a book by its cover. He catches her staring and asks what. She's just realized that despite all the scandals surrounding him, he's actually an incredibly faithful husband. He leans in close, whispering, "Isn't that a good thing?" And our girl turns a bright shade of crimson as she agrees. He gets all mushy, telling her that his friend James always called him a sucker for her, but he can't help it because he's wanted her for so long. He cups her face, telling her that while sunsets are the same for anyone, he only wants to watch them with her. They share a deep, dramatic kiss right there in their seats. "Yeah, get some sleep," he whispers against her lips, and she softly replies, "You too." The snow is blinding and they need wheels. They make their way to a car rental shop and ask for a vehicle to take them into the heart of Riverfront County. The clerk looks at them like they have 3 heads. "No, absolutely not. That place is off limits right now." Rowan tries the old money talks trick. "We can pay you double," she says. The clerk isn't budging, even for triple. He warns them that the roads are hazard zones and they'd easily get lost. Rowan's husband has had enough of the small talk. "Then how much for the entire car?" he asks. He pulls out a sleek black card and simply says, "I'll buy it." The clerk is stunned, stammering that the car is worth 300 grand and government offices are closed for the new year, so they can't even do the transfer. Hubby just stares him down with those terrifyingly beautiful eyes. "There's no need for paperwork," he says coldly. The poor clerk looks like he's about to faint, wondering if he's dealing with the mafia or just the world's richest, most desperate husband. "We're in a hurry," our girl Rowan snaps at the greedy rental agent, "and there are other rentals down the street. If you don't want our money, we can go elsewhere." The agent's eyes practically turn into dollar signs as he immediately changes his tune. "Oh, I'd never say no to money. Let's just sign the agreement, okay?" Soon they're on the road, but Rowan is as tense as a coiled spring. Her man notices her stress and gives her that signature smoldering look. "Just relax, dear, I'm really good," he purrs. Seriously, look at that face. He knows exactly what he's doing to her heart rate. Our poor heroine is turning 50 shades of red in the passenger seat. "Stop flirting," she squeaks, while he just tells her to take it easy because the situation isn't that complicated. They pull up to a guest house for the night, but there's a tiny, one-bed-sized problem. Rowan stares at the single mattress, her mind racing. "Are you sure we can both sleep on that bed?" she asks, trying to sound casual. "I think so," she adds, though her face says she's definitely overthinking the proximity. He leans in close, his voice a low, dangerous vibration against her ear. "Well, I guess." But before things can get too steamy, her phone ruins the vibe. It's Nora on the line, and she's got some major tea to spill. Apparently, Faith has completely lost the plot, posting hospital selfies with her rescuer and claiming she's at Riverfront on official company orders. Rowan's jaw drops as she realizes the snake is trying to frame her. "When did she post that?" she demands. Nora says it just happened, but the girl is refusing to pick up her phone. Rowan doesn't get mad, she gets even. She immediately dials her secret weapon, Brock Jin. "Brock, I need you to hack and locate a social media account. Keep it offline for 3 days, she orders coldly. In record time, Brock sends a done message along with Faith's exact GPS coordinates. Her man asks if she found the target. "Yeah, she's in a hotel near the hospital," Rowan replies, her eyes narrowing. He starts wrapping his scarf back on, making it clear he's coming too. Rowan tries to play the caring wife, telling him to stay and get some sleep since he's been driving all day. He rewards her concern with a deep, dramatic kiss that definitely counts as a distraction tactic. "And they say my dear Vaughn is cold, but she's actually so kind," he muses, pulling away just enough to make her blush. He's not letting her go into the lion's den alone, teasing her about being such a dedicated career woman as they head out. They arrive at the hotel and the hunt is officially on. "Faith, what room are you in?" he asks over the phone, putting on his best clueless man voice. Faith, currently mid-skincare routine, thinks she's finally landed her big fish. "Hey, Mr. Zhou, are you in Riverfront for work?" she asks, practically purring. He keeps his voice smooth and inviting. "Yeah, and I'm in the same hotel." Rowan watches him work the girl like a pro, shaking her head at the sheer audacity of it all. Faith is practically vibrating with excitement on the other end. "It's 10 p.m. and you're asking for my room?" she teases, fishing for a compliment. He plays it perfectly, acting like he'll just forget it if she's busy. She panics and blurts out room 1323, and he hangs up with a satisfied digital beep. He turns to Rowan, trying to clear the air before she can get jealous. "Please don't get mad at me, dear. Faith had a crush on me back in the day." Rowan just gives him a "really? Is that all?" look while he raises his hand like he's taking an oath, swearing he rejected her. They reach the door and give it a firm, authoritative knock. "I'm coming," Faith chirps from inside, thinking her lucky night has arrived. Rowan rolls her eyes so hard they might actually get stuck. The door creaks open and Faith is standing there in a lacy black slip, ready for a private show, only to see Rowan standing right there next to him. "What are you doing here?" she gasps, her seduction plan dying a very public death. Rowan walks in like she owns the place, telling her man to wait outside while she handles a little unfinished business. As the door clicks shut behind her, she finds the snake Faith lounging around, but our girl isn't here for a friendly chat. Faith tries to play it cool with a glass of wine, but she can tell Rowan's patience is at zero. "Accidents happen, you know," Rowan says with a chillingly sweet smile. She casually suggests a terrifying headline about a certain media employee getting hurt on her way home. and Faith finally realizes she's playing with fire. "You'd never dare," Faith screams, but Rowan just leans in, her eyes like shards of ice. "Just try me," she whispers, making it clear she's more than ready to get her hands dirty. She mentions the selfie evidence and the rescuer's testimony, leaving Faith calling her a total psycho. Rowan doesn't even blink, checking her watch and giving the villainess exactly 2 minutes to cave. To prove she's not bluffing, she makes a call right then and there, ordering an obituary for Faith to be circulating by noon tomorrow. The voice on the other end doesn't hesitate, confirming the hit is as good as done. Rowan even has the audacity to complain about the cheap wine in the room, telling Faith she'll just order something better on her own tab. As Rowan turns to leave, she leaves Faith with a final, haunting threat about whether she'll even live to see the next day. Totally broken and trembling, Faith begs to know what she has to do to survive. The demand is simple: get those 6 talents back to White City immediately. Faith tries to make excuses about the disaster zone having no cell signal, but Rowan couldn't care less about the logistics. Faith pathetically asks if they'll be square after this, but Rowan just looks at her like she's the dumbest person on earth. "Don't try to be smart or run away," Rowan warns, leaving Faith seething and trapped in her own web. Outside, her man is waiting faithfully, immediately wrapping her in his arms because he's a worried king. She assures him that no harm would ever come to her while she's on a mission, but he's still on edge, whispering her name with so much emotion. Rowan looks up at him, seeing the devotion in his eyes. She grabs his scarf, pulling him down to her level, and they share a deep, passionate kiss under the stars. He confesses his love, telling her she has no idea just how much he truly adores her. He scoops our girl up in his arms, carrying her off to bed for some much-needed private time. He asks if she's ready to face the day, even teasingly checking if her legs are still sore from their long night. But the romantic peace is quickly broken when her phone starts buzzing on the nightstand. It's the call she's been waiting for. The manager of the 6 talents is finally bringing them back to the city. Rowan is straight back into boss mode, telling them to let the talents handle the press directly. However, her man isn't satisfied with just a tactical win. He warns her that Faith is still trying to screw her over, and there's absolutely no reason to keep that snake around anymore. Outside the hotel, Rowan is glued to her phone, tracking the Riverfront County snowstorm while the chaos of the rescue mission finally winds down. "Well, that was close," Joe sighs, pulling her close as she instructs him to have Zachary check on the rescuer who got hurt saving their talent. Honestly, these two can't even stand in a hallway without turning it into a high-stakes K-drama moment. "Don't be so reckless next time," he warns, but our girl just smirks, asking if he'd even care if she hadn't already stolen his heart. He tries to act all smooth as they head for a taxi, playing the part of the devoted husband to perfection. "Take us to the airport, please," he tells the driver, finally ready to get out of this winter nightmare. The second they touch down, it's back to business as the staff welcomes Ms. Jiang home. Her team hasn't breathed a word to the netizens yet as per her instructions, and Rowan is loving the tactical silence. "Good work," she says, immediately pivoting to the real problem, those messy talents who caused this disaster. She tells the manager to make them issue a statement clarifying their actions or face the full weight of their contract penalties. "That's all for now," she snaps, hanging up while the girl in the cap looks like she's about to have a total meltdown. The girl starts blubbering about it just being a prank because Mr. Joe sent her away in the winter, but Rowan isn't buying this nonsense for a second. "I didn't know it would get this bad," she cries, but our heroine just points to the seat and says one word: "Sit." Rowan makes it clear she's done talking. Smart adults bear the consequences of their screw-ups instead of making pathetic excuses. She hands the troublemaker off to security like she's taking out the trash. As they walk through the terminal, the girl is practically shaking in her boots. You can actually hear her heart pounding from the sheer terror of facing our girl's wrath. Rowan demands total cooperation, ignoring the girl's desperate plea to make a phone call. "You can do that in the office." Rowan shuts her down, reminding her that the paparazzi are currently swarming them like hungry wolves. They finally step into the grand office building, but the drama is just getting started. Joe tries to sneak in a darling, but Rowan is in full boss mode and tells him to watch his behavior in a professional setting. He just keeps nudging her with that goofy, love-struck energy. "I'm here to back you up," he promises as they head toward the high-stakes meeting. She asks if he thinks she's being too cold, and he just tells her to save a little thought for her husband once the work is done. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere is toxic as people argue over past failures and flooded counties. Rowan sighs, walking in on a negotiation that should have been over hours ago. The room goes dead silent the moment she takes her seat at the head of the table. "This is non-negotiable," she declares, looking every bit the villainous queen these people should be afraid of. One of the managers starts whining that tearing up the contract is too harsh for a diligent talent. Rowan just pauses, slowly flipping through the file while the tension in the room hits a breaking point. She looks him dead in the eye and tells him the company is for win-win deals, not emotional blackmail. The guy looks like he wants to melt into the floor from the sheer cringe of being called out by a pro. "If we went bankrupt today, would you even stay?" she asks, met with nothing but awkward silence. She gives them exactly 30 minutes to comply or the deal is off, and honestly, she is so done with these rotten apples. Joe finally whisks her away to get some much-needed rest in her private office. But of course, the grind never stops and her phone starts buzzing immediately. The chibi version of our girl checks the updates, Looks like the talents finally grew a spine and issued their statements. Issue a statement that we're terminating their contracts immediately. She orders Nora over the line. She slams the phone down, finally getting a second to breathe after cleaning up everyone else's mess. That's when she remembers what Zhou was yapping about earlier. He actually wants to take her on a real vacation. Rowan's husband suggests a vacation to the riverfront to see the snow, but our girl is clearly exhausted. He just wants her to unwind after a brutal year, though he admits he didn't expect to be getting romantic in the middle of the office. He leans in for a sweet forehead kiss, reminding her that he'll always be by her side. Just having you with me is enough, he whispers as they share a tender, quiet moment. Fast forward to the end of the holidays, and Rowan is heading to her car in the parking garage when a voice calls out her name. She turns around, startled, as the beep of her car alarm echoes through the concrete. It's Ruth, her former sister-in-law. Ruth looks like a mess and drops a bombshell. She's finally divorced and needs a major favor. In exchange, she's offering up a juicy secret about the Zhou family that she's been sitting on. Ruth warns her to stay far away from that family for her own safety, but Rowan isn't easily rattled. You're wrong, Rowan says, her eyes narrowing as she stands her ground. Ruth stammers, mentioning she overheard a private conversation between Mandy Lou and Yannick. But when Rowan presses for details, Ruth suddenly chokes and claims it was nothing. Rowan isn't buying the act for a second and leaves the nervous woman behind to head home. Once she's safe in the driver's seat, Rowan immediately dials Jackie G. She tells him about Ruth's little secret and instructs him to find a way to make the woman talk. Jackie is losing his mind on the other end, ranting about how Rowan is the only person anyone can count on in this entire mess. Rowan finally pulls up to Skywater residence, expecting a quiet night to recover from the drama. But the second she walks through the door, she senses the atmosphere is heavy. She finds a group of women waiting in her living room and realizes the main boss has arrived. It's Ro's mother. Rowan keeps it classy, asking Aunt Evelyn to take the others to their rooms so they can speak privately. She even serves the old lady some tea, while the tension in the room hits an all-time high. What are you doing here? Rowan demands, her voice cutting through the silence. The woman pauses mid-sip, the clatter of the teacup echoing the awkwardness of the encounter. She has the nerve to act offended, asking if she's not welcome in her own son's home. Rowan doesn't have time for the guilt trip. Cut to the chase, she snaps. The mother-in-law starts whining about Ro selling all his shares to Mandy Lou. Does he even understand what he's doing? She shrieks, looking like she's about to have a meltdown. She calls him reckless and has the audacity to blame Rowan for letting it happen. But our girl doesn't flinch. It's exactly because I'm his wife that he has my full support, she declares, shutting down the criticism. The mother-in-law demands to see Ro immediately, but Rowan isn't letting her stay. Is there a city you like? Rowan asks, casually checking her watch. The woman is absolutely stunned. Are you making me leave town? She gasps, realizing she's being kicked out. Rowan just stares her down, cold as ice. She immediately calls Niner to escort the woman out and tells him to make sure Ro doesn't find out about this little visit. The moon shines over a snowy night as Rowan tries to act like she didn't just exile her mother-in-law. Ro notices she's been looking a bit distracted since dinner. Rowan tries to play it off as nothing, but he pulls her into a warm embrace, his voice filled with affection. The way you are, despite being raised in that family, it's really great, he says, completely unaware of the dragon his wife just slayed to keep his home peaceful. I'm also grateful to my past self who gave you warmth back then, he whispers, leaning in close. As the snow falls outside the window, Rowan rests her head against him, feeling like the luckiest woman alive. He's a total sweet talker, even promising to grow roses just for her in a few weeks. He's determined to keep doing things like this just to remind her that he's always going to be around. Rowan brings up her plans for the next day, mentioning she's going back home with Zoran for her therapy session. Want me to go with you? He asks, clearly worried about her. But our girl insists on doing this herself, telling him to just do his own thing and not to worry. The scene shifts as the sun shines down on the blooming yellow flowers. Rowan is waiting in the car when a voice calls out, "Open sesame." It's Zoran, and he's actually arrived early because he didn't want to see her name in an obituary tomorrow. Rowan rolls her eyes, asking if he can't just hope for something good for her for once. He just wants all his patients to heal, and they start walking toward the building together. Rowan seems to be doing okay at first. Zoran tells her not to push herself too far if she starts feeling overwhelmed. As they reach room 402, he notices she's gone quiet and asks what's on her mind. They stand before the door to her past, but Rowan's eyes suddenly fill with pure terror. Dark, fragmented memories start flooding back to her. She sees a younger version of herself, cowering in fear as a pair of dark boots approaches. Zoran turns the key in the lock. The door creaks open, revealing the dusty apartment. Rowan immediately rushes to the balcony, losing her lunch as the trauma hits her like a freight train. Zoran asks her to get his bottle from the car, warning her not to go back inside alone or she'll end up needing a new therapist. Rowan is drowning in bad memories. she realizes she doesn't have a single happy memory of this place at all. She clutches her head, gasping for air as the anxiety spikes. She collapses against the railing, unable to stand. But Zoran is right there, whispering, "It's all right, I'm here." He catches her before she can fall, holding her close in his arms. He gives her a tender kiss on the forehead, reminding her that she's safe. He carries her back into the apartment, refusing to let her face this nightmare alone. As they sit together, he keeps her wrapped in a protective embrace while she tries to find her breath. Zoran looks at her with such intensity and care. Rowan, still dazed, asks what he's even doing there. "I'm here to be with you," he answers simply, leaning in to comfort her. She leans into his chest, her heart still racing. "Rowan," he says softly. Our poor heroine finally snaps, grabbing his shirt and screaming that no one has ever loved her. Zoran's heart breaks for her as he looks into her tear-filled eyes. "It's all right," he promises. "I will love you even if others don't." He vows to give her all the love she was ever owed in this life. Rowan can't stop crying, the pain of her childhood finally bubbling over. She starts questioning everything, even the moment her parents died. "Was I there when they died?" she asks, her voice trembling with a new fear. She's clutching his clothes, desperate for any answer. She knows they're gone, but she just can't remember the details of what really happened that day. She buries her face in her hands, sobbing as the frustration takes over. Zoran just holds her head against his chest. He tells her that whatever the truth may have been, they are going to face it together. He cups her face, looking her in the eye and promising that he will never leave her side. She knows that the peace she's found as Miss Jiang is fragile, and one slip-up could bring the entire Zhou empire crashing down on her head. Zoran stands by the car, looking at his friend with a heavy expression. "What do you think? Does it make you feel guilty?" he asks, testing the waters. Zoran adjusts his glasses, his voice full of warning as the sun sets behind them. "Don't, love grows and thrives in adversity," he reminds him, though his eyes tell a different story. He knows the path ahead is dangerous because a prominent trait of our girl's condition is insecurity and possessiveness. Our poor heroine sits in the car, looking lost in thought as Zoran continues his grim analysis. "The more time she spends with you, the deeper she'll fall for you until she wants you completely for herself," he warns. But Mr. Zhou doesn't even blink at the prospect of Rowan becoming obsessed with him. "Yes," he replies, his gaze steady and unwavering as he accepts the challenge. Zoran can only sigh at his friend's stubbornness. "Well, you're still in the honeymoon phase, so of course you think you can handle it," he points out, thinking of the years to come. The two men stand under the fading light, the air thick with tension and unspoken words. Zoran gives one last look over his glasses, realizing there's no changing Zhou's mind when it comes to Rowan. He turns to leave, throwing a final piece of advice over his shoulder. "Don't tell me, tell her. Anyway, I'm out, bye," he calls out, leaving Zhou to face the music. Back in the car, Zhou tries to keep things casual to ease the mood. "Yeah, what would you like for lunch?" he asks. But our girl is feeling the weight of the day and isn't in the mood for food. "Rowan, I don't want to go home," she admits softly, her eyes downcast. A heavy silence fills the vehicle as they stare at each other, the chemistry between them reaching a breaking point. Zhou makes a bold suggestion that makes our hearts skip a beat. "How about a hotel?" he asks, and Rowan simply agrees with a quiet sure. As the car pulls away, the leaves drift in the wind, signaling a change in their relationship. Rowan wonders if her heart can take much more of this. "Are you feeling sick of men right now?" he asks, but she truthfully answers, "Not really," because she's only thinking of him. Soon they're standing at the reception desk, and the reality of their lunch date starts sinking in. Zhou leans against the counter, looking far too handsome for his own good. "You didn't have to ask," he tells the receptionist while smoothly taking their room card. Once they reach the room, Zhou wastes no time pinning her against the wall, his voice dropping to a low growl as he mentions her many buddies. He gets dangerously close to her face, his breath warm against her skin. "What, is this too flirty for a buddy?" he teases, and our girl can only manage a sassy "good, you get it." In the elevator, Rowan notices he's looking a bit flustered. "Aren't you hot?" she asks, but he retorts, "I'm just a buddy, I'll bear with it," despite clearly struggling to keep his cool. Once they're settled, Zhou gets on the phone to order some provisions. "Hello, Zachary, pick up some snacks and alcohol and deliver it to room 806 Jovan Hotel," he commands. They stand in the room, the atmosphere crackling with enough energy to power the whole building. Rowan crosses her arms, demanding he stop playing games. "What's your problem? Don't you have a lot to get off your chest?" she asks. She looks at him skeptically, not buying his innocent act. "And you're going to be my confidant for the day?" she scoffs, but he just smiles and asks, "Why not?" "Fine," she relents, unaware that Zhou is already drowning in his feelings for her. "Rowan, you've done so much for me that if I ever let you down, my heart would break too," he thinks to himself. A sudden knock at the door breaks the spell. It's his assistant, Zachary, arriving with the supplies. "As requested, Mr. Zhou," he says, holding up bags full of snacks and drinks. Zhou takes the bags and tries to dismiss him, but Zachary has urgent news from the office. "Word is that Mandy Lu and Julian Zhou are at war back at HQ, he reports. Zhou isn't interested in business wars right now. "Is there something else?" he asks, wanting to get back to his heart-to-heart with Rowan. Zachary whispers urgently, worried the missus might overhear the scandal. "It's Summer Shao. It seems Ben Yang of Neptune Media is after her." He explains that the situation is getting nasty. This morning, his manager sent numerous keyboard warriors to attack her online. Zhou listens, his expression hardening at the mention of the drama. He gives a final order before shutting the world out. Since the missus cares about Summer, just keep an eye out for her. You can go now, I have plenty on my plate, he says, referring to our girl. Finally alone again, Zhou pulls Rowan into a tender back hug. Ms. Jiang, why don't we have a heart-to-heart? He whispers into her ear. He leans his head against hers, his voice full of vulnerability. You saw how I was, I might never get better, he admits, showing her his scars. He turns her around, looking deep into her eyes with an intensity that makes her blush. Yvonne Jiang, do you love me? He demands, needing to hear the words. Before she can even process the question, he pours his soul out. I love you so much, he confesses, to the point that I love every fiber of your being. You can cuff me where I stand and I'd be your willing prisoner, he says, going full obsessive male lead mode. Our girl Rowan stares at him, her heart thumping against her ribs. I've loved you for 11 years, I didn't just start yesterday, he continues, his eyes burning with a decade of suppressed passion. He cups her face, pulling her closer until their lips are almost touching. But if you try to stop me from loving you, I will die. You can bet on that, he vows, and we are officially screaming. I'm not doubting you, she admits, staring into the distance with a hollow look. I simply have no faith in human nature. But the guy isn't letting her sink into that pit of despair, insisting that there are always exceptions to every rule. Rowan looks down, finally coming clean and admitting she lied when she said her mom was better than his. The truth is much uglier. To her, they were both just selfish people who destroyed themselves in the name of love. He tries to break the tension, telling her down the hatch as they continue their late-night heart-to-heart. He even picks up some food with his chopsticks, gently feeding her to make sure she's actually taking care of herself. But our heroine's mind is still spiraling into the dark. What if my condition is incurable? She asks, terrified that he'll fall out of love and she'll lose her mind when he leaves. He touches her face, trying to ground her from all the what-ifs plaguing her heart. She looks him in the eye, her face flushed with emotion and alcohol, asking, who in their right mind would fall for a crazy person? He doesn't even hesitate, looking at her with total conviction. Rowan curls into herself, terrified that even if he stays, she'll eventually hurt him or lose her sanity entirely. The ghost of her past as Yvonne Jiang still lingers in her mind. She looks at her hand, perhaps thinking of the invisible ring that binds them together. Gathering every ounce of her courage, she asks the big question, you've fallen in love with me, right? She's a blushing, crying mess, unable to hold back the flood of tears anymore. Why are you crying? He asks softly, pulling her closer and tenderly cupping her face. He gives her a gentle kiss, whispering that he's right here and he isn't going anywhere. She sinks into his embrace, finally admitting the truth out loud. I really want to be with you. He looks at her with an intensity that could melt ice. Well, bring it on, he challenges her. Love me recklessly. Before she can even process his words, he scoops her up in his arms like she's the most precious thing in the world. Rowan is stunned, breathlessly asking what on earth he wants from her. He leans in close, his voice a low, possessive growl, for you to own me. Rowan Zhou, he says, using his own surname to claim her as his wife in every possible way. She looks up at him with happy, tear-filled eyes and whispers a soft thank you as they finally find peace in each other's arms. The media circus is in full swing, and it's nastier than ever. Hired trolls and keyboard warriors have pushed the latest smear campaign against Summer into the top 3 trending topics. Rowan and her assistant watch the disaster unfold, discussing the bitter reality that in this industry, success comes at a lethal price if you don't have the right connections. Well, what do we do now? The assistant asks, looking like she's ready to pull her hair out. Our girl Rowan stays silent, her mind already 3 steps ahead of the vultures. She keeps a tight grip on her phone, waiting for the inevitable next blow. As the clock ticks past 7, the tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife. She finally hops on a call with Helen to coordinate their defense. But the news she receives isn't about PR or contracts, it's a total tragedy. Ms. Jiang, Summer's grandmother just passed away, the voice on the other end whispers. Rowan's heart sinks, the shock visible in her eyes as she realizes Summer is now truly alone. I'm heading over right now. She shouts into the phone, ordering them to keep Summer calm and not let her out of their sight. Night falls over the city, the stars offering no comfort for the drama unfolding below. The streets are a blur of lights as Rowan races against time. Her phone sits on the console, buzzing with more bad news that she simply doesn't have time for. She's pushing the speed limit, desperate to reach the hospital before Summer completely falls apart. She pulls up to the cold, imposing hospital building, knowing the girl inside is facing her worst nightmare. In the hallway, she finds Summer's colleague slumped on the floor in total despair. It's that hard for an ordinary person to succeed, huh? He laments, sounding like he's ready to give up on everything. Rowan stands over him, looking like an angel of vengeance in her white coat. He warns her that even the PR department is done with Summer, claiming she's just too much trouble for the company to handle. She's not, Rowan snaps back, her voice dripping with absolute conviction. She gives him a firm pat on the shoulder, promising him that things are going to change starting right now. She finally finds our poor heroine, Summer, who is absolutely drowning in tears. My condolences, Rowan says softly, her voice filled with a rare warmth. They stand by the empty hospital bed, Summer trying to find a silver lining by saying her grandmother is finally free from the pain of her long illness. But then the girl turns to Rowan with a heartbreaking request. Can I ask for a favor, Ms. Jiang? I want to bury her properly, but I'm out of money. It turns out the sponsors have already started cutting her off due to the scandals, and she spent the rest of her savings on disaster relief. Rowan doesn't even let her finish, placing a hand on her shoulder and declaring, "I'll cover the funeral expenses." Summer can only sob, broken by the weight of the world and the unexpected kindness of our girl. The day of the funeral is as bleak and gray as the mood. Summer stands there in black, clutching the funerary urn like it's the only thing left in her world. Rowan stays by her side until the end, telling her to stay strong and that Helen will drive her home. As Summer walks away, Rowan watches her with a look of intense, quiet fury. She stands in the cold, the wind whipping at her coat as she prepares for war. Back in her car, Rowan checks her phone, seeing that the vultures are already using the grandmother's death to score more pity points in the headlines. The phone buzzes again with more hateful notifications. She leans back and rubs her forehead, the sheer exhaustion of dealing with these snakes finally catching up to her. But then her eyes snap open. She tells her team to stop issuing statements and start talking to the legal department because libel is a crime. Her face hardens into a mask of pure determination. "No statements," she growls, "only legal actions." These villains have no idea what's coming for them. Rowan is still on the grind even in her car, giving cold orders to press charges for slander and gather every single receipt to crush her enemies. But the universe has other plans as a massive storm rolls in, lightning cracking across the sky like an omen of the drama to come. Her phone buzzes with a call from Summer Xiao, and our girl answers with a cautious hello. Summer sounds absolutely wrecked, asking if they can talk right this second. The rain is drenching the poor girl as she stands out in the cold. She starts pouring her heart out, telling Rowan how much she's admired her since they first met on that reality show. "You're the first person who's been kind to me in this business," Summer sobs. Rowan's internal alarm bells go off and she grips the steering wheel, demanding, "Where are you?" Summer ignores the question, reminiscing about how Rowan praised her acting and her calmness. Our girl is driving like a woman possessed now, screaming into the phone, "Summer Xiao, where are you?" Summer just cries, whispering that she didn't know people could be so cruel. "Just tell me where you are," Rowan pleads, her voice cracking with panic. Summer is standing dangerously close to the edge of the world. She's made it all the way to the Sunnybank Expressway. Rowan watches in absolute horror as the girl prepares to take the plunge. "Life is hard, but you can't just take the easy way out," Rowan screams, trying to talk her off the ledge. Summer's voice is hollow as she asks if she should sing, remembering how she was told music makes the sadness disappear. But then the darkness wins out as she mutters, "But it's a lie, life is just cruel." "No, stop," Rowan shrieks. But Summer lets go, falling into the abyss. The shock is too much. Rowan loses control of her car and crashes violently. In the wreckage, her mind fractures, spiraling into a traumatic flashback about cupcakes and a father's hug that feels like a lifetime ago. Then the memory turns poisonous as her mother's voice screams at her to die, blaming her for her father's cheating because she wasn't a boy. Emergency responders swarm the crash site, frantically asking if she can hear them. A man rushes to the car, his face pale with terror. With a heavy thud, the glass finally shatters. It's Zoran, and he looks like his entire world is ending as he asks if she's hurt. He pulls her from the twisted metal, holding her like she's made of glass. "Summer, she jumped," Rowan whispers, her eyes glazed over. She's a shivering mess in his arms as the rain continues to pour. She clings to his coat, hysterical, crying that she saw them. "My mom," she wails, the old wounds ripped wide open. She repeats the horrific words that have haunted her forever. "Dad wouldn't have cheated if I'd been a boy. She told me to die," she screams into the night. Zoran holds her tight, trying to drown out her demons. "It's all right, let's get you to the hospital. Then we can go home," he promises. "Don't worry about them, you have me," he whispers into her hair. "Please, you need to live well, if only for my sake," he begs. The ambulance finally whisks our poor heroine away to the ER. Zoran stays on the line, reporting that she's had a massive psychological episode. The news of Summer's jump hits the rest of the team like a freight train. Rowan is finally settled into a hospital bed, looking small and broken. Zoran meets with the doctor, his eyes dark with exhaustion. "What happens if she freaks out again?" he asks, his voice trembling. The doctor explains that Sunnybank is a place of deep trauma for her, which is why she always stayed away. Zoran stands by her bedside, unable to look away. Is my love a burden to her? He wonders, his heart heavy with guilt. He stares at her, wishing he could carry her pain himself. The doctor suggests he go grab some food while he watches over her. The night slowly passes until the morning light hits the room. Rowan finally stirs, her face still bruised from the crash. "I thought I saw Zoran before I passed out," she mutters weakly. The doctor assures her he was really there and will be back soon with food. Our girl closes her eyes, the weight of the world settling back on her shoulders. "I'm going to need my meds for a while," she sighs. "If it gets bad, you should distance yourself from Rowan," the doctor warns her. He explains that our girl needs to avoid any kind of stimulation right now, or her condition could spiral. But Rowan isn't having any of it, snapping back with a sharp, "Don't give him that CRP." Outside, the doctor tells the husband that most partners would have run for the hills by now, but he seems to be the exception. "Go in," he sighs, "she'd want to see you." The night air is still as the scene shifts, finding our poor heroine sitting up in bed and nursing a cup of water. The husband slips in quietly, asking, "Did I scare you?" She looks up at him, her eyes landing on the marks on his skin. "Your face, your neck," she whispers, but he just smiles. "Hey, what's the big deal if the missus left a few scratches?" he teases, pulling her close for a kiss. He gently takes the cup from her hands and tells her that if she's still upset, she can keep taking it out on him. I'll always be with you no matter what happens, he vows, pulling her into a deep embrace. It's a beautiful, emotional moment. But then he drops a bombshell that leaves her speechless. He wants to stop her therapy and transfer every single asset he owns into her name the second she's out of here. Our girl is floored, stammering, "What, why?" But wait, it gets even more intense. He leans in and tells her he's actually set a bounty on himself. If he ever dares to betray her, he's basically ordered his own execution. Rowan looks at him like he's lost his mind. "Cancel that bounty now, we can make it work," she screams, clutching his coat. He just looks at her with those puppy dog eyes and asks, "Don't you believe in me?" He insists that words are cheap and he wants her to take his money. "It's either I get shot or you take my money," he jokes, claiming that once she has his fortune, she can never get away from him. Rowan just rubs her temples, totally exhausted by his dramatics. "Fine, I'll take it, all right," she groans. The next morning arrives, and the mood turns somber. He tells her he's going to make sure Summer is laid to rest properly, but he doesn't want Rowan at the funeral for the sake of her own mental health. He looks at her with such intensity, but Rowan stands her ground. "I'll arrange her grandmother's funeral myself," she insists. "I promised her I'd do it." He finally gives in, telling her he's already picked out the perfect resting spot for her grandmother. He starts feeding her, asking if she feels better and promising to take her home right after. Our girl takes a bite, as he reminds her that they can leave the hospital the second she finds her strength. They share one last lingering kiss in the sunlight. "No matter what happens in this lifetime, remember that I'll always be with you," he whispers, looking completely devoted. Finally, they head out to the parking garage. He tells her to call him the second anything comes up, and our girl waves him off as she heads back to the grind. But don't let the soft hospital vibes fool you. Rowan is back in boss mode at the office. Her assistant is buzzing about some fresh drama, asking if they're really going to burn bridges with Star Media. Rowan doesn't blink. "Sure, if they still protect Burness," she says coldly, checking her phone. She pulls the trigger on her revenge, calling up her lawyer, Charlie. Charlie confirms that the lawsuit against Burness is heading to court in 3 days. Rowan settles in at her desk, typing away with a vengeance. She adjusts her glasses, a dangerous glint in her eyes as she wonders what kind of horrors lurk beneath their skins. The tragedy of Summer's end lingers like a cold shadow over everything. Back at her desk, Rowan can't help but scroll through the comments, her heart heavy with the finality of it all. "What good is apologizing now? She's gone," our girl whispers, staring blankly into the distance as the sun sets on another day filled with regret. She stands by the window, clutching her phone as if it could bring back the life that was lost. Even in the comfort of her home, the weight of the injustice feels like lead in her shoes. The news is everywhere. The famous actress Burness Yang has finally been taken into custody as the chief suspect in Summer's death. But the justice system is a joke. 3 years, she drove a person to suicide and she only gets 3 years. The public screams in outrage. Later that night, Rowan stands on the balcony, the city lights blurred by her tears. Her husband approaches, sensing the turmoil radiating off her. "Summer," he says softly, knowing exactly who is haunting her thoughts. Rowan looks away, her voice trembling as she remembers the girl who deserved so much more. In hindsight, she probably never liked showbiz, she sighs, staring into her coffee cup. He tries to comfort her, mentioning that he'll handle the funeral arrangements for Summer's grandmother next week. "If you're sad, just tell me. Don't let your mind wander," he urges, but Rowan just shakes her head. "No, I was just thinking how life is so unpredictable," she admits, her eyes filled with a weary kind of wisdom. The next morning, it's back to the grind, but the atmosphere in the office is electric. Her assistant rushes in, looking like she's seen a ghost. "Ms. Jiang, can you please sign these? It's urgent," she pleads. Rowan takes the folder, her eyes widening as she reads the header, "Share transfer form." "Did this come today?" she asks, her mind racing. The assistant nods, explaining that Mr. Zhou sent it over first thing this morning. Our girl scans the legal jargon, realizing the power dynamic is shifting right under her feet. She reaches for her pen, the ink flowing as she signs her future away, or perhaps signs it into existence. She looks up, her expression hardening as she prepares for the next battle. "Anything noteworthy?" she asks, and the assistant mentions a small scandal that the boys are already handling. "Call me if there's anything," Rowan commands, heading for the door with the folder tucked under her arm. She's moving with a purpose now, the grief fueled by a need for control. As she waits for the elevator, she pulls out her phone to make a call. "Hello," she answers, her voice sharp and professional. She's looking for answers that the official reports won't give her. On the other end of the line, her contact sounds frustrated. Rowan listens intently, her back to the hallway as she waits for the doors to open. "No, it's like they appeared out of thin air. There weren't even any signs they existed," the voice crackles through the speaker. Rowan's grip tightens on her phone. "You should stay out of his," she warns, her instincts screaming that they're digging into dangerous territory. "Just stop snooping," she orders, stepping into the elevator and hitting the button for her floor. But as the doors begin to slide shut, she realizes she's not alone. A man is standing in the corner, his presence as cold as a grave. Rowan freezes, her breath hitching in her throat as she recognizes the silver-haired stranger. He looks at her with a chilling calm, his eyes tracking her every movement. "John Nye," he introduces himself, sending a shiver down her spine. "What?" Rowan gasps, her heart hammering against her ribs. He offers a faint, terrifying smile. "It's a good thing I didn't kill you when the geezer asked," he says casually, as if he's discussing the weather instead of her assassination. Rowan can't even move as he leans in closer. After all, you're more amusing than the rest of the Zhou family, so stay alive, he whispers, his voice dripping with a dark promise. He steps out of the elevator, leaving our poor heroine trembling in the confined space. Cold sweat breaks out across her forehead as the reality of her situation sinks in. He looks back one last time, his eyes gleaming with malice. Until we meet again, he purrs, disappearing into the shadows. The city skyline looms large as the weight of the Zhou family legacy hangs in the air. The final documents are pushed across the desk and signed, sealing a deal that's been a long time coming. But our girl Rowan isn't looking as relieved as you'd expect. Her man leans in with a smirk, teasing her about whether she's still a massive clean freak. Then his tone shifts to something much darker. Does the name John Nye ring a bell? He asks. Rowan freezes, taking a slow sip of her tea before admitting she ran into him in the elevator on her way up. He told her she was more amusing than the rest of her family and warned her to stay alive until their next meeting. Her man's protective instincts kick into high gear as he pulls her close, warning her to keep her distance from that creep. He's family, he explains, though the word tastes like poison. Rowan's eyes widen in confusion, claiming she has absolutely no memory of this man. Apparently, he's only recently returned to the country to give all Henry a nasty surprise. Rowan grips his arm, her heart racing as she demands to know the truth about his identity. It turns out he's the son of one of Henry's brothers. Rowan's mind immediately goes to the dark history of the Zhou family. Didn't Henry murder all of his brothers to claim the fortune for himself? She asks breathlessly. The theory is that one of them survived by changing his identity and eventually had a son, John. Seems that way, her man confirms grimly. It's a shocking revelation that changes everything for our heroine. The timing of his return is a nightmare, and the fact that he's being so upfront about who he is means he isn't afraid of a fight. Henry never expected his worst enemy to show up while he was literally on death's door. Will he come for you too? Rowan asks, her voice trembling. He leans down and places a tender kiss on her forehead, assuring her they haven't crossed paths yet. Watch your back, Mrs. Zhou, he whispers, asking her to handle the family drama so he doesn't have to. But just like that, the tension breaks when he switches back into his delicate pretty boy mode, asking her to be his sugar mommy. He pulls her into a sudden, passionate kiss that catches her completely off guard. MMPH, we're at work, she protests, though her heart clearly isn't in the rejection. Rowan stands up and begins buttoning her shirt, trying to regain some semblance of her professional dignity. He watches her with a satisfied grin, asking if she's really going to leave so soon. Our girl puts her foot down, telling him his abuse of authority is going to cost him $200 from his salary. As she walks out, his assistant steps in to discuss a more sensitive matter. They're demolishing her old apartment. He watches her walk down the hall, deciding to keep the news a secret for now. The assistant worries she'll be upset, but he has a plan. He wants to tear open the wound properly, so she can finally move on and find peace. Understood, the assistant replies, knowing better than to question his boss. He starts loosening his tie. The assistant's eyes light up as he asks if they're finally preparing for a baby. He suggests that chewing gum is a popular alternative. Is that the only way? He asks, looking skeptical. The assistant leans in and whispers that gum comes in flavors that make your breath perfect for more kisses. The assistant then pivots back to the John Nye lad. He claims to be the child of William Zhou, but the background checks suggest there's no actual blood relation. He tells the assistant to hold that thought, as his phone starts buzzing with a call from the geezer himself. As soon as he answers, Henry's voice explodes through the speaker, calling Rowan an ungrateful scoundrel. Henry is absolutely losing it, demanding to know if he's really going to destroy his own family for the sake of one woman. Our guy is on the phone and he isn't in the mood for games. If you called just to rant, I'm hanging up, he snaps. He's told to come home for dinner because something urgent has come up regarding John Nye. With a cold, calculated smirk, he agrees to be there. Night falls as they pull up to the massive estate. Our girl Rowan looks over at him, asking who exactly arranged this little family gathering. Take a guess, he replies, his eyes fixed on the road. Considering the mess the Zhou family is currently in, there are way too many suspects with an axe to grind. They decide it's best to just head inside and face the music. But as they approach the gates, a car suddenly swerves, nearly causing a collision. He immediately pulls Rowan close, his voice thick with concern. Are you all right? He asks. He steps out of the car, coming face to face with the culprit, John Nye. The tension is explosive as he grabs John, his gaze burning with fury. If this happens again, I will raze your nest to the ground, he growls. John just chuckles, mockingly asking if he's really that worried about his precious missus. Our guy can't believe the sheer audacity of this man, but John clearly isn't interested in listening to threats. Rowan steps up, placing a hand on his arm. Darling, I'm hungry, let's head inside, she says, trying to de-escalate the situation. She whispers to him not to stoop to John's level. After all, they haven't even dealt with the real threat, William, yet. Inside, the staff greets them with stiff formality. A woman in an elegant blue dress welcomes them, spotting John and telling him to join the group. She refers to him as Uncle John, but John quickly corrects her, insisting that first names are fine since they're basically the same age. The butler interrupts the awkward small talk, informing the man that Master Zhou is requesting a private audience. He tells Rowan to stay put and keep the others company while he goes to deal with the old man. As they climb the stairs, the butler drops a heavy truth bomb. Master Zhou is dying and it's now just a matter of days. Our guy stops in his tracks, confused because the doctor had previously claimed he'd last until spring. It turns out the old man's health took a nosedive the second Jiang Ying showed up on the scene. Meanwhile, Rowan is being cornered by a silver-haired creep who is way too comfortable in her personal space. She's clearly trying to stay focused on her phone and ignore him. But he's persistent, leaning in to ask what exactly it is about Rowan Zhou that Julian loves so much. He gives her a chilling smirk, claiming he actually likes her defiant attitude. Our girl doesn't skip a beat, snapping back that it's not that she's wary of him, he just doesn't matter to her at all. Why don't we be friends? He suggests with a fake smile, but Rowan's expression says absolutely never. He complains that they haven't even had a proper chat yet. When she looks at him with pure suspicion, he just chuckles and calls it intuition. Then he drops a threat that hits close to home. He's heard that Julian is planning to tear down the very orphanage where Rowan grew up. Rowan freezes, her heart sinking as she processes the news. She realizes that her friend Tim Lu hasn't reached out in a while, and the silence is starting to feel ominous. Our poor heroine feels like she's being hunted, standing tall even as the anxiety mounts. The creep just goes back to casually reading his newspaper like he didn't just drop a grenade into her life. Are you suggesting something? She demands, her voice trembling slightly. He's not just suggesting it, he's warning her that she might never see Tim again. He decides to turn her life into a game, telling her she has exactly 3 days to find Tim or he'll make his next move. He mocks her, saying that empty vessels make the most noise, and she is being very noisy right now. Rowan looks like she's about to explode, but she forces herself to keep it together. Suddenly, Julian steps into the room like a dark shadow, demanding to know what the hell is going on. He stares down the silver-haired interloper, telling him to go ahead and fill him in on the conversation. Julian's presence is immediately suffocating, and he looks like he's 1 second away from choosing violence. He dismisses the guy coldly, saying he's too busy for this and will see him around. Julian grabs Rowan's hand, his protective instincts in overdrive. He makes it very clear to the other man that he'd rather he didn't try to chat with his wife again. The rest of the family watches in stunned silence as Julian takes control of the room. He turns to the older man in the vest, his gaze icy. Julian announces to the entire room that he's sold all his shares to Mandy and has zero interest in the family fortune. The head of the family looks like he's about to have a heart attack. Ingrate, he screams at Julian's back as the couple heads for the door. Julian doesn't even look back, leading Rowan out of that nest of vipers. He knows exactly how much damage he just did to their plans. As they step out into the cool night air, the weight of the evening finally begins to settle on them. The old man is left standing there, fuming and defeated. They drive through the city in a tense, heavy silence. Julian finally looks over at her, his voice softening just a fraction as he says, "Let's go home." Rowan just stares out the window, her mind racing with thoughts of the orphanage and Tim. Once they get back, Julian notices the gloom hasn't left her face and asks what the old man told her. He pins her against the door, his eyes burning with a mix of frustration and desire. He warns her that she can hide things from him, but only as long as she can actually handle them. "It's in your eyes," he whispers, leaning closer until their breaths mingle. Rowan tries to push him away, stammering that she needs some personal space. Julian's grip only tightens, and he growls that he won't be seduced when her life is clearly on the line. Our girl is completely caught off guard by his intensity. Our girl is feeling the heat in more ways than one, waking up flushed and clearly exhausted from the night's events. The drama never sleeps. Her man is worried about the search for Tim, noting that Jiang Ying isn't a man to be trifled with. He doesn't bluff, Julian doesn't even come close to him. He warns, his voice heavy with concern. Rowan tries to stay in the loop, but he immediately shuts her down. "There are certain things you just don't know," he says, insisting that this dangerous game is way beyond her handling. He promises his people are on the case and that she should stay out of it. A text message lights up, they finally found Tim Lu in Roserton. Rowan is instantly on high alert, her mind racing as she pulls the sheets up. He tells her not to worry because he's sending his best guys, Niner and Charlie, to secure the location. "If he comes too near, alert me without scaring him off," he instructs firmly. Rowan nods, though she looks like she's already planning her own move. "It's late, let's just wash up and sleep," he whispers, pulling her close one last time. The next morning, the scene shifts to the bustling offices of Zhou Media. Rowan barely steps through the door before she's bombarded with bad news. Ms. Jiang, Aaron Wei's promotion is caught up in a massive scandal, her secretary cries out. Apparently, a car dealership called Y5 has been scamming customers, and Aaron's name is tied directly to the fraudulent ads. Rowan strides through the office, her heels clicking against the floor as she tries to piece together the mess. The victims are claiming they were tricked into signing blank sheets for rentals instead of purchases. This is a total PR nightmare. Rowan finds Aaron and his manager looking absolutely defeated in the back office. "Ms. Jiang, please, you have to help Aaron. I can't trust anyone else with this," the manager pleads. Rowan sighs, her professional mask sliding into place. "It's my job anyway, let's talk further inside." Inside, Rowan gets straight to the point, leaving no room for excuses. "How much did you know about Y5 before this?" she demands. The team claims they did their research and the company seemed to have all the proper credentials. Rowan isn't buying it for a second. "This is crisis management and I'm not the paparazzi. I really need you to be honest with me," she snaps. They try to blame their frantic schedule for the oversight, claiming they didn't have time to check every detail. "Do you think you can shift the blame just by saying you're busy? our girl retorts, reminding them that the fans are watching Aaron's every move. Just then, security reports that a mob has gathered downstairs demanding a statement. Rowan pulls up a file on Y5's CEO, a man named Isaac Wang. It turns out the guy was fired from a top firm for suspected embezzlement. To make matters worse, security notes that the mob downstairs doesn't look like victims at all. They look like hired thugs and gangsters. Rowan realizes this isn't a coincidence. It's a calculated trap set by John Nye as part of that sick game he mentioned. But she's decided to play along. She steps away to the window to make a high-stakes call. "Mr. Wang, Mr. Nye is inviting you for dinner. If you have the time," she lies through her teeth. She sets the trap for 7 p.m. at the Werner Hotel, all while her man watches her through a worried video call. Isaac Wang walks into the hotel room expecting a payday from his boss, but he finds our heroine waiting for him instead. "No, this is the right room. I'm the one who called you here," she says, looking like a total boss. Isaac frantically tries to text John Nye that he's been duped, but Rowan just smirks, tossing her hair back. "Cell signals are blocked in this room. Your text won't reach him," she reveals. She's got him trapped. "Running scam companies carries a sentence of over 10 years, she reminds him coldly. Isaac tries to play the victim, claiming it's all a misunderstanding. But Rowan's eyes are like ice as she stares him down. "Denying someone their income is no different from murder. Let's see if you live long enough to spend that stolen money," she threatens. The warning in the room is clear as the mysterious man tells her to be careful. He scoffs, "I can handle her, don't worry," clearly underestimating exactly who he's dealing with. He leans back, eyes narrowing as he admits, "You're way smarter than I thought." Our girl Rowan just takes a slow sip of her drink, completely unbothered by his weak posturing. He clearly didn't expect her to trace a celebrity scandal back to him, but he's still trying to act tough. He mocks the people of White City, calling them fools for not realizing how dangerous he is. Rowan just raises an eyebrow, asking if she's the exception to his little rule. He laughs, telling her she should have played dumb and stayed with a fool like Isaac until a bigger fish came along. Then he crosses a line, asking why she'd bother avenging parents who treated her like trash. "If I were in your shoes, their deaths would suit me just fine," he sneers, showing his true colors. Rowan's expression hardens as he continues to target her instead of the real conspirators. She clutches her glass, her patience for this man wearing paper thin. He thinks he's so sharp, asking if she can even guess his true motives. Rowan has her theories, thinking either Mandy is cleaning house or this guy has a personal grudge. He finds her analysis interesting, still playing his twisted psychological games. He thinks he's won the exchange, grinning as he tells her he was right about her all along. He then has the absolute audacity to ask why a talented woman like her is committing to one man when she's so young. He toys with his prayer beads, his voice dripping with fake concern as he tells her she's a waste. But Rowan shuts him down instantly, stating, "He alone can protect me from all the nastiness out there." She grips her glass tight, ready to end this conversation once and for all. Suddenly, the door swings open and her reinforcements arrive, mocking the guy's putrid scent of affection. They call him a total show-off, and honestly, the snark is well-deserved. The guy finally realizes he's in deep trouble as the vibes in the room shift from tense to lethal. A fist clenches, ready to deliver some much-needed justice to this creep. The guy tries to laugh it off, claiming it was all just a joke and asking why they're so serious. But Rowan isn't laughing as she pins him down, growling, "I don't like joking around with strangers." One of her men lunges forward with a speed that's absolutely terrifying. He towers over the guy, telling him that the pain he's feeling just means he's still alive for now. The gray-haired punk is left trembling on the floor while Rowan's man prepares to finish the lesson. He tells Rowan to go cuddle with Vaughn next door and to take it easy while he handles the mess. The guy looks absolutely pathetic now, his face bruised and his ego shattered. We get a close-up of his disheveled state, and yeah, he's definitely regretting his life choices. Rowan and her man head for the exit, leaving the trash for James to handle. The scene shifts as the tension finally breaks between our couple. Her man leans in close, his voice soft as he promises not to say it out loud if she hates it so much. He traps her against the wall, the air between them practically sparking with intensity. "I'd like to learn from you, to love you more fiercely and directly," he whispers, making our girl Rowan blush a deep crimson. He looks into her eyes, completely lost in the moment. But of course, the universe hates us, and a loud knock on the door interrupts their romance. Back in the other room, the guy is a total bloody mess, and his friend gives a sarcastic thumbs up. They finally decide it's time to call an ambulance before the guy actually kicks the bucket. Later, Rowan and her man are waiting outside the operating room, the mood turning somber as they wait for news. He gets a call from Charlie Chin and demands to know what's going on. The news is shocking. Mandy Lou just had Julian Zhou arrested. He listens intently, his face unreadable as the power dynamics shift. He tells the caller that Julian was a useless pawn anyway, unable to do a single thing against Mandy. Rowan looks concerned, realizing Mandy is throwing caution to the wind. They discuss how Mandy promised to leave the orphanage alone, meaning she's waiting for them to make the next move. With Julian arrested and Henry dead, Mandy has already lost the long game. He takes Rowan's hand, kissing it gently while praising his wife for being the smartest woman he knows. Rowan is suspicious, wondering why the enemy would turn himself in so easily after being ready to go down swinging just the night before. She stares at her phone, the weight of the situation finally setting in as she looks at the man who has her heart. She finally makes the call and admits, "I messed up," before revealing her new lead. a woman named Ruth Meng who is secretly working for John Nye. We see the fallout of the recent betrayal, where a desperate girl had been manipulated by Mandy Lu's lies into talking Yannick into signing over his shares. The poor girl Yvonne breaks down in tears, explaining that her mother has stage 4 cancer and the hospital was threatening to kick her out. Our girl Rowan doesn't sugarcoat the situation, asking with piercing eyes, "Don't you believe in love?" She tells the girl straight to her face that by being weak, she destroyed both herself and her relationship with Yannick. But our heroine isn't all ice. She slides a credit card across the table, telling Yvonne there's enough money there to cover all her mother's medical bills. "I will," the girl promises, vowing to be good to Yannick if he ever finds it in his heart to forgive her. Yvonne clutches the card like a lifeline, thanking Rowan for the unexpected mercy. Rowan just takes a quiet sip of her tea, watching the girl leave as she contemplates her next move. Back at the office, Rowan is in full boss mode, confirming the intel that Ruth Meng is definitely a mole. She spends the evening deep in the digital trenches, searching for any connection that can bring John Nye down. Meanwhile, over at the hospital, the guys are realizing that Rowan has already exposed all their hidden eyes and ears. Rowan stares out at the city skyline, realizing that the moves the enemy made were nothing but a setup. They were just decoys, a distraction, she muses, her mind already 3 steps ahead. She checks in on her team, worrying about their safety since they are more like family than employees to her. She softens for just a moment, whispering, "I miss you, dear," into the receiver. "I'm hanging up now, see you tonight," she says, ending the call on a rare sweet note before the mask goes back on. Her assistant interrupts her thoughts, looking nervous as she brings in a fresh stack of paperwork. Rowan's heart sinks as she looks at a file for Summer Shao, a name that clearly brings back a lot of pain. "Ms. Jiang, we can't bring back the dead," the assistant reminds her gently, but our girl isn't ready to let go. She demands that every single one of Summer's scenes be kept in the movie, no matter how much the penalty costs. She's determined to protect her friend's legacy, even if it means fighting the entire production team. Later, Rowan heads to the hospital where the guys are, bickering over a tangerine. "Take it or leave it," the fixer snaps, showing absolutely zero sympathy for the man in the hospital bed. Rowan watches the petty exchange with a look of pure exhaustion. The fixer wants to have a heart-to-heart, but the patient is clearly over his attitude. "You'd be a bad influence on any child," the fixer sneers, hitting a very sensitive nerve. The patient shuts down immediately, giving him a cold no comment as he turns away. An assistant breaks the tension, announcing a high-priority call from Master Zhou. Master Zhou's voice is like ice as he orders them to show Julian Zhou exactly how it feels to have a son die before him. "Sure, I'm on it," the fixer replies as if he's just taking a lunch order. He leans in close to the patient, issuing a final warning. "If you jump the gun again and ruin my plans, you'll be next." The patient is horrified, wondering how death threats come so easily to this man's family. The fixer just gives a wicked smirk, clearly enjoying the terror he's inspired. He reveals that William is planning to make a move against Julian very soon. Rowan walks in just as the fixer is leaving, sensing the murderous tension still hanging in the air. She heads to the elevator, her mind already buzzing with new complications. The fixer suggests they head to Roserton tomorrow to track down the rest of John's men. Rowan agrees, her face set in a mask of cold, calculating determination. But deep down, she's fuming because Jackie had promised her everything was going smoothly, and this is a total disaster. Our girl isn't exactly in the mood for small talk, but her companion is trying his best to keep things light as they drive. "We can plant roses in a couple weeks," he suggests, hoping to distract her from the mounting drama. They pull up to a restaurant and he tells her to take a seat while he handles the food. Sitting alone by the window, Rowan can't help but reflect on how much her world has shifted. "The person by your side really changes your life," she muses, looking every bit the pensive, elegant heroine we've come to love. Mr. Zhou eventually returns with 2 warm bowls, noting that she barely touched her breakfast. But the peaceful meal is short-lived when Rowan's phone starts buzzing. It's Jackie and he's already acting like a total tool. "Hey babe, checking up on me?" he asks with a smugness that makes our girl's skin crawl. When she demands to know where he is, he claims he's just playing cards with some friends. Suddenly, another voice pipes up in the background, calling her Mrs., and telling her Jackie will be back after a few more rounds. Rowan isn't having it. "Where's Jackie? Let me talk to him," she demands. The guy on the other end tries to play it off as boy time, but Rowan knows a lie when she hears one. "Let me talk to him or I'm breaking up with him right now," she threatens, her voice sharp enough to cut glass. Zhou watches her with a calm, calculating expression as the drama unfolds. Rowan keeps her grip tight on the phone, her patience at an absolute 0. "Can it just tell me where you are now?" she snaps. Finally, the location comes through. Windy Moon, 3rd floor, room 386. When she hangs up, the reality of the situation sets in. "Jackie told them you're his girl?" Zhou asks, his brow arched. Rowan can only sigh, admitting that seems to be the case. Zhou, ever the protective lid, suggests sending someone else to handle the situation since Rowan might be recognized at such a high-profile club. He checks his own phone, already formulating a plan. Rowan agrees, knowing she can't exactly pretend to be Jackie's girl when she's clearly dating Zhou anyway. As they head back to the car, Zhou makes a call to a woman named Millie, the sister of Ben Gibbs. They arrive at the flashy exterior of the club, neon lights glowing in the twilight. Millie is waiting for them, looking cool and capable in a black beanie. Zhou introduces her to Rowan, assuring our girl that safety won't be an issue with Millie on the job. job. Zhou shows Millie a photo of Jackie G on his phone to make sure she knows the target. Millie takes one look and smirks. "Oh, he's quite the looker, just leave it to me," she says, already prepared to dive into the lion's den. Suddenly, a massive crash echoes through the neon-lit hallway. Rowan freezes, her heart hammering. "What was that? Could they be fighting?" she asks, leaning into Zhou for support. She looks genuinely worried that things have spiraled out of control. Zhou remains a pillar of calm, watching the door as they wait for Millie to finish her business. After the chaos subsides, Millie prepares to head out. "I've gotta go now, but if you need anything, just call me," she says nonchalantly. She waves them off as she walks away into the night, looking like she just finished a casual stroll instead of a club brawl. Back in the car, Rowan is still reeling. "What was that all about? What were you hiding from us?" she asks, looking at the man beside her. Her eyes are full of suspicion, sensing that she's only seeing the tip of the iceberg. They drive past the towering city buildings, the golden lights of the apartments mocking her lack of clarity. The architecture of Roserton is beautiful, but it hides so many secrets. As they pull away, Rowan spots Jackie entering a building, his posture slumped. She knows something is fundamentally off about how easily Millie got him out of there. "He didn't ignore my call and Millie got him out easy. Isn't that strange?" she questions. Zhou's expression darkens slightly. "Things can get pretty complicated here in Roserton," he warns, telling her to keep him informed so he can plan ahead. He reaches over and takes her hand, a silent promise of protection. Meanwhile, Jackie G is back in his room, looking completely drained and dripping with sweat. He stares at his phone, his face pale and anxious. A text message lights up the screen, revealing the dark world he's truly involved in. "Ring fight midnight you in." Rowan and her companion, Mr. Zhou, are deep in a tense meeting with a man who clearly has a few too many secrets. Mr. Zhou notes the guy is a mess, telling him, "Looks like you've been drinking a lot. Go home and get some rest." The exhausted man stumbles toward the door, promising to talk more once he's feeling better. But our girl isn't convinced for a second. "Did you notice? He's hiding something," Rowan whispers, sensing that he's terrified of opening his mouth. Suddenly, a phone dings with a high-stakes lead. A message from Charlie Chin reveals that a man named Tim Liu is at an illegal fight club in Windy Moon, and a fighter named Jackie is likely stepping into the ring tonight. Rowan's eyes flare with determination as she snaps, "Let me go talk to him." Mr. Zhou tries to play the voice of reason, warning her that this isn't their turf and they shouldn't go looking for a brawl. He's worried about her, but Rowan is stubborn, so he finally agrees to bring her along as long as she stays close. Before they head into the den of thieves, he gently cups her face. "That's it, smile. You're the fairest of them all, dear," he says, trying to soothe her nerves with a bit of charm. He suggests they just act like they're on vacation while they watch the carnage. They arrive at a sleek neon-lit building that practically screams underground trouble. The guards at the entrance immediately try to brush them off, claiming they're closed for the day. Mr. Zhou doesn't miss a beat, staring them down with ice in his veins. "Is this how John Nye treats his guests?" he demands. The guards realize they've just insulted a heavyweight and quickly scramble to call the manager. The manager arrives, looking like he's about to have a heart attack. He asks Mr. Zhou to give Mr. Nye a call just to avoid any complications. Once the call is made, the manager's attitude flips instantly as he offers to escort the power couple inside. As they step into the pulsing blue lights of the club, Mr. Zhou checks in on our poor heroine. "Nervous?" he asks. Rowan admits a little. They're led to a VIP area overlooking the entire arena. Rowan wonders if he's really planning to stay by her side the whole time. "Come on, be good now," he whispers, pulling her close as the crowd roars below. In the ring, the fighting is savage, with people betting hundreds of thousands of dollars on every drop of blood. Rowan looks at the spectacle with pure disgust. She thinks to herself that everyone here is just a sucker waiting to be harvested. And they don't have anyone but themselves to blame for their greed, she mutters. When a fighter gets brutally knocked out, Mr. Zhou asks if the violence scares her. Rowan watches as the bloody loser is hauled away on a stretcher, her expression unreadable. Mr. Zhou notices someone else being moved through the crowd and reassures her that their own men are blended in and ready for anything. As a new fighter takes the stage, the betting goes into overdrive. Mr. Zhou decides to play along, telling Rowan he's putting everything on a fighter named Niner. But they aren't the only ones watching closely. The suspicious man from earlier is in the crowd, looking absolutely manic. He's screaming for the bookie to take his bet, putting a cool million on a new face. He looks like a man who has gambled his entire life on one final, desperate punch. The tension is thick as the man in the black sweater makes it clear there will be no more bets, insisting they'll just follow up if the current wager isn't enough. Suddenly, the sound of a brutal impact echoes through the arena as a punch connects squarely with a fighter's jaw. The crowd erupts in a frenzy of suspicion, shouting, "Wait, was he paid to throw the fight?" as the supposed champion hits the mat. Our girl watches as the big guy lies there defeated, his body covered in fresh bruises. The victor raises a gloved hand, asking if the win officially counts. He looks toward the sidelines, declaring that since he won, he gets to take his prize. Poor Niner is dragged away by guards as the winner coldly tells them to do whatever they want with him. Our girl Rowan looks visibly shaken, but Yannick remains composed beside her. He tells her to go meet up with Jackie while he heads backstage to check on Niner, knowing the winners will be hounded. He warns her to keep an eye out because it's not going to be safe outside. Rowan tries to play it cool, claiming she's just taking a look around. But Yannick isn't having it. He holds her face gently and tells her she needs to watch out too. They part ways in the neon glow of the club, each heading toward the brewing trouble. High above the city, the skyscrapers loom over the dark streets where danger is waiting. The lights of the venue seem to flicker with an ominous energy as the scene shifts to the alleyway. Jackie is struggling to keep a battered Tim upright, arguing that he won his bet fair and square. However, they are cornered by a man in a leather jacket and thugs armed with bats. Jackie tells them to just call their boss and confirm the win, but the leader isn't interested in talking. Mr. G sneers that he doesn't want to disturb anyone this late and will call in the favor after he's finished with them. Jackie desperately tries to get a response from his friend, whispering, "Tim, can you hear me?" Realizing the situation is dire, Jackie tells the unconscious Tim that it'll probably hurt less if he stays passed out while they're beaten. Jackie prepares to take the brunt of the assault, shielding his friend as he collapses. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the darkness, telling Jackie he can leave with Tim. Jackie's head snaps up in shock as our poor heroine Rowan appears in the alley. He stares at her in disbelief, barely able to find his words. In a flash of memory, we see a young Rowan standing defiantly in front of the boys, promising them that they won't let anyone laugh at them. Back in the present, Jackie tries to be the hero, telling her to take Tim and run while he stays behind. Mr. G recognizes her immediately, addressing her as Miss Jiang. Rowan isn't backing down, telling Jackie that he'd only be a burden if he stayed with Tim in his current state. She commands him to get in the car and drive through anyone who tries to block them. The thugs warn her to stay out of the way, saying they'd have trouble explaining to Yannick why they hurt a delicate woman. One goon loses his temper and swings a bat with full force. But our girl is no damsel in distress. She catches the bat mid-swing and tells him he's not getting past her. She fights back with incredible skill, asking them if they feel no shame for ganging up on one woman. Just as the situation reaches a breaking point, a motorcade of black cars arrives on the scene. Yannick rushes to Rowan's side, apologizing for being late and frantically checking if she's hurt. The thugs realize they've made a massive mistake and decide it's time to leave. An associate bows to Yannick, apologizing for the delay and asking if his wife is all right. Yannick helps the injured men, his expression dark and dangerous. His eyes are filled with a cold fury as he looks over the aftermath. A subordinate mutters that someone can kiss their bonus goodbye for letting the boss's wife get scratched. Jackie asks if she's okay, but Yannick has already taken control of the situation. He pulls Rowan close, his hand resting firmly on her waist. He leans down, his voice low as he asks if this counts as his love finally being answered. Rowan looks down at her sleeve, realizing she actually did get a small injury during the fight. Yannick declares that he's had enough and sweeps her up into his arms. He tells her that he'd rather err on the side of caution when it comes to her. As they sit in the back of the car, Rowan looks stunned by his intensity. Yannick smirks, leaning in close to her face and asking, "What did you notice your husband's extra handsome now?" "Rowan Joe, I really like you," he whispers as they share a deep romantic kiss. But the mood is totally ruined when he spots some goons lurking nearby. "So, were you watching for entertainment or education?" he asks with a terrifying chill. The guys immediately start sweating bullets, bowing as low as they can. "Triple wanted to apologize, sir. My bad, Mr. Joe." They cry out, clearly knowing they just walked into a death trap. Our girl is just sitting in the car, looking completely done with all this drama. Joe doesn't have time for their excuses and dismisses them with a wave of his hand. "Run along, I'm taking my wife to the hospital now," he says, prioritizing his lady over these punks. They pull up to the emergency clinic under the cover of night. He leads our girl inside, his protective mode still dialed up to 11. They find a man waiting on the bench who looks like he's seen better days. Rowan rushes over, asking if he's okay, but he just gives a tired nod. "How's Tim?" she asks, her voice trembling with concern. The man looks away, clearly hiding how bad things actually are. "He's fine," he stammers, though his face says otherwise. He tries to play it cool, acting like he has no reason to lie to her face. Joe stays right by her side, keeping an eye on the situation. Finally, the doctor gives them the news. It's a dislocation and our girl needs serious bed rest. Rowan realizes she's stuck there for observation for up to 5 days. Later that night, Joe is still hovering by her bedside like a devoted shadow. "Can't sleep, what's on your mind?" he asks gently. He reminds her that while their enemy is tough, the guy is basically at death's door. "We can just wait it out if we want," he says, sounding way too casual about someone dying. He climbs into bed with her and our girl finally starts to relax in his arms. "Get some sleep," he tells her, and honestly we all wish we had a billionaire bodyguard to cuddle with. She agrees, finally closing her eyes as he holds her tight. But the peace doesn't last long because they have to check on the other patient. They find Tim huddled in the corner of his room, looking absolutely shattered. Rowan is horrified, her hands flying to her mouth as she sees the state he's in. He's trembling so hard his hospital gown is practically vibrating. Physically he's fine, but he'll need counseling once he calms down, the doctor explains. She warns them that the trauma is deep and will take a long time to heal. The brother looks like his heart is being ripped out watching Tim suffer. He grabs the poor guy, trying to snap him out of the nightmare. "Take a good look, it's me, you're safe now," he yells. Rowan and Zhou can only watch from the sidelines, feeling the heavy weight of the tragedy. As the two men embrace, our girl is left wondering what just happened and what kind of hell they actually went through. They head to the counselor's office next, hoping for some real answers. The news isn't great. The trauma is definitely going to stick, but there's a tiny glimmer of hope for recovery. They sit through the session, trying to process everything that's happened. Rowan's brother tries to put on a brave face for her. "Yvonne, did I scare you? Don't worry. It's just like watching a horror film," he says, calling her by an old name while trying to downplay his own pain. He pulls her into a hug, promising that Big Brother is here to protect her no matter what. But just as things seem to settle, Rowan's phone dings with a message from an unknown number. It's a creepy text asking for gratitude and mentioning that a guy named Windy Moon was holding back. She stares at the screen as an express delivery tracking notification pops up. The final message sends a chill down her spine. "Let's call this a draw, talk about a total mood killer."